interests of unification. There is now one college per sect, wherein doctrine is formalized. Accordingly, Cabal has known 23 months of uninterrupted peace. Yantovis studied the small man, the dancing eyes, the absurd mask of paint. And which sect doctrine did you learn, Senior Assessor? Why, that of the mockers. And their tenet? Only this. The one God, having written nothing down, having left all matters of interpretation of faith and worship to the unguided minds of overeducated mortals, is unequivocally insane. Which, I suppose, is why your mask shows wild laughter. Not at all. We of the mockers are forbidden laughter, for that is an invitation to the hysteria afflicting the one God. In the holy expression adorning my face, you are granted a true image of the one behind the grand design, insofar as our sect determines such. The monk suddenly clasped his hands beneath his chin. Now, our poor soldier has suffered overlong as it is, whilst we digressed yet again. I have assessed the taint of a false god in the beleaguered mind of this wounded man. Accordingly, that false god must be driven out. Once this is done, I shall remove the blockages in the brain preventing self-repair, and so all imbalances will be redressed. The effects of said treatment will be virtually immediate and readily obvious. Yantovis blinked. You can truly heal him? Have I not said so? Senior Assessor. Yes. Are you aware of the purpose you are meant to serve here in Letheras? I believe I will be expected to meet the Emperor on a pitch, whereupon we shall endeavour to kill each other. Furthermore, I am led to understand that this Emperor cannot be slain with any measures of finality, cursed as he is by a false god. The very same false god who has afflicted this soldier here, by the way. Thus, it is my assessment that I will be killed in that contest, to the dismay of no one and everyone. And your one god will not help you, a senior priest of its temple? The man's eyes glittered. The one god helps no one. After all, should it help one, then it must help all. And such potentially universal assistance would inevitably lead to irreconcilable conflict, which in turn would without question drive the one god mad, as indeed it did long ago. And that imbalance can never be redressed? You lead me to reassess you, Atriprida Yantovis. You are rather clever, in an intuitive way. I judge that your 10,000 secretions flow even and clear, probably the result of remorseless objectivity or some similar blasphemy of the spirit, for which, I assure you, I hold no particular resentment. So, we share this question, which enunciates the very core of the mocker's doctrine. It is our belief that should every mortal in this realm achieve clarity of thought and a cogent regard of morality, and so acquire a profound humility and respect for all others and for the world in which they live, then the imbalance will be redressed, and sanity will return once more to the one God. Ah, I see. I am sure you do. Now, I believe a healing was imminent, a conjoining of the warrens of High Mokra and High Denol, physiological amendment achieved by the latter, expurgation of the taint and elimination of the blockages via the former. Of course, said warrens are faint in their manifestation here in this city for a variety of reasons. Nonetheless, I do indeed possess substantial talents, some of which are directly applicable to the matter at hand. Feeling slightly numbed, Yantovis rubbed at her face. She closed her eyes, then, at a ragged sigh from Varat Torn, opened them again, to see her second-in-command's limbs slowly unfold, the fierce clutch of muscles on his neck visibly ease as the man, blinking, slowly lifted his head, and saw her. Varat Torn. A faint smile, worn with sorrow, but a natural sorrow. Atriprida, we made it back then. She frowned, then nodded. You did. And since that time, Lieutenant, the fleet has come home. She gestured at the room. You are in the domicile's annex in Letheras. Letheras? What? He struggled to rise, pausing a moment to look wonderingly at the Kabali monk. Then, using the wall behind him, he straightened and met Twilight's eyes. But that is impossible. We'd 2 entire oceans to cross, at the very least. Your escape proved a terrible ordeal, Lieutenant, Yantovis said. You have lain in a coma for many, many months. I expect you are feeling weak. A grimace. Exhausted, sir. What do you last recall, Lieutenant? Dread filled his wan features, and his gaze fell away from hers. Slaughter, sir. Yes, the barbarian known as Taralak Veed survived, as did the jag Icarium. Varat Torn's head snapped up. Icarium? Yes, Atriprida, he is an abomination. "A moment!" cried the senior assessor, eyes now piercing as he stared at the lieutenant. "Icarium, the Jag warrior? Icarium, life-stealer?" Suddenly frightened, Yantovis said, "Yes, Cabal, he is here. Like you, he will challenge the Emperor." She stopped then, in shock, as the monk, eyes bulging, flung both hands to his face, streaking across the thick paint, and, teeth appearing to clench down hard on his lower lip, bit, until blood spurted. The monk reeled back until he struck the wall beside the doorway. Then all at once he whirled about and fled the room. "Errant takers," Varat Torn hissed. "What was all that about?" "Forbidden laughter?" She shook her head. "I don't know, Lieutenant." "Who? What?" "A healer," she replied in a shaky voice, forcing herself to draw a steadying breath. "The one who awakened you, Varat. A guest of the Emperor's, from Uruth's fleet." Varat Torn licked chapped, broken lips. "Sir." "Yes?" "Icarium. Errant, save us. He must not be awakened. Taralak knows. He was there. He saw. The Jag. Have him sent away, sir." She approached him, boots hard on the floor. "The Graal's claims are not exaggerated, then? He will bring destruction?" A whisper. "Yes." She could not help herself then, and reached out, gloved hands grasping the front of Varat's ragged shirt, dragging him close. "Tell me, damn you! Can he kill him? Can Icarium kill him?" Horror swirled in the soldier's eyes as he nodded. "Errant's blessing, maybe this time. Varat Torn, listen to me. I am leading my company out in 2 days. Back to the north. You will ride with me, as far up the coast as necessary. Then you ride east to Blue Rose. I am assigning you to the factor's staff there, understood? 2 days." "Yes, sir." She released him, suddenly embarrassed at her own outburst. Yet her legs were weak as reeds beneath her still. She wiped sweat from her eyes. "Welcome back, Lieutenant," she said in a rough voice, not meeting his gaze. "Are you strong enough to accompany me?" "Sir, yes, I shall try." "Good." Emerging from the room, they came face to face with the Graal barbarian. Breath hissed from Varat Torn. Tararak Veed had halted in the corridor and was staring at the lieutenant. "You are recovered. I did not think—" He shook his head, then said, "I am pleased, soldier." "You warned us again and again," Varat Torn said. The Graal grimaced and seemed ready to spit, then decided otherwise. Gravely he said, "I did. And yes, I was foolish enough to be an eager witness." "And next time?" The question from Varat Torn was a snarl. "You do not need to ask me that." The lieutenant stared hard at the savage. Then he seemed to sag, and Yantovis was astonished to see Taralak Veed move forward to take Varat's weight. "Ah, it is what they have shared. It is that. That." The Graal glared over at her. "He is half dead with exhaustion." "Yes." "I will help him now. Where would you lead us, Atriprida?" "To more hospitable quarters. What are you doing here, Veed?" "A sudden fear," he said as he now struggled with Varat's unconscious form. She moved to help him. "What sort of fear?" "That he would be stopped." "Who?" "Icarium. That you would stop him. Now, especially, now that this man is sane once more. He will tell you everything." "Taralak Veed," she said in a harsh tone. "The lieutenant and I leave this city in 2 days. We ride north. Between then and now, Varat Torn is under my care, no one else's." "None but me, that is." "If you insist." The lieutenant between them, the Graal studied her. "You know, don't you? He told you." "Yes." "And you mean to say nothing to no one? No warning?" "That is correct." "Who else might suspect? Your ancient histories of the First Empire? Your scholars?" "I don't know about that. There is one, and if I am able, he will be coming with us. That damned monk. It should be simple enough. The Cabal priests misunderstood. Sent us an ambassador, not a champion. No value in killing him. A poor fool cannot fight. Imagine Rulad's rage at wasting his time. Yes, that should do it." "No scholars?" She grimaced and said, "Dead or in prison." She glared across at the Graal. "What of you? Will you flee with us?" "You know I cannot. I am to share Icarium's fate, more than any of them realize. No, Atriprida, I will not leave this city." "Was this your task, Taralakvid? To deliver Icarium here?" He would not meet her eyes. "Who sent you?" she demanded. "Does it matter? We are here. Listen to me, Twilight. Your emperor is being sorely used. There is war among the gods, and we are as nothing. Not you, not me, not Trull Sengar. So ride, yes, as far away as you can, and take this brave warrior with you. Do this, and I will die empty of sorrow." "And what of regrets?" He spat on the floor, his only answer, but she understood him well enough. Sealed by a massive, thick wall of cut limestone at the end of a long-abandoned corridor in a forgotten passage of the old palace, the ancient temple of the errant no longer existed in the collective memory of the citizens of Letheras. Its beehive-domed central chamber would have remained unlit, its air still and motionless, for over 4 centuries, and the spoked branches leading off to lesser rooms would have last echoed to footfalls almost 100 years earlier. The errant had walked out into the world, after all. The altar stood cold and dead and probably destroyed. The last priests and priestesses, titles held in secret against the plague of pogroms, had taken their Gnostic traditions to their graves, with no followers left to replace them. "The Master of the Holds has walked out into the world. He is now among us. There can be no worship now, no priests, no temples. The only blood the errant will taste from now on is his own. He has betrayed us all." And yet the whispers never went away. They echoed like ghost winds in the god's mind. With each utterance of his name, as prayer, as curse, he could feel that tremble of power, mocking all that he had once held in his hands, mocking the raging fires of blood sacrifice, of fervent, fearful faith. There were times, he admitted, that he knew regret, for all that he had so willingly surrendered. Master of the tiles, the walker among the holds. But the holds have waned, their power forgotten, buried by the passing of age upon age. And I too have faded, trapped in this fragment of land, this pathetic empire in a corner of a continent. I walked into the world, but the world has grown old. He stood now facing the stone wall at the end of the corridor. Another 6 heartbeats of indecision, then he stepped through, and found himself in darkness, the air stale and dry in his throat. Once, long ago, he had needed tiles to manage such a thing as walking through a solid stone wall. Once his powers had seemed new, brimming with possibilities. Once it had seemed he could shape and reshape the world. Such arrogance! It had defied every assault of reality, for a time. He still persisted in his conceit, he well knew, a curse among all gods. And he would amuse himself, a nudge here, a tug there, to then stand back and see how the skein of fates reconfigured itself, each strand humming with his intrusion. But it was getting harder. The world resisted him. "Because I am the last. I am myself the last thread reaching back to the holds." And if that thread was severed, the tension suddenly snapping, flinging him loose, stumbling forward into the day's light, what then? The errant gestured, and flames rose once more from the clamshell niches low on the dome's ring wall, casting wavering shadows across the mosaic floor. A sledgehammer had been taken to the altar on its raised dais. The shattered stones seemed to bleed recrimination, still in the errant's eyes. "Who served whom, damn you? I went out among you to make a difference, so that I could deliver wisdom, whatever wisdom I possessed. I thought you would be grateful. But you preferred shedding blood in my name. My words just got in your way, my cries for mercy for your fellow citizens. Oh, how that enraged you." His thoughts fell silent. The hairs on the back of his neck rose. "What is this? I am not alone." A soft laugh from one of the passageways. He slowly turned. The man crouched there was more ogre than human, broad shoulders covered in bristly black hair, a bullet head thrust forward on a short neck. The bottom half of the face was strangely pronounced beneath long curling moustache and beard, and large yellowed tusks jutted from the lower jaws, pushing clear of lip and thick ringleted hair. Stubby, battered hands hung down from long arms, the knuckles on the floor. From the apparition came a bestial, rank stench. The errant squinted, seeking to pierce the gloom beneath the heavy brows, where small, narrow-set eyes glittered dull as rough garnets. "This is my temple," he said. "I do not recall an open invitation to guests." Another low laugh, but there was no humor in it, the errant realized. Bitterness, as thick and pungent as the smell stinging the god's nostrils. "I remember you," came the creature's voice, low and rumbling. "And I knew this place. I knew what it had been. It was safe. Who recalls the holds, after all? Who knew enough to suspect? Oh, they can hunt me down all they want. Yes, they will find me in the end. I know this. Soon, maybe. Sooner, now that you have found me, Master of the Tiles. He might have returned me, you know, along with other gifts. But he has failed." Another laugh, this time harsh. "A common demise among mortals." Though he spoke, no words emerged from the ogre's mouth. That heavy, awkward voice was in the errant's head, which was all for the best. Those tusks would have brutalized every utterance into near incomprehensibility. "You are a god." More laughter. "I am." "You walked into the world." "Not by choice, Master of the Tiles. Not like you." "Ah." "And so my followers died. Oh, how they have died! Across half the world their blood soaked the earth. And I could do nothing. I can do nothing." "It is something," the errant observed, "to hold yourself to such a modest form. But how much longer will that control last? How soon before you burst the confines of this temple of mine? How long before you heave yourself into the view of all, shouldering aside the clouds, shaking mountains to dust?" "I will be long from here before then, Master of the Tiles." The errant's smile was wry. "That is a relief, God." "You have survived," the god now said, "for so long. How?" "Alas," said the errant, "my advice to you would be useless. My power quickly dissipated. It had already been terribly wounded. The Focral assails, pogroms against my faithful saw to that. The thought of another failure like that one was too much. So I willingly relinquished most of what remained to me. It made me ineffectual, beyond perhaps this city and a modest stretch of river, and so not a threat to anyone. Not even you, tusked one. You, however, cannot make a similar choice. They will want the raw power within you, in your blood, and they will need it spilled before they can drink, before they can bathe in what's left of you." "Yes, one last battle awaits me. That much, at least, I do not regret." "Lucky you. A battle, and a war?" Amusement in his thoughts, then. "Oh, indeed, Master of the Tiles. A war, enough to make my heart surge with life, with hunger. How could it not? I am the boar of summer, lord of the hosts on the field of battle, the chorus of the dying to come. Ah, master, be glad it will be nowhere close." "I am not so sure of that." A shrug. The errant frowned, then asked, "How long do you intend to remain here, then?" "Why, as long as I can, before my control crumbles. Or I am summoned to my battle, my death, I mean. Unless, of course, you choose to banish me." "I would not risk the power revealed by that," the errant said, a rumbling laugh. "You think I would not go quietly?" "I know it, boar of summer." "True enough. Hesitation. Then the war god said, "Offer me sanctuary, errant, and I will yield to you a gift." "Very well." "No bargaining?" "No, I've not the energy. What is this gift, then?" "This. The hold of the beasts is wakened. I was driven out, you see, and there was need, necessity, insistence that some inheritor arise to take my place, to assume the voices of war. Treat was too young, too weak, and so the wolves awoke. They flank the throne now. No, they are the throne." The errant could barely draw breath at this revelation. A hold awakened? From a mouth gone dry as dust, he said, "Sanctuary is yours, Boar of Summer, and for your trail here, my fullest efforts at misdirection. None shall know, none shall even suspect." "Please, Ben, block those who call on me still. Their cries fill my skull. It is too much." "Yes, I know. I will do what I can. Your name, do they call upon the Boar of Summer?" "Not often," the god replied. "Fenner. They call upon Fenner." The errant nodded, then bowed low. He passed through the stone wall and once more found himself in the disused corridor of the old palace. Awakened. Abyss below. No wonder the sedence whirls in chaos. Wolves? Could it be? "This is chaos. It makes no sense." Featherwitch stared down at the chipped tiles scattered on the stone floor before her. "Axe, bound to both savior and betrayer of the empty hold. Knuckles and the White Crow circle the ice throne like leaves in a whirlpool. Elder of Beast Hold stands at the portal of the Azath Hold. Gate of the Dragon and Blood Drinker converge on the Watcher of the Empty Hold. But no, this is all madness." The Dragon Hold was virtually dead. Everyone knew this, every caster of the tiles, every dreamer of the ages. Yet here it vied for dominance with the Empty Hold. And what of ice? Timeless, unchanging, that throne had been dead for millennia. "White Crow. Yes, I have heard. Some bandit in the reaches of the Blue Rose Mountains now claims that title. Hunted by Hanan Mossag. That tells me there is power to that bandit's bold claim. I must speak again to the Warlock King, the bent, broken bastard." She leaned back on her haunches, wiped chilled sweat from her brow. Udinaas had claimed to see a white crow, centuries ago it seemed now, there on the strand beside the village. A white crow in the dusk. And she had called upon the Wival, her lust for power overwhelming all caution. Udinaas, he had stolen so much from her. She dreamed of the day he was finally captured, alive, helpless in chains. "The fool thought he loved me. I could have used that. I should have. My own set of chains to snap shut on his ankles and wrists, to drag him down. Together, we could have destroyed Rulad long before he came to his power." She stared down at the tiles, at the ones that had fallen face up. None of the others were in play, as the fates had decreed. "Yet the errant is nowhere to be seen. How can that be?" She reached down to one of the face-down tiles and picked it up, looked at its hidden side. Shape-finder. See, even here the errant does not show his hand. She squinted at the tile. Fiery dawn. These hints are new. Menandor. And I was thinking about Udinaas. Yes, I see now. You waited for me to pick you up from this field. You are the secret link to all of this. She recalled the scene, the terrible vision of her dream, that horrendous witch taking Udinaas and... Maybe the chains on him now belong to her. I did not think of that. True, he was raped, but men sometimes find pleasure in being such a victim. What if she is protecting him now, an immortal rival? The Wival chose him, didn't it? That must mean something. It's why she took him, after all. It must be. In a sudden gesture, she swept up the tiles, replacing them in their wooden box, then wrapping the box in strips of hide before pushing the package beneath her cot. She then drew from a niche in one wall a leather-bound volume, easing back its stained, mouldy cover. Her trembling fingers worked through a dozen brittle vellum pages before she reached the place where she had previously left off memorizing the names listed within, names that filled the entire volume. Compendium of the Gods. The brush of cool air. Featherwitch looked up, glad about. Nothing. No one at the entrance, no unwelcome shadows in the corners. Lanterns burned on all sides. There had been a taint to that unseemly breath, something like wax. She shut the book and slid it back onto its shelf. Then, heartbeat rapid in her chest, she hurried over to a single pavestone in the room's center, wherein she had earlier inscribed with an iron stylus an intricate pattern. Capture. "The holds are before me," she whispered, closing her eyes. "I see tracker of the beasts, footfalls padding on the trail of the one who hides, who thinks to flee. But no escape is possible. The quarry circles and circles, yet is drawn ever closer to the trap. It pulls, it drags. The creature screams, but no succor is possible. None but my mercy, and that is never free." She opened her eyes and saw a smudge of mist bound within the confines of the inscribed pattern. "I have you! Ghost? Spy? Show yourself!" Soft laughter. The mist spun, wavered, then settled once more, tendrils reaching out tentatively beyond the carved borders. Featherwitch gasped. "You mock me with your power, yet, coward that you are, you dare not show yourself." "Dear girl, this game will eat you alive." The words, the faintest whisper, the touch of breath along both ears. She started, glad about, sensed a presence behind her, and spun round. No one. "Who is here?" she demanded. "Beware the gathering of names. It is premature." "Name yourself, ghost. I command it." "Oh, compulsion is ever the weapon of the undeserving. Let us instead bargain in faith. That severed finger you keep round your neck, caster. What do you intend with it?" She clutched at the object. "I will not tell you." "Then I, in turn, will reveal to you the same. Nothing." She hesitated. "Can you not guess?" "Ah, and have I guessed correctly?" "Yes." "Premature." "I am biding my time, ghost. I am no fool." "No, indeed," the ghost replied. "Even so, let us extend the bargain." "Why? You have revealed nothing of yourself." "Patience. Caster of the tiles, await my encouragement. Before you do what you intend, await me, and I will assist you." She snorted. "You are a ghost. You have no power." "I am a ghost, and that is precisely why I have power. For what you seek, that is." "Why should I believe you? Why should I agree to anything you suggest?" "Very well. My part of the bargain. You speak now with Guru Khan, once cedar to King Esgara Diskanar." "Slain by Trull Sengar." Something like a chuckle. "Well, someone needed to thrust the spear." "You knew it was coming?" "Knowing and being able to do something about it are two different matters, caster of the tiles. In any case, lay the true blame at the errant's feet, and I admit I am of a mind to call him out on that eventually. But like you, I understand the necessity of biding one's time. Have we a bargain?" She licked her lips, then nodded. "We have." "Then I shall leave you to your education. Be careful when casting your tiles. You risk much by so revealing your talents as a seer." "But I must know." "Knowing and being able to do something about it." "Yes," she snapped. "I heard you the first time." "You lack respect, girl." "And be glad of it." "You may have a point there. Worth some consideration, I think." "Do you now intend to spy on me my every moment down here?" "No, that would be cruel, not to mention dull." When I come here, you shall be warned. The wind, the mist, yes. Now, witness its vanishing." She stared down at the swirling cloud, watched as it faded, then was gone. Silence in the chamber, the air still beyond her own breath. "Kurukan, the cedar. See how I gather allies. Oh, this shall be sweet vengeance indeed." The waning sun's shafts of dusty light cut across the space where the old temple had stood, although the wreckage filling the lower half of that gap was swallowed in gloom. Fragments of facade were scattered on the street, pieces of rats in dismaying profusion. Edging closer, Samardev kicked at the rubble, frowning down at the disarticulated stone rodents. "This is most alarming," she said. "Ah," Taxilian said, smiling. "Now the witch speaks. Tell me, what do you sense in this fell place?" "Too many spirits to count," she murmured, "and all of them rats." "There was a diverse once, wasn't there? A terrible demonic thing that traveled the merchant roads across 7 cities. Grillen. Yes, that was its name. So, do we have here another such Grillen?" She shook her head. "No, this feels older by far." "And what of that bleeding, of power?" "I'm not sure." Glancing around, she saw a tall, cloaked man leaning against a wall on the other side of the street, watching them. "Some things, long ago grinding to a halt, should never be reawakened. Alas!" Taxilian sighed. "You use that word a lot, alas. You are too resigned, Samardev. You flee from your own curiosity. I do not think you were always like this." She squinted at him. "Oh, my curiosity remains. It's my belief in my own efficacy that has taken a beating." "We spin and swirl on the currents of fate, do we?" "If you like," she sighed. "Very well. I've seen enough. Besides, it will be curfew soon, and I gather guards kill lawbreakers on sight." "You have seen, but you explain nothing." "Sorry, Taxilian. All of this requires some thought. If I reach any spectacular conclusions any time soon, I will be sure to let you know." "Do I deserve such irony?" "No, you don't, alas." Bugg finally made his way round the corner, emerging from the alley's gloom, then pausing in the sunlit street. He glanced over at Tehol, who stood leaning against a wall, arms crossed beneath his blanket, which he had wrapped about him like a robe. "Master," he said, "why do you hesitate now?" "Me? Why, this only appears to be hesitation. You know, you could have let me help you carry that." Bugg set the heavy sack down. "You never offered." "Well, that would be unseemly. You should have insisted." "Are you sure you have that right, Master?" "Not in the least. But some graciousness on your part would have helped us move past this awkward moment." From the bag came soft clucking sounds. Tehol blinked down at it. "Bugg, you said retired hens, correct?" "I did, in exchange for some modest repairs to a water trough." "But they're not dead." "No, Master." "But that means one of us has to kill them, wring their necks, see the light of life dim in their beady eyes. You're a hard man, Bugg." "Me?" "Retired. Their egg-laying days over. Isn't there some kind of pasture awaiting them? Some well-strewn pecking ground?" "Only the one in the sky, Master. But I see your point. About killing them, I mean." "Blood on your hands, Bugg. I'm glad I'm not you." "This is ridiculous. We'll figure something out when we get back home." "We could build us a coop on the roof, as mad folk do for pigeons. That way the birds could fly in and out, back and forth, and see something of this fine city." "Chickens can't fly, Master." "Beats wringing their necks, though, don't you think?" "Seeing the city?" "Well, momentarily." Clearly satisfied with his solution, Tehol adjusted his blanket, then walked out onto the street. Sighing, Bugg collected the sack with its dozen hens and followed at a somewhat slower pace. "Well," he said as he joined Tehol in front of the ruin, "at least that foreign witch is gone." "She was a foreign witch? Rather pretty, in a stolid, earthy way. All right, handsome then. Although I assure you I would never say that to her face, knowing how women are so easily offended. By a compliment? Absolutely. If it is the wrong compliment. You have been inactive far too long, dear Bugg. Possibly. I am also reticent when it comes to compliments. They have a way of coming after you. Tehol glanced over at him, brows lifted. Sounds like you've been married once or twice. Once or twice, Bugg replied, grimacing. Glancing up at the ruined scale-house, he went very still. Ah, I see now what she no doubt saw. If what you are seeing is the source for making the hairs of my neck stand on end every time I come here, then I would be pleased if you explained. For someone to step inside, Bugg said, of necessity there must be a door, and if one does not exist, one must be made. How can a collapsed building be a door, Bugg? I begin to comprehend what is coming. Sufficient to suggest a course of action? In this matter, Master, the best course is to do nothing. Hold on, Bugg. That particular conclusion seems to crop up rather often with you. We'd best get home before curfew, Master. Care to take a turn with this sack? Errant's blessing. Have you lost your mind? I thought as much. There was little in Sirin Kanar's thoughts that reached down to the depths of his soul. He had a sense of that, sufficient to make him recognize that he was blessed with a virtually untroubled life. He possessed a wife frightened enough to do whatever he told her to do. His 3 children held him in the proper mixture of respect and terror, and he had seen in his eldest son the development of similar traits of dominance and certainty. His position as a lieutenant in the palace cell of the Patriotists did not, as far as he was concerned, conflict with his official title of Sergeant of the Guard. Protection of the powerful demanded both overt and covert diligence, after all. The emotions commanding him were similarly simple and straightforward. He feared what he could not understand, and he despised what he feared. But acknowledging fear did not make him a coward, for he had proclaimed for himself an eternal war against all that threatened him, be it a devious wife who had raised walls round her soul, or conspirators against the empire of Lether. His enemies, he well understood, were the true cowards. They thought within clouds that obscured all the harsh truths of the world. Their struggles to understand led inevitably to seditious positions against authority. Even as they forgave the Empire's enemies, they condemned the weaknesses of their own homeland, not recognizing that they themselves personified such weaknesses. An empire such as Lether was ever under siege. This had been the first statement uttered by Karsa Invictad during the recruitment and training process, and Sirin Kanar had understood the truth of that with barely a moment's thought. A siege, inside and out, yes. The very privileges the Empire granted were exploited by those who would see the Empire destroyed. And there could be no room for understanding such people. They were evil, and evil must be expurgated. The vision of Karsa Invictad had struck him with the force of revelation, yielding such perfect clarity and indeed peace in what had been at times a soul in turmoil, battered and assailed on occasion by a world blurry with confusion and uncertainty, that all that raged within him settled out as certainty arrived, blazing and blinding in its wondrous gift of release. He now lived an untroubled life, and so set an example to his fellow agents in the palace. In their eyes he had seen again and again the glimmer of awe and fear, or, equally satisfying, a perfect reflection of his own, flat, remorseless, as impervious to every deceit the enemy might attempt as he himself was. Untroubled, then, he gestured to 2 burly patriotists who stepped forward and kicked in the door. It virtually flew off its flimsy hinges, crashing down into the opulent chamber beyond. A scream, then another, from the gloom to the left, where the handmaidens slept. But already the lead agents were crossing the room to the door opposite. More violence, wood splintering beneath heavy boots. Sprawled in the hallway behind Sirin was the corpse of a Tist Edur. Someone had set a guard. Curious, but of little consequence. Poisoned quarrels had proved both quick and virtually silent. Already 2 of his men were preparing to carry the corpse away. Just one more Edur who mysteriously vanished. Sirin Kanar positioned himself in the center of the first chamber, as another agent arrived with a hooded lantern to stand off to one side, shedding just enough light. Too much would not do. The shadows needed to be alive, writhing, confusion on all sides. Sirin delighted in precision. His men emerged from the inner room, a figure between them, half naked, hair tousled, a look of disbelief. No. Sirin Canar's eyes narrowed, not disbelief. Resignation. Good. The traitor knew her fate, knew she could never escape it. Saying nothing, he gestured for his agents to take her out. 3 handmaidens, weeping now, huddled against the wall near their sleeping pallets. "Attend to them," Sirin commanded, and 4 from his squad moved towards them. "The senior one will be questioned, the other 2 disposed of immediately." He looked around, pleased at the ease of this operation, barely noticing the death cries of 2 women. In a short while he would deliver his 2 prisoners to the squad waiting at a side postern of the palace, who would move quickly through the night, alone on the streets this long after curfew, to the headquarters of the Patriotists, deliver the 2 women into interrogation cells, and the work would begin, the only release from the ordeal full confession of their crimes against the Empire. A simple, straightforward procedure, proven effective. Traitors were invariably weak of will. And Sirin Canar did not think the first concubine would be any different, if anything, even more flimsy of spirit than most. Women delighted in their airs of mystery, but those airs vanished before the storm of a man's will. True, whores hid things better than most, behind an endless succession of lies that never fooled him. He knew they were contemptuous of him and men like him, believing him weak by simple virtue of his using them, as if that use came from actual genuine need. But he had always known how to wipe the smirks from their painted faces. He envied the interrogators, that bitch Nissal. She was no different from his wife, he suspected. "Our enemies are legion," Karsa Invictad had said. "So you must understand, all of you, this war, it will last forever. Forever!" Sirin Canar was content with that notion, kept things simple. "And it is our task," the master of the Patriotists had continued, "to ensure that, so that we are never expendable." Somewhat more confusing, that part, but Sirin felt no real compulsion to pursue the notion. Karsa was very clever, after all. Clever, and on our side, the right side. His thoughts shifting to the bed that awaited him, and the whore he'd have delivered to him there, the lieutenant marched down the empty palace corridor, his men falling in behind him. Bruthentrana stepped into the chamber. His eyes settled on the corpses of the 2 handmaidens. "How long ago?" he asked the Arape warlock who was crouched over the bodies. 2 other Edur entered the first concubine's bedroom, emerged again a moment later. The warlock muttered something inaudible under his breath, then said in a louder voice, "A bell, perhaps. Short swords, the kind used by the palace guard." "Gather 10 more warriors," Bruthentrana said. "We are marching to the headquarters of the Patriotists." The warlock slowly straightened. "Shall I inform Hanan Mossag?" "Not yet. We cannot delay here. 16 Edur warriors and a warlock should suffice." "You mean to demand the release of the woman?" "There are 2, yes?" A nod. "They will begin interrogations immediately," Bruthentrana said, "and that is not a pleasant procedure." "And if they have wrung confessions from them?" "I understand your concern, Karpenath. Do you fear violence this night?" The other warriors in the chamber had paused, eyes fixed on the Arape warlock. "Fear? Not in the least. With confessions in hand, however, Karsa Invictad and, by extension, Triban Gnol, will be able to assert righteous domain." "We are wasting time," Bruthentrana cut in. "My patience with Karsa Invictad is at an end. And where is the guard I set in the hallway outside? As if I cannot guess." A new voice spoke from the outer doorway. "Personal enmity, Bruthentrana, is a very dangerous guide to your actions." The Tist Edur turned. The Chancellor, with 2 bodyguards hovering in the corridor behind him, stood with hands folded. After a moment he took a step into the room and looked about, an expression of regret when he saw the 2 dead women. "Clearly there was some resistance. They were most loyal servants to the first concubine, probably innocent of all wrongdoing. This is tragic indeed. Blood on Nissal's hands now." Bruthentrana studied the tall, thin man for a long moment. Then he walked past him and out into the hall. Neither bodyguard was suspicious, and neither had time to draw their weapons before the Edur's knives, one in each hand, slid up under their jaws, points driven deep into their brains. Leaving the weapons embedded, Bonehunters spun round, both hands snapping out to grasp the Chancellor's heavy brocaded collar. The Letheras gasped as he was yanked from his feet, flung round to face Bonehunters, then slammed hard against the corridor's opposite wall. "My patience with you," the Edur said in a low voice, "is at an end as well. Tragic demise for your bodyguards, blood on your hands, alas, and I am not of a mind presently to forgive you their deaths." Tribangnolo's feet dangled, the stiff-tipped slippers kicking lightly against Bonehunters' shins. The Letheras' face was darkening, eyes bulging as they stared into the Edur's hard, cold gaze. "I should kill him now. I should stand here and watch him suffocate in the drawn folds of his own robe. Better yet, retrieve a knife and slice open his guts, watch them tumble onto the floor." Behind him, Karsa said, "Commander, as you said, we've no time for this." Baring his teeth, Bonehunters flung the pathetic man aside. An awkward fall. Tribangnolol threw a hand down to break his descent, and the snap of finger bones, like iron nails driven into wood, was followed immediately by a gasp and squeal of pain. Gesturing for his warriors to follow, Bonehunters stepped over the Chancellor and marched quickly down the corridor. As the footfalls echoed away, Tribangnolol, clutching one hand against his torso, slowly climbed to his feet. He glared down the now empty corridor, licked dry lips, then hissed, "You will die for that, Bonehunters. You and every other witness who stood back and did nothing. You will all die." Could he warn Karsa Orlong in time? Not likely. Well, the master of the Patriotists was a capable man, with more than just 2 incompetent, pathetic bodyguards. Perfunctory notes to their widows. "Your husbands failed in their responsibilities. No death pensions will be forthcoming. Leave the family residences of the Palace Guard immediately, barring your eldest child, who is now indebted to the estate of the Chancellor." He despised incompetence, and to be made to suffer its consequences. Well, someone paid, always. 2 children, then. Yes, hopefully boys. And now he would need 2 new bodyguards. From among the married guard, of course. Someone to pay the debt should they fail me. His broken fingers were growing numb, although a heavy ache throbbed in his wrist and forearm now. The Chancellor set off for the residence of his private healer. Her nightgown half torn, Nessal was pushed into a windowless room that was lit by a single candle positioned on a small table in the center. The chill, damp air stank of old fear and human waste. Shivering from the night's march through the streets, she stood unmoving for a moment, seeking to wrap the gauze-thin material closer about herself. 2 young innocent women were dead, butchered like criminals. And Tissin is next, as close to a mother as I have ever had. She has done nothing. No, stop that. None of us have. But that doesn't matter. I cannot think otherwise. I cannot pretend that anything I say will make a difference, will in any way change my fate. No, this is a death sentence. For me, for Tissin. The Emperor would not hear of this. She was certain of that. Tribangnolol would announce that she was missing from the palace, that she had fled. Just one more betrayal. Rulad would flinch back in his throne, seeming to shrink in upon himself, as the Chancellor carefully, remorselessly fed the Emperor's many insecurities, then stood back to observe how his poisoned words stole the life from Rulad's tortured eyes. We cannot win against this. They are too clever, too ruthless. Their only desire is to destroy Rulad, his mind, to leave him gibbering, beset by unseen terrors, unable to do anything, unwilling to see anyone who might help him. Errant, save him. The door was thrown open, swinging to slam hard against the wall, where old cracks showed that this violent announcement was part of the pattern. But she had noted those, and so did not start at the cracking crunch, but merely turned to face her tormentor. None other than Karsa Orlong himself. A swirl of crimson silks, onyx rings on his fingers, the scepter of his office held in one hand and resting between right shoulder and clavicle. A look of faint dismay in the mundane features. "Dearest woman," he said in his high voice, Let us be quick about this, so that I can be merciful. I've no wish to damage you, lovely as you are. Thus, a signed statement outlining your treason against the Empire, then a quick, private execution. Your handmaiden has already complied, and has been mercifully decapitated." Oh, well done, Tessin. Yet she herself struggled, seeking similar courage, to accept things as they were, to recognize that no other recourse was possible. "Decapitation is not damage?" An empty smile. "The damage I was referring to, of course, concerned wresting from you your confession. Some advice. Compose your features in the moment before the blade descends. It is an unfortunate fact that the head lives on a few moments after it has been severed from the neck. A few blinks, a roll or two of the eyes, and, if one is not mindful, a rash of unpleasant expressions. Alas, your handmaiden was disinclined to heed such advice, too busy as she was with a pointless tirade of curses." "Pray the errant heard her," Nissal said. Her heart was thudding hard against her ribs. "Oh, she did not curse me in the errant's name, sweet whore. No, instead she revealed a faith long believed to be extinct. Did you know her ancestry was Sheik? By the holds, I cannot even recall the name of the god she uttered." He shrugged and smiled his empty smile once more. "No matter. Indeed, even had she called upon the errant, I would have no cause to panic. Coddled as you are, or rather were, in the palace, you are probably unaware that the handful of temples in the city purportedly sanctified in the errant's name are in truth private and wholly secular. Businesses, in fact, profiting from the ignorance of citizens. Their priests and priestesses are actors, one and all. I sometimes wonder if Esgara Diskanar even knew. He seemed oddly devoted to the errant." He paused, then sighed. The scepter began tapping in place. "You seek to delay the inevitable. Understandable, but I have no wish to remain here all night. I am sleepy and desire to retire at the earliest opportunity. You look chilled, Nissal, and this is a dreadful room after all. Let us return to my office. I have a spare robe that is proof against any draught, and writing materials at hand." He gestured with the scepter and turned about. The door opened, and Nissal saw 2 guards in the corridor. Numbed, she followed Karos Invictad. Up a flight of stairs, down a passageway, then into the man's office. As promised, Karos Invictad found a cloak and set it carefully on Nissal's shoulders. She drew it tight. He waved her to a chair in front of the huge desk, where waited a sheet of vellum, a horsehair brush, and a pot of squid ink. Slightly off to one side of the ink pot was a small, strange box, opened at the top. Unable to help herself, Nissal leaned over for a look. "That is none of your concern." The words were a pitch higher than usual, and she glanced over to see the man scowling. "You have a pet insect," Nissal said, wondering at the flush of colour in Karos Invictad's face. "Hardly. As I said, not your concern." "Do you seek a confession from it as well? You will have to decapitate it twice, with a very small blade." "Are you amusing yourself, woman? Sit down." Shrugging, she did as he commanded, stared down at the blank vellum, then reached over and collected the brush. Her hand trembled. "What is it you wish me to confess?" "You need not be specific. You, Nissal, admit to conspiring against the Emperor and the Empire. You state this freely and with sound mind, and submit to the fate awaiting all traitors." She dipped the brush into the ink and began writing. "I am relieved you are taking this so well," Karos Invictad said. "My concern is not for me," she said as she completed the terse statement and signed it with a flourish that did not quite succeed in hiding the shakiness of her hand. "It is for Rulad." "He will spare you nothing but venom, Nissal." "Again," she said, leaning back in the chair, "I do not care for myself." "Your sympathy is admirable." "It extends to you, Karos Invictad." He reached out and collected the vellum, waved it in the air to dry the ink. "Me? Woman, you insult me!" "Not intended. But when the Emperor learns that you executed the woman who carried his heir, well, master of the Patriotists or not—" The vellum dropped from the man's fingers. The scepter ceased its contented tapping. Then a rasp. "You lie! Easily proved!" "Indeed. Call in a healer. Presumably you have at least one in attendance, lest the executioner be stung by a sliver, or, more likely, a burst blister, busy as he is." When we discover your ruse, Nissal, well, the notion of mercy is dispensed with, regardless of this signed confession." He leaned over and collected the vellum, then scowled. "You used too much ink. It has run and is now illegible." "Most missives I pen are with stylus and wax," she said. He slapped the sheet back down in front of her, the reverse side up. "Again. I will be back in a moment, with the healer." She heard the door open and shut behind her. Writing out her confession once more, she set the brush down and rose, leaned over the odd little box with its pivoting two-headed insect. "Round and round you go. Do you know dismay, helplessness?" A commotion somewhere below. Voices, something crashing to the floor. The door behind her was flung open. She turned. Karsa Invictad walked in, straight for her. She saw him twist the lower half of the scepter, saw a short knife blade emerge from the scepter's base. Nissal looked up, met the man's eyes, and saw in them nothing human. He thrust the blade into her chest, into her heart, then twice more as she sagged, falling to strike the chair. She saw the floor come up to meet her face, heard the crack of her forehead, felt the vague sting, then darkness closed in. "Oh, Tirsin." Trana shouldered a wounded guard aside and entered Invictad's office. The master of the Patriotists was stepping back from the crumpled form of Nissal, the scepter in his hand, the blade at its base, gleaming crimson. "Her confession demanded." The Tist Edur walked to the desk, kicking aside the toppled chair. He picked up the sheet of vellum, squinted to make out the Lethery words. A single line, a statement, a confession indeed. For a moment he felt as if his heart stuttered. In the corridor, Tist Edur warriors. Trana said without turning, "Karpenath, collect the body of the first concubine." "This is an outrage," Karsa Invictad hissed. "Do not touch her!" Snarling, Trana took one stride closer to the man, then lashed out with the back of his left hand. Blood sprayed as Karsa Invictad staggered, scepter flying, his shoulder striking the wall. More blood, from mouth and nose, a look of horror in the man's eyes as he stared down at the spatter on his hands. From the corridor, a warrior spoke in the Edur language. "Commander, the other woman has been beheaded." Trana carefully rolled the sheet of vellum and slipped it beneath his hauberk. Then he reached out and dragged Karsa Invictad to his feet. He struck the man again, then again. Gouts of blood, broken teeth, threads of crimson spit. Again. The reek of urine. Trana took handfuls of the silk beneath the flaccid neck and shook the Lethery hard, watching the head snap back and forth. He kept shaking him, until a hand closed on his wrist. Through a red haze, Trana looked over, met the calm eyes of Karpenath. "Commander, if you continue so with this unconscious man, you will break his neck." "Your point, warlock?" "The first concubine is dead, by his hand. Is it for you to exact this punishment?" "Sister, take you," Trana growled. Then he flung Karsa Invictad to the floor. "Both bodies come with us." "Commander, the Chancellor—" "Never mind him, Karpenath. Wrap well the bodies. We return to the eternal domicile." "What of the dead Lethery below?" "His guards? What of them? They chose to step into our path, warlock." "As you say. But with their healer dead, some of them will bleed out unless we call upon—" "Not our concern," Trana said. Karpenath bowed. "As you say, Commander." Half blind with terror, Tanal Yathvana approached the entrance to the headquarters. She was gone. Gone from that place, that most hidden place. Her shackles snapped, the iron bent and twisted, the links of the chain parted as if they were nothing but damp clay. "Karsa Invictad, it was your work. Again. Yet another warning to me. Do as you command. You know all, you see all. For you, nothing but games, ones where you make certain you always win. But she was not a game, not for me, you bastard. I loved her. Where is she? What have you done with her?" Slowly it registered upon him that something was amiss. Guards running in the compound, shouts, wavering torchlight. The front entrance to the building yawned wide. He saw a pair of boots attached to motionless legs, prone across the threshold. "Errant takers, we have been attacked." He hurried forward. A guard emerged, stepping over the body. "You!" shouted Tehol. "What has happened here?" A rough salute. The man's face was pale. "We have called for healers, sir." "What has happened, damn you?" "Edur, a vicious ambush. We did not expect—" "The master?" "Alive, but beaten badly." "Beaten, sir, by a Tis Edur." "The liaison, Trana, Bruthen Trana." Tehol Yathvana pushed past the fool into the hallway to the stairs. More bodies, guards cut down without so much as their weapons drawn. "What initiated this from the Edur? Did they catch word of our investigations? Bruthen Trana, does his file remain? Damn him, why didn't he just kill the bastard, choke the life from him, make his face as red as those damned silks? Oh, I would run this differently indeed, given the chance." He reached the office, stumbled to a halt upon seeing the spattered blood on the walls, the pools of it on the floor. The reek of piss was heavy in the air. Looking small and broken, Karsa Invictad sat hunched in his oversized chair, stained cloths held to his swollen, bruised face. In the man's eyes a rage as sharp as diamonds, fixing now upon Tehol Yathvana. "Master, healers are on the way." From mashed lips, muffled words. "Where were you?" "What? Why, at home, in bed." "We arrested Nissal tonight." Tehol looked about. "I was not informed, sir." "No, no one could find you. Not at your home, not anywhere." "Sir, has Bruthen Trana retrieved the whore, then?" A hacking, muffled laugh. "Oh, yes, her cold flesh, but not her spirit. But he carries her written confession. By the holds, it hurts to speak. He broke my face." "And how many times did your fist do the same to a prisoner? Will you risk some wine, sir?" A glare above the cloths, then a sharp nod. Tehol went quickly to the cabinet, found a clay jug containing undiluted wine. "A better smell than the piss of your terror, little man." He poured a goblet, then hesitated, and poured another for himself. "Damn you, why not? The healers will be here soon. I informed the guards that any delay risks their lives." "Swift thinking, Tehol Yathvana." He carried the goblet over to Karsa Invictad, not sure if there was irony in that last statement, so distorted was the voice. "The guards were struck unawares. Vicious betrayal." "Those that aren't yet dead will wish they were," the master of the Patriotists said. "Why weren't we warned? Chancellor or no, I will have his answer." "I did not think we'd take the whore yet," Tehol said, retrieving his own wine. He watched over the rim of the goblet as Karsa pulled the soaked cloth away, revealing the terrible assault done on his face as he gingerly sipped at the wine, wincing as the alcohol bit into gashes and cuts. "Perhaps the Edur should have been first. Bruthen Trana, he did not seem such a viper. He said not a word, revealed nothing." "Of course not. Nor would I in his place. No, wait, observe, then strike without warning. Yes, I underestimated him. Well, such a failing occurs but once. Tonight, Tehol Yathvana, a war has begun, and this time the Letheras will not lose." Another sip. "I am relieved," he then said, "that you got rid of that academic. Too bad you did not get Nissal to play with, but I needed to act quickly. Tell me how you disposed of her, the academic. I need some satisfying news for a change." Tehol stared at the man. "If not you—" From the corridor, rushing feet, the healers had arrived. "Commander," Kar Penath said as he hurried alongside Bruthen Trana, "do we seek audience with the Emperor?" "No, not yet. We will watch all of this play out for a time." "And the bodies?" "Hide them well, Warlock, and inform Hanan Mossag that I wish to speak to him as soon as possible." "Sir, he is not in the Emperor's favor at the moment." "You misunderstand me, Warlock. This has nothing to do with Rulad. Not yet. We conquered this empire. It seems the Letheras have forgotten that. The time has come to stir the Tist Edur awake once more, to deliver terror, to make our displeasure clear. This night, Kar, the weapons are drawn." "You speak of civil war, Commander?" "In a manner of speaking, although I expect nothing overt from the Chancellor or Invictad. A war, yes, but one waged behind the Emperor's back. He will know nothing." "Commander!" "Your shock at my words does not convince me. Hanan Mossag is no fool, nor are you or any of his other warlocks. Tell me now you anticipated nothing." "Ah, I thought as much." "I fear we are not ready." "We aren't, but neither were they. This taking Nissal, this murder, tells me something gave them reason to panic. We need to find out what. Something has happened, or is happening even now, that forced matters to a head, and that is the trail Hanan Mossag must pursue. No, I do not presume to command him." "I understand, Bruthentrana. You speak as a Tist Edur. I will support your advice to the Warlock King with all my zeal." "Thank you." "Tonight, Commander," Kar Penath said, "in witnessing you, I was proud. We are awakened, as you said. This civilization, it is a poison, a rot upon our souls. It must be excised." "And now I hear Hanan Mossag speaking through you, Warlock, answering other suspicions. So be it. Nissal, first concubine, I am sorry. But know this, I will avenge you in truth, as I will avenge my brave warrior. Sister, take me, that was careless." "The Chancellor will speak to the Emperor." "Only if he is stupid," Bruthentrana said, "or inclined to panic. He is neither. No, he needs to be pushed, kept off balance. Oh, we will deliver panic, yes, and sooner or later he will do as you say. Speak to Rulad, and then we will have him, and Invictad. Two snakes in the same basket, a basket soaked in oil. And it will be Triban Gnoll himself who strikes the spark." "How?" "You will see." Tehol stared down through the roof hatch in unmitigated horror. "That was a mistake," he said. Leaning beside him, also looking down, Bugg nodded. "It was an act of mercy, Master. 12 hens in a sack, half crushing each other, jostled about in fetid darkness. There was the risk of suffocation." "Precisely. Peaceful demise, remote, unseen. No wringing of necks required. But now look at them. They've taken over our room. My house, my abode, my very hearth."
"About that. Seems one of them has caught fire, Master."
"It's smouldering and too brainless to care. If we wait, we can dine on roast chicken for breakfast. And which one laid that egg?"
A most gravid mystery indeed."
"You may find this amusing right now, Bugg, but you are the one who will be sleeping down there. They'll pick your eyes out, you know. Evil has been bred into them, generation after generation, until their tiny black bean brains are condensed knots of malice."
"You display unexpected familiarity with hens, Master."
"I had a tutor who was a human version."
Bugg leaned back and glanced over at the woman sleeping in Tehol's bed.
"Not her. Janath was only mildly vicious, as properly befits all instructors, plagued as they often are by mewling, love-struck, pimply-faced students."
"Oh, Master, I am sorry."
"Be quiet. We're not talking about that. No, instead, Bugg, my house has been invaded by rabid hens because of your habit of taking in strays and the like."
"Strays? We're going to eat those things."
"No wonder strays avoid you these days. Listen to them. How will we sleep with all that racket going on?"
"I suppose they're happy, Master. And in any case, they are taking care of that cockroach infestation really fast."
Creaking from the bed behind them drew their attention. The scholar was sitting up, looking about in confusion. Tehol hastily pushed Bugg towards her. She frowned as the old man approached. "Where am I? Who are you? Are we on a roof?"
"What do you last recall?" Bugg asked.
"Being alone, in the dark. He moved me to a new place."
"You have been freed," he said.
Janath was examining her shapeless, rough tunic. "Freed," she said in a low voice.
"That shift was all we could find at short notice," Bugg said. Of course, we will endeavour to, improve your apparel as soon as we are able.
I have been healed.
Your physical wounds, yes. Grimacing, she nodded.
The other kind is rather more elusive.
You seem remarkably sound, Janath. She glanced up at him.
You know me?
My master was once a student of yours. He watched as she sought to look past him, first to one side, then the other. Bemused, Bugg turned to see Tehol moving back and forth in an effort to keep the manservant between himself and the woman on the bed. Tehol, what are you doing?
Tehol? Tehol Beddict?
Bugg spun round again to see Janath gathering her tunic and stretching it out here and there in an effort to cover as much of her body as she could.
That lecherous, pathetic worm? Is that you, Tehol, hiding there behind this old man? Well, you certainly haven't changed, have you? Get out here, front and center!
Tehol stepped into view, then bridled. Hold on! I am no longer your student, Janath. Besides, I'm well over you, I'll have you know. I haven't dreamt of you in years, months. Her brows rose.
Weeks?
Tehol drew himself straighter. It is well known that an adult man's adolescent misapprehensions often insinuate themselves when said man is sleeping, in his dreams, I mean, or indeed nightmares.
I doubt I feature in your nightmares, Tehol, Janath said, although you do in mine.
Oh, really? I was no more pathetic than any other pathetic love-struck student. Was I? To that she said nothing. Bugg said to her, You are indeed on a roof.
Above a chicken coop?
Well, as to that, are you hungry?
The fine aroma of roasting chicken is making my mouth water, she replied. Oh, please, have you no other clothes? I have no doubt at all what is going on in my former student's disgusting little brain right now.
Come the morning, Bugg said, I will pay a visit to Selash. Her wardrobe, while somewhat abysmal in taste, is nonetheless extensive.
Want my blanket? Tehol asked her.
Gods below, master, you're almost leering.
Don't be insane, Bugg. I was making light. Ha ha! We're trapped in a dearth of attire. Ha ha! After all, what if that had been a child's tunic?
In a deadpan voice, Janath said,
What if it had? Errant's blessing, Tehol said with a loud sigh. These summer nights are hot, aren't they?
I know one hen that would agree with you, Bugg noted, walking back to the hatch, from which a column of smoke was now rising.
Tehol Beddict, said Janath, I am glad you are here.
You are? Both Bugg and Tehol asked. She nodded, not meeting their eyes.
I was going mad. I thought I had already done so. Yathvana, he beat me, he raped me, and told me of his undying love all the while. So, Tehol, you are as his opposite, harmless in your infatuation. You remind me of better days.
She was silent for a long moment.
Better days.
Bugg and Tehol exchanged a look. Then the manservant made his way down the ladder. From above he heard Tehol say,
Janath, are you not impressed with what I have done with my extensive education? It is a very fine roof, Tehol Beddict.
Nodding to himself, Bugg went in search of roasted chicken through clouds of acrid smoke, surrounded on all sides by mindless clucking. Abyss take me, I might as well be in a temple. The morning sun pushed through the slats on the shutters, stretching ribbons of light across the long, heavy table dominating the council room. Wiping his hands with a cloth, Rotos Hivana entered and moved to stand behind his chair at one end of the table. He set the cloth down and studied the arrayed faces turned towards him, and saw in more than one expressions of taut fear and anxiety. My friends, welcome. 2 matters on the agenda. We will first address the one that I suspect is foremost in your minds at the moment. We have reached a state of crisis. The dearth of hard coin, of silver, of gold, of cut gems, and indeed of copper bars, is now acute. Someone is actively sabotaging our empire's economy. We knew this was coming, interrupted Usta Taran. Yet what measures were taken by the consign? As far as I can see, none. Rotas Hivana, as much on the minds of those assembled here is the question of your continued position as master." "I see. Very well. Present to me your list of concerns in that regard." Asta's craggy face reddened. "List? Concerns? Errant takers, Rotas! Have you not even set the patriotists on the trail of this mad creature? Or creatures? Could this not be an effort from the outside, from one of the border kingdoms, to destabilize us prior to invasion? News of this Balkando conspiracy should have—" "A moment, please. One issue at a time, Asta. The patriotists are indeed pursuing an investigation without result to date. A general announcement to that effect, while potentially alleviating your anxieties, would have been, in my judgment, equally likely to trigger panic. Accordingly, I chose to keep the matter private. My own inquiries, in the meantime, have led me to eliminate external sources to this financial assault. The source, my friends, is here in Letheras."
"Then why haven't we caught the bastard?" demanded Druse Thenict, his head seeming to bob atop its long, thin neck.
"The trails are most cleverly obscured, good Druse," said Rotos. "Quite simply, we are at war with a genius."
From the far end of the table, Horol Renesict snorted, then said, "Why not just mint more coins and take the pressure off?"
"We could," Rotos replied, "although it would not be easy. There is a fixed yield from the Imperial mines, and it is, of necessity, modest, and, unfortunately, rather inflexible. Beyond that concern, you might ask yourself, what would I do then, were I this saboteur? A sudden influx of new coin? If you sought to create chaos in the economy, what would you do?" "Release my horde," Barakta Ilk said in a growl, "setting off runaway inflation. We'd be drowning in worthless coin."
Rotos Hivana nodded.
"It is my belief that our saboteur cannot hide much longer. He or she will need to become overt. The key will lie in observing which enterprise is the first to topple, for it is there that his or her trail will become readily discernible."
"At which point," said Barakta, "the patriotists will pounce."
"Ah, this leads me into the second subject. There has, I understand, been news from Dreen. No, I have no specifics as yet, but it seems to have triggered something very much like panic among the patriotists. Last night, here in Letheras, a number of unprecedented arrests occurred."
Asta laughed. "What could be unprecedented about the patriotists arresting people?"
"Well, foremost among them was the first concubine."
Silence around the table. Rotos Hivana cleared his throat, working hard to keep the fury from his voice.
"It seems Karsa Invictad acted in haste, which, as I am sure you all know, is quite unlike him. As a result, things went awry. There was a clash, both inside and outside the Eternal Domicile, between the patriotists and the Tis Edur."
"The damned fool!"
bellowed Barakta, one fist pounding on the tabletop. "The first concubine is, I understand, dead, as are a number of guards, primarily those in the patriotist compound, and at least 2 bodyguards to the Chancellor."
"Has that damned snake turned suicidal as well?"
"It almost seems so, Barakta," Rotos conceded. "All very troubling, especially Karsa Invictad's reluctance to be forthcoming on what exactly happened. The only hint I possess of just how extreme events were last night is a rumor that Karsa was beaten nearly to death. I cannot confirm that rumor, since he was seeing no one, and besides, no doubt healers visited in the aftermath."
"Rotos," murmured Druse, "do we need to distance ourselves from the patriotists?"
"It is worth considering," Rotos replied. "You might wish to begin preparations in that regard. In the meantime, however, we need the patriotists, but I admit to worry that they may prove lacking come the day we most need their services."
"Hire our own,"
Barakta said. "I have done so." Sharp nods answered this quiet statement. Asta Taran cleared his throat.
My apologies, Rotas. You proceed on matters with your usual assurance. I regret my doubt.
As ever, Rotos said, reaching once more for the cloth and wiping his hands. I welcome discourse, indeed even challenge, lest I grow careless. Now, we need to assess the health of our own holdings to give us all a better indication of our resilience. As the meeting continued, Rotos wiped at his hands again and again. A corpse had snagged on one of the mooring poles opposite the estate's landing this morning, bloated and rotting, crawling with crayfish and seething with eels. An occasional occurrence, but one that each time struck him with greater force, especially in the last few years. This morning it had been particularly bad, and though he had approached no closer than the uppermost tier in his yard, still it was as if some residue had reached him, making his hands oddly sticky, a residue that he seemed unable to remove, no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 10. The one god strode out, a puppet trailing severed strings, from the conflagration. Another city destroyed, another people cut down in their tens of thousands. Who among us, witnessing his emergence, could not but conclude that madness had taken him? For all the power of creation he possessed, he delivered naught but death and destruction. Stealer of life, slayer and reaper, in his eyes, where moments earlier there had been the blaze of unreasoning rage, now there was calm. He knew nothing. He could not resolve the blood on his own hands. He begged us for answers, but we could say nothing. We could weep, we could laugh. We chose laughter. Creed of the Mockers, Cabal.
Let's play a game,
the wind whispered. Then it laughed in the soft hiss of dust and sand. Hedge sat, listening, the crumbly stone block beneath him eroded into a saddle shape, comforting enough, all things considered. It might have been an altar once, fallen through some hole in the sky. Hood knew enough strange objects had tumbled down from the low, impenetrable clouds during his long, meandering journey across this dire world, some of them far too close for comfort. Yes, probably an altar. The depression wherein resided his behind felt too even, too symmetrical to be natural. But he did not worry about blasphemy. This was, after all, where the dead went, and the dead included, on occasion, gods. The wind told him as much. It had been his companion for so long now, he had grown accustomed to its easy revelations, its quiet rasp of secrets, and its caressing embrace. When he stumbled onto a scatter of enormous bones, hinting at some unhuman, monstrous god of long ago, the wind, as it slipped down among those bones, seeped between jutting ribs and slithered through orbitals and into the hollow caves of skulls, moaned that god's once holy name. Names. It seemed they had so many, their utterances now and forevermore trapped in the wind's domain. Voiced in the swirl of dust, nothing but echoes now.
Let's play a game. There is no gate. Oh, you've seen it, I well know. But it is a lie. It is what your mind builds, stone by stone. For your kind love borders, thresholds, divisions, delineations. To enter a place you believe you must leave another. But look around, and you can see. There is no gate, my friend. I show you this again and again. The day you comprehend, the day wisdom comes to you, you will join me. The flesh that encompasses you is your final conceit. Abandon it, my love. You once scattered yourself, and you will do so again, when wisdom arrives. Has wisdom arrived yet?
The wind's efforts at seduction, its invitations to his accepting some kind of willful dissolution, were getting irritating. Grunting, he pushed himself upright. On the slope to his left, 100 or more paces away, sprawled the skeleton of a dragon. Something had shattered its rib cage, puncturing blows, driving shards and fragments inward, fatally so, he could see even from this distance. The bones looked strange, sheathed one and all in something like black, smoky glass that webbed down to the ground, then ran in frozen streams through furrows on the slope, as if the beast's melting flesh had somehow vitrified. He had seen the same on the 2 other dragon remains he had come across. He stood luxuriating in his conceit, in the dull pain in his lower back, the vague earache from the insistent wind, and the dryness at the back of his throat that forced him to repeatedly clear it, which he did before saying, "All the wonders and miseries of a body, Wind. That is what you have forgotten, what you long for. You want me to join you? Ah, it's the other way round."
"You will never win this game, my love."
"Then why play it?" He set off at an angle up the hillside. On the summit he could see more stone rubble, the remnants of a temple that had dropped through a hole in the earth, plucked from mortal eyes in a conflagration of dust and thunder. Like cutting the feet out from under a god, like obliterating a faith with a single slash of the knife. A hole in the earth, then, the temple's pieces tumbling through the abyss, the ethered layers of realm after realm, until they ran out of worlds to plunge through. Knock, knock, right on Hood's head.
"Your irreverence will deliver unto you profoundest regret, beloved."
My profoundest regret, Wind, is that it never rains here. No crashing descent of water to drown your every word.
"Your mood is foul today. This is not like you. We have played so many games together, you and I."
Your breath is getting cold.
"Because you are walking the wrong way."
Ah, thank you, Wind. A sudden bitter gust buffeted him, evincing its displeasure. Grit stung his eyes, and he laughed. Hood's secret revealed at last. Scurry on back to him, Wind. You have lost this game.
"You fool. Ponder this question. Among the fallen, among the dead, will you find more soldiers, more fighters than non-fighters? Will you find more men than women, more gods than mortals, more fools than the wise? Among the fallen, my friend, does the echo of marching armies drown all else? Or the moans of the diseased, the cries of the starving?"
I expect in the end, he said after a moment, it all evens out.
"You are wrong. I must answer you, even though it will break your heart. I must."
There is no need, he replied. I already know.
"Do you?"
whispered the Wind. You want me to falter, in despair. I know your tricks, Wind, and I know, too, that you are probably all that remains of some ancient, long-forgotten god. Hood knows. Maybe you are all of them, their every voice a tangled mess, pushing dust and sand and little else. You want me to fall to my knees before you, in abject worship, because maybe then some trickle of power will come to you, enough to make your escape." He grunted a laugh. "But this is for you to ponder, Wind. Among all the fallen, why do you haunt me?"
"Why not? You boldly assert bone and flesh. You would spit in Hood's face. You would spit in mine if you could think of a way to dodge my spitting it right back."
I would at that. Which is my point. You chose wrongly, Wind, because I am a soldier.
"Let's play a game."
Let's not.
"Among the fallen, who—"
The answer is children, Wind. More children than anyone else.
"Then where is your despair?"
You understand nothing, he said, pausing to spit. For a man or a woman to reach adulthood, they must first kill the child within them.
"You are a most vicious man, soldier."
You still understand nothing. I've just confessed my despair, Wind. You win the game. You win every game. But I will march on into your icy breath, because that's what soldiers do."
"Odd. It does not feel as if I have won."
On a flat stretch of cold but not yet frozen mud, he came upon tracks. Broad, flattened and bony feet, one set, heading in the same direction. Someone seeking perhaps what he sought. Water pooled in the deep prints, motionless and reflecting the pewter sky. He crouched down, studying the deep impressions. "Be useful, Wind. Tell me who walks ahead of me."
"Silent. One who does not play."
"Is that the best you can do?"
"Undead."
He squinted down at the tracks, noting the wide, slightly misaligned gait, the faint streaks left by dangling tufts of hide, skins, whatever. "Tlanimas?"
"Broken."
2, maybe 3 leagues ahead of me.
"More. Water crawls slowly here."
"I smell snow and ice."
"My breath betrays all that I devour. Turn back to a sweeter kiss, beloved.
You mean the reek of fly-swarmed swamp I've endured for the past 2 months? He straightened, adjusted his heavy pack.
You are cruel. At least the one ahead says nothing. Thinks nothing, feels nothing.
Tlani Mas for certain, then.
Broken.
Yes, I understood you the first time.
What will you do?
If need be, I will give you a gift, Wind.
A gift? Oh, what is it?
A new game. You have to guess.
I will think and think and...
Hood's breath. Oh, forget I just said that.
And think and think.
They rode hard, westward at first, paralleling the great river for most of 2 days, before reaching the feeder track that angled northerly towards Almas, a modest town distinguished only by its garrison and stables, where Atriprida Jan Tovis, Varat Torn, and their Lethery company could rest, resupply and requisition fresh mounts. Varat Torn knew flight when he saw it, when he found himself part of it. Away from Letheras, where a day before their departure the palace and barracks seemed caught in a rising storm of tension, the smell of blood heady in the air, 1,000 rumors cavorting in all directions, but none of them possessing much substance, beyond news relating the casting out of 2 families, the widows and children of 2 men who had been the Chancellor's bodyguards, and who were clearly no longer among the living. Had someone tried to assassinate Tribangnal? He'd wondered that out loud early in this journey, and his commander had simply grunted, as if nothing in the notion surprised or even alarmed her. Of course she knew more than she was letting on, but Twilight had never been free with her words. Nor am I, it turns out. The horrors of what I witnessed in that cavern. No, nothing I can say could possibly convey the sheer extremity of the truth. So best leave it. The ones who will witness will not live long past the experience. What then will remain of the Empire? And is this not why we are running away? A foreigner rode with them, a mocker, Jan Tovis had said, whatever that meant, a monk of some sort. With the painted face of a cavorting mummer. What mad religion is that? Varat Torn could not recall the strange little man saying a word. Perhaps he was mute. Perhaps his tongue had been cut out. Cultists did terrible things to themselves. The journey across the seas and oceans of the world had provided a seemingly endless pageantry of bizarre cultures and customs. No amount of self-mutilation in misguided service to some god would surprise Varat Torn. The mocker had been among the challengers, but the absurdity of this was now obvious. After the first day of riding he had been exhausted, reeling in the saddle. He was, evidently, a healer. Who healed me? Who guided me out from the terror and confusion? I have spoken my gratitude, but he just nodded. Did he witness the visions in my mind? Is he now struck mute, his very sanity under siege? In any case, he was no challenger to the Emperor, and that was why he now rode beside Jan Tovis, although what value she placed in this mocker escaped the lieutenant. Perhaps it's no different from how she views me. I ride in this company in an act of mercy, soon to be sent to a posting in my home city, to be with my wife and my child. Twilight is not thinking as an Atriprida. Not even her duty as a soldier was enough to compel her to report what she had learned to her superiors. But this is not the first time, is it? Why should I be surprised? She surrendered Fent Reach to the Edur, didn't she? No battle, they just opened the gates. Clearly, she loves the Edur so much she can go with them, to take command of the Lethery forces in the fleets. So went the argument, dry and mocking. The truth may be that Jan Tovis is a coward. Varat Torn did not like that thought, even as it now hounded him. He reminded himself of the battles, the skirmishes, both on water and ashore, where there had been nothing, not a single moment, when he had been given cause to doubt her courage. Yet here, now, she was fleeing Letheras with her elite company. Because I confirmed that Graal's claims. Besides, would I willingly stand beside Icarium again? No, not at his side, not in the same city, preferably not on the same damned continent. Does that make me a coward as well? There had been a child in that cavern, a strange thing, more imp than human. and it had managed what no one else could, taking down Icarium, stealing away his rage and all the power that came with it. Varrat Torn did not think there would be another such intervention. The defenders of the First Throne had possessed allies. The Emperor in gold could not but refuse the same. There would be no one there to stop Icarium, no one but Rulad himself, which was of course possible. It is our lack of faith in our Emperor that has set us on this road. But what if neither one will fall? What if Icarium finds himself killing Rulad again and again? 10 times, 50, 100, 10,000. An endless succession of battles, obliterating all else. Could we not see the end of the world? Icarium cannot yield. Rulad will not. They will share that inevitability, and they will share the madness that comes of it. Blue Rose would not be far enough away. No place will. He had left behind the one man who understood what was coming better than anyone else, the barbarian, who wore a heavy hood to hide his features when among strangers, who spat on his hands to smooth back his hair, who greeted each and every dawn with a litany of curses against all who had wronged him. Yet now I see him in my mind as if looking upon a brother. He and I alone survived. Together we brought Icarium out. His thoughts had brought him to this moment, this conflation of revelations, and he felt his heart grow cold in his chest. Varrat Torn pushed his horse to a greater pace until he came up alongside his commander. Atriprida, she looked across at him. I must go back, he said.
To warn them?
No, sir.
What of your family, Varrat Torn?
He glanced away. I have realized something. Nowhere is far enough.
I see. Then would you not wish to be at her side?
Knowing I cannot save them. Varrat shook his head. The Graal and I, together. I don't know. Perhaps we can do something, if we're there.
Can I talk you out of this?
He shook his head.
Very well. Errant's blessing on you, Varrat Torn.
He is right, said the mocker behind them. I too must return.
A heavy sigh gusted from Jan Tobis.
So be it. I should have known better than to try to save anyone but myself. No, I'm not as bitter as that sounded. My apologies. You both have my blessing. Be sure to walk those horses on occasion, however.
Yes, Atriprida, thank you.
What word do I send to your wife?
None, sir, please. Jan Tovis nodded. Varrat Torn guided his mount off the road, reining in. The monk followed suit, somewhat more awkwardly. The lieutenant watched in some amusement. You have no horses in your lands?
Few. Cabal is an archipelago for the most part. The mainland holdings are on the sides of rather sheer cliffs, a stretch of coast that is severely mountainous. And what horses we do have are bred for labor and food.
To that Varrat Torn said nothing. They waited on the side of the track, watching the column of mounted soldiers ride past. Errant, take me. What have I done? The lake stretched on with no end in sight. The 3 figures had rowed their well-provisioned boat for what passed for a day and most of a night in the Shadow Realm, before the craft ran aground in shallows. Unable to find a way past, they had shouldered the packs and disembarked, wading in silty knee-deep water. Now, midway through the next day, they dragged exhausted, numbed legs through a calm lake that had been no deeper than their hips since dawn, until they reached a sudden drop-off. Trull Sengar had been in the lead, using his spear to probe the waters ahead, and now he moved to one side, step by step, the butt of the weapon stirring the grey, milky silts along the edge. He continued on for a time, watched by his companions. Doesn't feel natural, he finally said, making his way back to the others. The drop-away is smooth, even. Moving past Onrak and Quick Ben, he resumed probing the ledge in the opposite direction. No change here. The wizard voiced a long, elaborate string of curses in his Malazan tongue, then said, I could take to the air, drawing on Serk, although how long I could manage that is anyone's guess. He glared across at Onrak. You can just melt into silts, you damned Tlanimas. Leaving me, said Trull, who then shrugged. I will swim, then. There may well be a resumption of the shallows ahead. You know, we've been walking on an unnaturally level bottom for some time. Imagine for the moment that we are on a submerged concourse of some sort. Enormous, granted, but still. This drop-off could simply mark a canal, in which case I should soon find the opposite side. A concourse? Quick Ben grimaced. Trull, if this is a concourse beneath us, it's the size of a city-state. Onrak said, You will find one such construct, wizard, covering the southeast peninsula of Stratum. Kachin Chimal, a place where ritual wars were fought, before all ritual was abandoned. You mean when the Short-Tails rebelled? Trull swore under his breath. I hate it when everyone knows more than me. Then he snorted. Mind you, my company consists of a mage and an undead, so I suppose it's no surprise I falter in comparison. Falter? Onrak's neck creaked loud as the warrior turned to regard the Tist Edur. Trull Sengar, you are the Knight of Shadow. Quick Ben seemed to choke. Above the wizard's sudden fit of coughing, Trull shouted, I am what? Was this Cotillian's idea? That damned upstart? Cotillian did not choose you, friend, Onrak said. I cannot tell you who made you what you now are. Perhaps the Aerosol, although I do not comprehend the nature of her claim within the realm of shadow. One thing, however, is very clear. She has taken an interest in you, Trull Sengar. Even so, I do not believe the Aerosol was responsible. I believe you yourself were. How? What did I do? The Telanimas slowly tilted its head to one side. Warrior, you stood before Icarium. You held the life-stealer. You did what no warrior has ever done. Absurd, snapped Trull. I was finished. If not for Quick Ben here, and the Aerosol, I'd be dead, my chopped-up bones mouldering outside the throne room. It is your way, my friend, to disarm your own achievements. Onrak, Quick Ben laughed. He's calling you modest, Edur. And don't bother denying the truth of that. You still managed to startle me on that count. I've lived most of my life among mages or in the ranks of an army, and in neither company did I ever find much in the way of self-deprecation. We were all too busy pissing on each other's trees. One needs a certain level of, bravado when it's your job to kill people. Trull Sengar fought as a soldier, Onrak said to the wizard. The difference between you two is that he is unable to hide his grief at the frailty of life. Nothing frail about us, Quick Ben muttered. Life stays stubborn until it has no choice but to give up, and even then it's likely to spit one last time in the eye of whatever's killed it. We're cruel in victory and cruel in defeat, my friends. Now, if you two will be quiet for a moment, I can go in search of a way out of here. Not flying? Trull asked, leaning on his spear. No, a damned gate. I'm beginning to suspect this lake doesn't end. It must end, the Edur said. The abyss is not always twisted with wild storms. Sometimes it's like this, placid, colourless, a tide rising so slowly that it's impossible to notice, but rise it does, swallowing this tilted, dying realm. The shadow realm is dying, Quick Ben? The wizard licked his lips, a nervous gesture Trull had seen before from the tall, thin man, then shrugged. I think so. With every border an open wound, it's not that surprising. Now quiet, everyone. I need to concentrate. Trull watched as Quick Ben closed his eyes. A moment later his body grew indistinct, grainy at its edges, then began wavering into and out of solidity. The Tist Edur, still leaning on his spear, grinned over at Onrak. Well, old friend, it seems we wander the unknown yet again. I regret nothing, Trull Sengar. It's virtually the opposite for me, with the exception of talking you into freeing me when I was about to drown in the nascent, which I've just realized doesn't look much different from this place. Flooding worlds. Is this more pervasive than we realize? A clattering of bones as the Tlanimas shrugged. I would know something, Trull Sengar, when peace comes to a warrior. The Edur's eyes narrowed on the battered undead. How do you just cast off all the rest? The surge of pleasure at the height of battle, the rush of emotions, each one threatening to overwhelm you, drown you, that sizzling sense of being alive. On Rack, I thought your kind felt nothing.
With awakening memories, Onrak replied, so too other forces of the soul.
The Talanimas lifted one withered hand.
This calm on all sides, it mocks me.
Better a wild storm?
I think, yes. A foe to fight. Trull Sengar, should I join this water as dust, I do not think I would return. Oblivion would take me with the promise of a struggle ended. Not what I desire, friend, for that would mean abandoning you and surrendering my memories. Yet what does a warrior do when peace is won?
Take up fishing, Quick Ben muttered, eyes still closed, body still wavering. Now enough words from you two. This isn't easy. Wavering once more in and out of existence, then, suddenly, gone. Ever since Shadow Throne had stolen him away, when Kalam needed him the most, Quick Ben had quietly seethed. Repaying a debt in one direction had meant betraying a friend in another. Unacceptable. Diabolical. And if Shadow Throne thinks he has my loyalty just because he pushed Kal into the dead house, then he is truly as mad as we all think he is. Oh, I'm sure the Azath and whatever horrid guardian resides in there would welcome Kalam readily enough. Mount his head on the wall above the mantle, maybe. All right, that's not very likely. But the Azath collects. That's what it does, and now it has my oldest friend. So how in Hood's name do I get him out? Damn you, Shadow Throne. But such anger left him feeling unbalanced, making concentration difficult. And the skin rotting from my legs isn't helping either. Still, they needed a way out. Cotillion hadn't explained much. No, he'd just expected us to figure things out for ourselves. What that means is that there's only one real direction. Wouldn't do to have us get lost now, would it? Slightly emboldened, a momentary triumph over diffidence, Quick Ben concentrated, his senses reaching out to the surrounding ether. Solid, clammy, a smooth surface yielding like sponge under the push of imagined hands. The fabric of this realm, the pocked skin of a ravaged world. He began applying more pressure, seeking soft spots, weaknesses. I know you exist. Ah, you are now aware of me. I can feel that. Curious, you feel almost feminine. Well, a first time for everything. What had been clammy beneath his touch was now simply cool. Hood's breath. I'm not sure I like the images accompanying this thought of pushing through. Beyond his sense of touch, there was nothing. Nothing for his eyes to find. No scent in the tepid air. No sound beyond the faint swish of blood in the body. There one moment, gone the next, as he struggled to separate his soul, free it to wander. This isn't that bad. A grisly tearing sound, then a vast, inexorable inhalation, tearing his spirit loose, yanking him forward and through, stumbling into acrid, swirling heat, thick clouds closing on all sides, soft, sodden ground underfoot. He groped forward, his lungs filling with a pungent vapor that made his head reel. Gods, what sickness is this? I can't breathe. The wind spun, drove him staggering forward. Sudden chill, stones turning beneath his feet, blessed clean air that he sucked in with desperate gasps. Down onto his hands and knees. On the rocky ground, lichen and mosses. On either side, a thinly spread forest in miniature. He saw oaks, spruce, alder, old and twisted and none higher than his hip. Dun-hued birds flitted among small green leaves. Midges closed in, sought to alight, but he was a ghost here, an apparition. Thus far, but this is where we must go. The wizard slowly lifted his head, then climbed to his feet. He stood in a shallow, broad valley, the dwarf forest covering the basin behind him and climbing the slopes on all sides, strangely park-like in the generous spacing of the trees. And they swarmed with birds. From somewhere nearby came the sound of trickling water. Overhead, dragonflies with wingspans to match that of crows darted in their uncanny precision, feeding on midges. Beyond this feeding frenzy, the sky was cerulean, almost purple near the horizons. Tatters of elongated clouds ran in high ribbons, like the froth of frozen waves on some celestial shore. Primordial beauty. Tundra's edge. Gods, I hate tundra. But so be it, as kings and queens say when it's all swirled down the piss-hole. Nothing to be done for it. Here we must come. Trull Sengar started at the sudden coughing. Quick Ben had reappeared, half bent over, tears streaming from his eyes and something like smoke drifting from his entire body. He hacked, then spat and slowly straightened, grinning. The proprietor of the Beddict Tavern was a man under siege, an affliction that had reached beyond months and into years. His establishment, once devoted to serving the island prison's guards, had since been usurped along with the rest of the port town following the prisoners' rebellion. Chaos now ruled, aging honest folk beyond their years, but the money was good. He had taken to joining Captain Shurk Elal and Skorgan Kaban the Pretty at their preferred table in the corner during lulls in the mayhem, when the serving wenches and skull boys rushed about with more purpose than panic, dull exhaustion replacing abject terror in their glazed eyes, and all seemed, for the moment, right and proper. There was a certain calm with this here captain. A pirate if the errant pisses straight, and he ain't missed yet. And a marked elegance and civility to her manner that told the proprietor that she had stolen not just coins from the high-born, but culture as well, which marked her as a smart, sharp woman. He believed he was falling in love, hopeless as that was. Stress of the profession and too much sampling of inland ales had left him, in his honest, not unreasonably harsh judgment, a physical wreck to match his moral lassitude, which on good days he called his business acumen. Protruding belly, round as a stew-pot, and damned near as greasy. Bulbous nose, one up on Skorgan there, with burst veins, hair sprouting blackheads, and swirling bristles that reached down from the nostrils to entwine with his moustache, once a fashion among hirsute men, but no more, alas. Watery, close-set eyes, the whites so long yellow he was no longer sure they hadn't always been that colour. A few front teeth were left, 4 in all, 1 up top, 3 below. Better than his wife, then, who'd lost her last 2 stumbling into a wall while draining an ale casket. The brass spigot knocking the twin tombstones clean out of their sockets, and if she hadn't then choked on the damned things, she'd still be with him, bless her. Times she was sober, she'd work like a horse and bite just as hard, and both talents did her well working the tables. But life was lonely these days, wasn't it just? Then in saunters this glorious sultry pirate captain, a whole sight better than those foreigners, walking in and out of the Brullig Sheikh's palace as if it was their ancestral home, then spending their nights here, hunched down at the games table, the biggest table in the whole damned tavern, if you mind, with a single jug of ale to last the entire night, no matter how many of them crowded round their strange, foreign, seemingly endless game. Oh, he'd demanded a cut, as was his right, and they'd paid over peaceably enough, even though he could make no sense of the rules of play. And how those peculiar rectangular coins went back and forth. But the tavern's take wasn't worth it. A regular game of Bale's scoop on any given night would yield twice as much for the house. And the ale quaffed. A player didn't need a sharp brain to play Bale's, errant be praised. So these foreigners were worse than lumps of moss renting a rock, as his dear wife used to say whenever he sat down for a rest. Contemplating life, my love. Contemplate this fist, dear husband. Wasn't she something? Wasn't she just something? Been so quiet since that spigot punched her teeth down her throat. All right, Ballant, Skorgan Kaban said in a sudden gust of beery breath, leaning over the table. You come and sit with us every damned night, and just sit, saying nothing. You're the most tight-lipped tavern keep I've ever known. Leave the man alone, the captain said. He's mourning. Grief don't need words for company. In fact, words is the last thing grief needs, so wipe your dripping nose, pretty, and shut the toothy hole under it. The first mate ducked. Hey, I never knew nothing about grief, Captain. He used the back of one cuff to blot at the weeping holes where his nose used to be, then said to Ballant, You just sit here, keeper, and go on saying nothing to no one for as long as you like. Ballant struggled to pull his adoring gaze from the captain, long enough to nod and smile at Skorgan Caban, then looked back again to Shurk Elal. The diamond set in her forehead glittered in the yellowy lantern light like a knuckle sun, the jewel in her frown. Oh, he'd have to remember that one. But she was frowning, and that was never good, not for a woman.
"Pretty," she now said in a low voice. "You remember a couple of them Crimson Guard in the squad? There was that dark-skinned one, sort of a more earthy color than an Edur, and the other one with that faint blue skin, some island mix, he said." "What about them, Captain?"
"Well," she nodded towards the foreigners at the games table on the other side of the room.
"Them. Something reminds me of those two in Iron Bars's squad. Not just skin, but their gestures, the way they move, even some of the words I've overheard in that language they're speaking. Just odd echoes."
She then fixed her dark but luminous gaze on Ballant.
"What do you know about them, Keeper?"
"Captain,"
Skorgan objected,
"he said morning."
"Be quiet, pretty. Me and Ballant are having an inconsequential conversation."
Yes, most inconsequential, even if that diamond blinded him, and that wonderful spicy aroma that was her breath made his head swim as if it was the finest liqueur. Blinking, he licked his lips, tasting sweat, then said,
"They have lots of private meetings with Brullig Sheikh. Then they come down here and waste time."
Even her answering grunt was lovely. Skorgan snorted, wetly, then reached out with his one good hand and wiped clean the tabletop.
"Can you believe that, Captain? Brullig, an old friend of yours, and you can't even get in to see him while a bunch of cheap foreigners can natter in his ear all day and every day."
He half rose.
"I'm thinking a word with these here."
"Sit down, pretty. Something tells me you don't want to mess with that crowd. Unless you're of a mind to lose another part of your body."
Her frown deepened, almost swallowing that diamond.
"Ballant, you said they waste time, right? Now that's the real curious part about all this. People like them don't waste time. No, they're waiting for something or someone. And those meetings with the Sheikh, that sounds like negotiating, the kind of negotiating that Brullig can't walk away from."
"That don't sound good, Captain," Skorgan muttered. "In fact, it makes me nervous. Never mind avalanches of ice. Brullig didn't run when that was coming down."
Shurk Elal thumped the table.
"That's it. Thank you, pretty. It was something one of those women said. Brevity or pithy, one of them. That ice was beaten back, all right, but not thanks to the handful of mages working for the Sheikh. No, those foreigners are the ones who saved this damned island. And that's why Brullig can't bar his door against them. It isn't negotiation, because they're the ones doing all the talking."
She slowly leaned back.
"No wonder the Sheikh won't see me. Errant take us. I'd be surprised if he was still alive."
"No, he's alive," Ballant said. "At least people have seen him. Besides, he has a liking for Fent ale and orders a cask from me once every 3 days without fail, and that hasn't changed. Why, just yesterday—"
The captain leaned forward again.
"Ballant, next time you're told to deliver one, let me and Pretty here do the delivering."
"Why, I could deny you nothing, Captain," Ballant said, then felt his face flush.
But she just smiled. He liked these inconsequential conversations, not much different from those he used to have with his wife. And, yes, here it was, that sudden sense of a yawning abyss awaiting his next step. Nostalgia rose within him, brimming his eyes. Under siege, dear husband? One swing of this fist and those walls will come tumbling down. You do know that, husband, don't you? Oh, yes, my love. Odd, sometimes he would swear she'd never left. Dead or not, she still had teeth. Blue-grey mold filled pocks in the rotted ice like snow's own fur, shedding with the season as the sun's bright heat devoured the glacier. But winter, when it next came, would do little more than slow the inexorable disintegration. This river of ice was dying, an age in retreat. Seren Pedek had scant sense of the age to come, since she felt she was drowning in its birth, swept along in the mud and refuse of long-frozen debris. Periodically, as their discordant, constantly bickering party climbed ever higher into the northern Blue Rose Mountains, they would hear the thundering collapse of distant ice cliffs, carving beneath the besieging sun, and everywhere water streamed across bad rock, coughed its way along channels and fissures, swept past them in its descent into darkness, the journey to the sea just begun, swept past to traverse subterranean caverns, shadowed gorges, sodden forests. The mold was sporing, and that had triggered a recoil of Seren's senses. Her nose was stuffed, her throat was dry and sore, and she was racked with bouts of sneezing that had proved amusing enough to elicit even a sympathetic smile from Sengar. That hint of sympathy alone earned her forgiveness. The pleasure the others took at her discomfort deserved nothing but reciprocation when the opportunity arose, and she was certain it would. Siltras Ruin, of course, was not afflicted with a sense of humour, insofar as she could tell, or its dryness beggared a desert. Besides, he strode far enough ahead to spare himself her sneezing fits, with the Tist Andi Clip only a few strides in his wake, like a sparrow harassing a hawk. Every now and then some fragment of Clip's monologue drifted back to where Seren and her companions struggled along, and while it was clear that he was baiting the brother of his god, it was equally evident that the mortal sword of the black-winged lord was, as Udinaas had remarked, using the wrong bait. 4 days now, this quest into the ravaged north, climbing the spine of the mountains, skirting huge masses of broken ice that slid, almost perceptibly, ever downslope, voicing terrible groans and gasps. "The Leviathans are fatally wounded," Udinaas once observed, "and will not go quietly." Melting ice exuded a stench beyond the acrid bite of the mold spores. Decaying detritus, vegetation and mud frozen for centuries, the withered corpses of animals, some of them beasts long extinct, leaving behind twisted hides of brittle fur, every whisper of wind plucked into the air, fractured bones and bulging cavities filled with gases that eventually burst, hissing out fetid breath. It was no wonder Seren Peddac's body was rebelling. The migrating mountains of ice were, it turned out, cause for the near panic among the Tist Andi inhabitants of the subterranean monastery. The deep gorge that marked its entrance branched like a tree to the north, and back down each branch now crawled packed snow and enormous blocks of ice, with streams of meltwater providing the grease, ever speeding their southward migration. And there was fetid magic in that ice, remnants of an ancient ritual still powerful enough to defeat the onyx wizards. Seren Peddac suspected that there was more to this journey, and to Clip's presence, than she and her companions had been led to believe.
"We walk towards the heart of that ritual, to the core that remains, because a secret awaits us there. Does Clip mean to shatter the ritual? What will happen if he does? And what if to do so ruins us? Our chances of finding the soul of Skabandari Blood-Eye, of releasing it?"
She was beginning to dread this journey's end.
"There will be blood."
Swathed in the furs the Andi had provided, Udinaas moved up alongside her. "Aquitor, I have been thinking."
"Is that wise?"
she asked. "Of course not, but it's not as if I can help it. The same for you, I am sure." Grimacing, she said,
"I have lost my purpose here. Clip now leads. I don't know why I am still walking in your sordid company."
"Contemplating leaving us, are you?" She shrugged. "Do not do that," said fierce Sengar behind them. Surprised, she half turned.
"Why?"
The warrior looked uncomfortable with his own statement. He hesitated.
"What mystery is this?"
Udinaas laughed. "His brother offered you a sword, Aquitor. Fear understands. It wasn't just expedience. Nor was your taking it, I'd wager."
"You do not know that," Seren said, suddenly uneasy. "Trull spoke. He assured me it was nothing more."
"Do you expect everyone to speak plainly?" the ex-slave asked. "Do you expect anyone to speak plainly? What sort of world do you inhabit, Aquitor?" He laughed. "Not the same as mine, that's for certain. For every word we speak, are there not 1,000 left unsaid? Do we not often say one thing and mean the very opposite? Woman, look at us, look at yourself. Our souls might as well be trapped inside a haunted keep. Sure, we built it, each of us, with our own hands, But we've forgotten half the rooms. We get lost in the corridors. We stumble into rooms of raging heat, then stagger back away, lest our own emotions roast us alive. Other places are cold as cold as this frozen land around us. Still others remain forever dark. No lantern will work, every candle dies as if starved of air, and we grope around, collide with unseen furniture, with walls. We look out through the high windows, but distrust all that we see. We armor ourselves against unreal phantasms, yet shadows and whispers make us bleed.
Good thing the 1,000 words for each of those were left unsaid, Trull Sengar muttered. Else we find ourselves in the twilight of all existence before you are through.
Udinaas replied without turning. I tore away the veil of your reason, Fear, for asking the Aquator to stay. Do you deny that? You see her as betrothed to your brother, and that he happens to be dead means nothing, because, unlike your youngest brother, you are an honourable man. A grunt of surprise from Udinaas as Trull Sengar reached out to grasp the ex-slave, hands closing on the wrapped folds of fur. A surge of anger sent Udinaas sprawling onto the muddy scree. As the Tist Edur then whirled to advance on the winded Letheras, Beddict stepped into his path.
Stop, please, Fear. Yes, I know he deserved it, but stop.
Udinaas had managed to sit up, Kettle crouching down at his side and trying to wipe the smears of mud from his face. He coughed, then said, That will be the last time I compliment you, Fear.
Seren turned on the ex-slave. That was a rather vicious compliment, Udinaas, and I second your own advice. Don't say anything like that again, ever. Not if you value your life.
Udinaas spat grit and blood, then said, Ah, but now we've stumbled into a dark room indeed. And, Beddict, you are not welcome there. He pushed himself upright. You have been warned. Then he looked up, one hand settling on Kettle's shoulder. His eyes, suddenly bright, avid, scanned Seren, Fear, and then moved up the trail to where Silchas Ruin and Clip now stood side by side, regarding those downslope. Here's a most telling question, the kind few dare utter, by the way. Which one among us, friends, is not haunted by a death wish? Perhaps we ought to discuss mutual suicide.
No one spoke for a half-dozen heartbeats, until Kettle said, I don't want to die. Seren saw the ex-slave's bitter smile crumble, a sudden collapse into undeniable grief before he turned away.
Trull was blind to his own truth, Fear said to her in a quiet voice. I was there, Aquator. I know what I saw.
She refused to meet his eyes. Experience. How could such a warrior proclaim his love for me? How could he even believe he knew me enough for that? And why can I see his face as clear in my mind as if he stood here before me? I am haunted indeed. Oh, Udinaas, you were right. Fear is an honourable man, so honourable as to break all our hearts. But, Fear, there is no value in honouring one who is dead. Trull is dead, she said, stunning herself with her own brutality as she saw Fear visibly flinch. He is dead, and so am I. There is no point in honouring the dead. I have seen too much to believe otherwise. Grieve for lost potential, the end of possibilities, the eternally silent demise of promise. Grieve for that, Trull Sengar, and you will understand finally how grief is but a mirror held close to one's own face. And every tear springs from the choices we ourselves did not make. When I grieve, Fear, I cannot even see the bloom of my own breath. What does that tell you? They resumed walking, silent. 100 paces above the group, Clip spun his chain and rings.
What was all that about? He asked.
You have lived in your tidy cave for too long, the white-skinned Tist Andi said.
Oh, I get out often enough, carousing in Blue Rose. The gods know how many bastards have been brewed by my seed. Why,
one day, mortal sword, Silchas Ruin interrupted, you will discover what cuts deeper than any weapon of iron.
Wise words from the one who smells still of barrows and rotting cobwebs. If the dead could speak, Clip, what would they tell you? Little, I expect, beyond complaints about this and that. Perhaps, then, that is all you deserve. Oh, I lack honor, do I? I am not sure what you lack, Silchas Ruin replied, but I am certain I will comprehend before we are done. Rings and chains snapped taut. Here they come. Shall we continue onward and upward? There was so much that Tok the Younger, Anaster, firstborn of the dead seed, the thrice blinded, chosen by the wolf gods, the unlucky, did not wish to remember. His other body, for one, the body he had been born into, the first home to his soul. Detonations against Moon's spawn above the doomed city of Pale, fire and searing, blazing heat. Oh, don't stand there. Then that damned puppet, Hairlock, delivering oblivion, wherein his soul had found a rider, another force, a wolf, one-eyed and grieving. How the Panian seer had lusted for its death. Tok recalled the cage, that spiritual prison, and the torment as his body was broken, healed, then broken yet again, a procession seemingly without end. But these memories and pain and anguish persisted as little more than abstract notions. Yet, mangled and twisted as that body had been, at least it was mine. Strip away years, course sudden in new blood, feel these strange limbs so vulnerable to cold. To awaken in another's flesh, to start against muscle memories, to struggle with those that were suddenly gone. Tok wondered if any other mortal soul had ever before staggered this tortured path. Stone and fire had marked him, as Tool once told him. To lose an eye delivers the gift of preternatural sight. And what of leaving a used-up body for a younger, healthier one? Surely a gift, so the wolves desired. Or was it Silver Fox? But wait, a closer look at this Anaster, who lost an eye, was given a new one, then lost it yet again, whose mind, before it was broken and flung away, was twisted with terror, haunted by a mother's terrible love, who had lived the life of a tyrant among cannibals. Oh, yes, look closely at these limbs, the muscles beneath, and remember, this body has grown with the eating of human flesh, and this mouth, so eager with its words, it has tasted the succulent juices of its kin. Remember that? No, he could not. But the body can. It knows hunger and desire on the battlefield, walking among the dead and dying, seeing the split flesh, the jutting bones, smelling the reek of spilled blood. Ah, how the mouth waters. Well, everyone had his secrets, and few are worth sharing, unless you enjoy losing friends. He rode apart from the train, ostensibly taking an outrider flank, as he had done as a soldier long ago. The all-army of Red Mask, 14,000 or so warriors, half again as many in the trailing support train, weaponsmiths, healers, horsewives, elders, old women, the lame and the once-born children, and, of course, 20 or so thousand Rodara, along with wagons, travois, and almost 3,000 herd dogs and the larger wolf hunters they all called dray. If anything could trigger cold fear in Tok, it was these beasts. Too many by far, and rarely fed, they ranged in packs, running down every creature on the plains for leagues around. But let us not forget the Kachane Chemal. Living, breathing ones. Tool, or perhaps it was Lady Envy, had told him that they had been extinct for thousands of years, tens, hundreds of thousands even. Their civilization was dust, and wounds in the sky that never heal. Now there's a detail worth remembering, Tok. The huge creatures provided Red Mask's bodyguard at the head of the vanguard. No risk of assassination, to be sure. The male, Sag Churok, was a Kell hunter, bred to kill, the elite guard of a matron. So where is the matron? Where is his queen? Perhaps it was the young female in the Kell's company, Gunth Mac. Tok had asked Red Mask how he had come to know their names, but the war leader had refused him an answer. Reticent bastard. A leader must have his secrets, perhaps more so than anyone else, but Red Mask's secrets are driving me mad. Change him, Mal, for hood's sake. Outcast, the young warrior had journeyed into the eastern wastelands. So went the tale, although after that initial statement it was a tale that in truth went nowhere, since virtually nothing else was known of Red Mask's adventures during those decades. Yet at some point, this man donned a red-scaled mask, and found himself flesh and blood Change him, Mal, who did not chop him to pieces, who somehow communicated to him their names, then swore allegiance. What is it, then, about this story that I really do not like? How about all of it? The Eastern Wastelands, a typical description for a place the name-givers found inhospitable or unconquerable. We can't claim it, so it is worthless. A wasted land. A wasteland. Ha! And you thought us without imaginations. Haunted by ghosts or demons, the earth blasted where every blade of grass clings to a neighbor in abject terror. The sun's light is darker, its warmth colder. Shadows are smudged, water brackish and quite possibly poisonous. Two-headed babies are common. Every tribe needed such a place, for heroic war leaders to wander into on some fraught quest rife with obscure motivations that could easily be bludgeoned into morality tales. And, alas, this particular tale is far from done. The hero needs to return, to deliver his people, or annihilate them. Tok had his memories, a whole battlefield's worth, and as the last man left standing, he held few illusions of grandeur, either as witness or as player. So this lone eye cannot help but look askance. Is it any wonder I've taken to poetry? The grey swords had been cut to pieces, slaughtered. Oh, they'd yielded their lives in blood enough to pay the hound's toll, as the Gadrobi were wont to say. But what had their deaths meant? Nothing. A waste. Yet here he rode in the company of his betrayers. Does Red Mask offer redemption? He promises the defeat of the Letheras, but they were not our enemies, not until we agreed the contract. So, what is redeemed? The extinction of the grey swords? Oh, I need to twist and bend to bind those two together, and how am I doing thus far? Badly. Not a whisper of righteousness, no crow croaks on my shoulder as we march to war. Oh, Tool, I could use your friendship right now. A few terse words on futility to cheer me up. 20 Myrid had been killed, gutted, and skinned, but not hung to drain their blood. The cavities where their organs had been were stuffed solid with a local tuber that had been sweated on hot stones. The carcasses were then wrapped in hides and loaded into a wagon that was kept apart from all the others in the train. Red Mask's plans for the battle to come. No more peculiar than all the others. The man has spent years thinking on this inevitable war. That makes me nervous. Hey, Tool, you'd think after all I've been through, I'd have no nerves left. But I'm no Whiskey Jack or Callum. No, for me it just gets worse. Marching to war, again. Seems the world wants me to be a soldier. Well, the world can go fuck itself.
A haunted man,
the elder said in his broken growl as he reached up and scratched the savage red scar marring his neck.
He should not be with us. Fey in darkness, that one. He dreams of running with wolves.
Red Mask shrugged, wondering yet again what this old man wanted with him. An elder who did not fear the Change him, who was so bold as to guide his ancient horse between Red Mask and Sag Churok.
You should have killed him.
I do not ask for your advice, elder, Red Mask said. He is owed respite. We must redeem our people in his eyes.
Pointless, the old man snapped. Kill him, and we need redeem ourselves to no one. Kill him, and we are free.
One cannot flee the past.
Indeed. That belief must taste bitter for one such as you, Red Mask. Best discard it.
Red Mask slowly faced the man. Of me, elder, you know nothing. A twisted smile.
Alas, I do. You do not recognize me, Red Mask. You should.
You are Renfire, my tribe. You share blood with Mesach.
Yes, but more than that. I am old. Do you understand? I am the oldest among our people, the last one left. Who was there, who remembers everything.
The smile broadened, revealing rotted teeth, a pointed, red, almost purple tongue.
I know your secret, Red Mask. I know what she meant to you, and I know why.
The eyes glittered, black and red-rimmed.
You had best fear me, Red Mask. You had best heed my words, my advice. I shall ride your shoulder, yes? From this moment on until the very day of battle. And I shall speak with the voice of the all, my voice the voice of their souls. And know this, Red Mask, I shall not countenance their betrayal, not by you, not by that one-eyed stranger and his bloodthirsty wolves.
Red Mask studied the old man a moment longer, then fixed his gaze ahead once more. A soft, ragged laugh at his side, then.
You dare say nothing. You dare do nothing. I am a dagger hovering over your heart. Do not fear me. There is no need, unless you intend evil. I wish you great glory in this war. I wish the end of the Letheras for all time. Perhaps such glory shall come by your hand. Together, you and I, let us strive for that, yes?
A long moment of silence.
Speak, Red Mask, the elder growled, lest I suspect defiance.
An end to the Letheras, yes, Red Mask finally said, in a grating voice. Victory for the all.
Good,
grunted the old man.
Good.
The magic world had ended abruptly, an ending as sudden as the slamming of a trunk lid, a sound that had always shocked her, frozen her in place. Back in the city, that place of reeks and noise, there had been a house steward, a tyrant, who would hunt down slave children who had, in his words, disappointed him. A night spent in the musty confines of the bronze box would teach them a thing or two, wouldn't it? Styandi had spent one such night, enclosed in cramped darkness, 2 months or so before the slaves joined the colonists out on the plain. The solid clunk of the lid had truly seemed, then, the end of the world. Her shrieks had filled the close air of the trunk until something broke in her throat, until every scream was naught but a hiss of air. Since that time she had been mute, yet this had proved a gift, for she had been selected to enter the mistress's domain as a handmaiden in training. No secrets would pass her lips, after all, and she would have been there still, if not for the homesteading. A magic world, so much space, so much air, the freedom of blue skies, unending wind and darkness lit by countless stars. She had not imagined such a world existed, all within reach. And then one night it ended, a fierce nightmare made real in screams of slaughter. Abbassad. She had fled into the darkness, stunned with the knowledge of his death. Her brother, who had flung himself into the demon's path, who had died in her place. Her bared feet, feather light, carrying her away, the hiss of grasses soon the only sound to reach her ears. Stars glittering, the plain bathed silver, the wind cooling the sweat on her skin. In her mind, her feet carried her across an entire continent, away from the realm of people, of slaves and masters, of herds and soldiers and demons. She was alone now, witness to a succession of dawns, smeared sunsets, alone on a plain that stretched out unbroken on all sides. She saw wild creatures, always at a distance, darting hares, antelope watching from ridge lines, hawks wheeling in the sky. At night she heard the howl of wolves and coyotes, and once the guttural bellow of a bear. She did not eat, and the pangs of hunger soon passed, so that she floated, and all that her eyes witnessed shone with a luminous clarity. Water she licked from dew-laden grasses, the cupped holes of deer and elk tracks in basins, and once she found a spring, almost hidden by thick brush, in which flitted hundreds of tiny birds. It had been their chittering songs that had drawn her attention. An eternity of running later, she had fallen, and found no strength to rise once more, to resume the wondrous journey through this glowing land. Night then stole upon her, and not long after came the four-legged people. They wore furs smelling of wind and dust, and they gathered close, lying down, sharing the warmth of their thick, soft cloaks. There were children among them, tiny babes that crawled as did their parents, squirming and snuggling up against her. And when they fed on milk, so did Stayandi. The four-legged people were as mute as she was, until they began their mournful cries, when night was at its deepest, crying, she knew, to summon the sun. They stayed with her, guardians with their gifts of warmth and food. After the milk there was meat, crushed, mangled carcasses, mice, shrews, a headless snake. She ate all they gave her, tiny bones crunching in her mouth, damp fur and chewy skin. This, too, seemed timeless, a foreverness. The grown-ups came and went, the children grew burlier, and she now crawled with them when it was time to wander. When the bear appeared and rushed towards them, she was not afraid. It wanted the children, that much was obvious, but the grown-ups attacked and drove it off. Her people were strong, fearless. They ruled this world. Until one morning she awoke to find herself alone. Forcing herself to her hind legs, helpless whimpering coming from her throat in jolts of pain, she scanned the land in all directions, and saw the giant. Bare above the waist, the deep hue of sun-darkened skin almost entirely obscured beneath white paint that transformed his chest, shoulders, and face into bone. His eyes, as he walked closer, were black pits in the caked masked skull. He carried weapons, a long spear, a sword with a broad curved blade. The fur of the four-legged people was wrapped about his hips, and the small but deadly knives strung in a necklace about the warrior's neck, they too belonged to her people. Frightened, angry, she bared her teeth at the stranger, even as she cowered in the fold of a small hummock, nowhere to run, knowing he could catch her effortlessly, knowing that yet another of her worlds had shattered. Fear was her bronze box, and she was trapped, unable to move. He studied her for a time, cocking his head as she snapped and snarled, then slowly crouched down until his eyes were level with her own, and she fell silent, remembering things. They were not kind eyes, but they were, she knew, like her own, as was his hairless face beneath that deathly paint. She had run away, she now recalled, until it seemed her fleeing mind had outstripped her flesh and bone, had darted out into something unknown and unknowable. And this savage face across from her was slowly bringing her mind back, and she understood now who the four-legged people were, what they were. She remembered what it was to stand upright, to run with 2 legs instead of 4. She remembered an encampment, the digging of cellar pits, the first of the sod-walled houses. She remembered her family, her brother, and the night the demons came to steal it all away. After a time of mutual silent regard, he straightened, settled the weapons and gear about himself once more, then set out. She hesitated, then rose, and, at a distance, she followed. He walked towards the rising sun. Scratching at the scarred, gaping hole where one eye had been, Tok watched the children running back and forth as the first cook fires were lit. Elders hobbled about with iron pots and wrapped foodstuffs. They were wiry, weathered folk, but days of marching had dulled the fire in their eyes, and more than a few snapped at the young ones who passed too close. He saw Red Mask, trailed by Masark and Atakas, and another bearing the red face paint, appear near the area laid out for the war leader's yurt. Seeing Tok, Red Mask approached. "Tell me, Tok Annister, you flanked our march on the north this day. Did you see tracks?" "What sort do you mean?" Red Mask turned to Natakas's companion. "Torrent rode to the south. He made out a trail that followed an antelope track, 12 men on foot." "Or more," the one named Torrent said. "They were skilled." "Not Letheras, then," Tok guessed. "Moccasined," Red Mask replied, his tone betraying slight irritation at Torrent's interruption. "Tall, heavy." "I noted nothing like that," said Tok, "although I admit I was mostly scanning horizon lines." "This place shall be our camp," Red Mask said after a moment. "We will meet at the Letheras 3 leagues from here, in the valley known as Bast Fulmar. Tok Anaster, will you stay with the elders and children or accompany us?"
"I have had my fill of fields of battle, Red Mask. I said I'd found myself a soldier again, but even an army's train needs guards, and that is about all I'm up to right now."
He shrugged.
"Maybe from now on."
The eyes in that scaled mask held on Tok for a half-dozen heartbeats, then slowly turned away.
"Torrent, you too will stay here."
The warrior stiffened in surprise.
"War leader, you will begin training those children who are close to their death knights. Bows, knives."
Torrent bowed stiffly. "As you command." Red Mask left them, trailed by Natakas and Masark. Torrent glanced over at Tok.
"My courage is not broken," he said. "You're young still," he replied.
"You will oversee the younger children, Tok Anaster. That and nothing more. You will keep them and yourself out of my way." Tok had had enough of this man.
"Torrent, you rode at your old war leader's side when you all abandoned us to the Lethery army. Be careful of your bold claims of courage. And when I came to you and pleaded for the lives of my soldiers, you turned away with the rest of them. I believe Red Mask has just taken your measure, Torrent, and if I hear another threat from you, I will give you reason to curse me with what will be your last breath."
The warrior bared his teeth in a humorless smile. "All I see in that lone eye, Tok Anaster, tells me you are already cursed." He pivoted and walked away.
"Well, the bastard has a point. So maybe I'm not as good at this give and take as I imagined myself to be. For these all, it is a way of life after all. Then again, the Malazan armies are pretty good at it too. No wonder I never really fit."
A half-dozen children hurried past, trailed by a mud-smeared toddler struggling to keep up. Seeing the chattering mob vanish round a tent, the toddler halted, then let out a wail. Tok grunted.
"Aye, you and me both."
He made a rude sound, and the toddler looked over, eyes wide, then laughed. Eye socket fiercely itching once more, Tok scratched for a moment, then headed over, issuing yet another rude noise.
"Oh, look at that. Innocent delight. Well, Tok, take your rewards where and when you can."
Red Mask stood at the very edge of the sprawling encampment, studying the horizon to the south.
"Someone is out there,"
he said in a low voice.
"So it seems," Natakas said. "Strangers who walk our land as if they owned it. War leader, you have wounded Torrent. Torrent must learn the value of respect, and so he will, as weapon master to a score of restless adolescents. When next he joins us, he will be a wiser man. Do you challenge my decisions, Natakas?" "Challenge? No, war leader, but at times I will probe them, if I find the need to understand them better."
Red Mask nodded, then said to the warrior standing a short distance away,
"Heed those words, Masark." "So I shall," the young warrior replied. "Tomorrow," said Red Mask, "I lead my warriors to war. Bast Fulmar."
Natakas hissed, then said,
"Accursed valley. We will honor the blood spilled there 300 years ago, Natakas. The past will die there, and from there on we shall look only to a new future, new in every way. This new way of fighting, war leader, I see little honor in it." "You speak true. There is none to be found. Such is necessity." "Must necessity be surrender?"
Red Mask looked across at the warrior whose face was painted in the likeness of his own mask.
"When the ways surrendered hold naught but the promise of failure, then yes, it must be done. They must be cast away."
"The elders will find that difficult to accept, war leader."
"I know. You and I have played this game before. This is not their war. It is mine, and I mean to win it."
They were silent then, as the wind, a dirge through dead grasses, moaned ghostly across the land. Chapter 11. Sea without water spreads white bones, crumbled flat and bleached like parchment where I walked. But this scroll scratching my wake is without history, bereft of raiment to clothe my fate. Sky has lost its clouds to some ragged wind that never runs aground, these shoals revealed on paths untrod. Wind heaves waves unseen in the shell, a cup of promise unfulfilled, the rank lie of salt that bites my tongue. I dwelt by a sea, once etching histories along the endless strand in rolling scrolls of flotsam and weed. Rumours of the Sea, Fisher Keltath. There had been rain in the afternoon, which was just as well, since there wasn't much value in burning the entire forest down, and besides, he wasn't popular at the best of times. They had mocked his antics, and they had said he stank, too, so much so that no one ever came within reach of his huge, gnarled hands. Of course, had any of his neighbours done so, he might well have torn their limbs off to answer years of scorn and abuse. Old Hunch Arbat no longer pulled his cart from farm to farm, from shack to shack, collecting the excrement with which he buried the idols of the Tarthanol gods that had commanded a mostly forgotten glade deep in the woods. The need had passed, after all. The damned hoary nightmares were dead. His neighbours had not appreciated Arbat's sudden retirement, since now the stink of their wastes had begun to foul their own homes. Lazy wastrels that they weren't of a mind to deepen their cesspits. Didn't Old Hunch empty them out on a regular basis? Well, not any more. That alone might have been reason enough to light out, and Arbat would have liked nothing better than to just vanish into the forest gloom, never to be seen again. Walk far, yes, until he came to a hamlet or village where none knew him, where none even knew of him. Rain-washed of all odour, just some kindly, harmless old mixed-blood Tarthanol who could, for a coin or two, mend broken things, including flesh and bone. Walk, then, leaving behind the old Tarthanol territories, away from the weed-snagged statues in the overgrown glades, and maybe even away from the ancient blood of his heritage. Not all healers were shamans, were they? They'd not ask any awkward questions, so long as he treated them right, and he could do that easy. Old bastards like him deserved their rest. A lifetime of service, propitiations, the masks of dreaming, the leering faces of stone, the solitary rituals, all done now. He could walk his last walk into the unknown, a hamlet, a village, a sun-warmed boulder beside a trickling stream, where he could settle back and ease his tortured frame and not move until the final mask was pulled away. Instead, he had woken in darkness, in the moments before false dawn, shaking as if afflicted with ague, and before his eyes had hovered the slowly shredding fragments of a most unexpected dream mask, one he had never seen before, yet a visage of terrifying power, a mask crazed with cracks, a mask moments from shattering explosively. Lying on his cot, the wood frame creaking beneath him as he trembled from head to foot, he waited for revelation. The sun was high overhead when he finally emerged from his shack. Banks of clouds climbed the sky to the west, an almost spent storm coming in from the sea, and he set about his preparations, ignoring the rain when it arrived. Now, with dusk fast approaching, Arbat collected a bundled cane of rushes and set one end aflame from the hearth. He fired his shack, then the woodshed, and finally the old barn wherein resided his two-wheeled cart. Then, satisfied that each building was truly alight, he shouldered the sack containing those possessions and supplies he would need, and set out onto the trail leading down to the road. A grunt of surprise a short time later, on the road, as he ran into a score of villagers hurrying in a mob towards him. In their lead, the factor, who cried out in relief upon seeing Arbat. "Thank the errant, you're alive, Hunch!" Scowling, Arbat studied the man's horsey face for a moment, then scanned the pale smudges of the other faces, hovering behind the factor.
"What is all this?"
he demanded.
"A troop of Edur are staying at the inn tonight, Arbat. When word of the fires reached them, they insisted we head up to help, in case the wood goes up, you see."
"The wood, right. So where are the meddlers now, then?"
"They remained behind, of course, but I was ordered—" The factor paused, then leaned closer to peer up at Arbat. "Was it Vraga, then? The fool likes his fires, and is no friend of yours."
Vraga? Could be. He's been in the habit of sneaking in at night and pissing on my door. Doesn't accept me being retired and all. Says I got a duty to cart away his shit.
And so you do, someone growled from the mob behind the factor. Why else do we let you live here anyway?
Well, that's a problem solved now, ain't it? Arbat said, grinning. Vraga burned me out, so I'm leaving. He hesitated, then asked, What business was this of the Edur? It's just done rained. The chances of the blaze moving much ain't worth the worry. Didn't you tell them my place is cleared back 80, 100 paces on all sides? And there's the old settling pools, good as a moat.
The factor shrugged, then said, They asked about you, then decided maybe someone had torched you out of spite. And that's breaking the law, and the Edur don't like it when that happens.
And they told you to do your job, did they?
Arbat laughed at the man.
That'd be a first.
Vraga, you said. Is that a formal accusation, Arbat? If it is, you got to dictate and make your mark and stay round for the convening, and if Vraga hires an advocate...
Vraga's got a cousin in Letheras who's just that, someone said.
The factor nodded. All this could take a damned while, Arbat, and ain't none of us obliged to give you a roof overhead, neither.
So best I don't cause trouble, right? You can tell the Edur I wasn't making no formal complaint, so that's that. And what with the shacks pretty much burnt down by now, and the chills seeping into your bones, and no sign the fire's jumped anywhere?
Arbat slapped the factor on the shoulder, a gesture that nearly drove the man to his knees, then stepped past.
Make way, the rest of you. Could be I'm still contagious with all the sick you've been dumping in my cart.
That worked readily enough, and Arbat's way was suddenly clear, and on he walked. They'd give Vraga some trouble. Not good calling down the Edur's regard, after all. But it'd be nothing fatal. Pissing against a door don't forfeit the fool's life, now did it? Anyway, the Edur would ride on, to wherever it was they were going, and he'd leave them. What now? Horses on the road, riders coming at the canter. Grumbling under his breath, old Hunch Arbat worked his way to one verge, then waited. Another damned troop, Lethery this time. The lead rider, an officer, slowed her mount upon seeing Arbat, and the troop behind her did the same at her command. As she trotted her horse closer, she called out,
You, sir, is there a village ahead?
There is, Arbat replied, though you might have to fight for room at the inn.
And why's that?
She asked as she rode opposite.
Some Edurs staying the night there.
At that the officer reined in, gesturing the rest to a halt. Twisting in her saddle, she eyed him from beneath the ridge of her iron helm.
"'Tist Edur?
That's them, all right."
What are they doing there?
Before he could answer, one of her soldiers said, Atriprida, something's blazing ahead. You can see the glow and smell it.
That'd be my homestead, Arbat replied. Accident. It won't spread, I'm sure of that as can be. Got nothing to do, he added, with them Edur. They're just passing through.
The Atriprida swore under her breath.
Tarthanal, yes?
Mostly.
Can you think of anywhere we can camp for the night, then? Close by, but well off the trail.
Arbat squinted at her.
Off the trail, eh? Far enough off so's your privacy ain't disturbed, you mean?
She nodded. Arbat rubbed at the bristly hair covering his prognather's jaw.
40 or so paces up, there's a trail, right side of the road. Leads through a thicket, then an old orchard, and beyond that there's an abandoned homestead. Barn's still got a roof, though I doubt it's weatherproof. There's a well, too, which should be serviceable enough.
This close by, and no one's occupied it or stripped it down?
Arbat grinned.
Oh, they'll get to that before long. It was downwind of my place, you see.
No, I don't.
His grin broadened into a smile.
Local colour kinda pales when told to outsiders. It's no matter, really. All you'll be smelling is wood smoke this night, and that'll keep the bugs away.
He watched as she thought about pressing the matter. Then, as her horse tossed its head, she gathered the reins once more.
Thank you, Tarthanal. Be safe in your journey.
And you, Atriprida.
They rode on, and Arbat waited on the verge for the troop to pass.
Safe in my journey. Yes, safe enough, I suppose. Nothing on the road I can't handle. No, it's the destination that's got my knees knocking together like two skulls in a sack."
Lying on his stomach, edging up to the trapdoor, peering down. A menagerie in the room below, yet comforting in its odd domesticity nonetheless. Why, he knew artists who would pay for such a scene. 10 hens wandering about, occasionally squawking from the path of a clumsily swung foot from Ublala Pung as the huge man paced back and forth. The scholar Janath sitting with her back to one wall, rolling chicken down or whatever it was called between the palms of her hands prior to stuffing it into a burlap sack that was intended to serve as a pillow at some point, proving beyond all doubt that academics knew nothing about anything worth knowing about. Not to mention inserting a sliver of fear that Bugg's healing of her mind had not been quite up to scratch. And finally, Bugg himself, crouched by the hearth, using a clawed hen foot to stir the steaming pot of chicken soup, a detail which, Tehol admitted, had a certain macabre undercurrent, as did the toneless humming coming from his stalwart manservant. True enough, the household was blessed with food aplenty, marking the continuation of their good run of luck. Huge capybara fish beside the canal a couple of weeks back, and now retired hens being retired one by one, as inexorable as the growl of a stomach. Or 2, or 3. Or 4, assuming Ublala Pung had but one stomach, which was not in any way certain. Selish might know, having dressed enough bodies from the inside out. Tarthanal had more organs in those enormous bodies than regular folk, after all. Alas, this trait did not extend to brains. Yet another formless, ineffable worry was afflicting Ublala Pung. Could be love-struck again, or struck to fear by love. The half-blood lived in a world of worry, which, all things considered, was rather surprising. Then again, that undeniable virtue between his legs garnered its share of worshippers, lighting feminine eyes with the gleam of possession, avarice, malicious competition, in short, all those traits most common to priesthoods. But it was worship for all the wrong reasons, as poor Ublala's fretful state of mind made plain. His paltry brain wanted to be loved for itself, making him, alas, a complete idiot. "Ublala," Bugg said from where he hovered over the soup pot, "glance upward for me, if you will, to confirm that those beady eyes studying us belong to my master. If so, please be so kind as to invite him down for supper." Tall as he was, Ublala's face, lifting into view to squint upwards at Tehol, was within reach. Smiling and patting him on the head, Tehol said, "My friend, if you could, step back from what serves as a ladder here, and given my manservant's lackluster efforts at repair, I am using the description advisedly, so that I may descend in a manner befitting my station." "What?" "Get out of the way, you oaf!" Ducking, edging away, Ublala grunted. "Why is he so miserable?" he asked, jerking a thumb up at Tehol. "The world is about to end, but does he care about that? No, he doesn't care about that. The world ending. Does he?" Tehol shifted round to lead with his feet on the uppermost rung of the ladder. "Loquacious Ublala Pung, however will we follow the track of your thoughts? I despair." He wiggled over the edge, then groped with his feet. Bugg spoke. "Given the view you are presently providing us, master, despair is indeed the word. Best look away, Janath."
"Too late," she replied, to my horror.
"I live in the company of voyeurs." Tehol managed to find the rung with one foot and began making his way down.
"I thought they were chickens,"
Ublala said, a piercing avian cry ending in a mangled crunch.
"Oh."
Cursing from Bugg.
"Damn you, Pung. You're eating that one, all by yourself, and you can cook it yourself, too. It just got in the way. If you built some more rooms, Bugg, it wouldn't have happened. And if you did your damned pacing in the alley outside, better yet if you just stopped worrying about things, or bringing those worries here, or always showing up around supper time, or—"
Now, Tehol interjected, stepping free of the last rung and adjusting his blanket. "Nerves are frayed and quarters are cramped, and Ublala's cramped brain is fraying our nerves without quarter. So it would be best if we all—" Master, he just flattened a hen. A voyeur, Ublala insisted.
Got along,
Tehol finished.
Time, I think, said Janath, for some mitigation, Tehol. I seem to recall you having some talent for that, especially working your way around the many attempts at expelling you.
Yeah, said Ublala. Where do we do that?
Do what?
Janath asked. I gotta go.
Over to the warehouse, Tehol said, pushing Ublala towards the door, without much success. Ublala, do your expelling back of the warehouse, near the drain spout. Use the comfrey bush poking out of the rubbish heap, then wash your hands in the tilted trough. Looking relieved, the huge man ducked his way out into the alley. Turning, Tehol regarded Bugg. All right. A moment of silence, then, for the retired hen.
Rubbing his brow, Bugg leaned back and sighed. Sorry, I'm not used to these crowds.
What amazes me, Tehol said, now studying the surviving hens, is their eerie indifference. They just walk around their crushed sister.
Wait a moment and they'll start ripping it apart, Bugg said, shambling over to collect the carcass. Between the two, I prefer indifference.
He picked the limp form up, frowned at the dangling neck.
Quiet in death, as with all things. Almost all things, I mean.
Abruptly he shook his head and tossed the dead creature onto the floor in front of Janath.
More feathers for you, scholar.
A most appropriate task, Tehol murmured, plucking lovely plumage to reveal the pimpled nightmare beneath. Sort of like inadvertently looking up your tunic, Tehol Beddict. You are a cruel woman. She paused and looked up at him, assuming those were just pimples. Most cruel, leading me to suspect that you in fact fancy me. Janath shot Bugg a glance. What kind of healing did you do on me, Bugg? My world seems smaller. She tapped one temple. In here. My thoughts travel any distance at all, and they vanish in a white nothing, blissful oblivion. So I do remember what happened, but not even a whisper of emotion reaches me.
Janath, most of those protections are of your own making. Things will expand, but it will take time. In any case, it is not too surprising that you are developing an attachment to Tehol, seeing him as your protector.
Now hold on, old man. Attachment? To Tehol? To an ex-student? That is, in every way imaginable, disgusting. I thought it was a common occurrence, Tehol said. Why, some of the stories I've heard. Common for those fools who confuse love with worship, all to feed their paltry egos, I might add. Usually men, too, married men. It's pathetic. Janath did... No, never mind. Rubbing his hands together, Tehol faced Bugg. My, that soup smells wonderful. Ublala Pung returned, shouldering his way through the doorway.
That comfrey tasted awful, he said.
The three stared at him for a long moment. Then Bugg spoke.
See those half-gourds, Ublala. Bring them over and get your voyeur soup. I could eat a whole one all by myself, I'm so hungry.
Tehol pointed. There's one right there, Ublala. The huge man paused, glanced over at the bedraggled carcass, then pushed the gourds into Tehol's hands and said,
Okay.
Leave me some feathers? Janath asked.
Okay.
Tehol said, Do you mind, Ublala, if the rest of us eat, up on the roof?
Go ahead.
After supper, Tehol continued as the half-blood lowered himself into a cross-legged position, reached for the carcass and tore off a leg. After, Ublala, we can talk about what's worrying you, all right?
No point talking, Ublala said around a mouthful of feathers, skin, and meat. I got to take you to him.
Who?
A champion, the Toblakai.
Tehol met Bugg's eyes and saw in them unfeigned alarm.
We got to break into the compound, Ublala continued.
Right.
Then make sure he doesn't kill us.
I thought you said there was no point in talking.
I did. There isn't.
Janath collected her gourd of soup. So we have to climb one-handed up that ladder? And I expect you want me to go first. Do you think me an idiot?
Tehol scowled at her, then brightened. You have a choice, Janeth. You follow me and Bugg at the risk of your appetite, or we follow you, lifting you skyward with our sighs of admiration.
How about neither?
With that, she headed out into the alley. Horrible crunching sounds came from where Ublala sat. After a moment, both Tehol and Bugg followed in Janeth's wake. Ormley, once champion rat-catcher, sat down opposite Rucket. After a nod of greeting, she returned to her meal.
I'd offer you some of these crisped hog ears, but as you can see, there's not many left, and they are one of my favorites.
You do it on purpose, don't you?
Men always assume beautiful women think of nothing but sex, or rather are obsessed with the potential thereof at any and every moment. But I assure you, food poses a sensuality rarely achieved in clumsy gropings on some flea-bitten mattress with errant draughts sending chills through you at every change of position.
Ormley's withered face twisted into a scowl.
Change of position? What does that mean?
Something tells me there is no legion of beleaguered women bemoaning the loss of one Ormley.
I wouldn't know nothing about that. Listen, I'm nervous.
How do you think I feel? Care for some wine? Oh, I was hoping you'd decline. You know, hiding in this burial crypt has put a strain on select vintages. It's all very well for you, skulking in the shadows every night, but as the new commander of our insurgent organization, I have to hide down here, receiving and dispatching all day, doing endless paperwork.
What paperwork?
Well, the paperwork I do to convince the minions how busy I am, so they don't come running to me every damned moment.
Yes, but what are you writing down, Rucket?
I record snatches of overheard conversations. The acoustics down here are impressive, if a tad wayward. One can achieve sheer poetry on occasion, with judicial use of juxtaposition.
If it's random, then it ain't poetry, Ormley said, still scowling.
Clearly you don't keep up with modern movements, then.
Just one, Rucket, and that's what I'm nervous about. It's Tehol Beddict, you see.
A most extraordinary juxtaposition there, she replied, reaching for another hog's ear. Idiocy and genius. In particular, his genius for creating idiotic moments. Why, the last time we made love—
Rucket, please! Don't you see what's going on out there? Oh, sorry, I guess you don't. But listen to me, then. He's too successful. It's going too fast. The patriotists have stirred up something awful, and you can be sure the Liberty Consign is backing them with every resource at its disposal. In the low markets, they're starting to barter because there's no coin.
Well, that was the plan.
But we're not ready!
Ormley, Scale House collapsed, didn't it?
He glared at her suspiciously, then grunted and looked away.
All right, so we knew that was coming. We've been ready for that, yes, true enough. Even though we're no closer to knowing what'll happen when whatever it is happens, assuming we'll even know it's happening when it does. Anyway, you're just trying to confuse me because you've lost all objectivity when it comes to Tehol.
Oh, now, really, do you take me for a fool?
Yes. Love, lust, whatever. It's affected your ability to think straight when it comes to that madman.
You're the one not thinking straight. Tehol's not the mystery here. Tehol's easy. No, not that kind of— Oh, very well, that kind too. Anyway, like I said, easy. The true mystery before us, Ormley, is his damned manservant.
Bugg?
Bugg.
But he's just the front man.
You sure it's not the other way round? What does he do with all that coin they've leveraged into their hands? Bury it in the backyard? They don't even have a backyard. Ormley, we're talking tons of coinage here.
She waved a hand about.
Could fill this crypt 20 times over. Now, sure, there are other crypts under the city, but we know them all. I've sent runners to every one of them, but they're empty, the dust underfoot not disturbed in years. We've sent rats into every fissure, every crevasse, every crack. Nothing.
She snapped her fingers.
Gone, as if into thin air, and not just in this city either.
So maybe Tehol's found a hiding place we ain't looked at yet. Something both clever and idiotic, like you said.
I thought of that, Ormley.
Trust me when I tell you it's all gone."
His scowl suddenly cleared, and he reached for a refill of the wine.
"I figured it out. It's all dumped into the river. Simple, easy."
"Except that Tehol insists it can be recovered, to flood the market if the consigned financiers panic and start minting more than the usual quota. And even that quota is proving inflationary, since there's no recycling of old coins taking place. There's no return for recasting. I hear even the Imperial Treasury is hurting. Tehol says he can dump it all back onto the streets at a moment's notice."
"Maybe he's lying.
"Maybe he isn't."
"Maybe I'll have that last hog here."
"Forget it."
"Fine. We got another problem. Tensions are high between the Edur and the Patriotists, and the Chancellor and his army of thugs and spies. Blood was spilled."
"Not surprising," Rocket replied. "It was bound to happen. And don't think the financial strain has nothing to do with it."
"If it does, it's only indirectly," Ormley said. "No, this clash was, I think, personal."
"Can we make use of it?"
Finally we can discuss something and actually get somewhere."
"You're just jealous of Tehol Beddict."
"So what if I am? Forget it. Let's make plans."
Sighing, Rocket gestured to one of her servants.
"Bring us another bottle, Un."
Ormley's brow lifted, and as the huge man shambled off into a side chamber, he leaned closer.
"Un? The one who—"
"Murdered Geron Eberict? Indeed, the very man. With his own 2 hands, Ormley. His own 2 hands."
Then she smiled.
"And those hands, well, murdering isn't the only thing they're good at."
"I knew it. It is all you ever think about."
She settled back in her chair.
"Make them feel clever. The only sure way to keep the peace."
Beneath the city of Letheras was a massive core of ice, a fist of Omptos Felak, clutching in its implacable grip an ancient spirit, lured, then trapped by a startling alliance of Sida Kuru Khan, a Jaghut sorceress, and an elder god. For the errant, it was a struggle to appreciate that conjoining, no matter how advantageous the consequence. A spirit imprisoned until such time as that hoary ritual weakened, or, more likely, was shattered in willful malice. So, though temporary, and what truly wasn't, it had prevented death and destruction on a colossal scale. All very well. Kuru Khan treating with a Jaghut sorceress. Surprising, but not disturbing. No, it was Mael's involvement that gnawed ceaselessly in the errant's thoughts.
An elder god, but not Kurul, not Draconis, not Kilmandaros. No, this was the one elder god who never got involved. Mael's curse was everyone else's blessing. So what changed? What forced the old bastard's hand? Enough so that he forged alliances, that he unleashed his power in the streets of the city, that he emerged onto a remote island and battered a broken god senseless.
Friendship towards a pathetic mortal?
And what, dear Mael, do you now plan to do about all those worshippers? The ones so abusing your indifference? They are legion, and their hands drip blood in your name. Does this please you? From them, after all, you acquire power, enough to drown this entire realm.
War among the gods. But was the battle line so simply drawn as it seemed? The errant was no longer sure. He stood in solid rock, within reach of the enormous knot of ice. He could smell it, that jellied ancient sorcery that belonged to another era. The spirit imprisoned within it, frozen in the act of rising through a fetid lake, was a seething storm of helpless rage, blurred and indistinct at its center. One of Mael's own kin, the errant suspected, like a piece torn free only to suffer a gath of the crippled god. Entirely unaware, so far, of the terrible fissures spread like crazed webs through that ice, fissures even now working their way inwards.
Shattered indeed. With intent? No, not this time. But in imagining a place of permanence, they chose in error. And no, they could not have known. This nudge, not mine. Just dread circumstance. Does Mael know? Abyss take me, I need to speak to him. Ah, how I recoil at the notion. How much longer can I delay? What rotted commodity would my silence purchase? What meagre reward my warning?
Perhaps another word with that war god, Fenner. But no, that poor creature probably knew even less than he did. Cowering, virtually usurped.
Usurped? Now there's an interesting notion. Gods at war. Yes, possibly.
The errant withdrew, passing ghostly through rock. Sudden desire, impatience, pushed him onward. He would need a mortal's hand for what he planned, a mortal's blood. He emerged onto a floor of mouldy, uneven pavestones. How far had he travelled? How much time had passed? Darkness and the muted sound of dripping water. He sniffed the air, caught the scent of life, tainted acrid by delving into old magic, and knew where he was. Not far, then. Not long.
Never hide in the same place, child.
Mouth dry, something like anticipation, he hurried down the crooked corridor.
I can do nothing, weak as I am. Edging askew the course of fates, I was once far more. Master of the tiles. All that power in those scribed images, the near words from a time when no written words existed. They would have starved without my blessing, withered. Does this mean nothing? Am I past bargaining?
He could feel now, within him, flaring to life, a once dull ember of
what? Ah, yes, I see it clear. I see it. Ambition.
The errant reached the secret chamber, could discern trickling heat at the entrance. Crouched over a brazier, she spun round when he stepped into the room. The heady, damp air, thick with spices, made him feel half drunk. He saw her eyes widen.
Turadal Blizzard.
The errant staggered forward.
It's this, you see, a bargain.
He saw her hand edge out, hovering over the coals of the brazier.
They all want to bargain. With me. The holds which, they clash, clumsy as crones, against the young ones, the Warrens. Only a fool would call it a dance of equals. Power was robust once, now it is—
He smiled, taking another step closer.
Gracile. Do you understand? What I offer you, witch?
She was scowling to hide her fear.
No, you stink like a refuse pit, consort. You are not welcome here. The tiles so want to play, don't they? Yet they clatter down in broken patterns, ever broken. There is no flow. They are outmoded, witch. Outmoded.
A gesture with the hovering hand and Feather Witch's eyes flicked past the errant. A faint voice behind him.
Do not do this.
The errant turned.
Kuru Khan. She summoned you? He laughed. I could banish you with the blink of an eye, ghost. She was not to know that. Heed my warning, errant. You are driven to desperation and the illusion of glory. Do you not understand what has so afflicted you? You stood too close to the ice, assailed by a storm of desire from the trapped demon. Its ambition, its lust.
A sliver of doubt, stinging, then the errant shook his head.
I am the master of the tiles, elder. No pathetic wellspring spirit could so infect me. My thoughts are clear. My purpose—
He turned again, dismissing the ghost behind him, and reeled slightly, needing a step to right himself. The ghost of the cedar spoke.
Errant, you think to challenge the Warrens? Do you not realize that, as the tiles once had a master, so too the Warrens? Don't be a fool, the errant said. There are no tiles describing these Warrens. Not tiles, cards, a deck, and yes, there is a master. Do you now choose to set yourself against him? To achieve what?
The errant made no reply, although his answer whispered in his skull.
Usurpation. As a child before one such as myself. I might even pity him as I wrest from him all power, every drop of blood, his very life. I shall retreat from this world no longer.
Kuru Khan continued.
If you set the holds to battle against the Warrens, errant, you will shatter alliances.
The errant snorted.
They are already shattered, Cedar.
What began as yet another march on the crippled god to exact brutal punishment, as if the fallen one commits a crime by virtue of his very existence, well, it is that no more. The elders are awakened to themselves, the memory of what they once were, what they could be again. Besides, he added as he took another step towards the now trembling Lethery witch, the enemy is divided, confused.
All strangers to you, to us. Are you so certain that what you sense is true? Not simply what your enemy wants you to believe?
Now you play games, Kuru Khan. Ever your flaw.
This is not our war, Errant.
Oh, but it is. My war. Rulat's war. The crippled gods. After all, it is not the elder gods who so hunger to destroy the fallen one.
They would if they but understood, Errant. But they are blinded by the lure of resurrection, as blinded as you here now. All but one, and that is the maker of the warrens, Karul himself. Errant, listen to me. To set the holds against the warrens, you declare war upon Karul.
No, just his children. Children who will kill him if they can. They don't want him. He was gone, but now he walks the realms again and drags with him the tiles, the holds, the ancient places he knew so well. There is the real war, Cedar.
True, and Karul's idiotic nostalgia is proving a most virulent poison, although he is yet to realize that. I am dead, Errant. The paths I have wandered
do not interest me.
Do not do this. This is all the crippled god's game.
Smiling, the errant reached out, emotion a blur, grasped the Lethery witch round the throat, lifted her clear of the floor. In his other hand a knife appeared.
Blood, mortal's gift to the elder.
She held something in one hand, thrashing, struggling against his life-stealing grip, her eyes bulging, face darkening. She lashed out with that hand, and stabbed a severed finger into his left eye. The errant bellowed in shock, a spear of incandescence lancing into his brain. His knife bit into the woman's body. He flung her away, then lurched, flailing at his own face, where blood streamed down, where something dangled at the end of a thread against his cheek.
Got her. Never mind what she did to me. Got her, that foul creature. Her blood, my blood. Abyss take me, the pain!
Then she was back, clawed hands gouging against his face, grasping something, tearing it away.
Pain!
And her vicious snarl, close.
I'm collecting!
Twisting away, even as he slashed again with the knife, cutting into flesh, the edge rippling along bones. She had torn away an eye, gone, crushed in one bloody hand. But her blood gleamed on his knife. Enough, more than enough. The errant, one hand outstretched, lone eye struggling to make sense of a battered, broken perspective, staggered towards the doorway.
All I need.
Trailing blood, Featherwitch dragged herself to the far wall, where she curled up, in one stained hand the eye of a god, in the other the severed finger of Bryce Beddict. It felt swollen now, as if it absorbed the errant's blood. Warm, no, hot.
Collecting,
she whispered. The ghost of the cedar drew close.
You are dying, child. You need a healer.
She spat.
Then find me one.
The brazier's coals pulsed, but all she could feel was cold, deep in her body, spreading outward to steal all life from her limbs.
Hurry,
she said in a mumble, but no one replied. The errant stumbled down the bridge. To either side, the tiles of the sedent spun in confused mayhem. He barked out a laugh, holding the slick knife before him as if it was a torch. He could feel the heat searing his face, drying the blood and other fluids weeping down from his left socket. Someone had been here, not long past. Hanan Mossag, delving the mysteries of ancient power. But he was Tist Edur, a stranger to these forces.
No, they are mine. They were always mine, and now I come to reclaim them. And I challenge you, master of the deck, whoever, whatever you are, face me here, if you've the courage. I challenge you.
The errant reached the center dais, held the knife high, then flung it down onto the tiles. The point sank deep into painted stone. He stared down, one eye widening. The knife had pierced the center of a tile, nailing it in place. The others now began swirling round it, as if drawn into a vortex. The center of a tile. His own, the blade buried in the chest of the image.
My chest? What does that mean? No matter. What other tile could it possibly choose?
The world trembled. He could feel it deep in its core, spreading in ripples, those ripples rising, devouring energy, lifting into waves, the waves heaving higher, gaining speed, lifting. The errant laughed as power burgeoned within him.
Mortal blood!
Was she dead now? He'd struck her twice, driven the weapon deep. She would have spilled out by now, a corpse huddled in that cursed chamber, until the rats found her, and this was well. She could not be allowed to survive. He wanted no high priestess, no mortal bound to his resurrected godhood.
The other prayers I can swallow, ignore. They all know I never answer, never give a thing away. Expecting nothing, so they receive nothing, and I am not bound to them. But a high priestess.
He would have to make sure, go back, and make sure. The errant spun round, began walking.
Bastard!
Featherwitch said, her mouth filled with the taste of blood, running from her nostrils, bubbling at the back of her throat, immense pressures crushing her chest on the right side. She could wait no longer. The ghost was too late.
I am dying. No. Errant, bastard god, forgotten god, hungry god. Well, you are not the only hungry one around here.
She bared her teeth in a red smile, then pushed the mangled eyeball into her mouth, and swallowed. The errant staggered, rebounded from a corridor wall, as something reached into his chest and tore free a welter of power, stole it away, leaving a cavern of agony.
The bitch!
The roar echoed against cold stone, and he heard her voice filling his skull.
I am yours now. You are mine. Worshipper and worshipped, locked together in mutual hate. Oh, won't that twist things, yes? You should have found someone else, errant. I have read the histories. Destre Anant, God chosen, the well of the spirit, feather witch. You are mine, I am yours, and listen to my prayer, listen. Your Destre demands it. In my hand now waits our mortal sword. He too has tasted your blood. Your power can heal him as it has done me. Do you not still feel his
malicious delight?
Touch?
Her laughter rasped in his head, rebounding bitter with his stolen power.
Summon him, errant. We need him. No, we need him, and a shield anvil, a torud segul in the language of the First Empire. Which of us shall choose? Oh, of course, you would claim that right for yourself. But I have a candidate, another wrapped tight in webs of spite. I utter his name and so find a face to my deepest hatred. Is that not well suited? And yes, he still lives. Udinaas. Let us make of this priesthood a company of betrayers. Let us claim the empty throne. It was ever rightfully ours, errant. Beloved. Udinaas, claim him, choose him. We can devour each other's souls across the span of 1,000 years. 10,000. Leave me, damn you. Leave you? God of mine, I compel you.
The errant fell to his knees, tilted his head back, and screamed his rage, and the world trembled anew. He had forgotten the chains, the wills locked in an eternal tug of war, the flood waters of fierce emotion rising again and again, the deathless drowning.
I am in the world again. I surrendered my weakness, and am imprisoned by power. Only the weak and useless are truly free,
he whispered. She heard him.
No need to be so maudlin, errant. Go back to the sedence and see for yourself. Blood now flows between the tiles, between them all, the warrens. The sedence at last maps the truth of things. The truth of things. To use your words, the tiles now flow. Can you not taste them, these new warrens? Come, let us explore them, you and I, and choose our aspect. There are flavors, light and dark, shadow and death, life and... Oh, what is this? The jesters of chance, and unaligned, upon, dear errant, you have upstarts standing in your stead. These twins play your game, errant. What will we do about that?
Abyss take me, the god groaned, sinking down onto the cold, clammy pavestones.
Summon him, errant. He is needed. Now, summon our mortal sword.
I cannot. You damned fool. He is lost to us.
I possess.
I know what you possess. Do you truly think it enough to wrest him from Mael's grasp, you stupid, pathetic bitch? Now cease this damned prayer, Destrai. Your every demand weakens me, and that is not smart. Not now. Too soon. I am vulnerable. The Edur...
The Edur warlocks tremble and start at shadows now. They do not know what has happened. All they know is blind terror.
Silence! The god bellowed. Who can reach through those warlocks, you blubbering capybara? Leave me alone, now! He was answered with nothing. Sudden absence, a presence recoiling.
Better,
he snarled. Yet he remained, slumped onto the cold floor, surrounded in darkness, thinking. But even thoughts did not come free, without a price.
Abyss below, I think I have made a mistake, and now I must live with it, and make plans.
Gadalanak stepped in behind and under his round shield. A huge hand grasped his arm, wrapping round it just below his shoulder, and a moment later he was flying across the compound, landing hard, skidding, then rolling until he crashed up against the wall. The Mekros warrior groaned, shook his head, then released his short-handled, double-bladed axe and reached up to tug clear his helm. "Not fair," he said, wincing as he sat up. He glared across at Karsa Orlong. "The Emperor couldn't have done that." "Too bad for him," the Toblakai rumbled in reply. "I think you tore something in my arm." Samar Dev spoke from where she sat on a chair in the shade. "Best find a healer then, Gadalanak." "Who else will dare face me?" Karsa demanded, eyeing the half-dozen other warriors as he leaned on his sword. All eyes turned to the masked woman, who stood silent and motionless, worn and weathered like a forgotten statue in some ruin. She seemed indifferent to the attention, and she had yet to draw her two swords. Karsa snorted. "Cowards!" "Hold on," the one named Putty said, his scarred face twisting. "It ain't that, you damned bedderin' bull. It's your style of fighting. No point in learning to deal with it, since this Edur Emperor don't fight that way. He couldn't. I mean, he ain't got the strength, nor the reach. Besides, he's civilized. You fight like an animal, Karsa, and you just might take the bastard down. Only you won't have to, 'cause I'll do it before you." He hefted the short javelin in one hand. "I'll skewer him first, then let's see him fight with a shaft of wood impaling him. I skewer him from 6 paces, right? Then I close with my cutlass and chop him into pieces." Samar Dev stopped listening, since she had heard Puddy's boasts before, and held her gaze on the woman the Mekros warrior had called a Segule. First Empire word, that. The Anvil. Strange name for a people. Probably some remnant clan from the colonial period of Decimbalakis's empire. A fragment of an army, settled on some pleasant island as their reward for some great victory. Those armies were each named, and the anvil was but a variation on a theme common among the First Empire military. The mask, however, was a unique affectation. Gadalanak said all Segule were so attired, and something in the glyphs and scratches on those enamel masks indicated rank. "But if those marks are writing, it's not First Empire, not even close. Curious. Too bad she never said anything." Cradling his shield arm, Gadalanak used the wall to lever himself upright, then set off in search of a healer. There had been events in the palace, sending tremors far enough to reach the Challenger's compound. Perhaps the list had been formalized, the order of the battles decided, a rumor to please the idiotic warriors gathered here, although Karsa's only response to the possibility was a sour grunt. Samar Dev was inclined to agree with him. She was not convinced that the rumor was accurate. No, something else had happened, something messy. Factions sniping like mongrels at a feast, all could share, had they any brains. But that's always the way, isn't it? Enough is never enough. She felt something then, a shivering along the strands, the bones buried beneath the flesh of this realm. This realm, and every other one. Gods below. The witch found she was on her feet, blinking, and in the compound's center she saw Karsa now facing her, a fierce regard in his bestial eyes. The Toblakai bared his teeth. Shaking her gaze free of the terrible warrior, she walked quickly into the colonnaded hallway, then through to the passage lined by the cells where the champions were quartered, down the corridor, into her modest room. She closed the door behind her, already muttering the ritual of sealing. Trouble out there, blood spilled and sizzling like acid. Dreadful events, something old beyond belief, exulting in new power. Her heart stuttered in her chest. An apparition was rising from the floor in the center of the room, shouldering through her wards. She drew her knife. A damned ghost, the ghost of a damned mage, in fact. Luminous but faint eyes fixed on her.
Witch,
it whispered.
Do not resist, I beg you.
You are not invited, she said. Why would I not resist?
I need your help.
Seems a little late for that.
I am Sida Kuru Khan.
She frowned, then nodded. I have heard that name. You fell at the Edur conquest.
Fell. A notion worth consideration. Alas, not now. You must heal someone. Please, I can lead you to her.
Who?
A Lethery. She is named Feather Witch.
Samar Dev hissed, then said, You chose the wrong person, Sida Kuru Khan. Heal that blonde Rinazan. If she's dying, I am happy to help her along. That woman gives witches a bad name. Another tremor rumbled through the unseen web binding the world. She saw Kuru Khan's ghost flinch, saw the sudden terror in its eyes, and Samar Dev spat on her knife blade, darted forward and slashed the weapon through the ghost. The cedar's shriek was short-lived, as the iron weapon snared the ghost, drew it inward, trapped it. In her hand, the knife's hilt was suddenly cold as ice. Steam slithered from the blade. She quickly added a few words under her breath, tightening the binding, then staggered back until her legs bumped against her cot. She sank down, shivering in the aftermath of the capture. Her eyes fell to the weapon in her hand.
Gods below, she mumbled. Got another one.
Moments later, the door swung open. Ducking, Karsa Orlong entered. Samar Dev cursed at him, then said, Must you do that? This room stinks, witch. You walk through my wards as if they were cobwebs. Toblakai, it would take a damned god to do what you just did. Yet you are no god. I would swear to that on the bones of every poor fool you've killed. I care nothing for your damned wards, the huge warrior replied, leaning his sword against a wall, then taking a single step that placed him in the center of the room. I know that smell. Ghosts, spirits, it's the stink of forgetting. Forgetting? When the dead forget they're dead, witch. Like your friends in that stone sword of yours? The eyes that fixed on her were cold as ashes. They have cheated death, Samar Dev. Such was my gift. Such was theirs to turn away from peace, from oblivion. They live because the sword lives. Yes, a warren within a weapon. Don't imagine that as unique as you might want it to be. He bared his teeth. No, after all, you have that knife. She started. Hardly a warren in this blade, Karsa Orlong. It's just folded iron, folded in a very specific way. To fashion a prison. You civilized people are so eager to blunt the meaning of your words. Probably because you have so many of them, which you use too often and for no reason. He looked round. So you have bound a ghost. That is not like you. I could not argue that, she admitted, since I am no longer sure who I am, what I'm supposed to be like. You once told me you did not compel, you did not bind, you bargained. Ah, that. Well, yes, given the choice. Seems that being in your company crushes under heel the privilege of choice, Toblakai. You blame me for your greed? Not greed, more like an overwhelming need for power. To oppose me? You? No, I don't think so. To stay alive, I think. You are dangerous, Karsa Orlong. Your will, your strength, your disregard. You present the quaint and appalling argument that through willful ignorance of the laws and rules of the universe you cannot suffer their influence. As you might imagine, your very success poses evidence of that tenet, and it is one I cannot reconcile, since it runs contrary to a lifetime of observation. Too many words again, Samardev. State it plain. Fine, she snapped. Everything about you terrifies me. He nodded. And fascinates as well. Arrogant bastard. Believe what you like. He turned back to the doorway. Collecting his sword, he said over one shoulder, The Segula has unsheathed her swords for me, witch. Then he was gone. Samardev remained on her cot for another dozen heartbeats, then, Damn him! And she rose, hurrying to arrive before the bout began. Damn him! The sun had crawled far enough to one side of the sky to leave the compound in shadow. As she emerged from the covered colonnade, Samardev saw the Segula standing in the middle of the exercise area, a thin-bladed longsword in each gloved hand. Her dark hair hung in greasy strands down her shoulders, and through the eye-holes of the mask her midnight gaze tracked Karsa Orlong as he strode to join her in the sand-floored clearing. A full score of champions looked on, indicating that word had travelled, and Samardev saw, with shock, the Graal, Taralak Veed, and behind him, Icarium. Gods below, the name, the jag, all that I know, all that I have heard. Icarium is here, a champion. He will leave this city a heap of rubble. He will leave its citizens a mountain of shattered bones. Gods, look at him, standing calm, so deep in shadow as to be almost invisible. Karsa does not see him, no. The Toblakai's focus rests on the Segula as he circles her at a distance, and she moves like a cat to ever face him. Oh, she is a fighter all right, and Karsa will throw her over the damned wall, if she dares close, as she must. Get inside that huge flint sword, over the wall or through it. Her heart pounded, the beat rapid, disturbingly erratic. She sensed someone at her side and saw, with a jolt of alarm, a Tist Edur, and she then recognized him. Prida Tomad Sengar, the Emperor's father. Karsa, you don't want this audience. An explosion of motion as the two contestants closed. Afterwards, none could agree on who moved first, as if some instinctive agreement was reached between the Segula and Karsa, and acted upon faster than thought itself. And as iron rang on stone, or stone on iron, Karsa Orlong did something unexpected. Pounded down with one foot, hard onto the packed sand, in the midst of the Segula's lithe dance. Pounded down hard enough to stagger onlookers as the entire compound floor thundered. The Segula's perfect balance vanished. No doubt it was but a fraction, the dislodging so minor few would even register it, and no doubt her recovery was as instantaneous, but she was already reeling back to a savage blow with the flat of Karsa's blade, both wrists broken by the impact. Yet, as she toppled, she twisted, one foot lashing upward towards the Toblakai's crotch. He caught her kick with one hand, blocking the blow, then boldly lifted her into the air. She swung the other foot, and the Toblakai, laughing, released his sword and snagged that leg as well, and held her there, dangling. Behind Taralak Veed there was a soft sigh, and the Graal, blinking, turned round. Icarium smiled, then said in a low voice, We have met, I think, he and I, perhaps long ago, a duel that was interrupted. By Mappo, has to be. Mappo, who saw a storm coming between these two. Oh, Trull. Taralak licked dry lips. Would you resume that duel, Icarium? The Jag's brows lifted fractionally. Then he shook his head, leaving that as his answer. Thank the spirits. From Prida Tomad Sengar, a grunt. These games, Samar Dev ventured, drawing his attention, they are intended to entertain, yes? Each contest more challenging than the last. The Tist Edur eyed her, expressionless. Then he said, Among the audience there are those who are entertained. Yes. After a moment he added, Yes, this Tarthanal will come last. The decision was unanimous among our observers. Then he shrugged and said, I came to see for myself, although my judgment has no relevance. That Segula was very good, Samardev said. Perhaps, but she has sparred with no others. They hold her in great respect, even now. When will he set her down? She shook her head. Tomad Sengar turned away. The Tarthanal is superb. And yet your son is better. This halted him once more, and he stared back at her with narrowed eyes. Your Tarthanal is superb, he repeated, but he will die anyway. The Tist Edur walked away. Finally, responding to shouts and entreaties from the onlookers, Karsa Orlong set the woman down onto the ground. 3 Lethery healers rushed in to tend to her. Collecting his sword, Karsa straightened, then looked round. Oh, thought Samardev. Oh no. But Icarium was gone, as was his Graal keeper. The Toblakai walked towards her. I didn't need to know, she said. No, you knew already. Oh, gods. Then he drew closer and stared down at her. The Jag fled. The Trull who was with him is gone, probably dead. Now there is a desert warrior I could break with one hand. There would have been none to stop us, this Icarium and me. He knew that, so he fled. You damned fool, Karsa. Icarium is not the kind of warrior who spars. Do you understand me? We would not have sparred, Samardev. So why spend yourself against him? Is it not these Edur and their Lethery slaves you seek vengeance against? When I am finished with their emperor, I will seek out Icarium. We will finish what we began. Beware gathering the men before the battering ram, Karsa Orlong. A foolish saying, he pronounced after a moment. Oh, and why is that? Among the Teblor, men are the battering ram. Look upon me, Samardev. I have fought and won. See the sweat on my muscles? Come lie with me. No, I feel sick. I will make you feel better. I will split you in 2. That sounds fun. Go away. Must I hunt down another whore? They all run when they see you now, Karsa Orlong. In the opposite direction, I mean. He snorted, then looked round. Perhaps the Segula. Oh, really? You just broke her arms. She won't need them. Besides, the healers are mending her. Gods below, I'm leaving. As she strode away, she heard his rumbling laugh. Oh, I know you make sport of me. I know, and yet I fall into your traps every time. You are too clever, barbarian. Where is that thick-skulled savage, the one to match your pose? Dragging mangled legs, every lurch stabbing pain along the length of his bent, twisted spine, Hanan Mossag squinted ahead, and could just make out the scree of river-polished stones rising like a road between the cliffs of the gorge. He did not know if what he was seeing was real. Yet it felt right. Like home. Korald Emulan, the realm of shadow. Not a fragment, not a torn smear riven through with impurities. Home, as it once was, before all the betrayals ripped it asunder. Paradise awaits us, in our minds. Ghost images, all perfection assembled by will and will alone. Believe what you see, Hanan Mossag. This is home. And yet it resisted, seeking to reject him, his broken body, his chaos-stained mind. Mother Dark, Father Light, look upon your crippled children, upon me, upon Emulan. Heal us.
Do you not see the world fashioned in my mind, all as it once was? I hold still to this purity, to all that I sought to create in the mortal realm, among the tribes I brought to heal, the peace I demanded and won. None could have guessed my deepest desire. The throne of shadow, it was for me, and by my rule Curald Emolan would grow strong once again, whole, rightfully in its place. Yes, there was chaos, the raw, unbound power coursing like impassable rivers, isolating every island of shadow, but I would have used that chaos to heal. Chains, chains to draw the fragments together, to bind them together. The fallen god was a tool, nothing more.
But Trull Sengar had destroyed all that, in the reach of a child's hand, and now everything was dying, poisoned, crumbling into dissolution. He reached the base of the scree, smooth round pebbles clacking beneath his clawed fingers, coarse sand under his nails, wet, biting.
My world.
Rain falling in wisps of mist, the pungent smell of moss and rotting wood, and on the wind, the sea. Surmounting the steep slope of stones, the boles of blackwood trees stood arrayed like sentinels. There were no invasive demons here. This world was the world of the Tist Edur. The shadow of a gliding owl slipped over the glistening slide, crossing his intended path, and Hanan Mossag froze.
No, it cannot be. There is no one alive to claim that title. He is dead. He was not even Tist Edur.
And yet, who stood alone before Trull Sengar?
Yes, she has his severed finger. The owl, most ancient of omens, the owl to mark the coming of the One.
Yet anger surged within him.
It is for me to choose, me! Mother Dark, Father Light, guide me to the throne of shadow, Emolan reborn. It is this, I tell you both, this or the king in chains, and behind him the crippled god. Hear my offer. And ye, Leosan, Edur, the armies of the Tist, no betrayal. The betrayals are done. Bind us to our words as you have bound each other. Light, dark, and shadow, the first elements of existence. Energy and void, and the ceaseless motion of the ebb and flow between them. These three forces, the first, the greatest, the purest. Hear me. I would so pledge the Edur to this alliance. Send to me those who would speak for the Andi, the Leosan. Send them. Bring your children together. Mother Dark, Father Light, I await your word. I await.
He could go no further. Weeping, Hanan Mossag rested his head on the stones.
As you say, he muttered, I will not deny the omen. Very well, it is not for me to choose. He shall be our mortal sword of Emolan. No, not the old title, the new one, to suit this age. Mortal sword. Madness. Why would he even agree? Letheras. So be it.
Dusk had arrived, yet he felt a sliver of warmth against one cheek, and he lifted his head. The clouds had broken, there to the east, a welling band of darkness, and to the west another slash parting the overcast, the lurid glow of the sun.
So be it,
he whispered. Bruthentrana stepped back as the prostrate warlock king flinched, Hanan Mossag's legs drawing up like an insect in death. A moment later, the warlock's bloodshot eyes prized open, and seemed to see nothing for a moment. Then they flicked upward.
Warrior,
he said thickly, then grimaced and spat a throatful of phlegm onto the grimy pavestones.
Bruthentrana, Carpenath speaks boldly of your loyalty, your honor. You are Tist Edur, as we all once were, before Rulad.
He coughed, then pushed himself into a sitting position, raising his head with obvious effort to glower up at Bruthentrana.
And so I must send you away.
Warlock King, I serve this empire.
Errant, take this damned empire. You serve the Tist Edur.
Bruthentrana regarded the broken creature below, said nothing.
I know,
Hanan Mosag said. "You would lead our warriors through the palace above us, room by room, cutting down every one of the Chancellor's pernicious spies, cutting Rulad free of the snaring web spun about him. But that fool on his throne could not recognize freedom if it sprouted wings on his shoulders. He will see it as an attack, a rebellion. Listen to me. Leave the Chancellor to us." "And Karos Invictad?" "All of them, Bruthantrana. So I vow before you." "Where do you wish me to go, Warlock King? After Fear Sengar?" Hanan Mosag started, then shook his head.
"No, but I dare not speak the name of the one you must find. Here in this realm, the Crippled God courses in my veins. Where I travelled a few moments ago, I was free then. To understand, to pray."
"How will I know where to look? How will I know when I find the one you seek?" The Warlock King hesitated. He licked his lips, then said,
"He is dead, but not dead. Distant, yet is summoned. His tomb lies empty, yet was never occupied. He is never spoken of, though his touch haunts us all again and again."
Bruthantrana raised a hand, not surprised to see that it trembled. "No more. Where shall I find the beginning of the path?"
"Where the sun dies, I think."
The warrior scowled. "West? But you are not sure?"
"I am not. I dare not."
"Am I to travel alone?"
"For you to decide, Bruthantrana. But before all else, you must get something, an item, from the Lethery slave. Feather Witch, she hides beneath the old palace."
"I know those tunnels, Warlock King. What is this item?" Hanan Mosag told him. He studied the twisted warlock for a moment longer, the avid gleam in Hanan Mosag's eyes bright as fever, then spun round and strode from the chamber. Bearing lanterns, the squad of guards formed a pool of lurid yellow light that glimmered along the waters of Quillas Canal as they trudged, amidst clanking weapons and desultory muttering, across the bridge. Once on the other side, the squad turned right to follow the main avenue towards the Creeper district. As soon as the glow trundled away, Tehol nudged Ublala, and they hurried onto the bridge. Glancing back at the half-blood, Tehol scowled, then hissed,
"Watch me, you fool! See? I'm skulking. No, hunch down. Look about suspiciously, skitter this way and that. Duck down, Ublala!"
"But then I can't see."
"Quiet!"
"Sorry. Can we get off this bridge?"
"First, let me see you skulk. Go on, you need to practice."
Grumbling, Ublala Pung hunched low, his beetled brow rippling as he looked first one way then the other.
"Nice," Tehol said. "Now hurry up and skulk after me."
"All right, Tehol. It's just that there's the curfew, and I don't want trouble." They reached the other side, and Tehol led the way, 30 paces into the wake of the guards, then an abrupt cut to the left, coming within sight of the toll's repository, into an alley where he crouched, then gestured frantically for Ublala to do the same.
"All right," he whispered. "Do you know which wing?"
Ublala blinked in the gloom. "What?"
"Do you know where this Tarthanol is quartered?"
"Yes, with all the other champions."
"Good. Where is that?"
"Well, it must be somewhere."
"Good thinking, Ublala. Now stay close to me. I am, after all, a master of this thieving skullduggery."
"Really? But Bugg said—"
"What? What did my miserable manservant say? About me, behind my back?"
Ublala shrugged.
"Lots of things.
I mean, nothing."
"Oh, you misheard me, Tehol. I didn't say anything. You're not a clumsy oaf with a head full of grander delusions or anything like that." He brightened. "You want me to box him about the ears again?" "Later. Here's what I think. Near the Imperial Barracks, but a wing of the Eternal Domicile. Or between the Eternal Domicile and the Old Palace." Ublala was nodding. "So," Tehol continued, "shall we get going?" "Where?" "Somehow I don't think this night is going to go well. Never mind, just stay with me." A quick peek into the street, up one way, down the other, then Tehol moved out, keeping low against the near wall.
As they drew closer to the eternal domicile, the shadows diminished, lantern poles at intersections, broader streets, and there soldiers positioned at postern gates, outside corner blockhouses, soldiers, in fact, everywhere. Tehol tugged Ublala into the last usable alley, where they crouched once more in gloom.
"This looks bad," he whispered. "There's people, Ublala. Well, listen, it was a good try, but we've been bested by superior security, and that's that."
"They're all standing in their own light," Ublala said. "They can't see nothing, Tehol. Besides, I got in mind a diversion."
"A diversion like your usual diversions, Ublala? Forget it. Shurkalal's told me about that last time."
"Yes, like that. It worked, didn't it?"
"But that was to get her inside the Gerran estate. Her, not you. Aren't you the one who wants to talk to this champion?"
"That's why you're doing the diversion, Tehol."
"Me? Are you mad?"
"It's the only way."
They heard the scuff of boots from the street, then a loud voice.
"There! Who's skulking in that alley?"
Ublala flinched down.
How did he know?
"We'd better run."
They bolted as a spear of lantern light lanced across the alley mouth. Then, pursued by shouting soldiers, the two fugitives reached the far end of the alley, where Tehol went left and Ublala went right. Alarms resounded in the night. The answering of his prayers was nothing like Bruthentrana had imagined. Not through the grotesque creature that was Hanan Mossag, the warlock king, the very man who had started the Edur down this path of dissolution. Ambition, greed, and betrayal. It was all Bruthen could manage to stand still before Hanan Mossag, rather than strangle the life from the warlock king. Yet from that twisted mouth had come hope. It seemed impossible, macabre, mocking Bruthentrana's visions of heroic salvation. Rulad falls, the whole Sengar bloodline obliterated, and then Hanan Mossag. For his crimes, honor can be won. I will see to that. This is how it must be." He was not unduly worried over the Lethery. The Chancellor would not live much longer. The palace would be purged, the patriotists would be crushed, their agents slain, and those poor prisoners whose only crime, as far as he could tell, was to disagree with the practices of the patriotists, those prisoners, Lethery one and all, could be freed. There was no real sedition at work here, no treason. Karsa Invicta used such accusations as if they encompassed a guilt that needed no proof, as if they justified any treatment of the accused he desired. Ironically, in so doing, he subverted humanity itself, making him the most profound traitor of all. But not even that mattered much. Bruthentrana did not like the man, a dislike that seemed reason enough to kill the bastard. Karsa Invicta took pleasure in cruelty, making him both pathetic and dangerous. If he were permitted to continue, there was the very real risk that the Lethery people would rise up in true rebellion, and the gutters in every city of the Empire would run crimson. No matter. I do not like him. For years I was witness to his contempt for me, there in his eyes. I will brook the affront no longer. This, more than anything else, dismayed Bruthentrana. Hanan Mossag's insisting he leave immediately, for some place where the sun dies. West. But no, not west. The warlock king misunderstood his own vision. A sudden thought, slowing his steps as he made his way down into the subterranean corridors and chambers beneath the old palace. Who answered his prayers? Who showed him this path? He suggested it was not this crippled god. Father Shadow? Has Skabandari Blood-Eye returned to us? No, he has not. Then who? A moment later, Bruthentrana scowled, then cursed under his breath and resumed his journey. I am given hope, and what do? Seek to kill it with my own hands. No, I understand the path better than Hanan Mossag himself. Where the sun dies is not to the west. It is beneath the waves, in the depths. Did not a demon of the seas retrieve his body? No, Hanan Mossag, you dare not name him. He is not even Tist Edur, yet he must be our salvation. He reached the sloping tunnel that would take him to the slave's supposedly secret abode. These Lethery were indeed pathetic.
We each carry a whisper of Emerlan within us, each and every Tist Edur. This is why no slave among the tribes could escape us. Except for one, he corrected himself, Udinaas. But then the Karissna knew where he was, or so Bruthentrana suspected. They knew, yet chose to do nothing. It was no wonder Rulad did not trust them. Nor do I. He could smell the stench of bitter magic as he drew nearer, and he heard her muttering in her chamber, and knew that something had changed. In the one named Featherwitch, in the power she possessed. Well, he would give her no time to prepare. Featherwitch looked up in fear and alarm as the Tist Edur warrior strode in. Squealing, she backed away until brought short by a wall, then sank down and covered her face. The stark intent in the warrior's face was fierce. He grasped her by the hair and yanked her to her feet, then higher, the pain forcing a shriek from her. With his other hand he grasped the small leather pouch between her breasts. When he tore it loose, the thong cut like wire across the back of her neck and behind one ear. She could feel blood. She thought that her ear had very nearly been cut loose, that it hung by a strand of... He flung her back down. Her head cracked against the stone of the wall. She slumped onto the floor, ragged sobbing erupting from her heaving chest, and listened, beyond the close roar of blood in her skull, to his dwindling footsteps. He had taken the severed finger.
He goes to find the soul of Beddict.
Tehol staggered into the single room, collapsed down near the hearth, sheathed in sweat, gasping to gain his breath. Bugg, seated with his back to a wall and sipping tea, slowly raised his brows. "Afflicted with a delusion of competence, I see."
That's what you said to Ublala? You cruel, heartless...
The observation was made regarding all mortals, actually.
He didn't take it that way.
Janeth spoke from where she sat sipping from her own chipped clay cup.
All those alarms ringing through the city are because of you, Tehol Beddict?
They will be on the lookout now, Bugg observed, for a man wearing a blanket.
Well, Tehol retorted, there must be plenty of those, right?
There was no immediate reply.
There must be,
Tehol insisted, a little wildly even to his own ears. He hastened on in a more reasonable tone.
The ever-growing divide between the rich and the poor and all that. Why, blankets are the new fashion among the destitute. I'm sure of it.
Neither listener said anything, then both sipped from their cups. Scowling, Tehol said,
"What's that you're drinking?"
"Hen tea," Bugg said.
"Soup, you mean?"
"No," said Janeth.
"Tea." "Wait, where are all the chickens?"
"On the roof," Bugg said.
"Won't they fall off?"
"One or two might. We do regular rounds. So far they have displayed uncharacteristic cleverness, rather unique for this household."
"Oh, right. Kick the exhausted fugitive, why don't you? They probably caught poor old Ublala."
"Maybe. He did have a diversion in mind."
Tehol's eyes narrowed on his manservant. "Those wisps above your ears need trimming. Janeth, find me a knife, will you?" "No." "You would side with him, wouldn't you?" "Bugg is actually a very capable man, Tehol. You don't deserve him, you know." "I assure you, scholar, the undeservedness is mutual." "What does that mean?" "You know, from the smell, I think I could make a strong argument that hen tea is no different from watery chicken soup, or at the very least, broth." "You never could grasp semantics, Tehol Beddict." "I couldn't grasp much of anything, I seem to recall. Yet I will defend my diligence, my single-minded lust for seductive knowledge, the purity of true academic, pursuit. Why, I could go on and on. Ever your flaw, Tehol. But I won't, cursed as I am with an unappreciative audience. So tell me, Bugg, why was Ublala so eager to talk to this true-blood Tarthanol?"
"He wishes to discover, I imagine, if the warrior is a god."
"Oh, what?"
"A new god, I mean. Or an ascendant, to be more precise. I doubt there are worshippers involved. Yet."
"Well, Tarthanol only worship what terrifies them, right? This is just some warrior doomed to die by the Emperor's sword. Hardly the subject to inspire poor Ublala Pung."
To that Bugg simply shrugged.
Tehol wiped sweat from his brow. "Give me some of that hen tea, will you?"
"With or without?"
"With or without what?"
"Feathers," That depends. Are they clean feathers? They are now, Bugg replied. All right, then, since I can't think of anything more absurd. With. Bugg reached for a clay cup. I knew I could count on you, Master. She woke to a metallic clang out in the corridor. Sitting up, Samardev stared into the darkness of her room. She thought she could hear breathing just outside her door, then distinctly a muted whimper. She rose, wrapping the blanket about her, and padded to the doorway, lifted the latch and swung the flimsy barrier aside. "Karsa?" The huge figure spun to face her. "No," she then said, "not Karsa. Who are you?" "Where is he?" "Who?" "The one like me. Which room?" Samardev edged out into the corridor. She looked to the left and saw the motionless forms of the two palace guards normally stationed to either side of the corridor's entranceway. Their helmed heads were conspicuously close together, and those iron pots were both severely dented. "You killed them?" The huge man glanced over, then grunted. "They were looking the wrong way." "You mean they didn't see you?" "Maybe my hands." The nonsensical yet oddly satisfying exchange had been in whispers. Samardev gestured that he follow and set off up the corridor until she came to the door to Karsa Orlong's room. "He's in here." "Knock," the giant ordered. "Then walk in ahead of me." "Or else?" "Or else I knock your head." Together. Sighing, she reached towards the door with one fist. It opened, and the point of a stone sword suddenly hovered in the hollow of her throat. "Who is that behind you, witch?" "You have a visitor," she replied, "from outside." Karsa Orlong, naked above the waist, his escaped slave tattoos a crazed web reaching down to his shoulders and chest, withdrew the sword and stepped back. The stranger pushed Samardev to one side and entered the small room, whereupon he sank down to his knees, head bowing. "Pure one," he said, the words like a prayer. Samardev edged in and shut the door behind her, as Karsa Orlong tossed his sword on the cot, then reached down with one hand and hammered the stranger in the side of the head. Rocking the man, blood started from his nostrils, and he blinked stupidly up at Karsa, who said, "There is Toblakai blood in you. Toblakai kneel to no one." Samardev crossed her arms and leaned back against the door. "First lesson when dealing with Karsa Orlong," she murmured. "Expect the unexpected." The huge man struggled back to his feet, wiping at the blood on his face. He was not as tall as Karsa, but almost as wide. "I am Utlala Pung of the Tarthanol." "Tarthanol," Samardev said, "a mixed blood remnant of some local Toblakai population. Used to be more in the city. I certainly have not seen any others out in the markets and such. But they've virtually vanished, just like most of the other tribes the Letheras subjugated." Ublala half-turned to glower at her. "Not vanished, defeated. And now those who are left live on islands in the Draconian Sea." At the word defeated, Samardev saw Karsa scowl. Ublala faced the Toblakai once more, then said, with strange awkwardness, "Lead us, war leader." Sudden fire in Karsa's eyes, and he met Samardev's gaze. "I told you once, witch, that I would lead an army of my kind. It has begun." "They're not Toblakai." "If but one drop of Toblakai blood burns in their veins, witch, then they are Toblakai." "Decimated by Letheras sorcery." A sneer. "Letheras sorcery, I care not." Ublala Pung, however, was shaking his head. "Even with our greatest shamans, pure one, we could not defeat it. Why, Arbanat himself—" This time it was Samardev who interrupted. "Ublala, I have seen Karsa Orlong push his way through that sorcery." The mixed blood stared at her, mouth agape. "Push?" The word was mostly mouthed, the barest of whispers. Despite herself, she nodded. "I wish I could tell you otherwise, you poor bastard. I wish I could tell you to run away and hide with your kin on those islands, because this one here makes empty promises. Alas, I cannot. He does not make empty promises. Not so far, anyway. Of course," she added with a shrug that belied the bitterness she felt, "this Edur Emperor will kill him." To that Ublalapang shook his head. Denial? Dismay? Karsa Orlong addressed Ublala. "You must leave when this is done, warrior. You must travel to your islands and gather our people, then bring them here. You are now my army. I am Karsa Orlong, Toblakai and Teblor. I am your war leader." "The marks on your face," Ublala whispered. "What of them?" "As shattered as the Tarthanol, as the Toblakai, broken, driven apart. So the oldest legends say, scattered by ice, by betrayal." An icy draught seemed to flow up around Samar Dev, like a cold wave engulfing a rock, and she shivered. "Oh, I dislike the sound of that, since it echoes the truth of things, too clearly." "Yet see my face behind it," Karsa said. "Two truths, what was and what will be. Do you deny this, Ublala of the Tarthanal?" A mute shake of the head. Then the warrior shot another glance at Samar Dev before saying, "War leader, I have words of Trull Sengar, the Edur Emperor, words of his secret." "Leave us, witch," Karsa said. She started. "What? Not a chance. Leave us, or I will instruct my warrior to knock your head together." "Oh, so now it's idiocy that inspires you?" "Samardev," Karsa said, "this warrior has defeated every barrier surrounding this compound. I am not interested in his words. Did you not hear the alarms? He fights as would a Toblakai." "They tried drowning me too once," Ublala said. Samar Dev snorted. "With him around, it truly is a struggle to remain solemn, never mind dignified. A cure for pomposity, Karsa Orlong. Be sure to keep this one at your side." "Go." She gestured with sudden contempt. "Oh, fine. On with you two, then. Later, Karsa, I will remind you of one thing." "What?" She opened the door behind her. "This oaf couldn't even find your room." Out in the corridor, Samar Dev heard a stirring from one of the guards, then a groan, and then distinctly, "What are all those lights?" Chapter 12. I looked to the west and saw 1,000 suns setting. Sidivar Trellus. The earthy smell of the dung fires preceded the first sighting of the All army. Beneath the smudged light of a dull moon, the Atriprida and Bonehunters rode with the scout troop to the base of a ridge, where they dismounted and, leaving one soldier with the horses, set out on foot up the slope. The summit was almost devoid of grasses, knobs of angular bedrock pushing through where the ceaseless winds had eroded away the scant soil. Dropping down low, the half-dozen Letheras and one Tist Edur edged up between the outcroppings, filling the spaces in the broken spine of basalt. Beyond, perhaps a third of a league distant, burned the cook fires of the enemy, a sea of fallen smouldering stars, spreading out to fill the basin of an entire valley, then up the far slope, defining its contours. "How many do you judge?" Bonehunters asked the Atriprida in a low voice. Vivat sighed. "Combatants? Maybe 10, 11,000. These armies are more like migrations, Overseer. Everyone tags along." "Then where are the herds?" "Probably the other side of the far valley." "So tomorrow we ride to battle?" "Yes, and again I advise that you and your bodyguard remain with the train." "That will not be necessary," Bonehunters cut in, repeating words he had uttered a dozen times in the past 3 days and nights. "There are Edur warriors with you, and they will be used, yes?" "If needed, Overseer. But the fight awaiting us looks to be no different from all the others we Letheras have had against these people of the plains. It looks as if Red Mask was not able to sway the elders with any new schemes. It's the old tactics, the ones that fail them time and again." She was silent for a moment, then she continued. "The valley behind us is called Bastfolmar. It has some arcane significance for the All. That is where we will meet." He turned his head and studied her in the gloom. You are content to let them choose the place of battle? She snorted.
Overseer, if these lands were filled with defiles, canyons, arroyos, or impassable rivers, or forests, then indeed I would think carefully about engaging the enemy where they want us to. But not here. Visibility is not an issue. With our mages, the all cannot hide in any case. There are no difficult avenues of retreat, no blinds. The fight tomorrow will be brutal in its simplicity, all ferocity against Lethery discipline.
And with this Red Mask leading them, they will be ferocious indeed.
Yes, but it will fail in the end.
You are confident, Atriprida.
He caught her smile. Relieved, Overseer. This night I see only what I have seen a dozen times before. Do not imagine, however, that I am dismissing the enemy. It will be bloody.
With that she gestured, and the group began withdrawing from the ridgeline. As they made their way down to the waiting horses, Brolhandar said, I saw no pickets at Atriprida, nor mounted outriders. Does that not seem odd to you?
No, they know we are close. They wanted us to see that camp.
To achieve what? Some pointless effort to overawe us?
Something like that, yes.
You invite me to feel contempt for these all. Why? So that you can justify not using the Tist Edur, the Karisnan? You want this victory on the morrow to be Lethery. You do not want to find yourself beholden to the Edur, not for this grand theft of land and beast, this harvesting of slaves. So, I suspect the factor instructed, Leto Anict is not one to share the spoils. I, Atriprida, am not relieved.
Stone-tipped arrows. You are truly a fool. They will break against Lethery armor. I can expect nothing from you. At least I discover that now, instead of in the midst of battle.
Tok Annister settled back on his haunches and watched Torrent march out of the firelight. Off, somewhere. Somewhere important, like the latrines. He resumed examining the fletching on the Imas arrows. Gift of an old friend, that clunking, creaking collection of droll bones. He could barely recall the last time he was among friends. Gruntle, perhaps. Another continent, a drunken evening. Was that Saltoan wine? Gredfallen ale? He couldn't recall. Surrounding him, the murmur of thousands, their moving through the camp, their quiet conversations around the cook fires. Old men and old women, the lame, the young, a fire burning for each and every all. And somewhere out on the plain, Red Mask and his warriors. A night without fires, without conversations. Nothing, I imagine, but the soft honing of weapon edges, iron and stone whispering in the night. A simple deceit, its success dependent on Lethery expectations. Enemy scouts had spotted this camp, after all, as predicted. Countless fires in the darkness, appropriately close to Bast Folmar, the site of the impending battle. All the way it was supposed to be. But Red Mask had other plans, and to aid in the deception, Tok suspected some arcane sorcery from the K'chain Shemal. An elder appeared, walking into the fire's glow on bowed legs. Tok had seen this one speaking to Red Mask, often riding at the war leader's side. He crouched down opposite Tok and studied him for a dozen heartbeats, then spat into the flames, nodding at the answering sizzle, and spoke.
I do not trust you. I'm crushed. Those arrows, they are bound in ritual magic, yet no spirit has blessed them. What sort of sorcery is that, Lethery? Are you a creature of the tiles and holds? A traitor in our midst? You plot betrayal, vengeance against our abandoning you. Trying to inspire me, Elder? Sorry to disappoint you, but there are no embers in the ashes, nothing to stir to life. You are young. Not as young as you think. Besides, what has that to do with anything? Red Mask likes you.
Tok scratched the scar where an eye had been.
Are your wits addled by age?
A grunt.
I know secrets. Me too. None to compare with mine. I was there when Red Mask's sister killed herself.
And I suckled at the tit of a Kachin Chemal matron, if tit is the right word." The old man's face twisted in disbelief.
"That is a good lie, but it is not the game I am playing. I saw with my own eyes the great sea canoes upon the north shore, thousands upon thousands."
Tok began returning the arrows to the hide quiver.
"These arrows were made by a dead man, dead for 100,000 years or more."
The wrinkled scowl opposite him deepened.
"I have seen skeletons running in the night on this very plain. This body you see isn't mine. I stole it. I alone know the truth of Bast Fulmar. This body's father was a dead man. He gasped his last breath even as his seed was taken on a field of battle. The victory of long ago was in truth a defeat. This body grew strong on human meat. Red Mask will betray us. This mouth waters as I look at you."
The old man pushed himself to his feet.
"Evil speaks in lies, and the good know only one truth. But it's a lie, because there's always more than one truth."
Another throatful of phlegm into the campfire. Then a complicated series of gestures, the inscribing in the air above the flames of a skein of wards that seemed to swirl for a moment in the thin smoke.
"You are banished," the elder then pronounced. "You have no idea, old man. I think you should have died long ago. More times than I can count. Started with a piece of a moon, then a damned puppet, then... Oh, never mind. Torrent says you will run. In the end, he says your courage is broken."
Tok looked down into the flames.
"That may well be," he said. "He will kill you, then." "Assuming he can catch me. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's ride a horse."
With a snarl, the elder stormed off.
"Courage," Tok muttered to himself. "Yes, there is that. And maybe cowardice truly is bred in the very bones. Because, let's face it, Annister was no cold iron, nor hot for that matter."
From somewhere in the night came the keening howl of a wolf. Tok grunted.
"Yes, well, it's not as if I had the privilege of choice, is it? I wonder if any of us has. Ever."
He raised his voice slightly.
"You know, Torrent. Yes, I see you hulking out there. It occurs to me, given the precedent, that the question of cowardice is one you all must face tomorrow. I have no doubt Red Mask, if he has any concerns, is thinking on that right now, wondering, can he bully all of you into honor?"
The vague shape that was Torrent moved off. Tok fell silent, tossed yet another lump of Rodara dung onto the fire, and thought about old friends long gone. The lone line of scuffed footprints ended with a figure, trudging up the distant slope of clay and pebbles. That was the thing about following a trail, Head reminded himself. Easy to forget the damned prints belonged to something real, especially after what seemed weeks of tracking the bastard. Udinaas, as he had suspected. Those splayed, bony feet dragged too much, especially with an arch so high it left no imprint. True, some bow-legged Wiccan might leave something similar, but not walking at a pace that stayed ahead of Hedge for this long. Not a chance of that. Still, it was odd that the ancient undead warrior was walking at all. Easier traversing this wasteland as dust. Maybe it's too damp. Maybe it's no fun being mud. I'll have to ask it that. Assuming it doesn't kill me outright. Or try to, I mean. I keep forgetting that I'm already dead. If there's one thing the dead should remember, it's that crucial detail, don't you think, Fid? Ah, what would you know? You're still alive, and not here either. Who'd take me? I'm in need of company. Not that damned whispering wind, though. Good thing it had fled, in tatters, unable to draw any closer to this Udinaas with, yes, but one arm. Beat up thing, ain't it just? He was sure it knew he was here, 1,000 paces behind it. Probably knows I'm a ghost, too. which is why it hasn't bothered attacking me. I think I'm getting used to this. Another third of a league passed before Hedge was able to draw close enough to finally snare the undead warrior's regard. Halting, slowly turning about. The flint weapon in its lone hand was more a cutlass than a sword, its end strangely hooked. A hilt had been fashioned from the palmate portion of an antler, creating a shallow, tined bell guard polished brown with age. Part of the warrior's face had been brutally smashed, but one side of its heavy jaw was intact, giving its ghastly mien a lopsided cant.
"Begone, ghost,"
the Udinaas said in a ravaged voice. Well, I would, Hedge replied, only it seems we're heading in the same direction.
"That cannot be."
Why?
"Because you do not know where I am going."
Oh, perfect Imas logic. In other words, absurd idiocy. No, I don't know precisely where you're going, but it is undeniably to be found in the same direction as where I am headed. Is that too sharp an observation for you?
Why do you hold to your flesh?
The same reason, I suppose, why you hold on to what's left of yours. Listen, I am named Hedge. I was once a soldier, a bridge burner, Malazan Marines. Are you some cast-off from Logros Tlanimas? The warrior said nothing for a moment, then,
I was once of Kron Tlanimas, born in the season of blood from the mountain to the clan of Epterfinana. My own blood arrived on the shores of Jagratil. I am Emroth.
A woman? A clattering, uneven shrug. Well, Emroth, what are you doing walking across Hood's forgotten ice pit?
There is no pit here.
As you say. Hedge looked round. Is this where abandoned Tlanimas go, then?
Not here,
Emroth replied. Then the cutlass lifted and slowly pointed. Ahead. The direction Hedge had decided to call north. What, are we headed towards a huge pile of frozen bones, then? Emroth turned and began walking once more. Hedge moved up alongside the undead creature. Were you beautiful once, Emroth?
I do not remember.
I was hopeless with women, Hedge said. My ears are too big. Yes, that's why I wear this leather cap. And I got knobby knees. It's why I became a soldier, you know, to meet women. And then I discovered that women soldiers are scary. I mean, a lot more scary than normal women, which is saying something. I guess with you, Imas, well, everyone was a warrior, right?
I understand,
Emroth said. You do? Understand what?
Why you have no companions, Hedge of the Bridge Burners.
You're not going to turn into a cloud of dust on me, are you?
In this place I cannot, alas.
Grinning, Hedge resumed. It's not like I died a virgin or anything, of course. Even ugly bastards like me. Well, so long as there's enough coin in your hand. But I'll tell you something, Emroth. That's not what you'd call love now, is it? So anyway, the truth of it is, I never shared that with anybody. Love. I mean, from the time I stopped being a child, right up until I died. Now, there was this soldier once. She was big and mean, named Detoran. She decided she loved me, and showed it by beating me senseless. So how do you figure that one? Well, I've got it worked out. You see, she was even less lovable than me. Poor old cow. Wish I'd understood that at the time, but I was too busy running away from her. Funny how that is, isn't it? She died too, and so I had a chance to, talk to her, since we found ourselves in the same place. Her problem was she couldn't put enough words together to make a real sentence. Not thick, much, just inarticulate. People like that, how can you guess what's in their mind? They can't tell you, so the guessing stays guessing, and most of the time you're so wrong it's pathetic. Well, we worked it out, more or less, I think. She said even less as a ghost. But that's the thing with it all, Emroth. There's the big explosion, the white, then black, then you're stirring awake all over again. A damned ghost with nowhere worthwhile to go, and all you're left with is realizations and regrets, and a list of wishes longer than Hood's."
"No more, Hedge of the Bridge Burners,"
Emroth interjected, the tremor of emotion in its voice.
"I am not a fool. I comprehend this game of yours, but my memories are not for you."
Hedge shrugged. "Not for you either, I gather. Gave them all away to wage war against the Jaghut. They were so evil, so dangerous, you made of yourselves your first victims. Kind of a backwards kind of vengeance, wouldn't you say? Like you went and done their work for them. And the real joke is, they weren't much evil or dangerous at all. Oh, maybe a handful, but those handful earned the wrath of their kin real fast. Often long before you and your armies even showed up. They could police themselves just fine. They flung glaciers at you, so what did you do to defeat that? Why, you made your hearts even colder, even more lifeless than any glacier. Who knows that's irony for you?"
"I am unbound,"
Emroth said in a rasp.
"My memories remain with me. It is these memories that have broken me."
"Broken?" Another shrug.
"Hedge of the Bridge Burners, unlike you, I remember love."
Neither spoke for a time after that. The wind whipped bitter and dry. The crusted remnants of snow crackled underfoot in the beds of moss and lichen. On the horizon ahead there was a slate-grey ridge of some sort, angular like a massed line of toppled buildings. Above it the sky was milky white. Hedge gestured northward. "So, Emroth, is that it?" The half-shattered head lifted.
"Ontos Velak."
"Really? But—"
"We must cross it."
"Oh, and what lies beyond?" The Tlanimas halted and stared at Hedge with its withered, shadow-shrunken eyes.
"I am not sure," it replied, "but I now believe it may be home."
"Damn you, Emroth. You've just made things a lot harder." The temple stood on a low hill, the land barren on all sides. Its huge cyclopean walls looked battered, shoved inward as if by 10,000 stone fists. Crooked fissures tracked the dark grey granite from ground level to the massive lintel stone leaning drunkenly above what had once been a grand noble entranceway. The remnants of statues jutted from pedestals set to either side of the broad, now sagging steps. Udinaas did not know where he was. Just another dream, or what started as a dream, doomed, like all the others, to slide into something far worse. And so he waited, trembling, his legs crippled, broken and lifeless beneath him, a new variation on the theme of incapacity, bludgeoning symbol to his many flaws. The last time, he recalled, he had been squirming on the ground, limbless, a broken-backed snake. It seemed his subconscious lacked subtlety, a most bitter admission. Unless, of course, someone or something else was sending these visitations. And now corpses had appeared on the stony slopes beneath the temple. Scores, then hundreds. Tall, skin pale as the shell of turtle eggs, red-rimmed eyes set deep in elongated, chiseled faces, and too many joints on their long limbs, transforming their stiff expressions of death into something surreal, fevered. But that last detail was no surprise. And now a smudge of motion in the darkness beneath the lintel stone, a figure staggering into view, unlike the dead. No, this one looked human. Splashed in blood from head to toe, the man reeled forward, halted at the top of the steps and looked round with wild, enraged eyes. Then, flinging his head back, he screamed at the colorless sky. No words, just fury. Udinaas recoiled, sought to drag himself away. And the figure saw him, one crimson dripping hand lifting, reaching out for him, beckoning. As if grasped by the throat, Udinaas lurched closer to the man, to the temple, to the cold scree of corpses. "No," he muttered, "not me. Choose someone else. Not me."
"Can you feel this grief, mortal?"
"Not for me."
"But it is. You are the only one left. Are their deaths to be empty, forgotten, without meaning?"
Udinaas tried to hold on to the ground, but the stones pulled loose under his hands. The sandy soil broke free as his nails dragged furrows in his wake.
Find someone else!
His shriek echoed, as if launched directly at the temple, in through the gaping entrance and echoing within, trapped, stolen away, rebounding until it was no longer his own voice, but that of the temple itself, a mournful cry of dying, of desperate defiance. The temple voicing its thirst. And something shook the sky then, lightning without fire, thunder without sound, an arrival jarring loose the world. The entire temple heaved sideways, clouds of dust gasping out from beneath mortarless joins. It was moments from collapse.
"No!"
bellowed the figure at the top of the stairs, even as he staggered to regain his balance.
"This one is mine! My Trull Sengar! Look at these dead! They must be saved! Delivered! They must be—"
And now another voice sounded, behind Udinaas, high, distant, a voice of the sky itself.
"No, errant! These dead are Focrul Assail, dead by your own hand. You cannot kill them to save them. Dread witch, you know nothing. They're the only ones I can save. The curse of elder gods. Look at the blood on your hands. It is all of your own making, all of it."
A huge shadow swept over Udinaas then, wheeled round. Wind gusting, tossing tangled black hair upward from corpses, buffeting the torn fragments of their clothes. Then a sudden pressure, as of vast weight descending, and the dragon was there, between Udinaas and the errant, long hind limbs stretching downward, claws plunging through cold bodies, crushing them in the snapping of bones as the enormous creature settled on the slope. Sinuous neck curling round, the huge head drawing closer to Udinaas, eyes of white fire. Its voice filled his skull.
"Do you know me?"
Argent flames rippling along the golden scales, a presence exuding incandescent heat. Focrul Assail bodies blackened beneath her, skin crinkling, peeling back, fats melting, popping from sudden blisters, weeping from joints. Udinaas nodded.
"Menandor, Sister Dawn, rapist."
Thick liquid laughter. The head swung away, angled up towards the errant.
"This one is mine," she said. "I claimed him long ago. Claim what you like, Menandor. Before we are done here, you will give him to me, of your own will." "Indeed? As payment for what? For news of your sisters?"
She laughed again.
"Do you imagine I don't know? But I offer more."
The god raised his red hands.
"I can ensure they are removed from your path, Menandor. A simple nudge."
The dragon shifted round, regarded Udinaas once more.
"For this one? Yes. Very well. You can have him, but not our child."
It was the errant's turn to laugh.
"When last did you visit that child, Menandor?" "What does that mean?" "Only this. He is grown now. His mind is his own. Not yours, Menandor. You are warned, and this time I demand nothing in return. Elder gods, my dear, can on occasion know mercy."
She snorted, a gust of raw power.
"I have heard that. Fine propaganda, the morsel you feed to your starving, pathetic worshippers. This man, this father of my child, he will fail you. Trull Sengar. He has no faith. The compassion within him is like a mere rat in a pit of lions, dancing faster than you can see, ever but moments from annihilation. He has played with it for a long time, errant. You will not catch it, cannot claim it, cannot bind it to your cause."
She voiced her cruel laughter once more.
"I took more from him than you realize."
"Including, bitch, my fear of you. You think you can give me away, Menandor?" The eyes flared with amusement or contempt or both.
"Speak then, Udinaas. Let us hear your bold claims."
"You both think you summoned me here, don't you? for your stupid tug-of-war, but the truth is I summoned the two of you.
You are mad.
Maybe so, Menandor, but this is my dream, not yours. Not his, mine.
You fool, she spat. Just try banishing us.
Udinaas opened his eyes, stared up at a cold, clear night sky, and allowed himself a smile. My dream, your nightmare. He pulled the furs tighter about himself, drawing up his legs, making sure they weren't broken. Stiffness in the knees, normal, what came of scrabbling over rock and ice, but warm with life.
All is well,
he whispered.
Good,
said Kettle. Udinaas turned, looked up. She was crouched at his side. Why are you awake? He demanded.
I'm not, and neither are you. That temple, it fell over after you left.
Hope it crushed the errant flat, then.
No, you'd already sent him away. Her too.
But not you.
No, you didn't know I was there.
All right, so I am still dreaming. What do you want?
That temple, it couldn't have held all those souls, all that grief. It was broken, and that's why it fell over. That was what you were supposed to see, so you'd understand when everything happens, and not be sad, and be able to do what he wants you to do, just not in the way he thought it would be. That's all.
Good. Now crawl back to your own dreams, Kettle.
Okay. Just remember, don't cry too soon. You have to wait.
Really? How long before I do this crying? But she was gone. He'd caught some damn fever from the rotting ice, shivering and hallucinating for 3, maybe 4 nights now. Bizarre dreams inside dreams, and on. Delusions of warmth, the comfort of furs not sodden with sweat, the balm of mysterious conversations where meaning wasn't an issue. I like this life. It's predictable, mostly, and when it isn't, it feels no different. I take whatever comes at me, as if each night I receive lessons in taking control. Now it was time for the huge table heaped with all his favorite foods. They said he was gaunt as a wraith, but every night he ate his fill. With the dawn light pushing the shadows into the clefts and valleys and transforming the snow-clad peaks into molten gold, Seren Beddict rose from her furs and stood, feeling grimy and disheveled. The high altitude left her throat sore and her eyes dry, and her allergies only exasperated those conditions. Shivering in the cutting wind, she watched Trull Sengar struggling to relight the fire. Long frozen wood was reluctant to burn. Kettle had been gathering grasses, and she now squatted down beside the Edur with her offerings. A ragged cough from where Udinaas lay still buried in furs. After a moment he slowly sat up, face flushed with fever, sweat on his brow, his eyes dull. He hacked out a noise Seren belatedly realized was laughter. Fear's head snapped around as if wasp stung. This amuses you? You'd rather another cold meal to start the day? Udinaas blinked over at the Edur, then shrugged and looked away. Seren cleared her throat.
Whatever amused him, Fear, had nothing to do with you.
Speaking for me now? Udinaas asked her. He tottered weakly to his feet, still wrapped in the furs. This might be another dream, he said. At any moment, that white-skinned warrior perched over there might transform into a dragon, and the child Kettle will open her mouth like a door, into which Trull Sengar will plunge, devoured by his own hunger to betray. The flat, murky eyes fixed on Seren Beddict. And you will conjure lost ages, Equitor, as if the follies of history had any relevance, any at all. The whirl and snap of a chain punctuated the bizarre pronouncements. Udinaas glanced over at Clip and smiled. And you're dreaming of sinking your hands into a pool of blood, but not any old blood. The question is, can you manipulate events to achieve that red torrent?
Your fever has boiled your brain, the Andi warrior said with an answering smile. He faced Silchas' ruin. Kill him or leave him behind.
Seren Beddict sighed, then said,
Clip, when will we begin our descent? Lower down, there will be herbs to defeat his fever.
Not for days,
he replied, spinning the chain in his right hand. "And even then, well, I doubt you'll find what you're looking for. Besides," he added, "what ails him isn't entirely natural." Silchas Rowan, facing the trail they would climb this day, said, "He speaks true. Old sorcery fills this fetid air."
"What kind?"
Seren asked. "It is fragmented. Perhaps Kachin-Chemal. They rarely used their magic in ways easily understood, never in battle. I do recall something necromantic."
"And is that what this is?"
"I cannot say, Acquitor."
"So why is Udinaas the one afflicted? What about the rest of us?"
No one ventured a response, barring another broken laugh from Udinaas. Rings clacked. "I have made my suggestion," Clip said. Again the conversation seemed to die. Kettle walked over to stand close to Udinaas, as if conferring protection. A small campfire was finally alight, if feebly so. Seren collected a tin pot and set out to find some clean snow, which should have been a simple enough task. But the rotted patches were foul with detritus, smears of decaying vegetation, speckled layers of charcoal and ash, the carcasses of some kind of ice-dwelling worm or beetle, wood and pieces of countless animals. Hardly palatable. She was surprised they weren't all sick. She halted before a long, narrow stretch of ice-crusted snow that filled a crack or folded in the rock. She drew her knife, knelt down, and began pecking at it. Chunks broke away. She examined each one, discarding those too discolored with filth, setting the others into the pot. Not much like normal glaciers, those few she had seen up close. After all, they were made of successive snowfalls as much as creeping ice. Those snowfalls normally produced relatively pristine strata. But here, it was as if the air through which the snow fell had been thick with drifting refuse, clogging every descending flake.
Air thick with smoke, ash, pieces of once living things. What could have done that?
If just ash, then she could interpret it as the result of some volcanic eruption.
But not damned fragments of skin and meat. What secret hides in these mountains?
She managed to dig the knife point deep into the ice, then settled her weight on it. The entire remaining slab of ice lifted suddenly, prized away from the crack, and there, lying beneath it, a spear. The shaft, long as Seren was tall, was not wood. Polished, mottled amber and brown, it looked almost scaled. The broad head was of one piece, blade and stem, ground jade, milky smooth and leaf-shaped. No obvious glue or binding held the socket onto the shaft. She pulled the weapon loose. The scaled texture, she saw, was created by successive intricate layering of horn, which explained the mottled appearance. Again, she could discern no indication of how the layers were fixed. The spear was surprisingly heavy, as if the shaft had mineralized. A voice spoke behind her. "Now that is an interesting find." She turned, studied Clip's mocking expression, and felt a flash of irritation.
"In the habit of following people around, Clip?"
"No, mostly I lead them. I know that task serves to push you to one side, leaves you feeling useless."
"Any other bright observations you want to make?"
He shrugged, spinning the damned chain back and forth. "That spear you found, it's Tlanimas."
"Is that supposed to mean something to me?"
"It will."
"It's not a weapon you fight with, is it?"
"No, and I don't hide in trees and throw fruit either." She frowned. He laughed, turning away. "I was born in darkness, Acquitor."
"And?"
He paused, glanced back at her. "Why do you think I am the mortal sword of the Black-Winged Lord? My good looks, my charming personality, my skill with these blades here?"
"Well," she replied, "you've just exhausted my list of reasons."
"Ha ha! Hear me. Born in darkness, blessed by our mother, the first in thousands of years. She turned away, you know, from her chosen sons. Thousands of years? More like tens of thousands. But not from me. I can walk the darkness, Acquitor." He waved his chain-spinning hand back towards the others. "Not even Silchas Ruin can make that claim."
"Does he know?"
"No. This is our secret for as long as you choose."
"And why would I choose to not tell him this, Clip?"
"Because I am the only one here who can keep him from killing you. You and Udinaas, the two he considers most useless. Indeed, potential enemies.
Enemies? Why would he think that?
She shook her head in disbelief.
We're just bugs he can crush underfoot any time he likes. An enemy is one who poses a threat. We don't.
Well, on that count, I see no need to enlighten you. Yet. Snorting, she turned and collected the pot with its chunks of glittering ice. Plan on keeping your find? Clip asked. She looked down at the weapon in her right hand.
Udinaas can use it as a crutch.
Clip's laugh was bitterly cruel. Oh, the injustice, Aquitor, for a storied weapon such as that one. She frowned at him.
You speak as if you recognize it, do you?
Let's just say it belongs with us. Frustrated, she moved past him, back towards the camp. The spear drew attention, frighteningly fast, from Siltras Ruin, who, before he spun round to face her, seemed to flinch. Udinaas, too, his head snapping up as she walked towards him. She felt her heart lurch in her chest and was suddenly afraid. She sought to hide it by holding stubbornly to her original thought.
Udinaas, I found this. You can use it to keep your balance.
He grunted, then nodded. A ground stone tip. Can't have much of an edge, can it? At least I won't stumble and poke my eye out, unless I work hard at it, and why would I do that? Do not mock it, Siltras Ruin said. Use it in the manner the Aquitor has suggested, by all means. But know that it is not yours. You will have to surrender it. Know that, Udinaas. Surrender it to you, perchance? Again the flinch. No, and Siltras Ruin turned away once more. Udinaas grinned weakly at Seren. Have you just given me a cursed weapon, Aquitor?
I don't know.
He leaned on it. Well, never mind. I've a whole collection of curses. One more won't make much difference. Ice was melted, water skins refilled. Another pot of frozen snow provided the water for a broth of herbs, rinds of myrid fat, berries and nuggets of sap taken from maple trees, the last of which they had seen 10 days ago, at an elevation where the air was invigorating and sweetly pungent with life. Here there were no trees, not even shrubs. The vast forest surrounding them was barely ankle-high, a tangled world of lichen and mosses. Holding a bowl of the soup in trembling hands, Udinaas spoke to Seren. So, just to get things straight in this epic farce of ours, did you find this spear, or did it find you? She shook her head.
No matter. It's yours now.
No, Siltras is right. You've but loaned it to me, Aquitor. It slides like grease in my hands. I couldn't use it to fight, even if I knew how, which I don't.
Not hard,
Clip said. Just don't hold it at the sharp end and poke people with it until they fall over. I've yet to face a warrior with a spear I couldn't cut to pieces. Trull Sengar snorted. And Seren knew why. It was enough to brighten this morning, enough to bring a wry smile to her lips. Clip noted it and sneered, but said nothing. Back up, Siltras Ruin said after a moment. I weary of waiting. I keep telling you, Clip said, spinning the rings once more. It'll all come in its own time, Siltras Ruin. Seren turned to face the rearing peaks to the north. The gold had paled, as if drained of all life, all wonder. Another day of weary travel awaited them. Her mood plunged, and she sighed. Given the choice, this game should have been his own. Not cotillions, not shadow thrones, but enough details had drifted down to Ben Adifondelat, heavy and grim as the ash from a forest fire, to make him content, for the moment, to choke on someone else's problems. Since the enfilade at Pale, his life had been rather headlong. He felt as if he was plunging down a steep hill, forever but one step from bone-snapping, blood-spraying disaster. Used to be he thrived on such feelings, proof that he was alive. Yet too many friends had fallen to the wayside on the journey, far too many, and he was reluctant to let others take their places, not even this humble Tist Edur with his too full heart, his raw wound of grief, nor that damned Tlanimas who now waded through a turgid sea of memories as if seeking one, just one, that did not sob with futility. The wrong company indeed for Quick Ben. They were such open invitations to friendship. Not pity, which would have been easier. No, their damned nobility demolished that possibility. And look where all his friends had gone. Whiskey Jack, Hedge, Trots, Dujek One Arm, Calam. Well, wasn't it always the way that the pain of loss so easily overwhelmed the not yet lost? And that sad list was only the most recent version, all since Pale. What of all the others from long ago? Us damned survivors don't have it easy, not even close. The thought made him sneer inside. What was this feeling sorry for himself? Pathetic indulgence and nothing else. Skirting the edge of a submerged ravine, they sloshed through tepid, waist-deep water, their passage swirling up clouds of silts that had rested lightly on some unseen, interminably paved lake bottom. Tracked now by some kind of fish, their humped backs appearing every now and then to one side or the other, the dorsal fin ribbed, the bulge of water hinting at sizes a little too large for restful contemplation. Least pleasant of all, Trull Sengar's comment only moments past that these fish were probably the same kind that had once tried to eat him. And Onrak the Broken had replied, "Yes, they are the same as the ones we fought on the flood wall, although of course they were then in their land-dwelling stage of life." "So why are they here?" Trull then asked. "Hungry," Onrak answered. Enough, right then and there, to stir Quick Ben from his morose taciturnity. "Listen to you two. We're about to be attacked by giant wizard-eating fish, and you're reminiscing. Look, are we in real danger or what?" Onrak's robust prognather's face swung to regard him for a moment. Then the Tlanimas said, "We were assuming that you were warding us from them, Quick Ben." "Me?" He looked about, seeking any sign of dry land, but the milky water stretched on and on. "Is it time, then, to make use of your gate?" Quick Ben licked his lips. "I think so. I mean, I've recovered from the last time, more or less, and I found somewhere to go. It's just—" Trull Sengar leaned on his spear. "You came out of that magical journey, Quick Ben, wearing the grin of the condemned. If indeed our destination is as fraught as it must be, I can understand your reluctance. Also, having observed you for some time now, it is clear to me that your battle against Icarium has weakened you at some fundamental level. Perhaps you fear you will not be able to fashion a gate durable enough to permit the passage of all three of us? If so—" "Wait!" the wizard interjected, silently cursing. "All right, I am a little fragile, ever since Icarium. You see far too much, Trull Sengar, but I can take us all through. That's a promise. It's just—" He glanced over at Onrak. "Well, there may be some unanticipated, developments." Onrak spoke. "I am at risk? I'm not sure. Maybe." "This should not unduly affect your decision," the Tlanimas replied. "I am expendable. These fish cannot eat me, after all." "If we leave," Quick Ben said, "you will be trapped here forever." "No, I will abandon this form. I will join oblivion in these waters." "Onrak," Trull began in clear alarm, but Quick Ben cut in. "You're coming with us, Onrak. I'm just saying there's a little uncertainty with what will happen to you. I can't explain more. It just relates to where we will find ourselves, to the aspect of that realm, I mean." Trull Sengar snorted. "Sometimes," he said with a wry smile, "you are truly hopeless, wizard. Best open the gate now before we end up in the belly of a fish." He then pointed behind Quick Ben. "That one looks to be the biggest yet. See the others scatter, and it's coming straight for us." Turning, the wizard's eyes widened. The waist-deep water did not even reach its eyes, and the monstrous fish was simply bulling its way through the shallows, a damned catfish of some sort, longer than a Napan galley. Quick Ben raised his arms and shouted in a loud, oddly high-pitched voice, "It's time to leave!" Fragile. Oh yes, there is that. I poured too much through me, trying to beat him back. There's only so much mortal flesh and bone can take. The oldest rule of all, for Hood's sake. He forced open the gate, heard the explosive plunge of water into the realm beyond, the current wrapping round his legs, and he lunged forward, shouting, "Follow me!" Once again that nauseating, dreadful moment of suffocation. Then he was staggering through a stream, water splashing out on all sides, rushing away, and cold wintry air closed in amidst clouds of vapour. Trull Sengar stumbled past him, using the spear to right himself a moment before falling. Gasping, Quick Ben turned, and saw a figure emerge from the white mists. Trull Sengar's shout of surprise startled into the air birds from a nearby swath of knee-high trees, and as they raced skyward they spun in a half-circle over the head of Onrak the Broken. At their cries, at the swarm of tiny shadows darting around him, the warrior looked up, then halted. Quick Ben saw Onrak's chest swell with an indrawn breath that seemed without end. The head then tilted down once more, and the wizard stared into a face of smooth, wind-burnished skin. Eyes of green glittered beneath the heavy ridge of the brow. Twin streams of cold air then plumed down from Onrak's broad, flattened, oft-broken nose. From Trull Sengar, "Onrak? By the sisters, Onrak!" The small eyes, buried in epicanthic folds, shifted. A low, reverberating voice rumbled from the flesh-and-blood warrior. "Trull Sengar, is this mortality?" The Tist Edur drew a step closer. "You don't remember how it feels to be alive?" Yes." A sudden look of wonder in that heavy, broadly featured face. "Yes." Another deep breath, then a gust that was nearly savage in its exultation. The strange gaze fixed on Quick Ben once more. "Wizard, is this illusion, dream, a journey of my spirit?" "I don't think so. I think it's real enough." "Then, this realm, it is Telan." "Maybe, I'm not sure." Trull Sengar was suddenly on his knees, and Quick Ben saw tears streaming down the Tist Edur's lean, dusky face. The burly, muscled warrior before them, still wearing the rotted remnants of fur, slowly looked round at the withered landscape of open tundra. "Telan," he whispered. "Telan." "When the world was young," Red Mask began, "these plains surrounding us were higher, closer to the sky. The earth was as a thin hide, covering thick flesh that was nothing but frozen wood and leaves. The rotted corpse of ancient forests. Beneath summer sun, unseen rivers flowed through that forest, between every twig, every crushed-down branch. And with each summer the sun's heat was greater, the season longer, and the rivers flowed, draining the vast buried forest. And so the plains descended, settled as the dried-out forest crumbled to dust. And with the rains more water would sink down, sweeping away that dust, southward, northward, eastward, westward, following valleys, rising to join streams, all directions, ever flowing away." Massark sat silent with the other warriors, a score or more now, gathering to hear the ancient tale. None, however, Massark included, had heard it told in quite this way, the words emerging from the red-scaled mask, from a warrior who rarely spoke, yet who spoke now with ease, matching the cadence of elders with perfect precision. The K'chain Chemal stood nearby, hulking and motionless like a pair of grotesque statues, yet Massark imagined that they were listening, even as he and his companions were. "The land left the sky. The land settled onto stone, the very bone of the world. In this manner, the land changed to echo the cursed sorceries of the shamans of the antlers, the ones who kneel among boulders, the worshippers of stone, the weapon makers." He paused, then said, "This was no accident. What I have just described is but one truth. There is another." A longer hesitation, then a long, drawn-out sigh. "Shamans of the antlers, gnarled as tree roots, those few left, those few still haunting our dreams even as they haunt this ancient plain. They hide in cracks in the world's bone. Sometimes their bodies are all but gone, until only their withered faces stare out from those cracks, challenging eternity as befits their terrible curse. Masark was not alone in shivering in the pre-dawn chill at the images Red Mask's words conjured. Every child knew of those twisted, malevolent spirits, the husks of shamans long, long dead, yet unable to truly die. Rolling stones into strange patterns beneath star-strewn night skies, chewing with their teeth the faces of boulders to make frightening scenes that only appeared at dusk or dawn, when the sun's light was newborn or fading into death, and far more often the boulders were so angled that it was at the moments of dusk that the deep magic was awakened, the images rising into being from what had seemed random pecules in the stone, magic to murder the wind in that place. In the time before the plains descended, the shamans and their dread followers made music at the sun's dying, on the night of its shortest passage, and at other holy times before the snows came. They did not use skin drums. There was no need. No, they used the hide of the earth, the buried forest beneath. They pounded the skin of the world until every beast of the plain trembled, until the Bedouin burst into motion, tens of thousands as one, and ran wild through the night. And so they too echoed the music of the shamans of the antlers, feeding their dark power. But the land fell away in the end, in grasping eternity. The shamans slew the very earth itself. This curse is without rest. This curse would close about our necks, each and every one of us here, this very night, if it could. Red Mask was silent for a time then, as if allowing the terror to run free through the hearts of his audience. Eventually he resumed. The shamans of the antlers gathered their deathless warriors then, and set out to wage war, abandoning this plain, and from that time only those who fell in battle were returned here. Broken pieces, failed and withered as the plain itself, never again to reach or even look skyward. Such was their curse. We do not forgive. It is not in us to forgive. But nor will we forget. Bast Fulmar, the Valley of Drums. The Letheras believe we hold it in great awe. They believe this valley was the site of an ancient war between the All and the Kachin Shemal, although the Letheras know not the true name of our ancient enemy. Perhaps indeed there were skirmishes, such that memory survives, only to twist and bind anew in false shapes. Many of you hold to those new shapes, believing them true. An ancient battle. One we won. One we lost. There are elders who are bold with the latter secret, as if defeat was a knife hidden in their heart hand. Red Mask shrugged at the notion, dismissing it. Pale light was creeping close. Birdsong rose from the low shrubs. Bast Fulmar, Red Mask said again. Valley of Drums. Here, then, is its secret truth. The shamans of the antlers drummed the hide of this valley before us, until all life was stolen, all the waters fled. They drank deep until nothing was left. For at this time the shamans were not alone, not for that fell ritual. No, others of their kind had joined them on distant continents, hundreds, thousands of leagues away, each and all on that one night, to sever their life from the earth, to sever this earth from its own life. Silence, then, not a single warrior, even so much as drawing breath, held too long. Red Mask released them with another sigh. Bast Fulmar. We rise now to make war. In the Valley of Drums, my warriors, Letheras sorcery will fail. Edur sorcery will fail. In Bast Fulmar, there is no water of magic, no stream of power from which to steal. All used up, all taken to quench the fire that is life. Our enemy is not aware. They will find the truth this day. Too late. Today, my warriors, shall be iron against iron, that and nothing more. Red Mask then rose. Release the truth to every warrior, then make ready. We march to battle, to victory. Courage surged through Massac's chest, and he found he was on his feet, trembling, and now moving off into the fading gloom, whispering his words to all that he passed, again and again.
Vast Fulmar sings this day. It sings, there is no magic. There is no magic.
Stablers gathering the horses and leading them across the courtyard behind her, Atriprida Jan Tobis left the reins of her mount in the hands of an aide, then strode towards the estate's squat, brooding entrance. 30 leagues south of the port town of Rennis, Boaral Keep was the birthplace of the Grass Jackets Brigade, but that was a long century past, and now some third or fourth son of a remotely related Boaral held this fortress, clinging to the antiquated noble title of Dresh Prida, or Domain Lord. And in this command, a garrison consisting of barely a dozen soldiers, at least 2 of whom, at the outer gate, were drunk. Weary, saddle-sore, and feeling decidedly short on patience, Jan Tobis ascended the 4 broad, shallow steps to the lintel-capped main doors. No guard in sight. She wrenched the latch clear, then kicked open the heavy door and marched into the gloomy foyer within, startling 2 old women with buckets and calit vine mops. They flinched back, eyes down, hastily genuflecting. "Where is Dresh Boaral?" Twilight demanded as she tugged free her gauntlets. The hags exchanged glances. Then one attempted something like a curtsy before saying,
"Ma'am, he be well sleeping it off, aye, and us, we be well cleaning up his supper."
A muffled snort from the other servant. Only now did Jan Tobis detect the acrid smell of bile beneath that of lye soap.
"Where, then, is the master-at-arms?"
"Ma'am,"
another curtsy, then,
"he be riding off with 4 soldiers, west as they say, to reach the coast fast as a clam squirt, and that's a cloud ain't e'en settled yet."
"He left recently, then? What was the reason? And how far is the coast from here?"
"Ma'am, would be under a bell, fast going as he was."
"And the reason?"
Another mysterious exchange of glances, then,
"Ma'am, coast be well black and whispery of late. Got fishers vanishing and demon eyes flashing from the deeps. Got islands be well ice and all, pale and deathly as the innards of a murderous skull."
"The master-at-arms rode off after superstitious rumours?"
"Ma'am, I be well have a cousin on the shore." "The ditzy one, aye," interjected the other hag. "Be well ditzy, but that don't matter in this being the voices of the sea, which she heard, and heard more'n once, too. Voices, ma'am, like the ghosts of the drowned, as she says, having heard them, and heard them more'n once, too."
2 of her sergeants were now behind the Atriprida, listening. Twilight loosened the strap on her helm.
"This master stays sober?" she asked.
"One of them hast, be well and all." "It be him," the other agreed. "And that a curse what make us worse at bad times of the night like now." "Shush you! This man be a soldier outranking Dresh himself." "You don't know that, Pulley. Why, but I do. Whose nephew dug latrines for the Grass Jackets? Be well he did. It's ranks and neck-torks and the cut of the cape and all."
Jan Tobis turned to one of her sergeants.
"Are there fresh horses in the stables?"
A nod. 4 Atriprida. The first old woman pushed at the other at that and said,
"Tell ya, be well I did."
Jan Tobis tilted her head back in an effort to loosen the muscles of her neck. She closed her eyes for a moment, then sighed.
"Saddle them up, Sergeant. Pick me 3 of the least exhausted riders. I'm off to find our missing master-at-arms."
"Sir," the man saluted and departed. Turning back to the old women, the Atriprida asked,
"Where is the nearest detachment of Tist Edur?"
A half-dozen heartbeats of non-verbal communication between the 2 hags. Then the first one nodded and said,
"Rennis, ma'am, and they be well not once visited neither."
"Be glad they haven't," Twilight said. "They would have separated Boaral's head from his shoulders."
The second woman snorted.
"Not so's he'd notice." "Shush!"
scolded the first one. Then to Twilight,
"Ma'am, Dresh Boaral, he lost mostly all of his kin when the Edur come down. Lost his wife, too, in Noose Bog. What? Now be well 3 years.
The other hags spat onto the floor they had just cleaned.
Lost? Be well strangled and dumped, Polly, by his master himself. So now he drowns on his own drinking. But oh, she was fire, wasn't she? No time for mewling husbands, only he likes his mewling and be well likes it enough to murder his own wife.
Twilight said to the sergeant who had remained,
We will stay for a few days. I want the Dresh here under house arrest. Send a rider to Rennis to request adjudication by the Tist Edur. The investigation will involve some sorcery, specifically speaking with the dead.
The sergeant saluted and left.
Best be well not speak with the mistress, ma'am.
Twilight frowned at the woman.
Why not?
Liable she is to start talking and ne'er stop. Master drunk and she's fire, all fire. She's a mite claw his eyes out, be well in that.
Are you two witches?
More silent communication between the two hags. Then the first one edged one knobby, hairy foot forward and carefully wiped at the gobbet of spit on the pavestones. The toes, Twilight saw, were taloned.
You are sheik? Shoulder women of the old ways?
Wrinkled brows rose. Then the one named Pulley curtsied again.
Local born you be, well as we've known, aye. It's there, ma'am. You're a child of the shore, and ain't you gone far, but not so far as to forget. Mistress ne'er liked us much. So who strangled her and dumped her corpse in Noose Bog, Pulley?
The other seemed to choke. Then she said,
Dresh give his orders plain as web on a trail, didn't he, Pulley? Give his orders, and wi' us we'd be well here since the keep's first black stone was laid. Loyal, aye. For our old blood was Lethery blood, the first of these lands, the first masters of all. Dresh the first give us his blood in full knowing to blacken the black stone.
The first Dresh here found you and forced your blessing?
A cackle from the second woman.
Would he be well thinking we're blessing?
Twilight looked away, then stepped to one side and leaned a shoulder against the grimy wall. She was too tired for this. War line cursed by sheik witches, who remained alive and watchful through generation after generation. She closed her eyes.
Pulley, how many wives have you two murdered?
None without Dresh's command, ma'am.
But your curse drives them mad, every one of them. Don't make me ask the question again.
Ma'am, be well 20 in one. Once their bearing days are done, mostly.
And you have been working hard at keeping the Tist Edur away.
No business of theirs, ma'am.
Nor mine. Yet not entirely true, is it? End the curse, Pulley. You've done enough.
War'll killed more sheik than any other Dresh, ma'am. You know that.
End it, Twilight said, opening her eyes and facing the two women. Or your heads will be in sacks and buried deep in Noose Bog before this night is out.
Pulley and her companion grinned at each other.
I am of the shore, Yantovis said in a hard voice. My sheik name is Twilight.
The hags suddenly backed away, then sank down onto their knees, heads bowed.
End the curse, Twilight said again. Will you defy a princess of the last blood?
Princess no longer,
Pulley said to the floor. Yantovis felt the blood drain from her face. If not for the wall she leaned against, she would have staggered.
Your mother died be well a year past,
Pulley said in a soft, sad voice. The other witch added,
Crossing from the isle, the boat overturning. They said it was some demon of the deep, pushed too close by dark magic out at sea. The same magic, my queen, as could be well squirted master-at-arms west, as they say. A demon up under the boat and all drowned, whispering from the waters, my queen, dark and well-nigh black.
Yantovis drew a deep breath. To be sheik was to know grief. Her mother was dead, now a face emptied of life. Well, she had not seen the woman in over a decade, had she? So why this pain?
Because there is something else. What is the name of the master-at-arms, Pulley?
Yedan Derrig, Highness, the watch.
The half-brother I have never met. The one who ran, from his blood, from everything. Ran nearly as far as I did.
And yet was that old tale even true? The watch was here, after all, a mere bell's ride from the shore. She understood now why he had ridden out on this night.
Something else, and this is it.
Yanto drew her cloak about herself, began pulling on her gauntlets.
Feed well, my soldiers. I will return with Derek by dawn.
As she turned to the door, she paused.
The madness afflicting the Dresh, Polly.
Behind her, the witch replied,
Be well too late for him, Highness, but we will scour the Black Stone this night, before the Edur arrive.
Oh, yes, I sent for them, didn't I? I imagine,
she said, her gaze fixed on the door,
the summary execution of Dresh Boaral will be something of a mercy for the poor man.
You mean to do it before the Edur come here, as they say, Highness?
Yes, Polly. He will die, I suppose, trying to flee arrest.
After a moment, she asked,
Polly, how many shoulder women are left?
More than 200, Highness.
I see.
My queen, ventured the other, word will be sent out, cob to web, as they say, before the sun's rise. You have been chosen a betrothed.
I have I? Who?
Sheikh Brullig of the Isle.
And does my betrothed remain on Second Maiden Fort?
We think so, Highness,
Polly replied. At that she turned round.
You don't know?
The web's been snapped, Highness. Almost a month now. Ice and dark and whisperings. We cannot reach across the waves. The shore is blind to the sea, Highness.
The shore is blind to the sea. Has such a thing ever occurred before?
Both witches shook their heads. Twilight swung about and hastened outside. Her riders awaited her, already mounted, silent with fatigue. She strode to the horse bearing her saddle, a chestnut gelding, the fittest of the lot she could see in the torchlight, and pulled herself onto its broad back. "Atriprida?"
"To the coast,"
she said, gathering the reins.
"At the canter." "What's wrong with them?"
The houndmaster's face was ravaged with distress, tears streaming down his wind-burned cheeks and glistening like sweat in his beard.
"They've been poisoned, Atriprida. Poisoned meat left on the ground. I'm going to lose them all."
Vivat cursed under her breath, then said,
"Then we shall have to do without."
"But the Edur mages—"
"If our own cannot treat them, Beddict, then neither can the warlocks. The Edur tribes do not breed dogs for war, do they? I am sorry. Leave me now."
Just one more unpleasant surprise to greet this dawn. Her army had marched through the last 2 bells of night to reach the valley. She wanted to be the first to array her troops for the battle to come, to force Red Mask to react rather than initiate. Given the location of the all-encampment, she had not felt rushed in conducting that march, anticipating it would be midday at the earliest before the savages appeared on the east side of Bast Fulmar, thus negating any advantage of a bright morning sun at their backs. But that enemy encampment had been a deceit. Less than a half-league from the valley, scouts had returned to the column to report enemy in strength at Bast Fulmar. How had her mages not found them? They had no answer, barring a disquieting fear in their eyes. Even Brol Handar's Denratha Krisnan and his 4 warlocks had been at a loss to explain the success of Red Mask's deception. The news had left a sour taste of self-recrimination in Vivat. Relying upon mages had been a mistake, laziness leaning heavy on past successes. Outriding scouts would have discovered the ruse days ago, had she bothered to send them beyond line of sight. Keeping them close ensured no raids or ambushes, both gambits for which the All were renowned. She had been following doctrine to the letter.
Damn this Red Mask. Clearly he knows that doctrine as well as I do, and used it against us.
Now the battle awaiting them was imminent, and the bright dawn sun would indeed blaze into the eyes of her soldiers even as the first blood was spilled. Rising in her stirrups, she squinted once more at the valley's far side, mounted all in swirling motion, in seeming chaos, riding back and forth, lifting clouds of dust that burned gold in the morning light. Horse archers for the most part, tending to mass in front of one of the broader slopes to the south on her right. A second gentle incline was situated slightly to her left, and there, shifting restlessly, were 5 distinct wedges of all warriors on foot, lining what passed for a ridge, and she could see their long spears waving like reeds on a shore. Spears, not those flimsy swords sold them by the factor's agents. She judged around 1,000 warriors per wedge formation, too disciplined even now, before the fighting began.
They should be drunk, pounding on shields. Their shamans should be rushing about in front, down all the way to the riverbed, showing us their backsides as they defecate, screaming curses, dancing to summon dread spirits and all the rest. Instead, this. Well, how likely is it those wedges will survive contact with my soldiers? They are not trained to this kind of war, nor did Red Mask have the time to manage anything but this thin shell of organization. I have over 16,000 with me, 18 if I include the Tist Edur. This one army of mine outnumbers the entire all-population of warriors, and while it looks indeed as if Red Mask has gathered them all, still they are not enough. But he wasn't making it easy to gauge numbers. The tumultuous back and forth of the horse archers, the clouds of dust, the truncated line of sight beyond the valley's ridge, he was keeping her blind. Bonehunters reined in at her side, speaking loudly to be heard over the movement of her troops and the officers bellowing orders. "At Triprida, you seem to intend to hold most of your medium infantry in reserve." He gestured behind them to punctuate his words. Then, when it was clear she would not respond, he waved ahead. "This valley's flanks, while not steeply inclined, are ribboned with drainage channels." "Narrow," she cut in, "not deep."
"True, but they serve to separate the field of battle into segments nonetheless."
She glanced across at him. "We have 3 such channels on our side, and all of them on my right. They have 4, 1 to my right, 2 before me, and 1 to my left. And in that direction, north, the valley narrows." She pointed. "See the bluff on our side there, where the Dresh ballistae are being emplaced? It cannot be assaulted from the valley floor. That shall be our rock in the stream. And before the day is through, not simply a rock, but an anvil."
"Provided you can hold the debauch beneath it," the Tist Edur observed.
"I pray to the errant that the all seek to flee down that defile. It may not look deadly, but I assure you, push a few thousand panicking barbarians into that choke point, and as many will die underfoot as we ourselves slaughter."
"So you intend to sweep down and in with your right flank, pushing the enemy on the valley floor north to that narrowing. Cannot Red Mask see the same?"
"He chose this site, Overseer."
"Suggesting he sees what you see, that this place invites a half-encirclement to funnel his warriors north, to their deaths. You said, did you not, that this Red Mask is no fool? How, then, will he counter what you seek?"
She faced the valley once again. "Overseer, I'm afraid I do not have time for this."
"Would not a slow placing of your forces be to our advantage, given the sun's position?"
"I believe he is ready even now," she replied, biting back her irritation. "He could advance at any time, and we are not ready."
"Then why not withdraw?"
"Because the plain behind us is level for leagues. He will have more mounted warriors than I, lighter armored than my Blue Rose Lancers, and on rested horses. They can harry us at will, Overseer. Worse, we have lost our war dogs, while from the sounds of that barking, Red Mask has hundreds, if not thousands, of his drays and herders. Your suggestion invites chaos, a messy succession of skirmishes, attacks, feints, raids."
"Very well," Bonehunters interrupted. "At Triprida, my Karisnan tells me this valley is dead."
"What does he mean, dead?"
"Bereft of the energies one uses to create magic. It has been murdered."
"That is why none of the mages sensed the all-army?"
Bonehunters nodded.
"Murdered? By Red Mask? Never mind. Did you ask your Karisnan about the impending battle? Will he be able to use sorcery?"
"No, nor can your mages. As he said, there will be no magic here, in this valley. That is why I again advise we withdraw. Even on the plain, exposed as you say we are, at least we will have sorcery."
Bivat was silent, considering. She had already known her mages would be ineffective in the valley below, although they could not explain why it was so. That the Edur warlocks had found the reason confirmed that spirit magic was involved. After a long moment, she swore and shook her head. "We still outnumber them. With better disciplined, better armored troops. Iron to iron, we will crush the all today. An end to this war, Overseer. Did you not counsel a quick, succinct campaign?"
"I did, but I am uneasy at Triprida."
"A battle awaits. We are all uneasy."
"Not in that way." Bivat grimaced.
"Retain your warriors, Overseer, midway between our baggage camp and my reserve units. Those medium infantry, by the way, are arrayed into discrete platoons of 500 at the minimum, and each one protects one of my mages. They are not in the valley.
Thus, if you are forced to retreat,
we will be positioned to blunt the pursuit with sorcery, yes.
Is this your plan? A feigned retreat at Triprida?
One of them, but I do not believe it will be necessary.
Bonehunters studied her for a long moment. Then he gathered his reins and swung his horse round. I will reposition my warriors, then.
As he rode away, signal horns were sounding from various locations along the western side of the valley as units announced they were in place and at the ready. Bivat rose once more on her stirrups and scanned her lines. This section of the valley suddenly invited a horned advance. The west edge curved, marking what had once been a broad bend in the course of the long-dead river. The enemy's side was more undulating, bulging in the center. The widest approach for the all was to her right. To counter that, she had set 3 legions of the Crimson Rampant Brigade in shield wall formation at the top of the slope, 1,500 medium infantry flanked on the nearer inside by 500 heavies of the Beddict Brigade. To the furthest right and already edging down into the valley were 1,000 skirmishing light infantry of the Crimson Rampant. Inside of the heavies, another 1,500 skirmishers, these of the Artisan Battalion, were likewise slowly, raggedly working their way down. The foot soldiers on this side screened 3 wings of Blue Rose cavalry, 1,500 lancers who would, when she gave the signal, sweep down between the south skirmishers and the Crimson Rampant shield wall to begin the hard push of the enemy northward along the floor of the valley, even as that shield wall advanced towards the riverbed. On her immediate right, at the modest bulge in the ridge line, the Triprida had positioned the Dreen garrison, 1,500 medium infantry, looking down on an approach narrowed by 2 drainage channels. Directly in front of her waited the conjoined wedges of 1,000 heavy infantry of the Merchants' Battalion, a sawtooth formation that she would advance down, then swing either right or left, depending on the state of battle. Rightward was problematic, in that they would have to cross a drainage channel, but they would do that so early in the march down that she was not unduly concerned. To her immediate left waited 3 half-legions of heavies from the Artisan Battalion, screened in front by 1,000 Beddict skirmishers just beginning their move down towards the broad, flat riverbed. Just north of these units waited the Triprida's mailed fist, 1,000 heavies of the Crimson Rampant, again in sawtooth formation, against whom she expected Red Mask to throw his main force of warriors, who were already directly opposite, still holding to their spearhead forms, 5 in all. Behind this solid wall of heavy infantry waited the remaining 3 companies of Blue Rose Lancers, although this was a feint, since Bivat intended to send them northward, round behind the Ballisti knoll and down into the riverbed beyond the choke point. North of the Crimson Rampant heavy infantry was another shield wall of the brigade's medium infantry, positioned to guard the flank of the heavies to their right and the approach to the knoll to their left. Settling back onto her saddle, Bivat gestured, and an aide hurried to her side. Signal the Crimson Rampant heavy to advance into the valley and halt midway between their present position and the riverbed. Confirm that the Dresh Ballisti are properly sighted for enfilade. The runner rushed off to the block of flag signalers gathered on the raised platform behind her. Without mages, they were resorting to the ancient practices of communication. Far from ideal, she admitted, and once the clouds of dust rose above the engagement, well, at that point such signaling often became irrelevant. She waved another aide forward. Send the left flank lancers to north of the choke point. Right and left on the valley slope before her, Letheras skirmishers were reaching the flats of the riverbed, still unchallenged. The sound of masses of soldiers in motion rose in a whisper above the thunder of horse hooves from the other side of the valley. On that side, the clouds of sunlit dust obscured almost everything, but she noted that those clouds stretched both north and south, well beyond the battle site. Well, one of those marks a feint, likely the north one. He knows which of my horns will strike deepest and turn. She called out to a 3rd message-bearer. Signal the right flank lancers to advance to the edge of the riverbed, widely arrayed in case the skirmishers need to withdraw in haste. Crimson Rampant mediums and the Beddict heavies to march down in their wake. Let's get this damned thing started, Red Mask. She couldn't see him. No knot of standards or banners marked his command position. No riders converging in one place then back out again.
But finally, movement. Lightly armored skirmishers were pelting down to meet her right advance. Slingers, shortbow archers, javelin hurlers, round-hide shields, and scimitars. The mass of horse archers that had been riding back and forth along that ridgeline was suddenly gone. "Have the South Lancers hold!" be.This snapped. Those all skirmishers were an invitation to charge, at which point her cavalry's flank would be swept by those mounted archers, and whatever lurked hidden behind them. Light engagement now between skirmishers directly down from the Dreen garrison. The javelins were an unexpected inclusion, and were proving bloodily effective. The southernmost Crimson Rampart skirmishers had crossed the riverbed and were angling northward, still 1,000 or more paces from contacting their all counterparts. Then arrows began descending in their midst, horse archers crowding the ridge just above its steepest bank. Hardly clouds of missiles, but enough to make those lightly armored skirmishers flinch, then contract slightly back towards the riverbed. Where the hand-to-hand fighting was occurring, the artisan skirmishers, weathering the javelin strike, were now driving the all back. The early morning air remained infuriatingly still, no wind at all, and the dust swirled and rolled and spread in an ever-thickening haze. At sighting the 1,500 heavy infantry of the Beddict appear at the west edge of the riverbed, the all skirmishers began a wholesale retreat, many flinging away their round shields.
"Red Mask does not have their hearts. Oh, we can break them here, hard and fast. Signal the merchants' heavies to advance and swing south."
To her left, the only movement was from her own forces, the skirmishers of the Beddict, and just north of them, the Crimson Rampant heavy infantry, almost to the riverbed now. She squinted at the valley's opposite side. Perhaps this chaos she was seeing was evidence of Red Mask's loss of control.
"No, wait on this. Wait until we take the valley's south end."
The artisan skirmishers were seeking to maintain contact with the retreating all, but be.This could see the sergeants holding them in check, keeping them just ahead of the advancing heavies on their right flank.
"Still throwing away their damned shields."
Then, directly before her, horse archers appeared, a narrow spear driving down the center of the battlefield, with only skirmishers opposite them, who quickly backed up the slope at a southerly angle to draw in behind her advancing merchants' battalion of heavy infantry.
"Is Red Mask mad? That spear point will be smashed against the heavies. This is not how cavalry charge. They're only horse archers."
Whereupon the mounted archers wheeled, the spear becoming a line, 1,000 or more, suddenly sweeping southward. Catching the artisan skirmishers in the flank, arrows flashed. The Lethery light infantry seemed to melt away, bodies tumbling down. Survivors ran for their lives. That broad line of horse archers then began a complicated stunning maneuver, its tailing easternmost end now slowing, swinging up, west, pulling to shift the line south-north, now launching sweeping arrow fire across the front ranks of the Beddict heavy infantry, then the Crimson Rampant medium, before the head of the line swung back eastward, more missiles arcing across to the Blue-Rose Lancers, who responded with a blare of horns, surging forward to close with the all. Yet they were not interested in such an engagement. The line broke apart as riders spurred hard back towards the east ridge.
"Halt that charge!"
be.This shouted.
"Stung, we lash out! Who commands that wing?"
As the Lancers spread out in their hard pursuit, 3 wings of heavier armed and armored all-horse warriors appeared on the ridgeline, then plunged down the slope to take the Blue-Rose companies in the flank. 3 wings, outnumbering the Lancers by 2 to 1. be.This watched in fury as her cavalry sought to wheel to meet the attack, whilst others responded to her command, and so lost all momentum.
"Sound the withdrawal for those Lancers!"
Too late. The all-horse warriors swept through scattered skirmishers of the Crimson Rampant, then slammed into the Blue-Rose companies. She heard animals scream, felt the impact tremble through the ground, enough to make her mount sidestep, and then dust obscured the scene.
"Advance the heavies at the double!"
"Which heavies, Atreprida?"
"Beddict and merchants, you fool! And same command for the Crimson Rampant medium. Quickly!"
She saw riders and riderless horses plunge into view from the roiling dust clouds. Her lancers had been shattered. Were the all pursuing?
Their blood must be high. Oh, let them lose control. Let them meet the fists of my heavies.
But no, there they were, rising up the far slope, waving weapons in the air to announce their triumph. She saw the all skirmishers reappearing on the ridgeline, in blocks with avenues in between to let the riders pass through. But those light infantry were transformed. Equipped now with rectangular copper-sheathed shields and bearing long spears, they closed ranks after the last horse warriors were through, and steadied their line at the very edge of the ridge. On the valley floor, dust climbed skyward, slowly revealing the devastating effects of that flank charge into the Blue Rose companies.
Errant below, they've been wiped out.
Hundreds of dead and dying skirmishers covered the ground to either side of that fateful impact. Her right advance had been deeply wounded.
Not yet mortal, even so.
Advance the medium and the 2 heavies across the valley. Order to engage that line on the ridge. Wedge formations.
Those skirmishers are too thinly arrayed to hold.
Attripreda! Called an aide. Movement to the north side!
She cantered her horse to the very edge of the rise and scanned the scene below and to her left.
Report! Blue Rose Lancers in retreat, Attripreda. The valley floor beyond the choke point is theirs. What? How many damned horse archers does he have?
The officer shook her head.
War dogs, sir. Close on 2,000 of the damned things, moving through the high grasses in the basin. They were on the Lancers before they knew it. The horses went wild, sir. Shit!
Then, upon seeing the messenger's widening eyes, she steeled herself.
Very well. Move the reserve medium to the north flank of the knoll.
750 Merchants' Battalion. I doubt they'd try sending dogs against that. I can still advance them to retake the choke point's debouch when the time comes.
As she thought this, she was scanning the array before her. Directly opposite, the 1,000 Heredict skirmishers had crossed the riverbed, even as the Crimson Rampant Sawtooth advance moved onto level ground. And Red Mask's 5 wedges of warriors were marching to meet them.
Excellent. We'll lock that engagement, with ballistae enfilade to weaken their north flank. Then down come the Crimson Rampant medium to wheel into their flank.
Surprisingly, the all wedges more or less held to their formations, although they were each maintaining considerable distance from their flanking neighbors. Once the space drew tighter, she suspected, the wedges would start mixing, edges pulled ragged. Marching in time was the most difficult battlefield maneuver, after all. Between each of them, then, could be found the weak points, perhaps enough to push through with the saw's teeth and begin isolating each wedge.
War dogs on the knoll!
She spun at the cry.
Errant's kick!
Frenzied barking, shrieks from the weapon crews.
2nd Reserve Legion, the Artisan, advance on the double! Butcher those damned things!
Obscurely, she suddenly recalled a scene months ago, wounded but alive, less than a handful of the beasts on a hill overlooking an all camp, watching the Letheras slaughtering the last of their masters, and she wondered, with a shiver of superstitious fear, if those beasts were now exacting ferocious vengeance.
Damn it, Bivat! Never mind all that!
The all spearheads were not drawing together, she saw, nor was there need to, now that she'd temporarily lost her ballistae. Indeed, the 2 northernmost of those wedges were now angling to challenge her Crimson Rampant medium. But this would be old-style fighting, she knew, and the all did not possess the discipline nor the training for this kind of steeled butchery.
Yet, Red Mask is not waging this battle in the all fashion, is he? No, this is something else. He's treating this like a plains engagement in miniature, the way those horse archers wheeled, reformed, then reformed again, a hit-and-run tactic, all on a compacted scale. I see now, but it will not work for much longer.
Once his warriors locked with her mailed fist. The all spearheads were now nearing the flat of the riverbed. The 2 sides would engage on the hard-packed sand of the bed itself. No advantage of slope to either side.
Until the tide shifts, one way or the other. No, do not think.
A new reverberation trembled through the ground now, deeper, rolling, ominous. From the dust, between the all wedges, huge shapes loomed, rumbled forward.
Wagons! All wagons! The 6-wheeled bastards!
Not drawn, but pushed. Their beds were crowded with half-naked warriors, spears bristling. The entire front end of each rocking, pitching wagon was a horizontal forest of oversized spears. Round shields overlapped to form a half-turtle shell that encased the forward section. They now thundered through the broad gaps between the wedges, 20, 50, 100, lumbering yet rolling so swiftly after the long descent into the valley that the masses of burly warriors who had been pushing them now trailed in their wake, sprinting to catch up. The wagons plunged straight into the face of the crimson rampant heavy infantry. Armored bodies cartwheeled above the press as the entire sawtooth formation was torn apart, and now the bare-chested fanatics riding those wagons launched themselves out to all sides, screaming like demons. The three wedges facing the heavy infantry then thrust into the chaotic wake, delivering frenzied slaughter. Vivat stared, disbelieving, then snapped, "Artisan heavy, advance down at the double, crescent, and prepare to cover the retreat." The aide beside us stared. "Retreat, Atriprida? You heard me. Signal general withdrawal and sound the crimson rampant to retreat. Quickly, before every damned one of them is butchered." "Will Red Mask follow? Oh, I'll lose heavily if he does. But I'll also hit back hard on the plain. I'll see his bones burst into flames." She heard more wagons, this time to her right. "My other advance. Sound general withdrawal!" Horns blared, shouts behind her. "Attack on the baggage camp! Attack!" "Quiet! Do you think the Edur cannot deal with that?" She prayed Brolhandar could. Without supplies, this campaign was over. Without supplies, we'll never make it back to Dreen. Errant Fend, I have been outwitted at every turn. And now the sound behind her was rising to challenge that in the valley below. With sick dread, she tugged her horse round and rode back, past the signaler's platform. Her remaining reserve units had all wheeled round, reversing their facing. Seeing an officer riding between two of the squares, Bivat spurred to catch him. "What in the errant's name is happening over there?" she demanded. Distant screams, the reek of smoke, thunder. The helmed head swung round, the face beneath it pale. "Demons, Atriprida! The mages pursue them!" "They what? Recall them, damn you! Recall them now!" Brolhandar sat astride his horse in the company of 8 Arape war leaders, 4 warlocks, and the Den Ratha Korisnan. The 2,000 foot soldiers, Tist Edur warriors, categorized in Lethery military terms as medium to light infantry, were arranged into 8 distinct blocks, fully caparisoned in armor and awaiting the word to march. The supply train's camp was sprawled on a broad, mostly level hill 1,500 paces to the west, the corralled beasts of burden milling beneath dust and slowly drifting dung smoke. The overseer could see hospital tents rising along the near side, the canvas sides bright in the morning light. Above another hill, north of the train's camp, wheeled 2 hawks or perhaps eagles. The sky was otherwise empty, a span of deep blue slowly paling as the sun climbed higher. Butterflies flitted among small yellow flowers. Their wings matched precisely the color of the petals. Brol realized, surprised that he had not noted such detail before. Nature understands disguise and deceit. Nature reminds us what it is to survive. The Tist Edur had well grasped those truths, grey as the shadows from which they had been born, grey as the boles of the trees in the murky forests of this world, grey as the shrouds of dusk. "What have we forgotten?" he murmured. An Arape war leader, a Prida, turned his helmed head, the scarred face beneath its jutting rim hidden in shadow. "Overseer, we are positioned as you commanded." "Never mind," Brolhandar cut in, inexplicably irritated by the veteran's attention. "What is the guard at the camp?" 400 mixed infantry, the warrior replied, then shrugged. "These Letheras are ever confident." "Comes with overwhelming superiority," another Arape drawled. The first Prida nodded. "I do well recall, old friend, the surprise on their faces the day we shattered them outside Letheras, as if, all at once, the world revealed itself to be other than what they had always believed. That look, it was disbelief," the warrior grunted a laugh. "Too busy with their denial to adapt to when it was needed most." "Enough of this," Brolhandar snapped. "The Atriprida's forces have engaged the All. Can you not hear?" He twisted on his saddle and squinted eastward. "See the dust." He was silent for a dozen heartbeats, then he turned to the first Arape Prida. "Take 2 cohorts to the camp. 400 Letheras are not enough." "Overseer, what if we are called on to reinforce the Atriprida?" "If we are, then this day is lost. I have given you my order." A nod, and the Prida spurred his horse towards the arrayed Edur warriors. Brolhandar studied the Korisnan at his side for a moment. The bent creature sat hunched in his saddle like a bloated crow. He was hooded, no doubt to hide the twisted ravaging of his once handsome features. A chief's son, transformed into a ghastly icon of the chaotic power before which the Tist Edur now knelt. He saw the figure twitch. "What assails you?" the overseer demanded.
"Something. Nothing."
The reply was guttural, the words misshaped by a malformed throat. It was the sound of pain, enduring and unyielding. "Which?" Another twitch, passing, Broll realized for a shrug.
"Footfalls on dead land."
"An all-war party?"
"No."
The hooded head pivoted until the shadow-swallowed face was directed at the overseer.
"Heavier."
All at once Broll Handar recalled the enormous taloned tracks found at the destroyed homestead. He straightened, one hand reaching for the Arapace scimitar at his side.
"Where? Which direction?"
A long pause, then the Korisnan pointed with a clawed hand. Towards the supply camp, where sudden screams erupted.
"Cohorts at the double!"
Broll Handar bellowed.
"Korisnan, you and your warlocks, with me!"
With that he spurred his horse, kicking the startled beast into a canter, then a gallop. Ahead he saw the Arapace Preda who had been escorting the two cohorts had already commanded them into a half-jog. The warrior's helmed head turned and tracked the overseer and his cadre of mages as they pounded past. Ahead, the braying of terrified oxen and mules rose, mournful and helpless above the sounds of slaughter. Tents had gone down, guide ropes whipping into the air, and Broll saw figures now fleeing the camp, pelting northward, where a perfect all-ambush awaited them. Rising from the high grasses, arrows, javelins, sleeting through the air, bodies sprawling, tumbling, then the savages, loosing war cries, rushing to close with spears, axes, and swords. Nothing to be done for them, poor bastards. We need to save our supplies. They reached the faint slope and rode hard towards the row of hospital tents. The beast that burst into view directly before them was indeed a demon, an image that closed like talons in his mind, the shock of recognition. Our ancient enemy. It must be. The Edur cannot forget. Head thrust forward on a sinuous neck, broad jaw open to reveal dagger fangs, massive shoulders behind the neck, long, heavily muscled arms with huge curved blades of iron strapped where hands should have been. Leaning far forward as it ran towards them on enormous hind legs, the huge tail thrust straight back for balance, the beast was suddenly in their midst. Horses screamed. Broll found himself to the demon's right, almost within reach of those scything sword blades, and he stared in horror as that viper's head snapped forward, jaws closing on the neck of a horse, closing, crunching, then tearing loose, blood spraying, its mouth still filled with meat and bone, the horse's spine half ripping loose from the horrid gap left in the wake of those savage jaws. A blade cut in half the warlock astride that mount. The other sword slashed down, chopping through another warlock's thigh, the saddle, then deep into the horse's shoulder, smashing scapula, then ribs. The beast collapsed beneath the blow as the rider, the severed stump of his leg gushing blood, pitched over, balanced for a moment on the one stirrup, then sprawled to land on the ground, even as another horse's stamping hoof descended onto his upturned face. The overseer's horse seemed to collide with something, snapping both front legs, the animal's plunging fall threw Broll over its head. He struck, rolled, the scimitar's blade biting into his left leg, and came to a stop facing his thrashing mount. The demon's tail had swept into and through their path. He saw it wheel for a return attack. A foaming wave of sorcery rose into its path, lifting, climbing with power. The demon vanished from Broll's view behind that churning wave. Sun's light suddenly blotted. The demon in the air, arcing over the crest of the Korisnan's magic, then down, the talons of its hind feet outstretched. One closing on another warlock, pushing the head down at an impossible angle into the cup between the man's shoulders as the demon's weight descended, the horse crumpling beneath that overwhelming force, legs snapping like twigs. The other raking towards the Korisnan, a glancing blow that flung him from the back of his bolting horse, the claws catching the horse's rump before it could lunge out of reach, the talons sinking deep, then tearing free a mass of meat to reveal, in a gory flash, the bones of its hips and upper legs. The horse crashed down in a twisting fall that cracked ribs, less than 3 strides away from where Broll was lying. He saw the whites of the beast's eyes, shock and terror, death's own spectre. The overseer sought to rise, but something was wrong with his left leg. Drained of all strength, strangely heavy, sodden in the tangled grass. He looked down. Red from the hip down, his own scimitar had opened a deep, welling gash at an angle over his thigh, the cut ending just above the knee. A killing wound, blood pouring out. Bonehunters fell back, staring up at the sky, disbelieving. I have killed myself. He heard the thump of the demon's feet, swift, moving away. Then a deeper sound, the rush of warriors closing now around him, weapons drawn. Heads turned, faces stretched as words were shouted. He could not understand them, the sounds fading, retreating. A figure crawling to his side, hooded, blood dripping from its nose. The only part of the face that was visible, a gnarled hand reaching for him. And Bonehunters closed his eyes. Atriprida Bivat sawed the reins of her horse as she came between two units of her reserve medium infantry, artisan on her right, Beddict on her left, and beyond them, where another artisan unit was positioned, there was the commotion of fighting. She saw a reptilian monstrosity plunging into their ranks, soldiers seeming to melt from its path, others lifting into the air on both sides, in welters of blood, as the beast's taloned hands slashed right and left. Dark-hued, perfectly balanced on two massive hind legs, the demon tore a path straight to the heart of the packed square. Reaching out, both hands closing on a single figure, a woman, a mage, plucking her flailing into the air, then dismembering her as would a child a straw doll. Beyond, she could see, the southernmost unit, 750 medium infantry of the Merchants' Battalion, were a milling mass strewn with dead and dying soldiers. "Sorcery!" she screamed, wheeling towards the artisan unit on her right, seeking out the mage in its midst. Motion, someone pushing through the ranks. Dust clouds caught her eye. The camp, the Edur Legion, was nowhere in sight. They had rushed to its defense. Against more of these demons? The creature barreled free of the artisan soldiers south of the now retreating Beddict unit, where a second sorcerer stumbled into view, running towards the other mage. She could see his mouth moving as he wove magic, adding his power to that of the first. The demon had spun to its left instead of continuing its attack, launching itself into a run, wheeling round the unit it had just torn through, placing them between itself and the sorcery now bursting loose in a refulgent tumult from the ground in front of the mages. Leaning far forward, the demon's speed was astonishing as it fled. Bivat heard the ritual sputter and die as she twisted on her saddle. "Damn you! Hit it! Your soldiers! You took too long!" She spied a Prida from the Beddict unit. "Draw all the reserves behind the mages! North, you fool! Sound the order! Cadre, keep that damned magic at the ready!" "We are, Atriprida." Chilled despite the burgeoning heat, Bivat swung her horse round once more and rode hard back towards the valley. "I am outwitted, flinching on every side, recoiling, reacting. Red Mask, this one is yours. But I will have you in the end, I swear it." Ahead she could see her troops appearing on the rise, withdrawing in order, in what was clearly an uncontested retreat. Red Mask, it seemed, was satisfied. He would not be drawn out from the valley, even with his demonic allies. The camp. She needed to get her soldiers back to that damned camp. Pray the Edur beat off the attack. Pray Bonehunters has not forgotten how to think like a soldier. Pray he fared better than I did this day. The shore is blind to the sea. Might as well say the moon has forever fled the night sky. Chilled, exhausted, Jan Tovis rode with her 3 soldiers down the level, narrow road. 6 stands of trees on either side, the leaves black where the moon's light did not reach, the banks high and steep, evincing the antiquity of this trail to the shore, roots reaching down, witch-braided, gnarled and dripping in the clammy darkness, stones snapping beneath hooves, the gusts of breath from the horses, the muted crackle of shifting armor. Dawn was still 2 bells away. Lined to the sea. The sea's thirst was ceaseless. The truth of that could be seen in its endless gnawing of the shore, could be heard in its hungry voice, could be found in the bitter poison of its taste. The sheikh knew that in the beginning the world had been nothing but sea, and that in the end it would be the same. The water rising, devouring all, and this was an inexorable fate to which the Sheik were helpless witness. The shore's battle had ever been the battle of her people. The isle, which had once been sacred, had been desecrated, made a fetid prison by the Letheras.
Yet now it is freed once again. Too late.
Generations past, there had been land bridges linking the many islands south of the Reach. Now gone. The isle itself rose from the sea with high cliffs, everywhere but the single harbour now. Such was the dying world. Often among the Sheik there had been born demon-kissed children. Some would be chosen by the coven and taught the old ways. The rest would be flung from those cliffs down into the thirsty sea, gift of mortal blood, momentary, pathetic easing of its need. She had run years ago for a reason. The noble blood within her had burned like poison. The barbaric legacy of her people overwhelmed her with shame and guilt. With the raw vigor of youth, she had refused to accept the barbaric brutality of her ancestors, refused to wallow in the cloying, suffocating nihilism of her self-inflicted crime. All of the defiance within her was obliterated when she had seen for herself the birth of a demon-kissed monstrosity, the taloned hands and feet, the scaled, elongated face, the blunt tail twitching like a headless worm, the eyes of lurid green. If naught but the taloned hands and feet had marked the demon's seed, the coven would have chosen this newborn, for there was true power in demonic blood when no more than a single drop trickled in the child's veins. More than that, and the creation was an abomination.
Grotesque babes crawling in the muck of the sea's floor, claws gouging furrows in the dark, the sea's legion, the army awaiting us all.
The seeds thrived in the foaming waves where they met the land, generation upon generation. Flung high onto the shore, they sank into the ground, dwelling within living creatures, prey and predator, bound inside plants, adhering to the very blades of grass, the leaves of the trees. These seeds could not be escaped, another bitter truth among the Sheik. When they found a woman's womb where a child was already growing, the seed stole its fate, seeking something, yet yielding naught but a shape that warred with that of the human. The demons had been pure once, birthing their own kind, a world of mothers and offspring. The seeds had dwelt in the sea found in demonic wombs, until the war that saw the bellies of those mothers slit open, spilling what belonged inside out into this world. The seeds even the sea sought to reject. A war of slaughter. Yet the demons had found a way to survive to this very day. In the swirling spume of tidal pools, in the rush of tumbling, crashing waves, lost yet not defeated, gone yet poised to return.
Seeking the right mother.
So the witches remained. Jan Tovis had believed the coven obliterated, crushed into extinction. The Letheras well knew that resistance to tyranny was nurtured in schools of faith, espoused by old, bitter priests and priestesses, by elders who would work through the foolish young, use them like weapons, flung away when broken, melodramatically mourned when destroyed. Priests and priestesses whose version of faith justified the abuse of their own followers. The birth of a priesthood, Jan Tovis now understood, forced a hierarchy upon piety, as if the rules of servitude were malleable, where such a scheme, shrouded in mysterious knowledge and learning, conveyed upon the life of a priest or priestess greater value and virtue than those of the ignorant common folk. In her years of Letheras education, Jan Tovis had seen how the arrival of shouldermen, of warlocks and witches, was in truth a devolution among the Sheik, a devolution from truly knowing the god that was the shore. Artifice and secular ambition, withholding sacred knowledge from those never to be initiated, these were not the shore's will.
No, only what the warlocks and witches wanted. Taloned hands and feet have proved iconic indeed.
But power came with demonic blood, and so long as every child born with such power and allowed to survive was initiated into the coven, then that power remained exclusive. The Letheras, in their conquest of the Sheik, had conducted a pogrom against the coven, and had failed. With all her being, Jan Tovis wished they had succeeded. The Sheik were gone as a people, even the soldiers of her company, each one carefully selected over the years on the basis of Sheik remnants in their blood, were in truth more Letheras than Sheik. She had done little, after all, to awaken their heritage.
Yet I chose them, did I not?
I wanted their loyalty, beyond that of a Lethery soldier for his or her Atriprida. Admit it, Twilight. You are a queen now, and these soldiers, these sheik, know it, and it is what you sought in the depths of your own ambition. And now, it seemed, she would have to face the truth of that ambition, the stirring of her noble blood, seeking its proper preeminence, its right. What has brought my half-brother to the shore? Did he ride as a sheik, or a Lethery master-at-arms for a Dresh Prida? But she found she could not believe her own question. She knew the answer, quivering like a knife in her soul. The shore is blind. They rode on in the dark. We were never as the Nerek, the Tathanal, and the others. We could raise no army against the invaders. Our belief in the shore held no vast power, for it is a belief in the mutable, in transformation. A god with no face but every face. Our temple is the strand where the eternal war between land and sea is waged. A temple that rises only to crumble yet again. Temple of sound, of smell, taste, and tears upon every fingertip. Our coven healed wounds, scoured away diseases, and murdered babies. The Tarthanal viewed us with horror. The Nerek hunted our folk in the forests. For the Fered, we were child snatchers in the night. They would leave us husks of bread on tree stumps, as if we were no better than malignant crows. Of these people, these sheik, I am now queen.
And a man who would be her husband awaited her, on the isle.
Errant, take me. I am too tired for this.
Horse hoofs splashing through puddles where the old road dipped, they were nearing the shore. Ahead, the land rose again, some long ago high tide mark, a broad ridge of smooth stones and cobbles bedded in sandy clay, the kind of clay that became shale beneath the weight of time, pocked by the restless stones. In that shale one could find embedded shells, mollusk fragments, proof of the sea's many victories. The trees were sparser here, bent down by the wind that she could not yet feel on her face, a calm that surprised her given the season. The smell of the shore was heavy in the air, motionless and fetid. They slowed their mounts. From the as yet unseen sea there was no sound, not even the whisper of gentle waves, as if the world on the other side of the ridge had vanished. "Tracks here, sir," one of her soldiers said as they drew to a halt close to the slope. "Riders skirting the bank, north and south both." "As if they were hunting someone," another observed. Jan Tovis held up a gauntleted hand. Horses to the north, riding at the canter, approaching. Struck by a sudden, almost superstitious fear, Jan Tovis made a gesture, and her soldiers drew their swords. She reached for her own. The first of the riders appeared, Lethery. Relaxing, Jan Tovis released her breath. "Hold, soldier!" The sudden command clearly startled the figure and the three other riders behind it, hoofs skidding on loose pebbles. Armored as if for battle, chain hauberks, the blackened rings glistening, visors drawn down on their helms. The lead rider held a long-handled single-bladed axe in his right hand. Those behind him wielded lances, the heads wide and barbed as if the troop had been hunting boar. Jan Tovis nudged her horse round and guided it a few steps closer. "I am Atriprida Jan Tovis," she said, a tilt of the helmed head from the lead man. "Yedan Derig," he said in a low voice, "master-at-arms, Boar I'll keep." She hesitated, then said, "The watch." "Twilight," he replied. "Even in this gloom I can see it is you." "I find that difficult to believe. You fled." "Fled, my queen?" "The house of our mother, yes." "Your father and I did not get along, Twilight. You were but a toddler when last I saw you, but that does not matter. I see now in your face what I saw then, no mistaking it." Sighing, she dismounted. After a moment, the others did the same. Yedan gestured with a tilt of his head, and he and Jan Tovis walked off a short distance, stood beneath the tallest tree this close to the ridge, a dead pine, as a light rain began to fall. "I have just come from the keep," she said. "Your Dresh attempted to escape arrest and is dead, or will be soon. I have had a word with the witches. There will be Tist Edur from Rennis, but by the time they arrive the investigation will be over and I will have to apologize for wasting their time." Yedan said nothing. The grilled visor thoroughly hid his features, although the black snarl of his beard was visible. It seemed he was slowly chewing something.
"Watch," she resumed. "You called me queen in front of your soldiers."
"They are sheik."
"I see. Then you are here at the shore."
"Because I am the watch, yes."
"That title is without meaning,"
she said, rather more harshly than she had intended.
"It's an honorific, some old remnant."
"I believed the same," he cut in.
"Like an older brother, damn him."
"Until 3 nights ago."
"Why are you here, then? Who are you looking for?"
"I wish I could answer you better than I can. I am not sure why I am here, only that I am summoned."
"By whom?"
He seemed to choose some more, then he said, "By the shore."
"I see."
"As for who or what I am looking for, I cannot say at all. Strangers have arrived. We heard them this night, yet no matter where we rode, no matter how quickly we arrived, we found no one, nor any sign, no tracks, nothing. Yet they are here."
"Perhaps ghosts, then?"
"Perhaps." Twilight slowly turned.
"From the sea?"
Again, no tracks on the strand. "Sister, since we have arrived, the air has not stirred, not so much as a sigh. Day and night the shore is still." He tilted his head upward. "Now, this rain, the first time." A murmur from the soldiers drew their attention. They were facing the ridge, 6 motionless spectres, metal and leather gleaming. Beyond the ridge, the fitful rise and ebb of a glow. "This," Yedan said, and he set off. Jan Tovis followed. They scrambled through loose stones, stripped branches and naked roots, pulling themselves onto the rise. The 6 soldiers in their wake, now on the slope, Jan Tovis moved to her half-brother's side, pushing through the soft brush until they both emerged onto the shoreline, where they halted, staring out to sea. Ships, a row of ships, all well offshore, reaching to the north, to the south.
"All burning. Errant's blessing,"
Jan Tovis whispered.
"Hundreds of ships burning."
Flames playing over still water, columns of smoke rising, lit from beneath like enormous ash-dusted coals in the bed of the black sky. "Those," Yedan said, "are not Letheras ships, nor Edur."
"No," Twilight whispered. "They are not. Strangers have arrived."
"What means this?" There was raw fear in the question, and Jan Tovis turned to look at the soldier who had spoken. Faint on his features, the orange glow of the distant flames. She looked back at the ships.
"Dromons," she said.
Her heart was pounding hard in her chest, a kind of febrile excitement, strangely dark with malice and savage delight. "What name is that?" Yedan asked.
"I know them, those prows, the rigging. Our search, a distant continent, an empire. We killed hundreds, thousands of its subjects. We clashed with its fleets."
She was silent for a dozen breaths, then she turned to one of her soldiers.
"Ride back to the keep. Make sure the Dresh is dead. The company is to leave immediately. We will meet you north of Rennis on the coast road. Oh, and bring those damned witches with you."
Yedan said. "What?" She cut off her half-brother with cruel glee.
"You are the watch. Your queen needs you." She glared at him. "You will ride with us, Yedan, with your troop."
The bearded jaw bunched then. "Where?"
"The Isle."
"What of the Letheras and their masters? We should send warning." Eyes on the burning hulks in the sea, she almost snarled her reply.
"We killed their subjects, and clearly they will not let that pass. Errant, take the Letheras and the Edur."
She spun round, making for her horse. The others scrambled after her.
"Strangers, Yedan? Not to me. They followed us."
She swung herself onto her horse and tugged it towards the north trail.
"We left a debt in blood," she said, baring her teeth. "Malice and blood, and it seems they will not let that stand. They are here, on this shore. The Malazans are on our shore."
Book 3. Knuckles of the Soul. We are eager to impugn the beast crouched in our souls, But this creature is pure, with shy eyes, and it watches our frantic crimes, cowering in the cage of our cruelty. I will take for myself and your fate in these hands the grace of animal to amend broken dreams, freedom unchained and unbound, long running. The beast will kill when I murder. In absolution, a list of unremarked distinctions availed these hands, freedom without excuse. See how clean this blood compared to yours. The death grin of your bestial snarl mars the scape. Of your face, this is what sets us apart in our souls. My beast and I chained together as we must. Who leads and who is the led is never quite asked of the charmed and the innocent. Dog in an Alley. Confessions. Tehol Beddict. Chapter 13. Keel and half a hull remained of the wreck where us wreckers gathered, and the storm of the night past remained like spit in the air when we clambered down into that bent-rib bed. I heard many a prayer muttered, hands flashing toward this and that, as befits each soul's need, its conversation with fear begun in childhood, no doubt, and, could I recall mine, I too would have been of mind to mime flight from terror. As it was, I could only look down at that crab-shell harvest of tiny skeletons, the tailed imps with the human-like faces, their hawk talons, and all sorts of strange embellishments to give perfect detail to the bright, sunny nightmare. No wonder is it I forswore the sea that day. Storm and broken ship had lifted a host most unholy, and oh, there were plenty more, no doubt, ringing this damned island. As it was me who then spoke a most unsavory tumble of words. I guess not all imps can fly. For all that, it was hardly cause to gouge out my eyes now, was it? Blind Tobor of the Reach.
Now there, friends, is one beautiful woman. If that's how you like them. Now why wouldn't I, you damned barrel digger? Thing is, and it's always the way, isn't it? Look at that hopeless thug she's with. I can't figure things like that. She could have anyone in here. She could have me even. But no, there she is, sitting aside that limping, one-armed, one-eared, one-eyed, and no-nosed cattle dog. I mean, talk about ugly.
The third man, who had yet to speak, gave him a surreptitious sidelong look, noting the bird-nest hair, the jutting steering oar ears, the bulging eyes, and the piebald patches that were the scars of fire on features that reminded him of a squashed gourd. Sidelong and brief, that glance, and Throat-Slitter quickly looked away. The last thing he wanted to do was break into another one of his trilling, uncanny laughs that seemed to freeze everyone within earshot.
Never used to have a laugh sounding like that. Damn thing scares even me.
Well, he'd taken a throatful of oily flames, and it had done bad things to his voice reed. The damage only revealed itself when he laughed, and, he recalled, in the months following, all that stuff, there had been few reasons for mirth.
There goes that tavern keeper,
Deadsmell observed. It was easy talking about anything and everything, since no one here but them understood Malazan.
There's another one all moon-eyed over her, Sergeant Barnes said with a sneer. But who does she sit with? Hood take me, it don't make sense.
Deadsmell slowly leaned forward on the table and carefully refilled his tankard.
It's the delivery of that cask, Brullig's. Looks like the pretty one and the dead lass have volunteered.
Barnes' bulging eyes bulged even more.
She ain't dead. I'll tell you what's dead, Deadsmell. That puddle-drowned worm between your legs.
Throat-Slitter eyed the corporal.
If that's how you like them,
he'd said. A half-strangled gulp escaped him, making both his companions flinch.
What in Hood's name are you going to laugh about? Barnes demanded. Just don't, and that's an order.
Throat-Slitter bit down hard on his own tongue. Tears blurred his vision for a moment as pain shot round his skull like a pebble in a bucket. Mute, he shook his head.
Laugh? Not me.
The sergeant was glaring at Deadsmell again.
Dead? She don't look much dead to me.
Trust me, the corporal replied after taking a deep draught. He belched.
Sure, she's hiding it well, but that woman died some time ago.
Baum was hunched over the table, scratching at the tangles of his hair. Flakes drifted down to land like specks of paint on the dark wood.
"God's below," he whispered.
"Maybe somebody should, I don't know, maybe tell her?"
Dead Smell's mostly hairless brows lifted.
"Excuse me, Bab. You have a complexion to die for, and I guess that's what you did."
Another squawk from Throat Slitter. The corporal continued.
"Is it true, ma'am, that perfect hair and expensive makeup can hide anything?"
A choked squeal from Throat Slitter. Heads turned. Dead Smell drank down another mouthful, warming to the subject.
"Funny, you don't look dead."
The high-pitched cackle erupted. As it died, sudden silence in the main room of the tavern, barring that of a rolling tankard, which then plunged off a tabletop and bounced on the floor. Baum glared at Dead Smell.
"You done that. You just kept pushing and pushing. Another word from you, Corporal, and you'll be deader than she is."
"What's that smell?"
Dead Smell asked.
"Oh, right. Essence of putrescence."
Baum's cheeks bulged, his face turning a strange purple shade. His yellowy eyes looked moments from leaping out on their stalks. Throat Slitter tried squeezing his own eyes shut, but the image of his sergeant's face burst into his mind. He shrieked behind his hands, looked round in helpless appeal. All attention was fixed on them now, no one speaking. Even the beautiful woman who'd shipped in with that maimed oaf, and the oaf himself, whose one good eye glittered out from the folds of a severe frown, had paused, standing each to one side of the cask of ale the tavern-keeper had brought out, and the keeper himself staring at Throat Slitter with mouth hanging open.
"Well," Dead Smell observed, "there goes our credit as bad boys. Throaty here's making mating calls. Hope there's no turkeys on this island. And you, Sergeant, your head looks ready to explode like a cusser."
Baum hissed.
"It was your fault, you bastard."
"Hardly. As you see, I am calm, although somewhat embarrassed by my company, alas."
"Fine. We're shifting you off. Hood knows Gilani's a damned sight prettier to look at."
"Yes, but she happens to be alive, Sergeant. Not your type at all."
"I didn't know."
"Now that is a most pathetic admission, wouldn't you say?"
"Hold on,"
Throat Slitter finally interjected.
"I couldn't tell about her either, Dead Smell."
He jabbed a finger at the corporal.
"Further proof you're a damned necromancer. No, forget that shocked look. We ain't buying no more. You knew she was dead because you can smell 'em, just like your name says you can. In fact, I'd wager that's why Braventooth gave you that name. Doesn't miss a thing, ever, does he?"
The ambient noise was slowly resurrecting itself, accompanied by more than a few warding gestures, a couple of chairs scraping back through filth as patrons made furtive escapes out of the front door. Dead Smell drank more ale, and said nothing. The dead woman and her companion headed out, the latter limping as he struggled to balance the cask on one shoulder. Baum grunted.
"There they go. Typical, isn't it? Just when we're under strength, too." "Nothing to worry about, Sergeant," Dead Smell said. "It's all in hand. Though if the keeper decides on following—"
Throat Slitter grunted.
"If he does, he'll regret it."
He rose then, adjusting the marine issue raincape.
"Lucky you two, getting to sit here adding fat to your asses. It's damned cold out there, you know."
"I'm making note of all this insubordination,"
Baum grumbled, then tapped his head.
"In here."
"Well, that's a relief,"
Throat Slitter said. He left the tavern. Sheikh Brullig, tyrant of Second Maiden Fort, would-be king of the Isle, slouched in the old prison prefect's high-backed chair and glared from under heavy brows at the two foreigners at the table beside the chamber's door. They were playing another of their damned games, knucklebones, elongated wooden bowl, and split crow feathers. 2 bounces earns me a sweep, one of them said, although Brullig was not quite sure of that. Picking up a language on the sly was no easy thing, but he'd always been good with languages. Sheikh, Lethery, Tist Edur, Fent, Trader's Tongue, and Mekros, and now spatterings of this Malazan. Timing. They'd taken it from him as easily as they'd taken his knife, his war-axe. Foreigners easing into the harbour, not so many aboard as to cause much worry, or so it had seemed. Besides, there had been enough trouble to chew on right then. a sea filled with mountains of ice bearing down on the isle, more ominous than any fleet or army. They said they could take care of that, and he'd been a drowning man going down for the last time. Would-be king of the isle, crushed and smeared flat under insensate ice, face to face with that kind of truth had been like dragon claws through his sail. After all he'd done. Timing. He now wondered if these Malazans had brought the ice with them, sent it spinning down on the season's wild current, just so they could arrive one step ahead and offer to turn it away. He'd not even believed them, Brullig recalled, but desperation had spoken with its very own voice. "Do that, and you'll be royal guests for as long as you like." They'd smiled at that offer. "I am a fool, and worse." And now 2 miserable squads ruled over him and every damned resident of this island, and there was not a thing he could do about it. Except keep the truth from everyone else, and that's getting a whole lot harder with every day that passes. "Sweeps in the trough, pluck a knuckle, and that about does it," said the other soldier. "Possibly." "It skidded when you breathed. I saw it, you cheat." "I ain't breathed." "Oh, right. You're a hood-damned corpse, are you?" "No, I just ain't breathed when you said I did. Look, it's in the trough. You deny it?" "Here, let me take a closer look." "Ha! No, it isn't. You just sighed and moved it, damn you. I didn't sigh." "Right, and you're not losing neither, are you?" "Just because I'm losing doesn't mean I sighed right then. And see, it's not in the trough. Hold on while I breathe. Then I'll sigh. Breathing is what winners do. Sighing is what losers do. Therefore I win." "Sure, for you cheating is as natural as breathing, isn't it?" Brullig slowly shifted his attention from the 2 at the door, regarded the last soldier in the chamber. By the coven she was a beauty. Such dark, magical skin, and those tilted eyes just glowed with sweet invitation. Damn him, all the mysteries of the world were in those eyes, and that mouth, those lips. If he could just get rid of the other 2, and maybe steal away those wicked knives of hers, why then he'd discover those mysteries the way she wanted him to. "I'm king of the isle, about to be. 1 more week, and if none of the dead queen's bitch daughters show up before then, it all falls to me. King of the isle. Almost. Close enough to use the title, sure. And what woman wouldn't set aside a miserable soldier's life for the soft, warm bed of a king's first concubine? Sure, that is indeed a Lethery way, but as king I can make my own rules, and if the coven doesn't like it, well, there are the cliffs." One of the Malazans at the table said, "Careful, Massan, he's getting that look again." The woman named Massangelani straightened cat-like in her chair, lifting her smooth, not scrawny arms in an arching stretch that transformed her large breasts into round globes, tautening the worn fabric of her shirt.
"So long as he keeps thinking with the wrong brain lobe, we're good and easy."
She then settled back, straightening her perfect legs. "We should bring him another whore," the one named Loeb said as he gathered the knuckle bones into a small leather bag.
"No," Massangelani said. "That smell barely revived the last one."
"But that's not the real reason, is it?" Brullig smiled. "No, you want me for yourself. Besides, I'm not usually like that. I was taking out some frustrations, that's all."
His smile faded.
"They sure do use their hands a lot when talking. Gestures of all sorts. Strange people, these Malazans."
He cleared his throat and spoke Lethery in the slow way they seemed to need.
"I could do with another walk. My legs want exercise."
A wink towards Massangelani, who responded with a knowing smile that lit him up low down, enough to make him shift in the chair.
"My people need to see me, you understand? If they start getting suspicious, well, if anybody knows what a house arrest looks like, it is the citizens of Second Maiden Fort."
In terribly accented Lethery, Loeb said,
"You get your ale comes today, right? Best one to be waiting here for that. We walk you tonight." "Like a liberty mistress her pampered dog. Isn't that nice? And when I lift a leg and piss against you, Loeb, what then?"
These soldiers here did not frighten him. It was the other squad, the one still up island, the one with that scrawny little mute girl, and she had a way of showing up as if from nowhere, From a swirl of light, he wondered what the Sheik witches would make of that cute trick. All Loeb needed to do, Loeb or Masangilani or Galt, any of them, all they needed to do was call her name. Sin. A real terror, that one, and not a talon showing. He suspected he'd need the whole coven to get rid of her, preferably with great losses. The coven had a way of crowding the chosen rulers of the Sheik. And they're on their way, like ravens to a carcass, all spit and cackle. Of course they can't fly, can't even swim, no. They'll need boats to take them across the strait, and that's assuming the reach isn't now a jumbled mass of ice, which is how it looks from here. The soldier named Galt rose from his chair, wincing at some twinge in his lower back, then ambled over to what had been the prefect's prized possession, a tapestry that dominated an entire wall. Faded with age and stained in the lower left corner with dried spatters of the poor prefect's blood, the hanging depicted the first landing of the Lethery, although in truth that was not the colonizers' first landing. The fleet had come within sight of shore somewhere opposite the reach. Fent canoes had ventured out to establish contact with the strangers. An exchange of gifts had gone awry, resulting in the slaughter of the Fent men and the subsequent enslavement of the women and children in the village. 3 more settlements had suffered the same fate. The next 4, southward down the coast, had been hastily abandoned. The fleet had eventually rounded Sadon Peninsula on the north coast of the Auster Sea, then sailed past the Length Arm and into Gedri Bay. The city of Gedri was founded on the place of the first landing, at the mouth of the Lether River. This tapestry, easily 1,000 years old, was proof enough of that. The general belief these days was that the landing occurred at the site of the capital itself, well up the river. Strange how the past was remade to suit the present. A lesson there Brullig could use, once he was king. The Sheik were a people of failure, fated to know naught but tragedy and pathos. Guardians of the shore, but incapable of guarding it against the sea's tireless hunger. All of that needed revising. The Lethery had known defeat many times. Their history on this land was bloody, rife with their betrayals, their lies, their heartless cruelties, all of which were now seen as triumphant and heroic. This is how a people must see itself, as we Sheik must, a blinding beacon on this dark shore. When I am king— "Look at this damned thing," Galt said. "Here, that writing in the borders. That could be early." "But it isn't," Loeb muttered. He had dismantled one of his daggers. On the table before him was the pommel, a few rivets and pins, a wooden handle wrapped in leather, a slitted hilt and the tanged blade. It seemed the soldier was now at a loss on how to put it all back together again. "Some of the letters—" "Early and Lethery come from the same language," Loeb said. Galt's glare was suspicious. "How do you know that?" "I don't, you idiot. It's just what I was told." "Who?" "Ebron, I think. Or Shard. What difference does it make?" "Somebody who knows things, that's all." "Hood, you're making my brain hurt. And look at this mess. Is that my knife?" "Was." Brullig saw Loeb cock his head. Then the soldier said, "Footsteps bottom of the stairs." And with these words his hands moved in a blur, and even as Galt was walking towards the door, Loeb was twisting home the pommel and flipping the knife into Galt's path, where it was caught one-handed. Galt had not even slowed in passing. Brullig settled back in his chair. Rising, Masangilani loosened from their scabbards the vicious-looking long-bladed knives at her hips.
"Wish I was with my own squad," she said, then drew a step closer to where Brullig sat. "Stay put," she murmured. Mouth dry, he nodded. "It's likely the ale delivery," Loeb said from one side of the door, while Galt unlocked it and pushed it out wide enough to enable him to peer through the crack. "Sure, but those boots sound wrong. Not the usual drooling fart and his son? Not even close. All right." Loeb reached under the table and lifted into view a crossbow. A truly foreign weapon, constructed entirely of iron, or something very much like Lethery steel. The cord was thick as a man's thumb, and the quarrel set into the groove was tipped with an X-shaped head that would punch through a Lethery shield as if it was birch bark. The soldier cranked the claw back and somehow locked it in place. Then he moved along the door's wall to the corner. Galt edged back as the footsteps on the stairs drew nearer. He made a series of hand gestures to which Masangilani grunted in response, and Brullig heard ripping cloth behind him,
and a moment later the point of a knife pressed between his shoulder blades, thrust right through the damned chair. She leaned down.
Be nice and be stupid, Brullig. We know these two, and we can guess why they're here.
Glancing back at Masangilani, nodding once, Galt then moved into the doorway, opening wide the door. "Well," he drawled in his dreadful Lethery, "if it isn't the captain and her first mate. Runs out of money, comes too soon? What you making to comes with ale?" A heavy growl from beyond.
What did he say, Captain? Whatever it was, he said it badly.
A woman, and that voice. Brullig frowned. That was a voice he had heard before. The knife tip dug deeper into his spine.
"We're bringing Sheikh Brullig his ale," the woman continued.
"That's nice," Galt replied. "We see he comes, gets it."
"Sheikh Brullig's an old friend of mine. I want to see him."
"He's busy."
"Doing what?"
"Thinking."
"Sheikh Brullig? I really doubt that. And who in the errant's name are you, anyway? You're no Lethery, and you and those friends of yours hanging out at the tavern, well, none of you were prisoners here either. I asked around. You're from that strange ship anchored in the bay."
"Why, Captain, it is simple. We comes to goes all the ice. So Brullig he rewards us. Guests, royal guests. Now we keep him company. He smiles nice all the time. We nice too."
"Nice idiots, I think,"
the man outside, presumably the captain's first mate, said in a growl.
"Now my arm's getting tired. Move aside and let me deliver this damned thing."
Galt glanced back over a shoulder at Masangilani, who said in Malazan,
"Why are you looking at me? I'm just here to keep this man's tongue hanging."
Brullig licked sweat from his lips. "So, even knowing that, why does it still work? Am I that stupid?" "Let them in," he said in a low voice, "so I can ease their minds and send them away." Galt looked at Masangilani again, and though she said nothing, some kind of communication must have passed between them, for he shrugged and stepped back. "Comes the ale!" Brullig watched as the two figures entered the chamber. The one in the lead was Skorgan Kaban the Pretty, which meant, yes, the would-be king smiled. "Shurk Helal! You've not aged a day since I last saw you. And Skorgan, put the cask down before you dislocate your shoulder and add lopsided to your list of ailments. Broach the damned thing and we can all have a drink. Oh," he added as he watched the two pirates take in the soldiers, Skorgan almost jumping when he saw Loeb in the corner, crossbow now cradled in his arms. "These are some of my royal guests. At the door, Galt. In the corner, Loeb, and this lovely here with the one hand behind the back of my chair is Masangilani." Shurkelal collected one of the chairs near the door and dragged it opposite Brullig. Sitting, she folded one leg over the other and laced her hands together on her lap.
"Brullig, you half-mad, cheating miser of a bastard. If you were alone, I'd be throttling that flabby neck of yours right now."
"Can't say I'm shocked by your animosity," Sheikh Brullig replied, suddenly comforted by his Malazan bodyguards. "But you know, it was never as bad or ugly as you thought it was. You just never gave me the chance to explain."
Shurk's smile was both beautiful and dark. "Why, Brullig, you were never one to explain yourself."
"A man changes."
"That'd be a first."
Brullig resisted shrugging, since that would have opened a nasty slit in the flesh of his back. Instead, he lifted his hands, palms up, as he said, "Let's set aside all that history. The undying gratitude rests safe and sound in my harbor. Cargo offloaded and plenty of coin in your purse. I imagine you're itching to leave our blessed isle."
"Something like that," she replied. "Alas, it seems we're having trouble getting, permission. There's the biggest damned ship I've ever seen blocking the harbor mouth right now, and a sleek war galley of some kind is making for berth at the main pier. You know," she added with another quick smile, "it's all starting to look like some kind of, well, blockade."
The knife point left Brullig's back, and Masangilani, sliding the weapon into its scabbard, stepped round. When she spoke this time, it was in a language Brullig had never heard before. Loeb levelled the crossbow again, aiming towards Brullig, and answered Masan in the same tongue. Scorgan, who had been kneeling beside the cask, thumping at the spigot with the heel of one hand, now rose.
"What in the errant's name is going on here, Brullig?"
A voice spoke from the doorway.
"Just this. Your captain's right. Our waiting's done."
The soldier named Throat-Slitter was leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed. He was smiling across at Masangilani.
"Good news, ain't it? Now you can take your delicious curves and such and dance your way down to the pier. I'm sure Herb and the rest are missing 'em something awful."
Shurk Elal, who had not moved from her chair, sighed loudly, then said, "Pretty, I don't think we'll be leaving this room for a while. Find us some tankards and pour, why don't you?"
"We're hostages?"
"No, no," his captain replied. "Guests." Masangilani, hips swaying considerably more than was necessary, sauntered out of the chamber. Under his breath, Brullig groaned. "As I said earlier," Shurk murmured, "men don't change." She glanced over at Galt, who had drawn up the other chair. "I assume you won't let me strangle this odious worm?"
"Sorry, no."
A quick smile.
"Not yet, anyway."
"So, who are your friends in the harbour?" Galt winked.
"We've a little work to do, Captain, and we've decided this island will do just fine as headquarters."
"Your skill with Lethery has noticeably improved."
"Must be your fine company, Captain." "Don't bother," Throat-Slitter said from the doorway. "Dead Smell says she's standing on the wrong side of Hood's gate, despite what you see or think you see."
Galt slowly paled. "Not sure what he means by all that," Shurk Elal said, her sultry eyes settling on Galt, "but my appetites are as lively as ever."
"That's disgusting."
"Explains the sweat on your brow, I suppose." Galt hastily wiped his forehead.
"This one's worse than Masangilani," he complained.
Brullig shifted nervously in his chair. Timing. These damned Malazans had it by the bucketful.
"Freedom should have lasted longer than this. Hurry up with that ale, Pretty."
Finding yourself standing alone, cut loose with an unhappy army squirming in your hands, was a commander's greatest nightmare.
And when you got them running straight into the wilderness of an ocean at the time, it's about as bad as it can get.
Fury had united them for a while, until the truth started to sink in, like botfly worms under the skin. Their homeland wanted them all dead. There'd be no seeing family, no wives, husbands, mothers, fathers, no children to bounce on one knee while working numbers in the head, wondering which neighbor's eyes you're looking down at, no chasms to cross, no breaches to mend, every loved one as good as dead. Armies get unruly when that happens, almost as bad as no loot and no pay.
We were soldiers of the Empire. Our families depended on the wages, the tax relief, the buyouts, and the pensions. And a lot of us were young enough to think about signing out, making a new life, one that didn't involve swinging a sword and looking in the eye of some snarling thug wanting to cut you in two. Some of us were damned tired. So what kept us together? Well, no ship likes to sail alone, does it?
But Fist Blistig knew that there was more to it. Dried blood holding everyone in place like glue. The seared burn of betrayal, the sting of fury, and a commander who sacrificed her own love to see them all survive. He had spent too many days and nights on the Frothwolf, standing no less than 5 paces from the adjunct, studying her stiff back as she faced the surly seas. A woman who showed nothing, but some things no mortal could hide, and one of those things was grief. He had stared, and he had wondered, was she going to come through this? Someone, might have been Keneb, who at times seemed to understand Tavare better than anyone else, maybe even Tavare herself, had then made a fateful decision. The adjunct had lost her aide in Malaz City, aide and lover. Now, maybe nothing could be done about the lover, but the role of aide was an official position, a necessary one for any commander. Not a man, of course, would have to be a woman for certain. Blistig recalled that night, even as the 11th bell was sounded on deck. The ragged fleet, flanked by the perish thrones of war, was 3 days east of Kartul, beginning a northward wending arc to take them round the tumultuous deadly straits between Malaz Island and the coast of Corel. And the adjunct was standing alone just beyond the forecastle mast, the wind tugging fitfully at her raincape, making Blistig think of a broken-winged crow. A second figure appeared, halting close to Tavare on her left.
Where Tamba would stand, where any aid to a commander would stand.
Tavare's head had turned in startlement, and words were exchanged, too low for Blistig's ears, followed by a salute from the newcomer.
The adjunct is alone. So too is another woman, seemingly as bound up in grief as Tavare herself. Yet this one possesses an edge, an anger tempered like iron steel. Short on patience, which might be precisely what's needed here. Was it you, Keneb?
Of course, Lostara Yil, once a captain in the Red Blades, now just one more outlawed soldier, had revealed no inclinations to take a woman to her bed. Not anyone, in fact. Yet she was no torture to look at, if one had a taste for broken glass made pretty. That and Pardue tattoos. But it was just as likely that the adjunct wasn't thinking in those terms. Too soon. Wrong woman. Throughout the fleet, officers had been reporting talk of mutiny among the soldiers, excepting, oddly enough, the Marines, who never seemed capable of thinking past the next meal or game of troughs. A succession of reports delivered in increasingly nervous tones, and it had seemed the adjunct was unwilling or unable to even so much as care.
You can heal wounds of the flesh well enough, but it's the other ones that can bleed out a soul.
After that night, Lostara Yil clung to a resentful Tavare like a damned tick. Commander's aide. She understood the role. In the absence of actual direction from her commander, Lostara Yil assumed the task of managing nearly 8,000 miserable soldiers. The first necessity was clearing up the matter of pay. The fleet was making sail for theft. A paltry kingdom torn to tatters by Malazan incursions and civil war. Supplies needed to be purchased, but more than that, the soldiers needed leave, and for that there must be not only coin, but the promise of more to come, lest the entire army disappear into the back streets of the first port of call. The army's chests could not feed what was owed. So Lostara hunted down Banaskar, the once priest of Durek, hunted him down and cornered him, and all at once those treasury chests were overflowing.
Now why Banaskar? How did Lostara know? Grub, of course, that scrawny runt climbing the rigging with those not quite right Bokharal. I ain't once seen him come down, no matter how brutal the weather.
Yet Grubb somehow knew about Banaskar's hidden purse, and somehow got the word to Lostara Yil. The 14th Army was suddenly rich. Too much handed out all at once would have been disastrous, but Lostara knew that. Enough that it be seen, that the rumours were let loose to scamper like stoats through every ship in the fleet. Soldiers being what they were, it wasn't long before they were griping about something else, and this time the adjunct's aide could do nothing to give answer.
Where in Hood's name are we going? Are we still an army? And if we are, who are we fighting for?
The notion of becoming mercenaries did not sit well, it turned out. The story went that Lostara Yil had it out with Tavare one night in the adjunct's cabin. A night of screams, curses, and maybe tears. Or something else happened. Something as simple as Lostara wearing her commander down, like Durek's own soldier worms gnawing the ankles of the earth.
Snap snick right through.
Whatever the details, the adjunct was awakened. The entire 14th was days from falling to pieces. A call was issued for the fists and officers ranking captain and higher to assemble on the Frothwolf. And, to the astonishment of everyone, Tavare Paran appeared on deck and delivered a speech. Sin and Banaskar were present, and through sorcery the adjunct's words were heard by everyone, even crew high in the riggings and crow's nests. A hood-damned speech. From Tavare, tighter-lipped than a cat at Togg's teats, but she talked. Not long, not complicated, and there was no brilliance, no genius. It was plain, every word picked up from dusty ground, strung together on a chewed thong, not even spat on to bring out a gleam. Not a precious stone to be found. No pearls, no opals, no sapphires.
Raw garnet at best.
At best. Tied to Tavare's sword belt there had been a finger bone, yellowed, charred at one end. She stood in silence for a time, her plain features looking drawn, aged, her eyes dull as smudged slate. When at last she spoke, her voice was low, strangely measured, devoid of all emotion. Blistig could still remember every word. There have been armies, burdened with names, the legacy of meetings, of battles, of betrayals. The history behind the name is each army's secret language, one that no one else can understand, much less share. The first sword of Dasem Ultor, the plains of Unta, the Grisian hills, Li Heng, Igatan, the bridge burners, Raraku, Black Dog, Mott Wood, Pale, Black Coral, Coltane's Seventh, Gelor Ridge, Vathar Crossing, and the Day of Pure Blood, Sanimon, the Fall. Some of you share a few of those, with comrades now fallen, now dust. They are, for you, the cracked vessels of your grief and your pride, and you cannot stand in one place for long, lest the ground turn to depthless mud around your feet. Her eyes fell then, a heartbeat, another, before she looked up once more, scanning the array of somber faces before her. Among us, among the Bonehunters, our secret language has begun. Cruel in its birth at Arran, sordid in a river of old blood, Coltane's blood. You know this. I need tell you none of this. We have our own Raraku. We have our own Igatan. We have Malaz City. In the civil war on theft, a warlord who captured a rival's army then destroyed them, not by slaughter. No, he simply gave the order that each soldier's weapon hand lose its index finger. The maimed soldiers were then sent back to the warlord's rival. 12,000 useless men and women, to feed, to send home, to swallow the bitter taste of defeat. I was reminded of that story not long ago.
Yes, Blistig thought then, and I think I know by whom. Gods, we all do.
We too are maimed, in our hearts. Each of you knows this. And so we carry, tied to our belts, a piece of bone, legacy of a severed finger. And yes, we cannot help but know bitterness. She paused, held back for a long moment, and it seemed the silence itself grated in his skull. Tavare resumed. The Bonehunters will speak in our secret language. We sail to add another name to our burden, and it may be it will prove our last. I do not believe so, but there are clouds before the face of the future. We cannot see, we cannot know. The island of Sepik, a protectorate of the Malazan Empire, is now empty of human life, sentenced to senseless slaughter, every man, child, and woman. We know the face of the slayer. We have seen the dark ships. We have seen the harsh magic unveiled. We are Malazan. We remain so, no matter the judgment of the Empress. Is this enough reason to give answer? No, it is not. Compassion is never enough, nor is the hunger for vengeance. But for now, for what awaits us, perhaps they will do. We are the Bonehunters, and sail to another name. Beyond Arran, beyond Raraku, and beyond Igatan, we now cross the world to find the first name that will be truly our own, shared by none other. We sail to give answer. There is more, but I will not speak of that beyond these words. What awaits you in the dusk of the old world's passing shall go unwitnessed. Tambur's words. Another long spell of pained silence. They are hard, and well might they feed spite, if in weakness we permit such. But to those words I say this, as your commander. We shall be our own witness, and that will be enough. It must be enough. It must ever be enough. Even now, over a year later, Blistig wondered if she had said what was needed. In truth, he was not quite certain what she had said, the meaning of it.
Witnessed, unwitnessed, does it really make a difference?
But he knew the answer to that, even if he could not articulate precisely what it was he knew. Something stirred deep in the pit of his soul, as if his thoughts were black waters caressing unseen rocks, bending to shapes that even ignorance could not alter.
Well, how can any of this make sense? I do not have the words. But damn me, she did. Back then, she did.
Unwitnessed, there was crime in that notion, a profound injustice against which he railed.
In silence, like every other soldier in the Bonehunters. Maybe... No, I am not mistaken. I see something in their eyes. I can see it. We rail against injustice, yes. That what we do will be seen by no one, our fate unmeasured. Tavare, what have you awakened? And Hood take us, what makes you think we are equal to any of this?
There had been no desertions. He did not understand. He didn't think he would ever understand. What had happened that night? What had happened in that strange speech?
She told us we would never see our loved ones again. That is what she told us, isn't it? Leaving us with what? With each other, I suppose.
We shall be our own witness. And was that enough?
Maybe, so far. But now we are here. We have arrived. The fleet burns. Gods, that she would do that. Not a single transport left. Burned, sunk to the bottom off this damned shore. We are cut away. Welcome, Bonehunters, to the Empire of Lether. Alas, we are not here in festive spirit.
The treacherous ice was behind them now, the broken mountains that had filled the sea and clambered onto the Fent Reach, crushing everything on it to dust. No ruins to ponder over in some distant future, not a single sign of human existence left on that scraped rock. Ice was annihilation. It did not do what sand did not simply bury every trace. It was as the Jaghut had meant it, negation, a scouring down to bare rock. Lastara Yil drew her fur-lined cloak tighter about herself as she followed the adjunct to the forecastle deck of the Frothwolf. The sheltered harbour was before them, a half-dozen ships anchored in the bay, including the Cylinder, its heap of Tist-Andi heads hidden beneath thick tarpaulin. Getting the bone whistle from Gessler hadn't been easy, she recalled, and among the soldiers of the two squads left to command the haunted craft, the only one willing to use it had been that corporal, Deadsmell. Not even Sin would touch it. Before the splitting of the fleet, there had been a flurry of shifting about among the squads and companies. The strategy for this war demanded certain adjustments, and, as was expected, few had been thrilled with the changes.
Soldiers are such conservative bastards. But at least we pulled Blistig away from real command. Worse than a roomy old dog, that one.
Lastara, still waiting for her commander to speak, turned for a glance back at the throne of war blockading the mouth of the harbour. The last perished ship in these waters for now. She hoped it would be enough for what was to come.
"Where is Sergeant Cord's squad now?" the adjunct asked.
"Northwest tip of the island," Lastara replied.
"Sin is keeping the ice away."
"How?" Tavare demanded, not for the first time. And Lastara could but give the same answer she had given countless times before.
"I don't know, adjunct."
She hesitated, then added,
"Ebron believes that this ice is dying, a Jaghut ritual crumbling. He notes the water lines on this island's cliffs, well past any earlier high water mark."
To this the adjunct said nothing. She seemed unaffected by the cold, damp wind, barring an absence of colour on her features, as if her blood had withdrawn from the surface of her flesh. Her hair was cut very short, as if to discard every hint of femininity.
"Grubb says the world is drowning,"
Lastara said. Tavare turned slightly and looked up at the unlit shrouds high overhead.
"Grubb, another mystery," she said. "He seems able to communicate with the Nachts, which is, well, remarkable."
"Communicate? It's become hard to tell them apart." The Frothwolf was sidling past the anchored ships, angling towards the stone pier, on which stood two figures, probably Sergeant Balm and Deadsmell. Tavare said,
"Go below, Captain, and inform the others we're about to disembark."
"Aye, sir."
"Remain a soldier,"
Lastara Yil told herself, a statement that whispered through her mind 100 times a day.
"Remain a soldier, and all the rest will go away."
With dawn's first light paling the eastern sky, the mounted troop of Letheras thundered down the narrow coastal track, the berm of the old beach ridge on their left, the impenetrable tangled forest on their right. The rain had dissolved into a clammy mist, strengthening the night's last grip of darkness, and the pounding of hoofs was oddly muted, quick to dwindle once the last rider was out of sight. Puddles in the track settled once more, clouded with mud. The mist swirled, drifted into the trees. An owl, perched high on a branch of a dead tree, had watched the troop pass. The echoes fading, it remained where it was, not moving, its large unblinking eyes fixed on a chaotic mass of shrubs and brambles amidst thin-boled poplars, where something was not quite as it seemed, unease sufficient to confuse its predatory mind. The scrub blurred then, as if disintegrating in a fierce gale, although no wind stirred, and upon its vanishing, figures rose as if from nowhere. The owl decided it would have to wait a little longer. While hungry, it nevertheless experienced a strange contentment, followed by a kind of tug on its mind, as of something leaving. Bottle rolled onto his back. "Over 30 riders," he said. "Lancers, lightly armoured. Odd stirrups. Hood, but my skull aches. I hate Mokra." "Enough bitching," Fiddler said as he watched his squad, barring a motionless Bottle, drawing in, with Gesslers doing the same beneath some trees a few paces away. "You sure they didn't smell nothing?" "Those first scouts nearly stepped right on us," Bottle said. "Something there, especially in one of them, as if he was somehow, I don't know, sensitized, I suppose. Him and this damned ugly coast where we don't belong." "Just answer the questions," Fiddler cut in again. "We should have ambushed the whole lot," Korik muttered, checking the knots on all the fetishes he was wearing, then dragging over his oversized supply pack to examine the straps. Fiddler shook his head. "No fighting until our feet dry. I hate that." "Then why are you a damned Marine, Sergeant?" "Accident. Besides, those were Letheras. We're to avoid contact with them for now." "I'm hungry," Bottle said. "Well, no. It was the owl, damn it. Anyway, you would not believe what looking through an owl's eyes at night is like. Bright as noon in the desert." "Desert," Tar said. "I miss the desert." "You'd miss the latrine pit if it was the last place you crawled out of," Smiles observed. "Korik had his crossbow trained on those riders, Sergeant." "What are you, my little sister?" Korik demanded. He then mimed Smiles's voice. "He didn't shake his baby maker when he'd done peeing, Sergeant. I saw it." "See it?" Smiles laughed. "I'd never get that close to you, half-blood, trust me." "She's getting better," Cuttle said to Korik, whose only response was a grunt. "Quiet, everyone," Fiddler said. "No telling who else lives in these woods, or might be using the road." "We're alone," Bottle pronounced, slowly sitting up, then gripping the sides of his head. "Hiding 14 grunting, farting soldiers ain't easy, and once we get to more populated areas it's going to be worse." "Getting one miserable mage to shut his mouth is even harder," Fiddler said. "Check your gear, everyone. I want us a ways deeper into these woods before we dig in for the day." For the past month on the ships, the Bonehunters had been shifting over into reversing their sleep cycles. A damned hard thing to do, as it turned out. But now at least pretty much everyone was done turning round. "Lost the tans, anyway." Fiddler moved over to where Gessler crouched. "Except this gold-skinned bastard and his hairy corporal. Your people ready?" Gessler nodded. "Heavies are complaining their armor's gonna rust." "So long as they keep the squeaking to a minimum." Fiddler glanced at the huddled soldiers of Gessler's squad, then back towards his own. "Some army," he said under his breath. "Some invasion, aye," Gessler agreed. "Ever known anyone to do it this way?" Fiddler shook his head. "It makes a weird kind of sense, though, doesn't it? The Edur is spread thin from all reports. The oppressed are legion. All these damned Letheras. That troop just past us didn't look much oppressed to me, Fid. Well, I suppose we'll find out one way or the other, won't we? Now, let's get this invasion underway." "A moment," Gessler said, settling a scarred hand on Fiddler's shoulder. "She burned the fucking transports, Fid." The sergeant winced. "Hard to miss the point of that, wouldn't you say?" "Which meaning are you referring to, Gessler? The one about patrols on this coast seeing the flames, or the one about for us there's no going back?" "Hood take me, I can only chew on one piece of meat at a time, you know. Start with the first one. If I was this damned empire, I'd be flooding this coastline with soldiers before this day's sun is down. And no matter how much Mokra our squad mages now know, we're going to mess up, sooner or later, Fid." "Would that be before or after we start drawing blood?" "I ain't even thinking about once we start killing hood-damned Tis Edur. I'm thinking about today.
Someone stumbles onto us and we get nasty and dirty, then we bolt according to the plan. And try to stay alive, aye. Great. And what if these Letheras ain't friendly? We just keep going and steal what we need. We should have landed en masse, not just Marines, with shields locked and see what they can throw at us.
Fiddler rubbed at the back of his neck, then sighed and said,
You know what they can throw at us, Gessler. Only the next time there won't be Quick Ben dancing in the air and matching them horror for horror. This is a night war we're looking at. Ambushes, knives in the dark, cut and bolt, with no way out. Aye. So I do wonder if she lit up our transports to tell them we're here, or to tell us there's no point in thinking about retreat, or both.
Gessler grunted.
Unwitnessed, she said. Is that where we are, already?
Shrugging, Fiddler half rose.
Might be, Gessler. Let's get moving. The birds are twittering almost as loud as we are.
But as they tramped deeper into the wet, rotting forest, Gessler's last question haunted Fiddler. Is he right, Adjunct? We there already? Invading a damned empire in 2 squad units, running alone, unsupported, living or dying on the shoulders of a single squad mage. What if Bottle gets killed in the first scrap? We're done for, that's what. Best keep Korab nice and close to Bottle and hope the old rebel's luck keeps pulling. At the very least, the waiting was over. Real ground underfoot. They'd all wobbled like drunks coming up from the Strand, which might have been amusing in other circumstances, but not when we could have staggered right into a patrol. Things were feeling solid now, though. Thank Hood. Well, as solid as one could be, stumping over moss, overgrown sinkholes, and twisted roots. Almost as bad as Black Dog. No, don't think like that. Look ahead, Fid. Keep looking ahead. Somewhere above them, through a mad witch's weave of branches, the sky was lightening.
Any more complaining from any of you, and I'll cut off my left tit.
A half-circle of faces ogled her. Good. She was pleased with the way that always worked.
Good thing the swim put you out, Bowl said.
Sergeant Hellion frowned at the huge soldier.
Put out? Heavies are idiots, you know that? Now.
She looked down and tried counting the number of rum casks she'd managed to drag from the hold before the flames went wild. 6, maybe 10, 9. She waved at the blurry array.
Everybody make room in your packs, for 1 each.
Touchy, breathless, said,
Sergeant, ain't we supposed to find Herb and his squad? They gotta be close.
Then her corporal spoke again, this time in a different voice.
He's right. Bowl, where'd you come from again? Up the shore or down it?
I don't remember. It was dark.
Hold on,
Hellion said, taking a sidestep to maintain her balance on the pitching deck. No, the pitching ground.
You're not in my squad, Bowl. Go away.
I'd like nothing better, he replied, squinting at the wall of trees surrounding them. I ain't carrying no cask of damned ale. Look at you, Sergeant, you're scorched all over.
Hellion straightened.
Now hold on, we're talking central victuals. But I'll tell you what's a lot worse. I bet that fire was seen by somebody, and I hope the fool that started it is a heap of ash right now. That's what I hope. Somebody's seen it, that's for sure.
Sergeant, they lit up all the transports,
said another one of her soldiers. Beard, thick chest, solid as a tree trunk, and probably not much smarter either. What was his name?
Who are you?
The man rubbed at his eyes.
Belgrid.
Right, Baldy. Now try explaining to me how some fool swam from ship to ship and set them afire. Well, that's what I thought.
Someone's coming,
hissed the squad sapper, the one with the stupid name, a name she always had trouble remembering. Could be? No. Sometimes? Unsure?
Ah, maybe. Our sapper's name is Maybe, and his friend there, that's Lutz. And there's Tavos Pond. He's too tall. Tall soldiers get arrows in their foreheads. Why isn't he dead? Anybody got a bow? She asked.
A rustling of undergrowth, then 2 figures emerged from the loom. Hellion stared at the first one, feeling an inexplicable surge of rage. She rubbed thoughtfully at her jaw, trying to remember something about this sad-looking soldier. The rage drained away, was replaced with heartfelt affection. Bowl stepped past her. "Sergeant Herb, thank God you found us."
"Herb?"
Hellion asked, weaving as she moved closer and peered up into the man's round face.
"That you?"
"Found the rum, did you?"
Lute said from behind her.
"She's poisoning her liver." "My liver's fine, soldier. Just needs a squeezing out."
"Squeezing out?" She turned round and glared at the squad healer.
"I seen livers before, Cutter. Big sponges full of blood. Tumbles out when you cut someone open."
"Sounds more like a lung, Sergeant. The liver's this flat thing, muddy brown or purple."
"Doesn't matter," she said, wheeling back to stare at Herb. "If the first one dies, the other one kicks in. I'm fine. Well," she added with a loud sigh which seemed to make Herb reel back a step, "I'm in the best of moods, my friends. The best of moods. And now we're all together, so let's march, because I'm pretty sure we're supposed to march somewhere."
She smiled over at her corporal.
"What say you, Touchy Breathless?"
"Sounds good, Sergeant."
"Brilliant plan, Sergeant." "Why do you always do that, Corporal?"
"Do what?"
"Do what?"
"Look, Baldy's the one who's half-deaf."
"I'm not half-deaf anymore, Sergeant."
"You're not? So who here is half-deaf?"
"Nobody, Sergeant."
"No need to shout. Baldy can hear you, and if he can't, then we should have left him on the boat, along with that tall one there with the arrow in his skull, because neither one's no good to us. We're looking for grey-skinned murderers, and they're hiding in these trees. Behind them, I mean. If they were in them, it'd hurt. So we need to start looking behind all these trees. But first, collect us a cask here, one each now, and then we can get going. What are you all staring at? I'm the one giving the orders, and I got me a new sword, which will make chopping off one of these here tits a whole lot easier. Get moving, everyone. We got us a war to fight behind those trees."
Crouched before him, Gullstream had the furtive look of a weasel in a chicken coop. He wiped his runny nose with the back of one forearm, squinted, then said,
"Everyone accounted for, sir."
Fist Keneb nodded, then turned as someone slid loudly down the beach ridge.
"Quiet over there. All right, Gullstream, find the captain and send her to me."
"Aye, sir."
The soldiers were feeling exposed, which was understandable. It was one thing for a squad or two to scout ahead of a column. At least retreat was possible in the traditional sense. Here, if they got into trouble, their only way out was to scatter. As the commander of what would be a prolonged chaotic engagement, Keneb was worried. His attack unit of 6 squads would be the hardest one to hide. The mages with him were the weakest of the lot, for the simple reason that his platoon would be holding back on their inland march, with the primary objective being avoiding any contact. As for the rest of his legion, it was now scattered up and down 30 leagues of coastline, moving in small units of a dozen or so soldiers and about to begin a covert campaign that might last months. There had been profound changes to the 14th Army since Malaz City. A kind of standardization had been imposed on the scores of wizards, shamans, conjurers, and casters in the legions, with the intent of establishing sorcery as the principal means of communication. And for the squad mages among the Marines, a force that now had as many heavy infantry as sappers, certain rituals of Mokra were now universally known. Illusions to effect camouflage, to swallow sound, confuse scent. And all of this told Keneb one thing. She knew. From the very beginning, she knew where we were going, and she planned for it. Once again there had been no consultation among the officers. The adjuncts' only meetings were with that Mekros blacksmith and the Tist Andi from Drift of Ali. What could they have told her about this land? None of them are even from here. He preferred to assume it was a simple stroke of fortune when the fleet had sighted 2 Edur ships that had been separated from the others following a storm. Too damaged to flee, they had been taken by the Marines. Not easily. These Tist Edur were fierce when cornered, even when half-starved and dying of thirst. Officers had been captured, but only after every other damned warrior had been cut down. The interrogation of those Edur officers had been bloody. Yet for all the information they provided, it had been the ship's logs and charts that had proved the most useful for this strange campaign. Strange is too mild a word for this. True, the Tist Edur fleets clashed with our empire, or what used to be our empire, and they'd conducted wholesale slaughter of peoples under our nominal protection, But isn't all that Lassine's problem? The adjunct would not relinquish her title, either. Adjunct to whom? The woman who had done all she could to try to murder her? What had happened that night up in Mock's Hold, anyway? The only other witnesses beyond Tavaret and the Empress herself were dead. Tamber, Kalam Mekhar. Gods, that's a loss that will haunt us. Keneb wondered then, and wondered still, if the entire debacle at Malaz City had not been planned out between Lassine and her cherished adjunct. Each time this suspicion whispered through him, the same objections arose in his mind. She would not have agreed to Tamber's murder, and Tavaret damn near died at the harbour front. And what about Kalam? Besides, even Tavaret Paran was not cold enough to see the sacrifice of the Wiccans, all to feed some damned lie, was she? But Lassine's done this before, with Dujek One-Arm and the host. And that time the deal involved the annihilation of the bridge-burners. At least that's how it looks. So why not? What would have happened if we'd just marched into the city, killing every damned fool who got in our way? If we'd gone in strength with Tavaret up to Mock's Hold? Civil war. He knew that to be the answer to those questions. Nor could he see a way out, even after months and months of second-guessing. No wonder, then, that all of this was eating at Keneb's guts, and he knew he was not alone in that. Blistig believed in nothing anymore, beginning with himself. His eyes seemed to reflect some spectre of the future that only he could see. He walked as a man already dead, the body refusing what the mind knew to be an irrevocable truth. And they'd lost Tenebralta and his red blades, although perhaps that was not quite as tragic. Well, come to think on it, Tavaret's inner circle is pretty much gone, carved out. Hood knows I never belonged there anyway, which is why I'm here, in this damned dripping swamp of a forest. We're assembled and waiting, Fist. Blinking, Keneb saw that his captain had arrived. Standing, waiting, how long? He squinted up at the greying sky. Shit. Very well, we'll head inland until we find some dry ground. Aye. Oh, Captain, have you selected out the mage you want? Faradan Sort's eyes narrowed briefly, and in the colourless light the planes of her hard face looked more angular than ever. She sighed and said, I believe so, Fist. From Sergeant Gripe's squad. Beak. Him? Are you sure? She shrugged. Nobody likes him, so you'll not rue the loss. Keneb felt a flicker of irritation. In a low tone he said, Your task is not meant to be a suicide mission, Captain. I'm not entirely convinced this sorceress communication system is going to work, and once the squads start losing mages, it will all fall apart. You will probably become the only link among all the units. Once we find some horses, she cut in. Correct. He watched as she studied him for a long moment. Then she said, Beak has tracking skills, Fist, of a sort. He says he can smell magic, which will help in finding our soldiers. Very good. Now it's time to move inland, Captain. Aye, Fist. A short time later, the 40-odd soldiers of Keneb's command platoon were fighting their way through a bog of fetid black water as the day's heat grew. Insects swarmed in hungry clouds. Few words were exchanged. None of us are sure of this, are we? Find the Tist Edur, this land's oppressors, and cut them down. Free the Letheras to rebel. Aye, foment a civil war, the very thing we fled the Malazan Empire to avoid. Odd, isn't it, how we now deliver upon another nation what we would not have done to ourselves? About as much moral high ground as this damned swamp. No, we're not happy, Adjunct. Not happy at all. Beak didn't know much about any of this. In fact, he would be the first to admit he didn't know much about anything at all, except maybe weaving sorcery. The one thing he knew for certain, however, was that no one liked him. Getting tied to the belt of this scary captain woman would probably turn out to be a bad idea. She reminded him of his mother, looks-wise, which should have killed quick any thoughts of the lustful kind. Should have, but didn't, which he found a little disturbing if he thought about it, which he didn't. Much. Unlike his mother, anyway, she wasn't the type to browbeat him at every turn, and that was refreshing. I was born a stupid boy to very rich, noble-born parents. Usually the first words he uttered to everyone he met. The next ones were, That's why I became a soldier, so's I could be with my own kind. Conversations usually died away shortly after that, which made Beak sad. He would have liked to talk with the other squad mages, but even there it seemed he couldn't quite get across his deep-in-the-bone love of magic.
Mystery,
He'd say, nodding and nodding.
mystery, right? And poetry. That's sorcery. Mystery and poetry. Which is what my mother used to say to my brother when she crawled into his bed on the nights father was somewhere else. We're living in mystery and poetry, my dear one, she'd say. I'd pretend I was asleep, since once I sat up and she beat me real bad. Normally she never did that, with her fists, I mean. Most of my tutors did that, so she wouldn't have to. But I sat up and that made her mad. The house healer said I almost died that night, and that's how I learned about poetry.
The wonder that was sorcery was his greatest love, maybe his only one, so far, though he was sure he'd meet his perfect mate one day, a pretty woman as stupid as he was. In any case, the other mages usually just stared at him while he babbled on, which was what he did when getting nervous, on and on. Sometimes a mage would just up and hug him, then walk away. Once a wizard he was talking to just started crying. That had frightened Bugg. The captain's interview of the mages in the platoon had ended with him, second in line.
"Where are you from, Bugg, to have you so convinced you're stupid?"
He wasn't sure what that question meant, but he did try to answer.
I was born in the great city of Quan on Quantali in the Malazan Empire, which is an empire ruled by a little empress and is the most civilized place in the world. All my tutors called me stupid, and they should know. Nobody didn't agree with them either.
So who taught you about magic?
We had a city witch in charge of the stables, in the country estate. She said that for me sorcery was the lone candle in the darkness. The lone candle in the darkness. She said my brain had put out all the other candles, so this one would shine brighter and brighter. So she showed me magic, first the Seti way, which she knew best, but later she always found other servants, other people who knew the other kinds. Warrens. That's what they're called. Different coloured candles for each and every one of them. Grey for Mokra, green for Ruse, white for Hood, yellow for Thir, blue for...
You know how to use Mokra?
Yes. Want me to show you?
Not now. I need you to come with me. I am detaching you from your squad, Bugg.
All right.
You and I, we are going to travel together, away from everyone else. We're going to ride from unit to unit as best we can.
Ride? On horses?
Do you know how?
Quan horses are the finest horses in the world. We bred them. It was almost another candle in my head. But the witch said it was different, since I'd been born into it, and riding was in my bones like writing in black ink.
Do you think you'll be able to find the other squads, even when they're using sorcery to hide themselves?
Find them? Of course. I smell magic. My candle flickers, then leans this way and whatever way the magic's coming from.
All right, Bugg. You are now attached to Captain Faradan's sword. I've chosen you over all the others.
All right.
Grab your gear and follow me.
How close?
Like you were tied to my sword belt, Bugg. Oh, and how old are you, by the way?
I've lost count. I was 30, but that was 6 years ago, so I don't know anymore.
The Warrens, Bugg. How many candles do you know about?
Oh, lots. All of them.
All of them.
We had a half-fen blacksmith for my last 2 years, and he once asked me to list them, so I did. Then he said that was all of them. He said, "That's all of them, Bugg."
What else did he say?
Nothing much, only he made me this knife.
Bugg tapped the large weapon at his hip.
Then he told me to run away from home, join the Malazan army, so I wouldn't get beaten anymore for being stupid. I was 1 year less than 30 when I did that, just like he told me to, and I haven't been beaten since. Nobody likes me, but they don't hurt me. I didn't know the army would be so lonely.
She was studying him the way most people did. Then she asked,
Bugg, did you never use your sorcery to defend yourself or fight back?
No.
Have you ever seen your parents or brothers since?
My brother killed himself, and my parents are dead. They died the night I left. So did the tutors.
What happened to them?
I'm not sure,
Bugg admitted.
Only I showed them my candle.
Have you done that since, Bugg? Showed your candle?
Not all of it. Not all the light, no. The blacksmith told me not to, unless I had no choice.
Like that last night with your family and tutors?
Like that night, yes. They'd had the blacksmith whipped and driven off, you see, for giving me this knife. And then they tried to take it away from me. And all at once I had no choice.
So she said they were going away from the others. But here they were, trudging along with the rest, and the insects kept biting him, especially on the back of his neck, and getting stuck in his ears and up his nose, and he realized that he didn't understand anything. But she was right there, right at his side. The platoon reached a kind of island in the swamp, moated in black water. It was circular, and as they scrambled onto it, Beak saw moss-covered rubble. "There's a building here," one of the soldiers said.
"Jag hut,"
Beak called out, suddenly excited.
"Omptos felak. No flame, though, just the smell of tallow. The magic's all drained away, and that's what made this swamp. But we can't stay here, because there's broken bodies under the rocks, and those ghosts are hungry."
They were all staring at him. He ducked his head.
"Sorry."
But Captain Faradan Sort laid a hand on his shoulder.
"No need, Beak. These bodies. Jag hut?" "No, Fokrul Assail and Tist Leosan. They fought on the ruins during what they called the Just Wars. Here it was only a skirmish, but nobody survived. They killed each other, and the last warrior standing had a hole in her throat, and she bled out right where the fist is standing. She was Fokrul Assail, and her last thought was about how victory proved they were right and the enemy was wrong. Then she died."
"It's the only dry land anywhere in sight," Fist Keneb said. "Can any mage here banish the ghosts? No? Hood's breath. Beak, what are they capable of doing to us anyway?"
"They'll eat into our brains and make us think terrible things, so that we all end up killing each other. That's the thing with the Just Wars. They never end and never will, because justice is a weak god with too many names. The Leosan call it Serkanos, and the Assail call it Rinthan. Anyway, no matter what language it spoke, its followers could not understand it. A mystery language, which is why it has no power, because all its followers believe the wrong things. Things they just make up and nobody can agree, and that's why the wars never end."
Beak paused, looking around at the blank faces. Then he shrugged.
"I don't know. Maybe if I talk to them. Summon one and we can talk to it."
"I think not, Beak," the Fist said. "On your feet, soldiers. We're moving on." No one complained. Faradan Sort drew Beak to one side.
"We're leaving them now," she said. "Which direction do you think will get us out of this the quickest?"
Beak pointed north.
"How far?" 1,000 paces. That's where the edge of the old Omptos Felak is."
She watched Keneb and his squads move down from the island, splashing their way further inland, due west.
"How long before they're out of this heading in that direction? Heading west, I mean." "Maybe 1,200 paces, if they stay out of the river."
She grunted.
200 extra steps won't kill them. All right, Beak, north it is. Lead on." "Aye, Captain. We can use the old walkway."
She laughed then. Beak had no idea why. There was a sound in war that came during sieges, moments before an assault on the walls. The massed onagers, ballistae, and catapults were let loose in a single salvo. The huge missiles striking the stone walls, the fortifications and the buildings raised a chaotic chorus of exploding stone and brick, shattered tiles and collapsing rooftops. The air itself seemed to shiver, as if recoiling from the violence. Sergeant Cord stood on the promontory, leaning into the fierce, icy wind, and thought of that sound as he stared across at the churning bergs of ice warring across the strait. Like a city tumbling down, enormous sections looming over where Fent Reach used to be were splitting away, in momentary silence, until the waves of concussion rolled over the choppy waves of the sea, arriving in thunder. Roiling silver clouds, gouts of foamy water. "A mountain range in its death throes," muttered Ebron at his side.
"War machines pounding a city wall,"
Cord countered.
"A frozen storm,"
said Limp behind them.
"You all have it wrong,"
interjected Crump through chattering teeth.
"It's like big pieces of ice falling down."
"That's simply stunning, Crump," said Corporal Shard. "You're a hood-damned poet. I cannot believe the Mott Irregulars ever let you get away. No, truly, Crump, I cannot believe it."
"Well, it's not like they had any choice,"
the tall knock-kneed sapper said, rubbing vigorously at both sides of his jaw before adding,
"I mean, I left when no one was looking. I used a fish spine to pick the manacles. You can't arrest a high marshal anyhow. I kept telling them, you can't, it's not allowed."
Cord turned to his corporal.
"Any better luck at talking to your sister? Is she getting tired holding all this back? We can't tell. Widdershins doesn't even know how she's doing it in the first place, so he can't help.
Got no answers for you, Sergeant. She doesn't talk to me either. I don't know. She doesn't look tired, but she hardly sleeps anymore anyway. There's not much I recognise in Sin these days, not since he got on.
Cord thought about this for a time, then he nodded.
I'm sending Widdershins back. The adjunct should be landing in the fort by now.
She has, said Ebron, pulling at his nose as if to confirm it hadn't frozen off. Like Widdershins, the squad mage had no idea how Sin was managing to fend off mountains of ice. A bad jolt to his confidence, and it showed.
The harbour's blocked. The thug in charge is contained. Everything is going as planned.
A grunt from Limp.
Glad you're not the superstitious type, Ebron. As for me, I'm getting down off this spine before I slip and blow a knee.
Shard laughed.
You're just about due, Limp.
Thanks, Corporal. I really do appreciate your concern.
Concern is right. I got 5 Imperials on you living up to your name before the month's out.
Bastard.
Shard, Cord said after they'd watched, with some amusement, Limp gingerly retreat from the promontory.
Where is Sin now?
In that old lighthouse, the corporal replied.
All right, let's get under some cover ourselves. There's more freezing rain on the way.
That's just it, Ebron said in sudden anger. She's not just holding the ice back, Sergeant. She's killing it, and the water's rising, and rising fast.
Thought it was all dying anyway.
Aye, Sergeant, but she's quickened that up. She just took apart that Omptos Fellac like reeds from a broken basket, but she didn't throw 'em away, no. She's weaving something else.
Cord glared at his mage.
Sin ain't the only one not talking. What do you mean by something else?
I don't know. Hood's balls, I don't.
There's no baskets over there, Crump said. Not that I can see. Marsh pigs, you got good eyes, Ebron. Even when I squint with one eye, I don't see. That's enough, Sapper,
Cord cut in. He studied Ebron for a moment longer, then turned away.
Come on, I got a block of ice between my legs, and that's the warmest part of me.
They headed down towards the fisher's shack they used as their base.
You should get rid of it, Sergeant, Crump said.
What?
That block of ice, or use your hands at least. Thanks, Crump, but I ain't that desperate yet.
It had been a comfortable life, all things considered. True, Malaz City was hardly a jewel of the Empire, but at least it wasn't likely to fall apart and sink in a storm. And he'd had no real complaints about the company he kept. Hoops had its assortment of fools, enough to make Withal feel as if he belonged. Raventooth, Temper, Banascar, and at least Banascar was here, the one familiar face beyond a trio of Nachts, and, of course, his wife. Of course, her. And though an elder god had told him to wait, the Mekros blacksmith would have been content to see that waiting last forever. Damn the gods, anyway, with their constant meddling, the way they just use us as they like. Even after what had to be a year spent on the same ship as the adjunct, Withal could not claim to know her. True, there had been that prolonged period of grief. Tavare's lover had been killed in Malaz City, he'd been told, and the adjunct had seemed, for a time, like a woman more dead than alive. If she was now back to herself, then, well, herself wasn't much. The gods didn't care. They'd decided to use her as much as they had used him. He could see it, that bleak awareness in her unremarkable eyes. And if she had decided to stand against them, then she stood alone. I would never have the courage for that, not even close. But maybe, to do what she's doing, she has to make herself less than human. More than human? Choosing to be less, to be more, perhaps. So many here might see her as surrounded by allies such as Withal himself, Banascar, Sandalath, Sin, and Keneb. But he knew better. We all watch, waiting, wondering, undecided. Is this what you wanted, Male, to deliver me to her? Yes, she was who I was waiting for. Leading inevitably to that most perplexing question, but why me? True, he could tell her of the sword, his sword, the tool he had hammered and pounded into life for the Crippled God, but there was no answering that weapon. Yet the adjunct was undeterred, choosing a war not even her soldiers wanted, with the aim of bringing down an empire, and the emperor who held that sword in his hands, an emperor driven mad by his own power, another tool of the gods. It was hard to feel easy about all this, hard to find any confidence in the adjunct's bold decision. The Marines had been flung onto the Lethery shore, not a single landing en masse in strength, but one scattered, clandestine, at night. Then, as if to defy the tactic, the transports had been set aflame. An announcement, to be sure. "We are here. Find us if you dare. But be assured, in time we will find you." While most of another legion remained in ships well off the Lethery coast, and the adjunct alone knew where the Kundril had gone, and most of the perish. "You have taken to brooding, husband." Withal slowly lifted his head and regarded the onyx-skinned woman sitting opposite him in the cabin. "I am a man of deep thoughts," he said. "You're a lazy toad trapped in a pit of self-obsession." "That too." "We will soon be ashore. I would have thought you'd be eager at the gunwale, given all your groaning and moaning. Mother Dark knows I would never have known you for a Mekros with your abiding hatred of the sea." "Abiding hatred, is it? No, more like frustration." He lifted his huge hands. "Repairing ships is a speciality. But it's not mine. I need to be back doing what I do best, wife." "Horseshoes?" "Precisely. Shield rims, dagger hilts, swords, if need be. Armies always drag smiths with them. Not my speciality." "Rubbish. You can fold iron into a blade as well as any weaponsmith." "Seen plenty of them, have you?" "With a life as long as mine has been, I've seen too much of everything. Now, our young miserable charges are probably down in the hold again. Will you get them, or will I?" "Is it truly time to leave?" "I think the adjunct is already off." "You go. They still make my skin crawl." She rose. "You lack sympathy, which is characteristic of self-obsession. These Tist Andi are young, withal, abandoned first by Anamanda Rake, then by Andarist. Brothers and sisters fallen in pointless battle. Too many losses. They are caught in the fragility of the world, in the despair it delivers to their souls." "Privilege of the young to wallow in world-weary cynicism." "Unlike your deep thoughts." "Completely unlike my deep thoughts, Sand." "You think they have not earned that privilege?" He could sense her growing ire. She was, after all, no less Tist Andi than they were. Some things needed steering around. "Volcanic island, floating mountain of ice, sea of fire, and Sandalath Drukolat's list of sensitivities." "I suppose they have," he replied carefully. "But since when was cynicism a virtue? Besides, it gets damned tiring." "No argument there," she said in a deadly tone, then turned and marched out. "Brooding's different," he muttered to the empty chair across from him. "Could be any subject, for one thing. A subject not at all cynical, like the meddling of the gods. No, all right, not like that one. Smithing, yes. Horseshoes. Nothing cynical about horseshoes, I don't think. Sure, keeping horses comfortable, so they can gallop into battle and die horribly." He fell silent, scowling. Fayed's flat, heart-shaped face was the color of smudged slate, a hue unfortunate in its lifelessness. Her eyes were flat, except when filled with venom, which they were now as they rested on Sandalath Drukolat's back as the older woman spoke to the others. Nimanda Gollet could see the young woman he called his sister from the corner of his eye, and he wondered yet again at the source of Fayed's unquenchable malice, which had been there, as far as he could recall, from her very earliest days. Empathy did not exist within her, and in its absence something cold now thrived, promising a kind of brutal glee at every victory, real or imagined, obvious or subtle. There was nothing easy in this young, beautiful woman. It began with the very first impression a stranger had upon seeing her, a kind of natural glamour that could take one's breath away, the perfection of art, the wordless language of the romantic. This initial moment was short-lived. It usually died following the first polite query, which Fayed invariably met with cold silence. a silence that transformed that wordless language, dispelling all notions of romance, and filling the vast, prolonged absence of decorum with bald contempt. Spite was reserved for those who saw her truly, and it was in these instances that Nimander felt a chill of premonition, for he knew that Fayed was capable of murder. Woe to the sharp observer who saw unflinchingly through to her soul, to that trembling knot of darkness veined with unimaginable fears, then chose to disguise nothing of that awareness. Nimander had long since learned to affect a kind of innocence when with Fayed, quick with a relaxed smile which seemed to put her at ease. It was at these moments, alas, when she was wont to confide her cruel sentiments, whispering elaborate schemes of vengeance against a host of slights. Sandalath Drucolat was nothing if not perceptive, which was hardly surprising. She had lived centuries upon centuries. She had seen all manner of creatures, from the honourable to the demonic. It had not taken her long to decide towards which end of the spectrum Fayed belonged. She had answered cold regard with her own. The contempt flung her way was like pebbles thrown at a warrior's shield, raising not even a scratch. And, most cutting riposte of all, she had displayed amusement at Fayed's mute histrionics, even unto overt mockery. These, then, were the deep wounds suppurating in Fayed's soul, delivered by the woman who now stood as a surrogate mother to them all. And now, Nimander knew, heart-faced Fayed was planning matricide. He admitted to his own doldrums, long periods of flat indifference, as if none of this was in fact worth thinking about. He had his private host of demons, after all, none of which seemed inclined to simply fade away. Unperturbed by the occasional neglect, they played on in their dark games, and the modest hoard of wealth that made up Nimander's life went back and forth until the scales spun without surcease. Clashing discord and chaos to mark the triumphant cries, the hissed curses, the careless scattering of coin. He often felt numbed, deafened. It may have been that these were the traits of the Tist Andi. Introverts devoid of introspection, darkness in the blood, chimerae, even unto ourselves. He'd wanted to care about the throne they had been defending, the one that Andaris died for, and he had led his charges into that savage battle without hesitation, perhaps even with true eagerness. Rush to death. The longer one lives, the less valued is that life. Why is that? But that would be introspection, wouldn't it? Too trying a task, pursuing such questions. Easier to simply follow the commands of others, another trait of his kind, this comfort in following. Yet who stood among the Tist Andi as symbols of respect and awe? Not young warriors like Nimander Gollet, not wicked Fayed and her vile ambitions. An Amanda Rake who walked away. Andarist, his brother, who did not. Silchas Ruin. Ah, such a family. Clearly unique among the brood of the mother. They lived larger, then, in great drama. Lives tense and humming like bowstrings, the ferocity of truth in their every word, the hard, cruel exchanges that drove them apart when nothing else would, not even Mother Dark's turning away. Their early lives were poems of epic grandeur. And we are nothing, softened, blunted, confused into obscurity. We have lost our simplicity, lost its purity. We are the dark without mystery. Sandalath Drucolat, who had lived in those ancient times and must grieve in her soul for the fallen Tist Andi, now turned about and with a gesture beckoned the motley survivors of Drift of Ali to follow, onto the deck.
You have hair, Nimander, the colour of starlight.
To look upon this squalid harbour town that would be their home for the
next little eternity,
to use Fayed's hissing words.
It used to be a prison, this island, full of rapists and murderers.
A sudden look into his eyes, as if seeking something, then she gave him a fleeting smile that was little more than a showing of teeth, and said,
A good place for murder.
Words that, millennia past, could have triggered a civil war or worse, the fury of Mother Dark herself. Words, then, that barely stirred the calm repose of Nimander's indifference.
You have hair, Nimander, the colour of...
But the past was dead. Drift of Ali, our very own prison isle, where we learned about dying, and the terrible price of following, where we learned that love does not belong in this world. Chapter 14. I took the stone bowl in both hands and poured out my time onto the ground, drowning hapless insects, feeding the weeds until the sun stood looking down and stole the stain. Seeing in the vessel's cup 1,000 cracks, I looked back the way I came and saw a trail green with memories lost. Whoever made this bowl was a fool, but the greater he who carried it. Stone Bowl, Fisher Keltath. The pitched sweep of ice had gone through successive thaws and freezes until its surface was pocked and sculpted like the colorless bark of some vast toppled tree. The wind, alternating between warm and cold, moaned a chorus of forlorn voices through this muricated surface, and it seemed to Hedge that with each crunching stamp of his boot a lone cry was silenced forever. The thought left him feeling morose, and this motley scatter of refuse dotting the plain of ice and granulated snow only made things worse. Detritus of jaghut lives, slowly rising like stones in a farmer's field. Mundane objects to bear witness to an entire people, if only he could make sense of them, could somehow assemble together all these disparate pieces. Ghosts, he now believed, existed in a perpetually confused state, the way before them an endless vista strewn with meaningless dross. The truths of living were secrets, the physicality of facts forever withheld. A ghost could reach, but could not touch, could move this and that, but never be moved by them. Some essence of empathy had vanished, but no, empathy wasn't the right word. He could feel, after all, the way he used to, when he had been alive. Emotions swam waters both shallow and deep. Tactile empathy, perhaps, was closer to the sense he sought, the comfort of mutual resistance. He had willed himself this shape, this body in which he now dwelt, walking heavily alongside the withered, animated carcass that was Emroth. And it seemed he could conjure a kind of physical continuity with everything around him, like the crunching of his feet, but he now wondered if that continuity was a delusion, as if in picking up this curved shell of some ancient broken pot just ahead of him, he was not in truth picking up its ghost. But for that revelation his eyes were blind, the senses of touch and sound were deceits, and he was as lost as an echo. They continued trudging across this plateau, beneath deep blue skies where stars glittered high in the vault directly overhead, a world of ice seemingly without end. The scree of garbage accompanied them on all sides. Fragments of cloth or clothing or perhaps tapestry, potsherds, eating utensils, arcane tools of wood or ground stone, the piece of a musical instrument that involved strings and raised finger drums, the splintered leg of a wooden chair or stool. No weapons, not in days, and the one they had discovered early on, a spear shaft, had been Imas. Jaghut had died on this ice, slaughtered. Emroth had said as much, but there were no bodies, and there had been no explanation forthcoming from the T'lani Mas. Collected, then, Hedge surmised, perhaps by a survivor. Did the Jaghut practice ritual interment? He had no idea. In all his travels he could not once recall talk of a Jaghut tomb or burial ground. If they did such things, they kept them to themselves. But when they died here, they had been on the run. Some of those swaths of material were from tents. Flesh and blood Imas did not pursue them, not across this lifeless ice. No, they must have been T'lan, of the ritual.
Like Emroth here. So,
Hedge said, his own voice startlingly loud in his ears,
were you involved in this hunt, Emroth?
I cannot be certain,
she replied after a long moment.
It is possible.
One scene of slaughter looks pretty much the same as the next, right?
Yes, that is true.
Her agreement left him feeling even more depressed.
There is something ahead,
the T'lani Mas said.
We are, I believe, about to discover the answer to the mystery.
What mystery?
The absence of bodies.
Oh, that mystery.
Night came abruptly to this place, like the snuffing out of a candle. The sun, which circled just above the horizon through the day, would suddenly tumble like a rolling ball beneath the gleaming blood-hued skyline, and the black sky would fill with stars that only faded with the coming of strangely colored brushstrokes of light, spanning the vault that hissed like sprinkled fragments of fine glass. Hedge sensed that night was close, as the wind's pockets of warmth grew more infrequent, the ember cast to what he assumed was west, deepening into a shade both lurid and baleful. He could now see what had caught Emroth's attention, a hump on the plateau, ringed in dark objects. The shape rising from the center of that hillock at first looked like a spar of ice, but as they neared, Hedge saw that its core was dark, and that darkness reached down to the ground. The objects surrounding the rise were cloth-swaddled bodies, many of them pitifully small. As the day's light suddenly dropped away, night announced on a gust of chill wind, Hedge and Emroth halted just before the hump. The upthrust spar was in fact a throne of ice, and on it sat the frozen corpse of a male jaghut. Mummified by cold and desiccating winds, it nevertheless presented an imposing if ghastly figure, a figure of domination, the head tilted slightly downward, as if surveying a ring of permanently supine subjects.
"Death observing death," Hedge muttered. "How damned appropriate. He collected the bodies, then sat down and just died with them. Gave up. No thoughts of vengeance, no dreams of resurrection. Here's your dread enemy, Emroth."
"More than you realize,"
the T'Lani Mas replied. She moved on, edging round the edifice, her hide-wrapped feet plunging through the crust of brittle ice in small sparkling puffs of powdery snow. Hedge stared up at the jaghut on his half-melted throne.
"All thrones should be made of ice, I think. Sit on that numb arse, sinking down and down, with the puddle of dissolution getting ever wider around you. Sit, dear ruler, and tell me all your grand designs."
Of course, the throne wasn't the only thing falling apart up there. The jaghut's green leathery skin had sloughed away on the forehead, revealing sickly bone, almost luminescent in the gloom, and on the points of the shoulders the skin was frayed, with the polished knobs of the shoulder bones showing through. Similar gleams from the knuckles of both hands where they rested on the now tilted arms of the chair. Hedge's gaze returned to the face. Black sunken pits for eyes, a nose broad and smashed flat, tusks of black silver.
"I thought these things never quite died. Needed big rocks on them to keep them from getting back up, or chopped to pieces and every piece planted under a boulder. I didn't think they died this way at all."
He shook himself and set off after Emroth. They would walk through the night. Camps, meals, and sleeping were for still-breathing folk, after all.
"Emroth!"
The head creaked round.
"That damned thing back there's not still alive, is it?"
"No, the spirit left."
"Just left?
"Yes."
"Isn't that, unusual?"
"The throne of ice was dying, is dying still. There is nothing left to rule, Ghost. Would you have him sit there forever?"
She did not seem inclined to await a reply, for she then said,
"I have not been here before, Hedge of the Bridge-burners, for I would have known."
"Known what, Emroth?"
"I have never before seen the true throne of ice, in the heart of the hold, the very heart of the jaghut realm."
Hedge glanced back.
"The true throne of ice? Who was he, Emroth?"
But she did not give answer. After a time, however, he thought he knew, had always known. He kicked aside a broken pot, watched it skid, roll, then wobble to a halt.
"King on your melting throne, you drew a breath, then let it go, and never again. Simple, easy. When you are the last of your kind, and you release that last breath, then it is the breath of extinction, and it rides the wind, every wind. Emroth, there was a scholar in Malaz City, a miserable old bastard named Obo, who claimed he was witness to the death of a star. And when the charts were compared again, against the night sky, well, one light was gone."
"The stars have changed since my mortal life, Ghost."
"Some have gone out?"
"Yes."
"As in, died?"
"The bone casters could not agree on this," she said. "Another observation offered a different possibility. The stars are moving away from us, Hedge of the Bridge-burners. Perhaps those we no longer see have gone too far for our eyes."
"Obo's star was pretty bright. Wouldn't it have faded first over a long time before going out?"
Perhaps both answers are true. Stars die, stars move away.
So, did that Jaghut die, or did he move away?
Your question makes no sense.
Really? Hedge barked a laugh. You're a damned bad liar, Emroth.
This, she said, is not a perfect world.
The swaths of colours sweeping overhead hissed softly, while around them the wind plucked at tufts of cloth and fur, moaning through miniature gullies and caverns of ice, and closer still a sound shared by Ghost and Tlanimas, the crackling destruction of their footsteps across the plateau. Onrak knelt beside the stream, plunging his hands into the icy water, then lifting them clear again to watch the runnels trickling down. The wonder had not left his dark brown eyes since his transformation, since the miracle of a life regained. A man could have no heart if he felt nothing watching this rebirth, this innocent joy in a savage warrior who had been dead 100,000 years. He picked up polished stones as if they were treasure, ran blunt, calloused fingertips across swaths of lichen and moss, brought to his heavy lips a discarded antler to taste with his tongue, to draw in its burnt hair scent. Walking through the thorny brush of some Arctic rose, Onrak had then halted, with a cry of astonishment upon seeing red scratches on his bowed shins. The Imas was, Trull Sengar reminded himself yet again, nothing like what he would have imagined him to be. Virtually hairless everywhere, barring the brown, almost black mane sweeping down past his broad shoulders. In the days since they had come to this strange realm, a beard had begun, thin along Onrak's jawline and above his mouth, the bristles wide-spaced and black as a boar's, but not growing at all on the cheeks or the neck. The features of the face were broad and flat, dominated by a flaring nose with a pronounced bridge, like a knuckle-bone between the wide-spaced, deeply inset eyes. The heavy ridge over those eyes was made all the more robust by the sparseness of the eyebrows. Although not particularly tall, Onrak nevertheless seemed huge, ropey muscles bound to thick bone, the arms elongated, the hands wide but the fingers stubby. The legs were disproportionately short, bowed so that the knees were almost as far out to the sides as his hips. Yet Onrak moved with lithe stealth, furtive as prey, eyes flicking in every direction, head tilting, nostrils flaring as he picked up scents on the wind. Prey, yet now he needed to satisfy a prodigious appetite, and when Onrak hunted, it was with discipline, a single-mindedness that was fierce to witness. This world was his in every way, a blend of tundra to the north and a tree line in the south that reached up every now and then to the very shadow of the huge glaciers stretching down the valleys. The forest was a confused mix of deciduous and coniferous trees, broken with ravines and tumbled rocks, springs of clean water and boggy sinkholes. The branches swarmed with birds, their incessant chatter at times overwhelming all else. Along the edges there were trails. Caribou moved haphazardly between forest and tundra in their grazing. Closer to the ice, on higher ground where bedrock was exposed, there were goat-like creatures, scampering up ledges to look back down on the two-legged strangers passing through their domain. Onrak had disappeared into the forest again and again in the first week of their wandering. Each time he reappeared, his toolkit had expanded. A wooden shaft, the point of which he hardened in the fire of their camp, vines and reeds from which he fashioned snares, and nets that he then attached to the other end of the spear, displaying impressive skill at trapping birds on the wing. From the small mammals caught in his nightly snares, he assembled skins and gut. With the stomachs and intestines of hares he made floats for the weighted nets he strung across streams, and from the grayling and sturgeon harvested he gathered numerous spines, which he then used to sew together the hides, fashioning a bag. He collected charcoal and tree sap, lichens, mosses, tubers, feathers, and small pouches of animal fat, all of which went into the hide bag. But all of these things were as nothing when compared with the burgeoning of the man himself. A face Trull had known only as dried skin, taut over shattered bone, was now animate with expression, and it was as if Trull had been blind to his friend in the time before, when even vocal inflection had been flat and lifeless. Onrak now smiled, a sudden lighting of genuine pleasure that not only took Trull's breath away, and he admitted often filled his eyes with tears, but could silence quick Ben as well, the wizard's dark face suddenly evincing ineffable wonder, an expression that a well-meaning adult might have upon seeing a child at play. Everything about this Imas invited friendship, as if his smile alone cast some sorcery, a gaff of charm, to which unquestioning loyalty was the only possible response. This glamour Trull Sengar had no interest in resisting. Onrak, after all, is the one brother I chose. But the Tist Edur could see, on occasion, the gleam of suspicion in the Malazan wizard, as if Quick Ben was catching himself at the edge of some inner precipice, some slide into a place Ben could not, by his very nature, wholly trust. Trull felt no worry. He could see that Onrak was not interested in manipulating his companions. His was a spirit contained within itself, a spirit that had emerged from a haunted place and was haunted no longer. Dead in a demonic nightmare, reborn into a paradise. Onrak, my friend, you are redeemed, and you know it, with every sense, with your touch, your vision, with the scents of the land and the songs in the trees. The previous evening he had returned from a trip into the forest with a sheath of bark in his hands. On it were nuggets of crumbly yellow ochre. Later, beside the fire, while Quick Ben cooked the remaining meat from a small deer Onrak had killed in the forest 2 days previously, the Emas ground the nuggets into powder. Then, using spit and grease, he made a yellow paste. As he worked these preparations, he hummed a song, a droning, vibrating cadence that was as much nasal as vocal. The range, like his speaking voice, was unearthly. It seemed capable of carrying 2 distinct tones, one high and the other deep. The song ended when the task was done. There was a long pause. Then, as Onrak began applying the paint to his face, neck, and arms, a different song emerged, this one with a rapid beat, fast as the heart of a fleeing beast. When the last daub of paint marked his amber skin, the song stopped. "Gods below," Quick Ben had gasped, one hand on his chest. "My heart's about to pound right through my cage of bones, Onrak." The Imas, settling back in his cross-legged position, regarded the wizard with calm, dark eyes. "You have been pursued often in your life." A grimace from Quick Ben, then he nodded. "Feels like years and years of that." "There are 2 names to the song, Agkor Raella and Alish Raella, the wolf song and the caribou song." "Ah, so my cud-chewing ways are exposed at last." Onrak smiled. "One day you must become the wolf." "Might be I already am," Quick Ben said after a long moment. "I've seen wolves, plenty of them around here, after all. Those long-legged ones with the smallish heads." "Ay, right. And they're damned shy. I'd wager they don't go for the kill until the odds are well in their favor. The worst kind of gamblers, in fact, but very good at survival." "Shy," Onrak said, nodding. "Yet curious. The same pack follows us now for 3 days." "They enjoy scavenging your kills. Let you take all the risks. Makes for a sweet deal." "Thus far," Onrak said, "there have been few risks." Quick Ben glanced over at Trull, then shook his head and said, "That mountain sheep, or whatever you call it, not only charged you, Onrak, but it sent you flying. We thought it had broken every bone in your body, and you just 2 days into your new one at that." "The bigger the prey, the more you must pay," Onrak said, smiling again. "In the way of gambling, yes?" "Absolutely," the wizard said, prodding at the meat on the spit. "My point was, the wolf is the caribou until necessity forces otherwise. If the odds are too bad, the wolf runs. It's a matter of timing, of choosing the right moment to turn round and hold your ground. As for those wolves tracking us, well, I'd guess they've never seen our kind before." "No, Quick Ben," Onrak said. "The very opposite is true." Trull studied his friend for a moment, then asked, "We're not alone here?" "The A knew to follow us. Yes, they are curious, but they are also clever, and they remember. They have followed Imas before." He lifted his head and sniffed loudly. "They are close tonight, those A, drawn to my song, which they have heard before. The A know, you see, that tomorrow I will hunt dangerous prey, and when the moment of the kill comes, well, we shall see." "Just how dangerous?" Trull asked, suddenly uneasy. "There is a hunting cat,
an emlava. We entered its territory today, for I found the scrapes of its claim on stone and on wood. A male by the flavor of its piss. Today the were more nervous than usual, for the cat will kill them at every opportunity, and it is a creature of ambush. But I have assured them with my song. I found Togtol, yellow ochre, after all.
So, Quick Ben said, his eyes on the dripping meat above the flames, if your wolves know we are here, how about the cat?
He knows.
Well, that's just terrific, Onrak. I'm going to need some warrens close to hand all damned day then. That happens to be exhausting, you know.
You need not worry with the sun overhead, wizard, Onrak said. The cat hunts at night.
Hood's breath! Let's hope those wolves smell it before we do.
They won't, the Emas replied with infuriating calm. In scenting its territory, the emlava saturates the air with its sign. Its own body scent is much weaker, freeing the beast to move wherever it will when inside its territory.
Why are dumb brutes so damned smart, anyway? Why are us smart folks so often stupidly brutal, Quick Ben? Trull asked. Stop trying to confuse me in my state of animal terror, Edur.
An uneventful night passed, and now, the following day, they walked yet further into the territory of the emlava. Halting at a stream in mid-morning, Onrak had knelt beside it to begin his ritual washing of hands. At least, Trull assumed it was a ritual, although it might well have been another of those moments of breathless wonder that seemed to afflict Onrak, and no surprise there. Trull suspected he'd be staggering about for months after such a rebirth.
Of course, he does not think like us. I am much closer in my ways of thought to this human, Quick Ben, than I am to any Emas, dead or otherwise. How can that be?
Onrak then rose and faced them, his spear in one hand, sword in the other.
We are near the emlava's lair. Although he sleeps, he senses us. Tonight he means to kill one of us. I shall now challenge his claim to this territory. If I fail, he may well leave you be, for he will feed on my flesh.
But Quick Ben was shaking his head.
You're not doing this alone, Onrak. Granted, I'm not entirely sure of how my sorcery will work in this place, but damn it, it's just a damn cat after all. A blinding flash of light, a loud sound. And I will join you as well, Trull Sengar said. We begin with spears, yes? I have fought enough wolves in my time. We will meet its charge with spears. Then, when it is wounded and crippled, we close with bladed weapons.
Onrak studied them for a moment, then he smiled.
I see that I will not dissuade you. Yet for the fight itself, you must not interfere. I do not think I will fail, and you will see why before long.
Trull and the wizard followed the Emas up the slope of an outwash fan that filled most of a crevasse, up among the lichen-clad, tilted and folded bedrock. Beyond this black stone ledge rose a sheer wall of grey shale, pocked with caves where sediments had eroded away beneath an endless torrent of glacial melt. The stream in which Onrak had plunged his hands earlier poured out from this cliff, forming a pool in one cavern that extended out to fill a basin before continuing downslope. To the right of this was another cave, triangular in shape, with one entire side formed by collapse in the shale overburden. The flat ground before it was scattered with splintered bones. As they skirted the pool, Onrak suddenly halted, lifting a hand. A massive shape now filled the cave mouth. 3 heartbeats later, the emlava emerged.
"Hood's breath,"
Quick Ben whispered. Trull had expected a hunting cat little different from a mountain lion, perhaps one of the black ones rumored to live in the deeper forests of his homeland. The creature hulking into view, blinking sleep from its charcoal eyes, was the size of a plains brown bear. Its enormous upper canines projected down past its lower jaw, long as a huntsman's knife and polished the hue of amber. The head was broad and flat, the ears small and set far back. Behind the short neck, the emlava's shoulders were hunched, forming a kind of muscled hump. Its fur was striped, black barbs on deep grey, although its throat revealed a flash of white.
"Not quite built for speed, is it?"
Trull glanced over at Quick Ben, saw the wizard holding a dagger in one hand.
"We should get you a spear," the Tist Edur said. "I'll take one of your spares, if you don't mind."
Trull slipped the bound clutch from his shoulder and said,
"Take your pick."
The Emlava was studying them. Then it yawned, and with that Onrak moved lightly forward in a half-crouch. As he did so, pebbles scattered nearby, and Trull turned. "Well, it seems Onrak has allies in this after all." The wolves, in the Imas language, had appeared and were now closing on Onrak's position, heads lowered and eyes fixed on the huge cat. The sudden arrival of 7 wolves clearly displeased the Emlava, for it then lowered itself until its chest brushed the ground, gathering its legs beneath it. The mouth opened again, and a deep hiss filled the air. "We might as well get out of their way," Quick Ben said, taking a step back with obvious relief. "I wonder," Trull said as he watched the momentary standoff, "if this is how domestication first began. Not banding together in a hunt for prey, but in an elimination of rival predators." Onrak had readied his spear, not to meet a charge, but to throw the weapon using a stone-weighted antler atlatl. The wolves to his either side had fanned out, edging closer with fangs bared. "Not a growl to be heard," Quick Ben said. "Somehow that's more chilling." "Growls are to warn," Trull replied. "There is fear in growls, just as there is in that cat's hissing." The Emlava's single lungful of breath finally whistled down into silence. It refilled its lungs and began again. Onrak lunged forward, the spear darting from his hand. Flinching back, the Emlava screamed as the weapon drove deep into its chest, just to one side of the neck and beneath the clavicle. At that moment, the wolves rushed in. A mortal wound, however, was not enough to slow the cat as it lashed out with 2 staggered swings of its forepaws at one of the wolves. The first paw sank talons deep into the wolf's shoulder, snatching the entire animal closer, within the reach of the second paw, which dragged the yelping wolf closer still. The massive head then snapped down on its neck, fangs burying themselves in flesh and bone. The Emlava, lurching, then drove its full weight down on the dying wolf, probably breaking every bone in its body. As it did so, 4 other wolves lunged for its soft belly, 2 to each side, their canines tearing deep, then pulling away as, screaming, the Emlava spun round to fend them off, exposing its neck. Onrak's sword flashed, point first, into the cat's throat. It recoiled, sending one wolf tumbling, then reared back on its hind legs, as if to wheel and flee back into its cave, but all strength left the Emlava then. It toppled, thumped hard onto the ground, and was still. The 6 remaining wolves, one limping, padded away, keeping a distance between themselves and the 3 men, and moments later were gone from sight. Onrak walked up to the Emlava and tugged free his gore-spattered spear. Then he knelt beside the cat's head. "Asking forgiveness?" Quick Ben queried, his tone only slightly ironic. The Imas looked over at them. "No, that would be dishonest, wizard." "You're right, it would. I am glad you're not dumping any blessed spirit rubbish on us. It's pretty obvious, isn't it, that there were wars long before there were wars between people. You had your rival hunters to dispose of first." "Yes, that is true. And we found allies. If you wish to find irony, Quick Ben, know that we then hunted until most of our prey was extinct, and our allies then starved, those that did not surrender to our stewardship." "The Imas are hardly unique in that," Trull Sengar said. Quick Ben snorted. "That's understating it, Trull. So tell us, Onrak, why are you kneeling beside that carcass?" "I have made a mistake," the Imas replied, climbing to his feet and staring into the cave. "Seemed pretty flawless to me." "The killing, yes, Quick Ben. But this Emlava, it is female." The wizard grunted, then seemed to flinch. "You mean the male's still around?" "I do not know. Sometimes they wander." Onrak looked down at the bloodied spear in his hands. "My friends," he said, "I am now hesitant, I admit. Perhaps long ago I would not have thought twice. As you said, wizard, we warred against our competitors. But this realm, it is a gift. All that was lost because of our thoughtless acts now lives again. Here, I wonder, can things be different?" In the silence following that question, they heard, coming from the cave, the first pitiful cry.
"Did you ever wish, Udinaas, that you could sink inside stone, shake loose its vast memories?
The ex-slave glanced at Wither, a deeper smear in the gloom, then sneered. "And see what they have seen. You damned wraith, stones can't see."
"True enough, yet they swallow sound and bind it trapped inside. They hold conversations with heat and cold. Their skins wear away to the words of the wind and the lick of water. Darkness and light live in their flesh, and they carry within them the echoes of wounding, of breaking, of being cruelly shaped."
"Oh, enough!" Udinaas snapped, pushing a stick further into the fire. "Go melt away into these ruins, then."
"You are the last one awake, my friend, and yes, I have been in these ruins."
"Games like those are bound to drive you mad." A long pause.
"You know things you have no right to know."
"How about this, then? Sinking into stone is easy. It's getting out again that's hard. You can get lost, trapped in the maze, and on all sides all those memories pressing in, pressing down."
"It is your dreams, isn't it, where you learn such things? Who speaks to you? Tell me the name of this fell mentor."
Udinaas laughed. "You fool, Wither. My mentor? Why, none other than imagination."
"I do not believe you."
There seemed little point in responding to that declaration. Staring into the flames, Udinaas allowed its flickering dance to lull him. He was tired. He should be sleeping. The fever was gone, the nightmarish hallucinations, the strange nectars that fed the tumbling delusions all seeped away. Like piss in moss. The strength I felt in those other worlds was a lie, a clarity, a deceit, all those offered ways forward, through what will come, every one a dead end. I should have known better.
Kachain Narok, these ruins.
You still here, Wither? Why?
This was once a plateau on which the Short-tails built a city, but now, as you can see, it is shattered. Now there is nothing but these dread slabs all pitched and angled. Yet we have been working our way downward. Did you sense this? We will soon reach the center, the heart of this crater, and we will see what destroyed this place."
"The ruins," said Udinaas. "Remember cool shadow. Then concussion. Shadow, Wither, in a flood to announce the end of the world. The concussion, well, that belonged to the shadow, right?"
"You know things."
"You damned fool, listen to me. We came to the edge of this place, this high plateau, expecting to see it stretch out nice and flat before us. Instead, it looks like a frozen puddle onto which someone dropped a heavy rock. Splat! All the sides caved inward. Wraith, I don't need any secret knowledge to work this out. Something big came down from the sky, a meteorite, a skykeep, whatever. We trudged through its ash for days, covering the ancient snow, ash and dust, eating into that snow like acid. And the ruins, they're all toppled, blasted outward, then tilted inward. Out first, in second. Heave out and down, then slide back. Whether all it takes is for someone to just look, really look. That's it. So enough with all this mystical seal shit, all right?" His tirade had wakened the others. Too bad. Nearly dawn anyway. Udinaas listened to them moving around, heard a cough, then someone hawking spit. "Which? Seren? Kettle?" The ex-slave smiled to himself. "Your problem, Wither, is your damned expectations. You hounded me for months and months, and now you feel the need to have made it, me, worth all that attention. So here you are, pushing some kind of sage wisdom on this broken slave. But I told you then what I'll tell you now. I'm nothing, no one, understand? Just a man with a brain that every now and then actually works. Yes, I work it, because I find no comfort in being stupid, unlike, I think, most people, us Letheras anyway. Stupid and proud of it. Belongs on the imperial seal, that happy proclamation. No wonder I failed so miserably." Seren Beddict moved into the firelight, crouching down to warm her hands.
"Failed at what, Udinaas?"
"Why, everything, Aquitur. No need for specifics here."
Trull Sengar spoke from behind him.
You were skilled, I recall, at mending nets.
Udinaas did not turn round, but he smiled.
Yes, I probably deserved that. My well-meaning tormentor speaks. Well-meaning? Or perhaps not. Indifferent? Possibly. Until at least I did something wrong. A badly mended net. Aye! Flay the fool's skin from his back. I know, it was all for my own good. Someone's, anyway. Another sleepless night, Udinaas?
He looked across the fire at Seren, but she was intent on the flames licking beneath her outstretched hands, as if the question had been rhetorical.
I can see my bones,
she then said.
They're not real bones,
Kettle replied, settling down with her legs drawn up.
They look more like twigs. Thank you, dear. Bones are hard, like rock.
She set her hands on her knees and rubbed them.
Cold rock.
Udinaas, Seren said, I see puddles of gold in the ashes.
I found pieces of a picture frame. He shrugged. Odd to think of Kachane Naruk hanging pictures, isn't it?
Seren looked up, met his eyes.
Kachane?
Silchas Rowan spoke as he stepped round a heap of cut stone.
Not pictures. The frame was used to stretch skin. Kachane molt until they reach adulthood. The skins were employed as parchment for writing. The Naruk were obsessive recorders. You know a lot about creatures you killed on sight, Trull Sengar said.
Clip's soft laughter sounded from somewhere beyond the circle of light, followed by the snap of rings on a chain. Fear's head lifted sharply.
That amuses you, pup?
The Tist Andy's voice drifted in, eerily disembodied.
Silchas Ruin's dread secret. He parleyed with the Naruk. There was this civil war going on, you see.
It will be light soon,
Silchas said, turning away. Before too long, the group separated as it usually did. Striding well ahead was Silchas Ruin and Clip. Next on the path was Seren Peddak herself, while 20 or more paces behind her straggled Udinaas, still using the Imas spear as a walking stick, and Kettle and Trull Sengar. Seren was not sure if she was deliberately inviting solitude upon herself. More likely some remnant of her old profession was exerting on her a disgruntled pressure to take the lead, deftly dismissing the presence ahead of the 2 Tist warriors.
As if they don't count, as if they're intrinsically unreliable as guides to wherever it is we're going.
She thought back often on their interminable flight from Letheras, the sheer chaos of that trek, its contradictions of direction and purpose, the times when they were motionless, setting down tentative roots in some backwater hamlet or abandoned homestead. But their exhaustion did not ease then, for it was not of blood and flesh. Scabandari Blood-Eye's soul awaited them, like some enervating parasite in a place long forgotten. Such was the stated purpose, but Seren had begun at last to wonder. Silchas had endeavored to lead them west, ever west, and was turned aside each time, as if whatever threat the servants of Rulad and Hanan Mossack presented was too vast to challenge, and that made no sense.
The bastard can change into a damned dragon, and is Silchas a pacifist at heart? Hardly. He kills with all the compunction of a man swatting mosquitoes. Did he turn us away to spare our lives? Again, unlikely. A dragon doesn't leave behind anything alive, does it?
Driven north again and again, away from the more populated areas. To the very edge of Blue Rose, a region once ruled by Tist Andi,
hiding still under the noses of Letheras and Edur. No, I do not trust any of this. I cannot. Silchas Ruin sensed his kin. He must have.
Suspecting Silchas Ruin of deceit was one thing, voicing the accusation quite another. She lacked the courage. As simple as that.
Easier, isn't it, to just go along and to keep from thinking too hard? Because thinking too hard is what Udinaas has done, and look at the state he's in. Yet even then he's managing to keep his mouth shut, most of the time. He may be an ex-slave, he may be no one, but he is not a fool.
So she walked alone, bound by friendship to none here in any case, and disinclined to change that. The ruined city, little more than heaps of tumbled stone, rolled past on all sides, the slope ahead becoming ever steeper, and she thought after a time that she could hear the whisper of sand, crumbled mortar, fragments of rubble, as if their passage was yet further pitching this landscape. and as they walked they gathered to them streams of sliding refuse.
As if our presence alone is enough to shift the balance.
The whispering could have been voices, uttered beneath the wind, and she felt, with a sudden realization that lifted beads of sweat to her skin, within moments of understanding the words.
Of stone and broken mortar, I am sliding into madness indeed. When the stone breaks, every cry escapes. Can you hear me now, Seren Beddict? Is that you, Wither? Leave me be! Are any Warrens alive? Most would say no. Impossible. They are forces, aspects, proclivities manifest as the predictable. Oh, the great thinkers who are long since dust worried this in fevered need, as befits the obsessed. But they did not understand. One Warren lies like a web over all the others, and its voice is the will necessary to shape magic. They did not see it, not for what it was. They thought chaos, a web where each strand was undifferentiated energy, not yet articulated, not yet given shape by an elder god's intent.
She listened, as yet uncomprehending, even as her heart thundered in her chest and her each breath came in a harsh rasp. This, she knew, was not Wither's voice, not the wraith's language, not its cadence.
But Corul understood. Spilled blood is lost blood, powerless blood in the end. It dies when abandoned. Witness violent death for proof of that. For the Warrens to thrive, coursing in their appointed rivers and streams, there must be a living body, a grander form that exists in itself. Not chaos, not dark, nor light, not heat, not cold. No, a conscious aversion to disorder, negation to and of all else, when all else is dead. For the true face of death is dissolution, and in dissolution there is chaos, until the last mote of energy ceases its willful glow, its persistent abnegation. Do you understand? No. Who are you? There is another way, then, of seeing this. Corul realized he could not do this alone. The sacrifice, the opening of his veins and arteries, would mean nothing, would indeed fail. Without living flesh, without organized functionality. Ah, the Warrens, Seren Beddict, they are a dialogue. Do you see now? No!
Her frustrated cry echoed through the ruins. She saw Silchas and Clip halt and turn about. Behind her, Trull Sengar called out, "Acquitor, what is it you deny?" Knowing laughter from Udinaas.
Disregard the vicious crowd now, the torrent of sound overwhelming the Warrens, the users, the guardians, the parasites and the hunters, the complicit gods, elder and young. Shut them away, as Corlos taught you. To remember rape is to fold details into sensation, and so relive each time its terrible truth. He told you this could become habit, an addiction, until even despair became a welcome taste on your tongue. Understand, then, as only you can here, that to take one's own life is the final expression of despair. You saw that, Buruk the Pale. You felt that at the sea's edge. Seren Beddict, Corul could not act alone in this sacrifice, lest he fill every Warren with despair. Dialogue, presupposition, yes, of the plural, one with another, or succession of others, for this dialogue must be ongoing, indeed eternal. Do I speak of the master of the holds, the master of the deck? Perhaps. The face of the other is ever turned away, to all but Corul himself. This is how it must be. The dialogue, then, is the feeding of power, power unimaginable, power virtually omnipotent, unassailable, so long as that other's face remains turned away. From you, from me,
From all of us.
She stared wildly about then, at these tilted ruins, this endless scree of destruction.
The dialogue, however, can be sensed if not heard. Such is its power. The construction of language, the agreement in principle of meaning and intent, the rules of grammar. Seren Beddict, what did you think Mokra was, if not a game of grammar, twisting semantics, turning inference, inviting suggestion, reshaping a mind's internal language to deceive its own senses? Who am I? Why, Seren Beddict, I am Mokra.
The others were gathered round her now. She found herself on her knees, driven there by revelation. There would be bruises, an appalling softness in the tissue where it pressed against hard pavestone. She registered this as she stared up at the others. Reproachful communication between damaged flesh and her mind, between her senses and her brain. She shunted those words aside, then settled into a sweet, painless calm, as easy as that.
Beware. There is a deadly risk in deceiving oneself. You can blind yourself to your own damage. You can die quickly in that particular game. Seren Beddict, no, if you must, experiment, then choose another. Korlos would have showed you that, had he the time with you. So he knows you? Not as intimately as you. There are few so blessed. But you are not a god, are you? You need not ask that, Seren Beddict. You are right, but still you are alive.
She heard amusement in the reply.
Unless my greatest deceit is the announcement of my own existence. There are rules in language, and language is needed for the stating of the rules. As Korul understood, the blood flows out, and then it returns. Weak, then enlivened, round and round. Who then, ask yourself, who then is the enemy? I don't know. Not yet, perhaps. You will need to find out, however, Seren Beddict, before we are through.
She smiled.
You give me a purpose? Dialogue, my love, must not end. Ours or the other one? Your companions think you fevered now. Tell me, before we part, which you would choose for your experiments.
She blinked up at the half-circle of faces, expressions of concern, mockery, curiosity, indifference.
I don't know, she said. It seems cruel. Power ever is, Seren Beddict. I won't decide then, not yet. So be it. Seren? Kettle asked. What is wrong with you?
She smiled, then pushed herself to her feet, Udinaas, to her astonishment, reaching out to help her regain her balance. Seeing her wince, he half smiled.
You landed hard, Aquitor. Can you walk?
His smile broadened.
Perhaps no faster than the rest of us laggards now?
You, Udinaas? No, I think not.
He frowned.
Just the two of us right now,
he said. Her eyes flickered up to meet his, shied away, then returned again. Hard.
You heard?
Didn't need to,
he replied under his breath as he set the Imas walking stick into her hands.
Had Wither sniffing at my heels long before I left the north.
He shrugged. Siltras Ruin and Clip had already resumed the journey. Leaning on the Imas spear, Seren Beddict walked alongside the ex-slave, struggling with a sudden flood of emotion for this broken man.
Perhaps true comrades after all, he and I.
Seren Beddict?
Yes?
Stop shifting the pain in your knees into mine, will you?
Stop what? Oh.
Either that or give me that damned stick back.
If I say sorry, then, well...
You give it away. Well, say it if you mean it, and either way we'll leave it at that.
Sorry.
His surprised glance delighted her. The rising sea level had saturated the ground beneath the village. Anyone with half their wits would have moved to the stony, treed terrace bordering the floodplain, but the sordid remnants of the Sheikh dwelling here had simply levered their homes onto stilts and raised the slatted walkways, living above fetid, salty bog, crawling with the white-backed crabs known as skullcaps. Jan Tovis, Yedan Derrig, and the troop of lancers reined in at road's end, the ferry landing and its assorted buildings on their left, a mass of felled trees rotting into the ground on their right. The air was chill, colder than it should have been this late into spring, and tendrils of low-lying fog hid most of the salt marsh beneath the stilts and bridged walkways. Among the outbuildings of the landing, all situated on higher ground, there was a stone-walled stable fronted by a courtyard of planed logs, and beyond that, facing the village, an inn without a name. Dismounting, Jan Tovis stood beside her horse for a long moment, her eyes closing.
"We have been invaded. I should be riding to every garrison on this coast. Errant Fend, they must know by now. Truth delivered the hard way. The Empire is at war."
But she was now queen of the last blood, queen of the Sheikh. Opening her weary eyes, she looked upon the decrepit fishing village.
"My people. Errant, help me."
Running away had made sense back then. It made even more sense now. Beside her, Yedan Derrig, her half-brother, loosened the strap of his visored helm, then said,
"Twilight, what now?"
She glanced over at him, watched the rhythmic bunching of his bearded jaw. She understood the question in all its ramifications.
"What now? Do the Sheikh proclaim their independence, rising eager in the chaos of a Malazan Lethery war? Do we gather our arms, our young, whom we would call soldiers? The Sheikh cry out their liberty, and the sound is devoured by the shore's rolling surf."
She sighed.
"I was in command on the Reach when the Edur came in their ships. We surrendered. I surrendered. To do otherwise would have been suicidal."
Yedan should have said those words then, for he knew the truth of them. Instead, he seemed to chew again for a moment before turning to squint at the flat, broad ferry.
"That's not slipped its mooring in some time, I think. The coast north of all must be flooded." "He gives me nothing. We shall make use of it, all the way out to Third Maiden Fort."
A nod.
"Before that, however, we must summon the witches and warlocks. You'll find most of them huddled in the village yonder, Queen, and Pulley and Squish will have announced your return. Taloned toes are tapping the floorboards, I would wager." "Go down there," she commanded, facing the inn. "Escort them back here. I will be in the tavern." "And if the tavern is not big enough?"
An odd concern. She began walking towards the entrance.
"Then they can perch on shoulders like the crows they are, Yedan."
"Twilight?" She half-turned. Yedan was tightening the straps of his helm once again.
"Do not do it." "Do not do what?"
"Send us to war, sister." She studied him. But he said nothing more, and a moment later he had turned away and set off down towards the village. She resumed her walk, while her soldiers led the mounts towards the stable, the beasts' hoofs slipping on the slick logs of the courtyard. They had ridden hard, these last horses drawn from a virtually empty garrison fort just north of Tulamesh. Reports of bandits had sent the squads into the countryside, and they'd yet to return. Jan Tovis believed they would never do so. At the entranceway she paused, looking down at the slab of stone beneath her boots, on which were carved Sheikh runes. This raised stone honors Tehan Atovis, Rise, who was claimed by the shore 1113th year of the Isle, slain by the Lethery for debts unremitted. Jan Tovis grunted. One of her kin, no less, dead 1,000 years now.
"Well, Tehan," she muttered, "you died of drink, and now your stone straddles the threshold of a tavern."
True, some list of mysterious, crushing debts had invited his ignoble fall to alcohol and misery, but this grand commemoration had taken a slanted view on the hands guiding the man's fate. And now,
"Brullig would be Rise. Will you wear the crown as well as Tehan did?"
She pushed open the door and strode inside. The low-ceilinged room was crowded, every face turned to her. A familiar figure pushed into view, her face a mass of wrinkles twisted into a half-smile.
"Pulley,"
Twilight said, nodding.
I have just sent the watch down to the village to find you.
Be well he'll find Squish and a score others. They be well weaving cob to web on the close sea beyond the shore, Queen, and all the truths writ there. Strangers—"
I know, Jan Tobis interjected, looking past the old hag and scanning the other witches and warlocks, the shoulder folk of the old ways. Their eyes glittered in the smoky gloom, and Twilight could now smell these shake elders, half-unravelled damp wool and patchy sealskin, fish oil and rank sweat, the breath coming from mouths dark with sickened gums or rotting teeth. If there was a proprietor to this tavern, he or she had fled. Casks had been broached and tankards filled with pungent ale. A huge pot of fish soup steamed on the centre hearth, and there were countless gourd-shell bowls scattered on the tables. Large rats waddled about on the filthy floor. Far more witches than warlocks, she noted. This had been a discernible trend among the demon-kissed. Fewer and fewer males born bearing the accepted number of traits. Most were far too demonic.
More than 200 of the shoulder folk gathered here.
"Queen," Pulley ventured, ducking her head, "cob to web, all of Shake blood know that you now rule, barring them that's on the isle, who only know that your mother's dead."
So Brullig is there, anticipating—
"Aye, Twilight, that be well he will be rise, king of the Shake."
"Errand, take me. We must sail to the isle."
A murmur of agreement amidst the eager quaffing of ale.
"You intend this night," Jan Tobis said, "a ritual."
"We are loosening the chains, as they say, Queen. There are nets be strung across the path of the world to see what we catch."
"No."
Pulley's black eyes narrowed.
"What's that?"
"No. There will be no ritual tonight, nor tomorrow night, nor the next. Not until we are on the isle, and perhaps not even then."
Not a sound in the tavern now. Pulley opened her mouth, shut it, then opened it again.
"Queen, the shore be alive with voices, as they say, and the words they are for us. These they be the old ways, our ways."
"And my mother was in the habit of looking away, yes, but I am not."
She lifted her head and scanned once more the array of faces, seeing the shock, the anger, the growing malice.
"The old ways failed us, then and now. Your ways," she told them in a hard voice, "have failed us all. I am queen, Twilight on the shore. At my side in my rule is the watch. Brullig would be rise. That remains to be seen, for your proclamation is not cause enough, not even close. Rise is chosen by all the Shake. All."
"Do not mar us, Queen."
Pulley's smile was gone. Her face was a mask of venom. Jan Tobis snorted.
"Will you send a curse my way, old woman? Do not even think it. I mean to see my people survive, through all that will happen. From all of you I will need healing. I will need blessing. You rule no longer. No, do not speak to me of my mother. I know better than any of you the depths of her surrender. I am queen. Obey me."
They were not happy. They had been the true power for so long, if that pathetic curse-weaving in the shadows could be called power, and Jan Tobis knew that this struggle had but just begun, for all their apparent acquiescence.
"They will begin planning my downfall. It is to be expected. Yedan Derig, never mind watching the shore. You must now watch my back."
Fiddler opened his eyes. Dusk had just begun to settle. Groaning, he rolled onto his back. Too many years of sleeping on hard, cold ground. Too many years of a tattered rain-cape for a mattress, a single blanket of coarse wool for cover. At least now he was sleeping through the day, easing his old bones with the sun's warmth. Sitting up, he looked round the glade, huddled figures on all sides. Just beyond them was Korik, the sleep's last watch, sitting on a tree stump.
"Aye, woodcutters in this forest.
Not that we've seen any. 3 nights since the landing, ever moving eastward, inland.
A strange empire, this. Roads and tracks and the occasional farmstead, barely a handful of towns on the coast that we saw. And where in Hood's name are these Tist Edur?"
Fiddler climbed to his feet, arching his back to work out the aches and twinges.
He'd wanted to be a soldier named Strings, here among the Bonehunters, a different man, a new man. But that hadn't worked so well. The conceit had fooled no one. Even worse, he could not convince himself that he had begun anew, that the legacy of past campaigns could be put aside. A life don't work that way. Damn it. He trudged over to Korik. The Seti half-blood glanced up. Some damned war we got ourselves here, Sergeant. I'd even take one of Smiles's knives in the leg just to get us the smell of blood. Let's forget these damned Edur and go ahead and start killing Letheras. Farmers and swineherds, Korik? We need them on our side, remember? So far, there ain't been enough of them to muster a damned squad. Least we should show ourselves. Not yet. Besides, it's probably been just bad luck we haven't met the enemy yet. I'd wager other squads have already been in a scrap or two. Korik grunted. I doubt it. All it takes is just one squad to kick the nest, and these woods should be swarming. They ain't. Fiddler had nothing to say to that. He scratched himself, then turned away. Shut your eyes for a time now, soldier. We'll wake you when breakfast's ready. Do your complaining now, Korik, because when this lets loose, we'll look back on sunsets like this one like it was idyllic paradise. Still, how many times could he make that promise? The legacy of the Bonehunters thus far was nothing to sing songs about. Even Igatan had been a mess, with them whistling a song while they walked right into a trap. It galled him still, that one. He should have smelled trouble. Same for Gessler. Aye, we let them down that day. Badly. Mala's city had been worse. True, weapons had been drawn. There'd even been a shield line for a few squads of marines. Against Malazans, an undisciplined mob of our own people. Somehow, somewhere, this army needed to fight for real. The adjunct had thrown them onto this coast, like a handful of ticks onto a dog's back. Sooner or later, the beast was going to scratch. As the others wakened to the coming of night, Fiddler walked over to his pack, stood studying it for a time. The deck was in there, waiting, and he was sorely tempted, just to get a taste of what was coming. Don't be a fool, Fid. Remember Tattersail. Remember all the good it did her. Bad idea, Sergeant. Fiddler glanced over, scowled. Stop reading my mind, Bottle. You're not as good at it as you think. You're like a man who's sworn off drink but carries a flask in his pouch. Enough of that, soldier. Bottle shrugged, looked round. Where's Gessler gone? Probably off fertilizing the trees. Maybe, Bottle said, sounding unconvinced. It's just that I woke up earlier and didn't see him then either. Gods below. Waving at midges, Fiddler walked over to the far end of the glade, where the other squad was positioned. He saw Stormy standing like a sleep-addled bear, his red hair and beard a wild mass of twig-filled tangles, repeatedly kicking the side of a loudly snoring short-nose. Stormy, Fiddler called out softly. Where's your sergeant gone to? No idea, the huge man replied. He had last watch on this side, though. Hey, Fid, she wouldn't have burned the cylinder, would she? Of course not. Listen, if Gessler ain't back soon, you're going to have to go looking for him. Stormy's small porcine eyes blinked at him. Might be he's lost? I didn't think of that. Never mind that dim-witted act, Corporal. Yeah, that Korik you got, he any good at tracking? No, damned near useless, in fact, although don't say that to his face. Bottle, oh, him. That one gives me the creeps, Fid. Masturbates like I pick my nose. Now, sure, soldiers will do that, but he says it's not him. Well, if Smiles wants to reach in under the covers... Smiles? What are you going on about, Stormy? I mean, look, Bottle's haunted by a damned ghost of some kind. Quick Ben confirmed it, so stop giving me that look. Anyway, that ghost's, female, and she likes him way too much. Mages are sick, Fid. Not a relevant point here, Stormy. So you say, the corporal said, shaking himself, then turning away. Not a relevant point here, he mimicked under his breath. I can still hear you, Corporal. Stormy waved a wide, hairy hand, but did not turn round, instead making his way towards the hearth. He paused in his first step to set his boot down on one of Shortnose's hands. There was an audible crack, and the heavy infantryman made a small sound, then sat up. Stormy continued on, while Shortnose looked down at his hand, frowning at the oddly angled third finger, which he then reset with a tug, before rising and wandering off to find somewhere to empty his bladder. Fiddler scratched at his beard, then swung about and walked back to his squad. Aye, we're a lethal bunch. Gessler wandered the strange ruins. The light was fast fading, making the place seem even more spectral. Round wells on all sides, at least a dozen scattered among the old trees. The stones were exquisitely cut, fitted without mortar, as he had discovered upon peeling back some moss. He had caught sight of the regular shapes from the edge of the glade, had first thought them to be the pedestals for some colonnaded structure long since toppled over. But the only other stone he found was paving, buckled by roots, making footing treacherous. Seating himself on the edge of one of the wells, he peered down into the inky blackness, and could smell stagnant water. He felt oddly pleased with himself to find that his curiosity had not been as thoroughly dulled as he'd once believed. Not nearly as bad as, say, Cuttle. Now there was a grim bastard. Still, Gessler had seen a lot in his life, and some of it had permanently stained his skin, not to mention other, more subtle changes. But mostly that host of things witnessed, deeds done, not done, they just wore a man down. He could not look at the tiny flames of the squad's hearth without remembering Truth and that fearless plunge into Igatan's palace. Or he'd glance down at the crossbow in his hands as they stumbled through this damned forest and recall Pella, skewered through the forehead, sagging against the corner of a building barely 100 paces into Igatan itself. With every crow's cackle he heard the echoes of the screams when dread ghosts had assailed the camp of the dog-slayers at Raraku. A glance down at his bared hands and their battered knuckles, and the vision rose in his mind of that Wiccan, Coltane, down on the banks of the Vathar. God, to have led that mob that far, with more still to go, with nothing but cruel betrayal at the fall. The slaughter of the inhabitants of Arran, when the Logros Tlanimas rose from the dust of the streets and their weapons of stone began to rise and fall. If not for that ex-Redblade driving open the gates and so opening a path of escape, there would have been no survivors at all. None. Except us Malazans, who could only stand aside and watch the slaughter, helpless as babes. A dragon through fire, a ship riding flames, his first sight of a Tist Edur, dead, pinned to his chair by a giant spear. Or benches where sat decapitated rowers, hands resting on the sweeps, and their severed heads heaped in a pile round the mainmast, eyes blinking in the sudden light, faces twisting into appalling expressions. So who built 12 wells in a forest? That's what I want to know. Maybe. He recalled a knock at the door, and opening it to see, with absurd delight, a drenched Tlanimas whom he recognized. Stormy, it's for you. And I dream of moments like this, you red-haired ox. And what did that say about Gessler himself? Wait, I'm not that curious. There you are. Gessler looked up. Stormy, I was just thinking of you. Thinking what? He waved at the well's black hole. If you'd fit, of course. Most of you would go, but not, alas, your head. You keep forgetting, Gessler, the corporal said as he drew nearer. I was one of the ones who punched back. Got no recollection of that at all. Want me to remind you? What I want is to know why you're bothering me. We're all getting ready to head out. Stormy, what? What do you think about all this? Someone liked building wells. Not this, I mean the war. This war, the one here. I'll let you know once we start busting heads. And if that never happens? Stormy shrugged, ran thick fingers through his knotted beard. Just another typical Bonehunter war, then. Gessler grunted. Go on, lead the way. Wait, how many battles have we fought, you and me? You mean with each other? No, you damned idiot. I mean against other people. How many? I lost count. Liar. All right, 37. But not counting Igatan, since I wasn't there. 38 for you, Gessler.
And how many did we manage to avoid? Hundreds. So maybe, old friend, we're just getting better at this.
The huge Falari scowled.
You trying to ruin my day, Sergeant?
Korik tightened the straps of his bulky pack.
I just want to kill someone, he growled.
Bottle rubbed at his face, then eyed the half-blood Seti.
There's always Smiles, or Tar, if you jump him when he's not looking.
You being funny?
No, just trying to deflect your attention from the weakest guy in this squad, namely me.
You're a mage, sort of. You smell like one, anyway.
What does that mean?
If I kill you, you just curse me with your last breath, then I'd be miserable.
So what would change, Korik?
Having a reason to be miserable is always worse than having no reason, but being miserable anyway. If it's just a way of life, I mean.
He suddenly drew out the latest weapon in his arsenal, a long knife.
See this? Just like the kind Kalam used. It's a damn fast weapon, but I can't see it doing much against armor.
Where Kalam stuck them, there wasn't no armor. Throat, armpit, crotch. You should give it to Smiles.
I grabbed it to keep it from her, idiot.
Bottle looked over to where Smiles had, moments earlier, disappeared into the forest. She was on her way back, the placid expression on her face hiding all sorts of evil, no doubt.
I hope we're not expected to stand against Edur the way heavies are, he said to Korik while watching Smiles. Apart from you and Tar, and maybe Korab, we're not a big-mailed fist kind of squad, are we? So in a way, this kind of war suits us. Subterfuge, covert stuff.
He glanced over and saw the half-blood glaring at him, still holding the long knife.
But maybe we're actually more versatile. We can be half-mailed fist and half-black glove, right?
Anyway, Korik said, resheathing the weapon, when I said I wanted to kill someone, I meant the enemy.
Tist Edur.
Lethery bandits will do. There must be bandits around here somewhere.
Why?
What do you mean, why? There's always bandits in the countryside, Bottle, led by moustached rogues with fancy names, Zorala Snicker or Pambi Doti.
A loud snort from Smiles, who had just arrived.
I remember those stories. Pambi Doti with the feather in his hat and his hunchback sidekick, Pomelo Poultry the Sly, stealers of the royal treasure of Li Heng, cutters of the great rope that held Drifter Vali in one place. And Zorala, who as a child climbed the tallest tree in the forest, then found he couldn't get back down, so that's where he lived for years, growing up, until the woodsman came.
Gods below,
Cuttle growled from the blankets he remained under.
Someone cut her throat, please.
Well,
Smiles said with a tight, eponymous curve of her mouth,
at least I started the night in a good mood.
She means she had a most satisfying...
Clack the teeth together, Korik, or I'll cut those braids off when you're sleeping, and trust me, you won't like what I'll use them for. And you, Bottle, don't let that give you any ideas, neither. I took the blame for something you did once, but never again. I wouldn't cut off Korik's braids, Bottle said. He needs them to sneeze into.
Get moving, Cuttle, Fiddler said as he strode among them. Look at Korab. He's the only one actually ready.
No, I'm not, the man replied. I just fell asleep in my armor, Sergeant, and now I need somewhere to pee. Only...
Never mind, Fiddler cut in. Let's see if we can't stumble onto some Edur tonight. We could start a forest fire, Korik said.
But we happen to be in it, Tar pointed out.
It was just an idea.
Korab Bilan Thenawalas admitted to himself that these Malazans were nothing like the soldiers of the Dogslayers or the warriors of Leoman's army. He was not even sure if they were human, more like animals, endlessly bickering ones at that, like a pack of starving dogs. They pretty much ignored him, which was a good thing, even Bottle, to whom the sergeant had instructed Korab to stay close. Guarding someone else's back was something Korab was familiar with, so he had no issue with that command, even though Bottle was a mage and he wasn't too sure about mages. They made deals with gods, but one didn't have to be a mage to do that, he knew. No, one could be a most trusted leader, a commander whose warriors would follow him into the pit of the abyss itself. Even someone like that could make deals with gods, and so doom his every follower in a fiery cataclysm even as that one ran away. Yes, ran away. He was pleased that he'd got over all that. Old history, and old history was old, so it didn't mean anything anymore, because it was old. He had a new history now. It had begun in the rubble beneath Igatan, among these animals. Still, there was Fiddler, and Korab knew he would follow his sergeant because the man was worth following, not like some people. An army of 14 seemed a little small, but it would have to do for now. He hoped, however, that somewhere ahead, further inland, they'd come to a desert. Too many trees in this wet, bad-smelling forest, and he'd like to get on a horse again, too. All this walking was, he was certain, unhealthy. As the squad left the glade, slipping into the deeper darkness beyond, he moved alongside Bottle, who glanced over and grimaced. "Here to protect me from bats, Korab?" The warrior shrugged. "If they try attacking you, I will kill them." "Don't you dare. I happen to like bats. I talk to them, in fact." "The same as that rat and her pups you kept, right?" "Exactly. I was surprised, Bottle, that you left them to burn on the transports." "I'd never do that. I shipped them onto the Froth Wolf, some time ago, in fact." "So you could spy on the adjunct, yes. It was an act of mercy. The one ship I knew would be safe, you see, and so you could spy." "All right, fine, so I could spy. Let's move on to another subject. Did Leoman ever tell you about his bargain with the Queen of Dreams?" Korab scowled. "I don't like that subject. It's old history, which means nobody talks about it anymore." "Fine. So why didn't you go with him? I'm sure he offered." "I will kill the next bat I see." Someone hissed from up ahead. "Stop that jabbering, idiots!" Korab wished he was riding a fine horse across a sun-blistered desert. No one could truly understand the magic wonder of water, unless they had spent time in a desert. Here there was so much of it a man's feet could rot off, and that wasn't right. "This land is mad," he muttered. Bottle grunted. "More like deathless. Layer on layer, ghosts tangled in every root, squirming restlessly under every stone. Owls can see them, you know, poor things." Another hiss from ahead of them. It started to rain. "Even the sky holds water in contempt. Madness." Trantalo Kendar, youngest son among 4 brothers in a coastal clan of the be.This Edur, rode with surprising grace, unmatched by any of his Edur companions, alas. He was the only one in his troop who actually liked horses. Trantalo had been a raw 15 years of age at the conquest, unblooded, and the closest he had come to fighting had been as an apprentice to a distantly related aunt who had served as a healer in Hanan Mossag's army. Under her bitter command, he had seen the terrible damage war did to otherwise healthy warriors. The ghastly wounds, the suppurating burns, and limbs withered from Lethery sorcery. And, walking the fields of battle in search of the wounded, he had seen the same horrid destruction among dead and dying Lethery soldiers. Although young, something of the eagerness for battle had left him then, driving him apart from his friends. Too many spilled-out intestines, too many crushed skulls, too many desperate pleas for help answered by naught but crows and gulls. He had bound countless wounds, had stared into the glazed eyes of warriors shocked by their own mortality, or worse, despairing with the misery of lost limbs, scarred faces, lost futures. He did not count himself clever, nor in any other way exceptional, barring perhaps his talent for riding horses, but he now rode with 11 veteran Edur warriors, 4 of them be.This, including the troop commander, Estav Kendar, Trantalo's eldest brother. And he was proud to be at the column's head, first down this coastal track that led to Bawar al-Keep, where, as he understood it, some sort of Lethery impropriety demanded Edur attention. This was as far south from Rennis as he had been since managing to flee his aunt's clutches just inland of the city of All. Trantalo had not seen the walls of Letheras, nor the battlefield surrounding it, and for that he was glad, for he had heard that the sorcery in those final clashes had been the most horrifying of them all. Life in Rennis had been one of strange privilege. To be Tist Edur alone seemed sufficient reason for both fear and respect among the subservient Lethery. He had exulted in the respect. The fear had dismayed him, but he was not so naive as not to understand that without that fear there would be none of the respect that so pleased him. The threat of reprisal, Estav had told him the first week of his arrival. This is what keeps the pathetic creatures cowering. And there will be times, young brother, when we shall have to remind them, bloodily, of that threat. Seeking to tug down his elation was the apprehension that this journey, down to this in-the-middle-of-nowhere keep, was just that, the delivery of reprisal. Blood-splashed adjudication. It was no wonder the Letheras strove to keep the Edur out of such disputes. We are not interested in niceties. Details bore us, and so swords will be drawn, probably this very night. Estav would make no special demands of him, he knew. It was enough that he rode point on the journey. Once at the keep, Trantalo suspected he would be stationed to guard the gate or some such thing. He was more than satisfied with that. The sun's light was fast fading on the narrow track leading to the keep. They had, a short time earlier, left the main coastal road, and here on this lesser path the banks were steep, almost chest-high, were one standing rather than riding, and braided with dangling roots. The trees pressed in close from both sides, branches almost entwining overhead. Rounding a twist in the trail, Trantalo caught first sight of the stockade, the rough boles, still bearing most of their bark, irregularly tilted and sunken. A half-dozen decrepit outbuildings crouched against a stand of alders and birch to the left, and a flatbed wagon with a broken axle squatted in high grasses just to the right of the gate. Trantalo drew rein before the entrance. The gate was open. The single door, made of saplings and a Z-shaped frame of planks, had been pushed well to one side and left there, its base snarled with grasses. The warrior could see through to the compound beyond, oddly lifeless. Hearing his fellow Edur draw closer at the canter, he edged his horse forward until he made out the smoke-stained facade of the keep itself. No lights from any of the vertical slit windows, and the front door yawned wide. "Why do you hesitate, Trantalo?" Estav inquired as he rode up. "Prida," Trantalo said, delighting as ever in these new Lethery titles. "The keep appears to be abandoned. Perhaps we have ridden to the wrong one." "Boaral," affirmed a warrior behind Estav. "I've been here before." "And is it always this quiet?" Estav asked, one brow lifting in the way Trantalo knew so well. "Nearly," the warrior said, rising gingerly on the swivelling Lethery stirrups to look round. "There should be at least 2 torches, one planted above that wagon, then one in the courtyard itself." "No guards?" "Should be at least one. Could be he's staggered off to the latrine trench." "No," said Estav. "There's no one here." He worked his horse past Trantalo's and rode through the gate. Trantalo followed. The 2 brothers approached the stepped front entrance to the keep. "Estav, something wet on those stairs." "You're right. Good eye, brother." The Beneda warrior dismounted with obvious relief, passing the reins over to Trantalo, then strode towards the steps. "Blood trail." "Perhaps a mutiny?" The other Edur had left their horses with one of their company, and were now moving out across the courtyard to search the stables, smithy, coop, and well-house. Estav stood at the base of the steps, eyes on the ground. "A body has been dragged outside," he said, tracking the blood trail. Trantalo saw his brother's head lift to face the stable. As it did, Estav grunted suddenly, then abruptly sat down. "Estav?" Trantalo looked out to the courtyard in time to see 4 warriors crumple. Sudden shouts from the 3 near the stables as something like a rock sailed down into their midst. A flash of fire, a solid cracking sound. The 3 were thrown onto their backs. As a small cloud bloomed, there was shrieking. Trantalo kicked his boots free of the stirrups, swung one leg over, then dropped down into a crouch. His mouth was dry as tinder. His heart pounded so hard in his chest he felt half deafened by its drumbeat. Drawing his sword, he hurried over to his brother. "Estav?" Sitting, legs out before him in the careless manner of a child, hands resting on the muddy ground. Something was jutting from his chest. A hand's length of a shaft, thicker than a normal arrow. The fletching, curved fins of leather. Blood had poured down from Estav's mouth, covering his chin and soaking into the front of his woolen cloak. His staring eyes did not blink. "Estav?" In the courtyard, the sharp clash of blades. Disbelieving, Trantalo dragged his eyes from his brother's corpse. 2 Edur warriors were attempting a fighting withdrawal, backing towards the uneasy horses that still stood 5 or so paces in from the gate. The Edur who had been left with them was on his hands and knees, crawling for the opening. There was something jutting from the side of his head. Difficult to make out who the attackers were in the darkness, but they were well armed and armoured, 4 in all, maintaining close contact with the last 2 Edur. Smudged movement behind them. Trantalo leapt to his feet, about to cry out a warning, when sudden fire filled his throat. Gagging, he lurched away, and felt something cold slide out from the side of his neck. Blood gushed down, inside and out. Coughing, drowning, he fell to one knee, almost within reach of his brother. Blindness closing in, he lunged towards Estav, arms outstretched. Estav? He never made it. Managing a straight line, Hellion walked out from the stable. She was slightly shivering now that the time of serious sweating had passed. Fighting always evened her out. She didn't know why that was the case, but it was, and all in all, probably a good thing, too. "Someone light a damned lantern," she growled. "You, maybe. Put that sharper away. We got 'em all." She let out a loud sigh. "The big, nasty enemy." Drawing nearer the 2 Edur down in front of the keep, she waved her sword. "Tavos, check those 2. It ain't enough to stab him, then just stand there looking down. Might be one last bite in him, you know." "Both dead as my sex life," Tavos Pond said. "Who sniped the first one, Sergeant? Damned fine shot." "Lutes," she replied, now watching Herb lead the others on a walk past of the Edur bodies in the courtyard. "Leaned the weapon on my back." "Your back?" "I was throwing up, if it's any of your business. Between heaves, he let go. Got him dead center, didn't he?" "Aye, Sergeant. And you didn't want to bring the rum. Well, that's why I'm in charge and you're not. Where's my corporal?" "Here. Here." "Gather up them horses. I don't care what the fist ordered. We're going to ride." At that, Herb glanced over, then approached. "Hellion." "Don't even try to sweet-talk me. I almost remember what you did." She drew out her flask and drank down a mouthful. "So be careful, Herb. Now, everybody who loosed quarrels, go find them, and that means all of them." She looked back down at the 2 dead Edur by the entrance. "Think we're the first to draw blood?" Tavos Pond asked, crouching to clean the blade of his sword on the cloak of the older Edur. "Big fat war, Tavos Pond. That's what we got ourselves here." "They weren't so hard, Sergeant. Wasn't expecting nothing either, were they? You think we can just ambush our way all the way to Letheras? Think again." She drank a couple more mouthfuls, then sighed and glowered over at Herb. "How soon before they're the ones doing the ambushing? That's why I mean for us to ride. We're going to stay ahead of the bad news as long as we can. That way we can be the bad news, right? The way it's supposed to be." Corporal Ream walked up to Herb. "Sergeant, we got us 12 horses." "So we get 1 each," Hellion said. "Perfect." "By my count," said Ream with narrowed eyes, "someone's going to have to ride double." "If you say so. Now let's get these bodies dragged away. They got any coin? Anybody checked?" "Some," said Maybe, "but mostly just polished stones." "Polished stones?" "First I thought sling stones, but none of them's carrying slings. So aye, Sergeant, polished stones." Hellion turned away as the soldiers set off to dispose of the Edur corpses. Opon's pull, finding this keep and finding nobody in it but one freshly dead Lethery in the hallway. Place had been cleaned out, although there'd been some food stocks in the cold rooms. Not a drop of wine or ale, the final proof, as far as she was concerned, that this foreign empire was a mess and useless besides, and pretty much worth destroying down to its very last brick. Too bad they weren't going to get a chance to do so. But then, it does a body good to misunderstand orders on occasion. So let's go hunting Edur heads. Hellion faced the courtyard again. Damn this darkness. Easy enough for the mages, maybe. And these greyskins. "Herb," she said in a low voice. He edged closer, warily. "Hellion?" "We need us to arrange our ambushes for dusk and dawn." "Aye, you're right. You know, I'm glad our squads were paired up." "Of course you are. You understand me, Herb. You're the only one who does, you know." She wiped her nose with the back of one hand. "It's a sad thing, Herb. A sad thing." "What?"
Killing these tist Edur? She blinked at him.
No, you oaf. The fact that nobody else understands me.
Aye, Hellion. Tragic.
That's what Banascar always said to me, no matter what I was talking about. He'd just look at me like you did there and say, tragic. So what's all that about? She shook the flask. Still half full, but another mouthful means I'm running it down. So's I'll need to top it up. Got to be measured about these things in case something terrible happens and I can't get a fast refill. Come on, it's time to ride.
And if we run into a troop of Letheras?
Hellion frowned. Then we do as Keneb told us. We talk to 'em.
And if they don't like what we say?
Then we kill 'em, of course.
And we're riding for Letheras?
She smiled at Herb, then tapped the side of her slightly numb head with one finger. I memorized the map. Memorized the map. There's towns, Herb, and the closer we get to Letheras, the more of them. What's in towns, Herb? Taverns, bars. So we're not taking a straight, predictable route.
We're invading Lether from tavern to tavern?
Aye.
Hellion, I hate to say this, but that's kind of clever.
Aye. And that way we can eat real cooked food, too. It's the civilized way of conducting war. Hellion's way.
The bodies joined the lone Letheras in the latrine pit. Half naked, stripped of valuables, they were dumped down into the thick, turgid slop, which proved deeper than anyone had expected, as it swallowed up those corpses, leaving not a trace. The Malazans threw the polished stones after them, then rode off down the dark road.
That has the look of a way station,
the captain said under her breath. Beak squinted, then said,
I smell horses, sir. That long building over there.
Stables, Faradan Sort said, nodding. Any tis Edur here? Beak shook his head.
Deepest blue of Rashan. That's their candle, mostly. Not as deep as Corald Galain. They call it Corald Emerlan, but these ones here, well, there's scuzzy foam on that blue, like what sits on waves outside a harbour. That's chaotic power, sick power, power like pain, if pain was good, maybe even strong. I don't know. I don't like these Edur here.
They're here?
No, I meant this continent, sir. There's just Letheras in there. 4, in that small house beside the road.
No magic?
Just some charms.
I want to steal 4 horses, Beak. Can you cast the glamour on those Letheras?
The grey candle, yes. But they'll find out after we've gone.
True. Any suggestions? Beak was happy. He had never been so happy. This captain was asking him things, asking for suggestions, advice, and it wasn't just for show, neither.
I'm in love with her.
To her question he nodded, then tilted up his skullcap helm to scratch in his hair, and said,
Not the usual glamour, sir. Something lots more complicated. Finishing with the orange candle.
Which is?
Telan.
Is this going to be messy?
Not if we take all the horses, Captain.
He watched her studying him, wondered what she saw. She wasn't much for expressions on that hard but beautiful face. Not even her eyes showed much. He loved her, true, but he was also a little frightened of Faradan's sort.
All right, Beak, where do you want me? In the stables with all the horses ready to leave, and maybe 2 saddled. Oh, and feed for us to take along.
And I can do all that without an alarm's being raised?
They won't hear a thing, sir. In fact, you could go up right now and knock on their door and they won't hear it.
Still she hesitated. So I can just walk over to the stables, right out in the open, right now? Beak nodded with a broad smile. God's below, she muttered. I don't know if I'll ever get used to this.
Mokra has their minds, sir. They've got no defences. They've never been glamoured before, I don't think.
She set out in a half-crouch, moving quickly, although none of that was necessary, and moments later was inside the stables. It would take some time, Beak knew, for her to do all that he'd asked.
I just told the captain what to do, and she's doing it. Does that mean she loves me right back?
He shook himself. Not a good idea, letting his mind wander just now. He edged out from the cover of the trees lining this side of the stony road, crouched to pick up a small rock, which he then spat on and set back down, to hold the Mokra in place, as he closed his eyes and sought out the white candle. Hood. Death. A cold, cold place. Even the air was dead.
In his mind he looked in on that realm as if peering through a window, the wooden sill thick with melted candle wax, the white candle itself flickering to one side. Beyond, ash-heaped ground strewn with bones of all sorts. He reached through, closed a hand on the shaft of a heavy longbone, and drew it back. Working quickly, Beak pulled as many bones as would fit through the wandering window, always choosing big ones. He had no idea what the beasts had been to which all these bones belonged, but they would do. When he was satisfied with the white, dusty pile heaped on the road, Beak closed the window and opened his eyes. Glancing across, he saw the captain standing at the stables, gesturing at him. Beak waved back, then turned and showed the bones the purple candle. They lifted from the road like feathers on an updraft, and as the mage hurried over to join Faradan's sort, the bones followed in his wake, floating waist-high above the ground. The captain disappeared back inside the stables before Beak arrived, then emerged, leading the horses, just as he padded up to the broad doors. Grinning, Beak went into the stables, the bones tracking him. Once inside, smelling that wonderful musty smell of horses, leather, dung, and piss-damp straw, he scattered the bones, a few into each stall, snuffing out the purple candle when he was done. He walked over to the mound of straw at one end, closed his eyes to awaken the orange candle, then spat into the straw. Rejoining the captain outside, he said to her,
"We can go now."
"That's it?"
"Yes, sir. We'll be 1,000 paces down the road before the Tellan lights up."
"Fire?"
"Yes, sir. A terrible fire. They won't even be able to get close. And it'll burn fast, but go nowhere else, and by the morning there'll be nothing but ashes."
"And charred bones that might belong to horses?"
"Yes, sir."
"You've done well tonight, Beak," Faradan Sot said, swinging up onto one of the saddled horses. Feeling impossibly light on his feet, Beak leapt onto the other one, then looked back with pride at the remaining 7 beasts. Decent animals, just badly treated, which made it good that they were stealing them. Malazans knew how to care for their horses, after all. Then he frowned and looked down at his stirrups. The captain was doing the same, he saw a moment later, with her own.
"What is this?"
she demanded in a hiss.
"Broken?"
Beak wondered.
"Not that I can see, and yours are identical to mine. What fool invented these?" "Captain," said Beak, "I don't think we have to worry much about Lethery cavalry, do we?"
"You've that right, Beak. Well, let's ride. If we're lucky, we won't break our necks 20 paces up the road." The father of the man named Throat-Slitter used to tell stories of the Emperor's conquest of Li Heng, long before Kellanved was emperor of anywhere. True, he'd usurped Mok on Malaz Island, and had proclaimed himself the island's ruler, but since when was Malaz Island anything but a squalid haven for pirates? Few on the mainland took much notice of such things. A new tyrannical criminal in place of the old tyrannical criminal. The conquest of Li Heng changed all that. There'd been no fleet of ships crowding the river mouth to the south and east of the city, nothing, in fact, to announce the assault. Instead, on a fine spring morning, no different from countless other such mornings, Throat-Slitter's father, along with thousands of other doughty citizens, had, upon a casual glance towards the inner focus where stood the palace of the Protectress, noted the sudden inexplicable presence of strange figures on the walls and battlements. Squat, wide, wearing furs and wielding misshapen swords and axes, helmed in bone. What had happened to the vaunted guard? And why were tendrils of smoke rising from the barracks of the courtyard and parade ground? And was it truly, the Protectress herself who had been seen plunging from the high tower beside the city temple at the heart of the cynosure? Someone had cut off Li Heng's head in the palace. Undead warriors stood sentinel on the walls, and, a short time later, emerged in their thousands from the inner focus gate to occupy the city. Li Heng's standing army, after a half-dozen suicidal skirmishes, capitulated that same day. Kellanved now ruled the city-state, and officers and nobles of the High Court knelt in fealty, and the reverberations of this conquest rattled the windows of palaces across the entire mainland of Quantali.
This, son, was the awakening of the Logros Tlanimas, the Emperor's undead army. I was there on the streets and saw with my own eyes those terrible warriors with their pitted eye holes, the stretched, torn skin, the wisps of hair bleached of all color. They say, son, that the Logros were always there, below Reacher's Falls. Maybe in the crevasse, maybe not. Maybe just the very dust that blew in from the west every damned day and night. Who can say? But he woke them, he commanded them, and I tell you after that day every ruler on Quantali saw a skull's face in their silver mirror, aye. The fleet of ships came later, under the command of 3 madmen, Crust, Urko, and Nock. But first to step ashore was none other than Surly, and you know who she'd become, don't you?
Didn't he just? Command of the Tilani Mas didn't stop the knife in the back, did it? This detail was the defining revelation of Throat-Slitter's life. Command thousands, tens of thousands. Command sorcerers and imperial fleets. Hold in your hand the lives of 1,000,000 citizens. The real power was none of this. The real power was the knife in the hand at a fool's back.
The egalitarian plunge. There, father, you old crab. A word you've never heard among the 50 or so you knew about in your long, pointless life. Paint on pots, now there's a useless skill, since pots never survive, and so all those lovely images end up in pieces on the pebbled beaches, in the fill between walls, on the fields of the farmers. And it's true enough, isn't it, father, that your private firing of the coming of the Logros proved about as popular as a whore's dose of the face-eater.
Eldest son or not, mixing glazes and circling a kiln on firing day was not the future he dreamed about.
But you can paint me, father, and call it the coming of the assassin. My likeness to adorn funeral urns, those who fell to the knife, of course. Too bad you never understood the world well enough to honor me. My chosen profession, my war against inequity in this miserable, evil existence. And striking my name from the family line, well now, really, that was uncalled for.
14 years of age, Throat-Slitter found himself in the company of secretive old men and old women. The why and the how were without relevance even back then. His future was set out before him in measured strides, and not even the gods could drive him from this cold path. He wondered about his old masters from time to time, all dead, of course. Surly had seen to that. Not that death meant failure. Her agents had failed in tracking down Throat-Slitter, after all, and he doubted he was the only one to evade the claws. He also wondered if indeed he was still on the path, torn away as he had been from the Malazan Empire. But he was a patient man. One in his profession had to be, after all.
Still, the adjunct has asked for loyalty, for service to an unknown cause. We are to be unwitnessed, she said. That suits me fine. It's how assassins conduct their trade.
So he would go along with her and this upon-pushed army of sorry fools. For now. He stood, arms crossed, shoulders drawn forward as he leaned against the wall, and could feel the occasional touch, light as a mouse's paw, on his chest as he watched, with half-hearted interest, the proceedings in Brullig's private chamber. The poor Sheikh ruler was sweating, and no amount of his favoured ale could still the trembling of his hands as he sat huddled in his high-backed chair, eyes on the tankard in his grip rather than on the 2 armoured women standing before him. Lostara Yil, Throat-Slitter considered, was, if anything, better looking than Tamba had been, or at least more closely aligned with his own tastes. The Pardu tattoos were sensuality writ on skin, and the fullness of her figure, unsuccessfully disguised by her armor, moved with a dancer's grace, when she moved, which she wasn't doing now, although the promise of elegance was unmistakable. The adjunct stood in grim contrast, the poor woman. Like those destined to dwell in the shadows of more attractive friends, she suffered the comparison with every sign of indifference, but Throat-Slitter, who was skilled at seeing unspoken truths, could read the pain that dull paucity delivered, and this was a human truth, no more or less sordid than all the other human truths. Those without beauty compensated in other ways, the formal but artificial ways of rank and power, and that was just how things were the world over.
Of course, when you've finally got that power, it doesn't matter how ugly you are. You can breed with the best.
Maybe this explained Lostara's presence at Tavare's side. But Throat-Slitter was not entirely sure of that. He didn't think they were lovers. He wasn't even convinced they were friends. Aligned near the wall to the right of the door stood the rest of the adjunct's retinue. Fist Beddict, his blunt, wide face shadowed with some kind of spiritual exhaustion.
Doesn't pay, adjunct, to keep close a man like that. He drains life, hope, faith. No, Tavaret, you need to get rid of him and promote some new fists. Faradan Sort, Madan Tulrada, Fiddler. Not Captain Kindly, though. Don't even think that woman. Not unless you want a real mutiny on your hands.
Mutiny. Well, there, he'd said it. Thought it, actually. But that was close enough. To conjure the word was to awaken the possibility, like making the scratch to invite the fester. The Bonehunters were now scattered to the winds, and that was a terrible risk. He suspected that, at the end of this bizarre campaign, her soldiers would come trickling back in paltry few number, if at all.
Unwitnessed. Most soldiers don't like that idea. True, it made them hard, when she told them, but that fierceness can't last. The iron is too cold, it tastes too bitter. Gods, just look at Beddict for the truth of that.
Beside the fist stood Withal, the Mekros blacksmith.
The man we went to Malas City to get, and we still don't know why. Oh, there's blood in your shadow, isn't there? Malazan blood, Tambas, Kalams, maybe Quick Bens, too. Are you worth it?
Throat Slitter had yet to see Withal speaking to a soldier. Not one, not a word of thanks, not an apology for the lives sacrificed. He was here because the adjunct needed him. For what?
Ha! Not like she's talking, is it? Not our cagey Tavaret Paran.
To Withal's right stood Banaskar, a deposed high priest of Durek, if the rumors were true. Yet another passenger in this damned renegade army. But Throat Slitter knew Banaskar's purpose.
Coin. Thousands, tens of thousands. He is our paymaster, and all this silver and gold in our pouches was stolen from somewhere. Has to be. Nobody's that rich. The obvious answer? Why, how about the Worm of Autumn's temple coffers? Pray to the worm. Pay an army of disgruntled malcontents. Somehow, all you believers, I doubt that was in your prayers.
Poor Brullig had few allies in this chamber. Barm's source of lust, this Captain Shurk Alal of the privateer Undying Gratitude, and her first mate, Skorgan Caban the Pretty, and neither seemed eager to leap to Brullig's side of the sandpit. But that Shurk, she was damned watchful, probably a lot more dangerous than the usurper of this cruddy island. The adjunct had been explaining, in decent trader's tongue, the new rules of governance on Second Maiden Fort, and with each statement Brullig's expression had sagged yet further. Entertaining, if one was inclined towards sardonic humour. Ships from our fleet, she was now explaining, will be entering the harbour to resupply, one at a time, since it wouldn't do to panic your citizens. A snort from Shurk Elal, who had drawn her chair to one side, almost in front of where Throat Slitter leaned against the wall, to permit herself a clear view of host and guests. Beside her, Skorgan was filling his prodigious gut with Brullig's favourite ale, the tankard in one hand, the finger of the other hand exploring the depths of one mangled, rose-red ear. The man had begun a succession of belches, each released in a heavy sigh, that had been ongoing for half a bell now, with no sign of ending. The entire room stank of his yeasty exhalations. The captain's derisive expostulation drew the adjunct's attention. "I understand your impatience," Tavaret said in a cool voice, "and no doubt you wish to leave. Unfortunately, I must speak to you, and will do so shortly. Once you've thoroughly detailed Brullig's emasculation, you mean?" Shurk lifted one shapely leg and crossed it on the other, then laced together her hands on her lap, smiling sweetly up at the adjunct. Tavaret's colourless eyes regarded the pirate captain for a long moment. Then she glanced over to where stood her retinue. "Banaskar?"
"Adjunct?"
"What is wrong with this woman?"
"She's dead," the ex-priest replied. "A necromantic curse."
"Are you certain?"
Throat Slitter cleared his throat and said, "Adjunct, Corporal Deadsmell said the same thing when we saw her down in the tavern."
Brullig was staring at Shurk with wide, bulging eyes, his jaw hanging slack. At Shurk's side, Skorgan Caban was suddenly frowning, his eyes darting. Then he withdrew the finger that had been plugging one ear and looked down at the gunk smeared all over it. After a moment, Pretty slid that finger into his mouth. "Well," Shurk sighed up at Tavaret, "you've done it now, haven't you? Alas, the coin of this secret is the basest of all, namely vanity.
Now, if you possess some unpleasant bigotry regarding the undead, then I must re-evaluate my assessment of you, Adjunct, and your motley companions."
To Throatslitter's surprise, Tavaret actually smiled. "Captain, the Malazan Empire is well acquainted with undead, although few possessing your host of charms."
"Gods below, she's flirting with this sweet-scented corpse." "Host indeed,"
murmured Banascar, then was so rude as to offer no elaboration.
"Hood damned priests, good for nothing at all."
"In any case," Tavaret resumed, "we are without prejudice in this matter. I apologize for posing the question leading to this unveiling. I was simply curious."
"So am I,"
Shulk replied. "This Malazan Empire of yours, do you have any particular reason for invading the Lether Empire? I was led to understand that this island is independent."
"So it is,
since the Edur conquest. But you're hardly invading one squalid little island.
No,
You're just using this to stage your assault on the mainland.
So let me ask again, why?"
"Our enemy," the adjunct said, all amusement now gone, "are the Tist Edur, Captain, not the Lethery. In fact, we would encourage a general uprising of Lethery."
"You won't get it,"
Shurk-Ilal said.
"Why not?"
Lostaragil asked.
"Because we happen to like things the way they are, more or less."
When no one spoke, she smiled and continued.
"The Edur may well have usurped the rulers in their absurd half-finished palace in Letheras, and they may well have savaged a few Lethery armies on the way to the capital, but you will not find bands of starving rebels in the forests dreaming of independence."
"Why not?" Lostara demanded again in an identical tone.
"They conquered, but we won. Oh, I wish Tehol Beddict was here, since he's much better at explaining things. But let me try. I shall imagine Tehol sitting here to help me along. Conquest. There are different kinds of conquests. Now, we have Tist Edur lording it here and there, the elite whose word is law and never questioned. After all, their sorcery is cruel, their judgment cold and terribly simplistic. They are, in fact, above all law, as the Lethery understand the notion."
"And," Lostara pressed, "how do they understand the notion of law?"
"Well, a set of deliberately vague guidelines one hires an advocate to evade when necessary." "What were you, Shurk-Ilal, before you were a pirate?" "A thief? I've employed a few advocates in my day. In any case, my point is this. The Edur rule, but either through ignorance or indifference, and let's face it, without ignorance you don't get to indifference. They care little about the everyday administration of the empire. So that particular apparatus remains Lethery, and is, these days, even less regulated than it has been in the past."
She smiled again, one leg rocking.
"As for us lower orders, well, virtually nothing has changed. We stay poor, debt-ridden and comfortably miserable, and, as Tehol might say, miserable in our comfort." "So," Lostara said, "not even the Lethery nobles would welcome a change in the present order. Them least of all. What of your emperor? Rulad? From all accounts, he is insane, and effectively isolated besides. The empire is ruled by the chancellor, and he's Lethery. He was also chancellor in the days of King Discanar, and he was there to ensure that the transition went smoothly."
A grunt from Blistig, and he turned to Tavaret.
"The Marines, adjunct," he said in a half-moan.
And Throatslitter understood and felt a dread chill seeping through him.
"We sent them in, expecting to find allies, expecting them to whip the countryside into a belligerent frenzy. But they won't get that. The whole damned empire is going to rise up all right, to tear out their throats. Adjunct, you have done it again."
Chapter 15. Crawl down, sun, this is not your time. Black waves slide under the sheathed moon. Upon the shore, a silent storm, a will untamed, heaves up from the red-skirled foam. Scud to your mountain nests, you iron clouds, to leave the sea its dancing refuse of stars on this host of salty midnight tides. Gather, drawn, and swell tight your tempest. Lift like scaled heads from the blind depths all your effulgent might in restless roving eyes. Reel back, you tottering forests, this night. The black waves crash on the black shore, to steal the flesh from your bony roots. Death comes, shouldering aside in cold legion in a marching wind, this dread, this blood, this reaper's gale. The coming storm. Refer. The fist slammed down at the far end of the table. Food-crusted cutlery danced, plates thumped, then skidded. The reverberation, heavy as thunder, rattled the goblets and shook all that sat down the length of the long table's crowded world. Fist shivering, pain lancing through the numb shock, Trull Sengar slowly sat back. Candle flames steadied, seeming eager to please with their regained calm, the pellucid warmth of their yellow light an affront nonetheless to the Edur's bitter anger. Across from him, his wife lifted a silk napkin to her lips, daubed once, then set it down and regarded her husband.
Coward?
Trull flinched, his gaze shifting away to scan the plastered wall to his right, lifting past the discordant object hanging there to some place less painful. Damp stains painted mottled maps near the ceiling. Plaster had lifted, buckled, undermined by that incessant leakage. Cracks zigzagged down like the afterimage of lightning.
You will not see him,
Uruth said. He will not see me, Trull replied, and this was not in agreement. It was, in fact, a retort.
A disgusting, scrawny Lethery who sleeps with young boys has defeated you, husband. He stands in your path, and your bowels grow weak. Do not refute my words. You will not even meet my eyes. You have surrendered our last son.
Trull's lips twisted in a snarl. To whom, Uruth? Tell me. Chancellor Triban Gnoll, who wounds children and calls it love? He looked at her then, unwilling to admit, even to himself, the effort that gesture demanded of him. Shall I break his neck for you, wife? Easier than snapping a dead branch. What do you think his bodyguards will do? Stand aside?
Find allies. Our kin
are fools, grown soft with indolence, blind with uncertainty. They are more lost than is Rulad.
I had a visitor today, Uruth said, refilling her goblet with the carafe of wine that had nearly toppled from the table with Trull's sudden violence.
I am pleased for you.
Perhaps you are. A Carisnan. He came to tell me that Bruthentrana has disappeared. He suspects that Karos and Victad, or the Chancellor, have exacted their revenge. They have murdered Bruthentrana. A Tist Edur's blood is on their hands.
Can your Carisnan prove this?
He has begun on that path, but admits to little optimism. But none of that is, truth be told, what I would tell you.
Ah, so you think me indifferent to the spilling of Edur blood by Lethery hands?
Indifferent? No, husband. Helpless. Will you interrupt me yet again?
Trull said nothing, not in acquiescence, but because he had run out of things to say, to her, to anyone.
Good, she said. I would tell you this. I believe the Carisnan was lying.
About what?
I believe he knows what has happened to Bruthentrana, and that he came to me to reach the Women's Council, and to reach you, husband. First, to gauge my reaction to the news at the time of its telling, then to gauge our more measured reaction in the days to come. Second, by voicing his suspicion, false though it is, he sought to encourage our growing hatred for the Lethery, and our hunger for vengeance, thus continuing this feud behind curtains, which presumably will distract Karos and Gnoll.
And so distracted, they perchance will miss comprehension of some greater threat, which has to do with wherever Bruthentrana has gone.
Very good, husband. Coward you may be, but you are not stupid. She paused to sip, then said, That is something.
How far will you push me, wife?
As far as is necessary.
We were not here. We were sailing half this damned world. We returned to find the conspiracy triumphant, dominant, and well entrenched. We returned to find that we have lost our last son.
Then we must win him back.
There is no one left to win, Uruth. Rulad is mad. Nissal's betrayal has broken him.
The bitch is better gone than still in our way. Rulad repeats his errors. With her, so he had already done with that slave Udinaas. He failed to learn.
Trull allowed himself a bitter smile. Failed to learn. So have we all, Uruth. We saw for ourselves the poison that was Lether.
We perceived well the threat, and so marched down to conquer, thus annihilating that threat forevermore. Or so we'd thought.
It devoured us. He looked again to the wall on the right, where, hanging from an iron hook, there was a bundle of fetishes. Feathers, strips of sealskin, necklaces of strung shells, shark teeth, the bedraggled remnants of 3 children, all that remained to remind them of their lives. Some did not belong, for the son who had owned certain of those items had been banished, his life swept away as if it had never been. Had Rulad seen these, even the binding of filial blood would not spare the lives of Tomad and Uruth. Trull Sengar, the name itself was anathema, a crime, and the punishment of its utterance was death. Neither cared. A most insipid poison indeed, Uruth continued, eyeing her goblet. We grow fat. The warriors get drunk and sleep in the beds of Lethery whores, or lie unconscious in the door-hang dens. Others simply disappear.
They return home,
Tomad said, repressing a pang at the thought. Home, before all this. Are you certain? He met her eyes once more.
What do you mean?
Karos Invictad and his patriotists never cease their vigilant tyranny of the people. They make arrests every day. Who is to say they have not arrested Tist Edur?
He could not hide that, wife.
Why not? Now that Bruthentrana is gone, Karos Invictad does as he pleases. No one stands at his shoulder now.
He did as he pleased before.
You cannot know that, husband, can you? What constraints did Invictad perceive, real or imagined, it matters not, when he knew Bruthentrana was watching him?
I know what you want, Tomad said in a low growl. But who is to blame for all of this?
That no longer matters, she replied, watching him carefully. Fearing what, he wondered. Another uncontrolled burst of violence, or the far more insipid display revealing his despair?
I don't know how you can say that, he said. He sent our sons to retrieve the sword. That decision doomed them all. Us all. And look, we now sit in the palace of the Lether Empire, rotting in the filth of Lethery excess. We have no defense against indolence and apathy, against greed and decadence. These enemies do not fall to the sword, do not skid away from a raised shield.
Hanan Mossag, husband, is our only hope. You must go to him.
To conspire against our son?
Who is, as you have said, insane. Blood is one thing, Uruth said, slowly leaning forward, but we now speak of the survival of the Tist Edur. Tomad, the women are ready. We have been ready for a long time. He stared at her, wondering who this woman was, this cold, cold creature. Perhaps he was a coward after all. When Rulad had sent Trull away, he had said nothing, but then neither had Uruth. And what of his own conspiracy with be.This? Find Trull, please. Find the bravest among us. Recall the Sengar bloodline, son. Our first strides onto this world, leading a legion onto its stony ground, loyal officers of Skabandari. Who drew the first Andi blood on the day of betrayal? That is our blood. That, not this. So Tomad had sent be.This away, had sent a son to his death, because I had not the will to do it myself. Coward. Watching him still, Uruth carefully refilled her goblet. be.This, my son, your slayer awaits Rulad's pleasure. Is that enough? Like any old fool who had once wagered mortal lives, the errant wandered the corridors of enlivened power, muttering his litany of lost opportunities and bad choices. Exhalation of sorcery averted the eyes of those who strode past, the guards at various doorways and intersections, the scurrying servants who fought their losing battle with the crumbling residence known, now with irony, as the Eternal Domicile. They saw but did not see, and no after-image remained in their minds upon passing. More than any ghost, the elder god was forgettable, but not as forgettable as he would have liked. He had worshippers now, at the cost of an eye binding him and his power, warring with his will in the guise of faith. Of course, every god knew of that war. Such subversion seemed the primary purpose of every priest. Reduction of the sacred into the mundane world of mortal rivalries, politics, and the games of control and manipulation of as many people as there were adherents. Oh, and yes, the acquisition of wealth, be it land or coin, be it the adjudication of fate or the gathering of souls. With such thoughts haunting him, the errant stepped into the throne room, moving silently to one side to take his usual place against a wall between two vast tapestries, as unnoticed as the grandiose scenes woven into those frames, images in which could be found some figure in the background very closely resembling the errant. The Chancellor Triban Gnol, with whom the errant had shared a bed when expedience demanded it, stood before Rulad, who slouched like some sated monstrosity, poignant with wealth and madness. One of the Chancellor's bodyguards hovered a few paces back from Gnol, looking bored as his master recited numbers, detailing once more the growing dissolution of the treasury. These sessions, the errant understood with some admiration, were deliberate travails intended to further exhaust the emperor. Revenues and losses, expenses, and the sudden peak in defaulted debts piled up in droning cadence like the gathering of forces preparing to lay siege, an assault against which Rulad had no defense. He would surrender, as he always did, relinquishing all management to the Chancellor, a ritual as enervating to witness as it was to withstand, yet the errant felt no pity. The Edur were barbarians, like children in the face of civilized sophistication.
Why do I come here day after day? What am I waiting to witness here? Roulette's final collapse? Will that please me? Entertain me? How sordid have my tastes become?
He held his gaze on the Emperor, dulled coins luridly gleaming, a rhythm of smudged reflection rising and settling with Roulad's breathing, the black sanguine promise of the sword's long straight blade, tip dug into the marble dais, the grey bony hand gripping the wire-wrapped handle. Sprawled there on his throne, Roulad was indeed a metaphor made real. Armored in riches and armed with a weapon that promised both immortality and annihilation, he was impervious to everything but his own growing madness. When Roulad fell, the errant believed it would be from the inside out. The ravaged face revealed this truth in a cascade of details, from the seamed scars of past failures, to which, by virtue of his having survived them, he was indifferent, to whatever lessons they might hold. Pocked flesh to mock the possession of wealth long lost. Sunken eyes wherein resided the despairing penury of his spirit, a spirit that at times pushed close to those glittering dark prisms and let loose its silent howl. Twitches tracked this brutal mien. Random ripples beneath the mottled skin, a migration of expressions attempting to escape the remote imperial mask. One could understand, upon looking at Roulad on his throne, the lie of simplicity that power whispered in the beholder's ear, the seductive voice urging pleasurable and satisfying reduction from life's confusion to death's clarity. This murmured power is how I am revealed, stepping naked through all the disguises. I am threat, and if threat does not suffice, then I act, like a reaper's scythe. The lie of simplicity. Roulad still believed it. In that he was no different from every other ruler, through every age, in every place where people gathered to fashion a common, the wheel of community with its necessity for organization and division. Power is violence, its promise, its deed. Power cares nothing for reason, nothing for justice, nothing for compassion. It is, in fact, the singular abnegation of these things. Once the cloak of deceits is stripped away, this one truth is revealed. And the errant was tired of it, all of it. Mael once said there was no answer for any of this. He said it was the way of things and always would be, and the only redemption that could be found was that all power, no matter how vast, how centralized, no matter how dominant, will destroy itself in the end. What entertained then was witnessing all those expressions of surprise on the faces of the wielders. This seemed a far too bitter reward, as far as the errant was concerned.
I have naught of Mael's capacity for cold, depthless regard, nor his legendary patience, nor, for that matter, his temper.
No elder god was blind to the folly of those who would reign in the many worlds, assuming it was able to think at all, of course, and for some that was in no way a certain thing. Anamander Rake saw it clearly enough, and so he turned away from its vastness, instead choosing to concentrate on specific minor conflicts. And he denied his worshippers, a crime so profound to them that they simply rejected it out of hand. Osirk, on the other hand, voiced his own refusal of the hopeless truth, and so tried again, and failed every time. For Osirk, Anamander Rake's very existence became an unconscionable insult.
Draconis. Ah, now he was no fool. He would have wearied of his tyranny, had he lived long enough. I still wonder if he did not in fact welcome his annihilation. To die beneath the sword made by his own hands, to see his most cherished daughter standing to one side, witness, wilfully blind to his need. Draconis, how could you not despair of all you once dreamed? And then there was Kilmandaros. Now she liked the notion of simplicity. The solid righteousness of her fist was good enough for her. But then, see where it took her. And what of Corul? Why, he was—
"Stop!" Rulad shrieked, visibly jolting on the throne, the upper half of his body suddenly leaning forward, the eyes black with sudden threat. "What did you just say?" The Chancellor frowned, then licked his withered lips.
Emperor, I was recounting the costs of disposing the corpses from the trench pens.
"Corpses, yes."
Rulad's hand twitched where it folded over the throne's ornate arm. He stared fixedly at Tribun Gnoll. Then, with a strange smile, he asked,
"What corpses?"
"From the fleets, sire. The slaves rescued from the island of Sepik, the northernmost protectorate of the Malazan Empire."
"Slaves! Rescued! Slaves!"
The errant could see Tribun Gnoll's confusion, a momentary flicker, then comprehension. "Oh, now let us witness this. Your fallen kin, sire, those of Tist Edur blood who had suffered beneath the tyranny of the Malazans."
"Rescued!"
Rulad paused as if to taste that word.
"Edur blood!"
"Diluted."
"Edur blood!"
"Indeed, Emperor."
"Then why are they in the trench pens?"
"They were deemed fallen, sire." Rulad twisted on the throne, as if assailed from within. His head snapped back. His limbs were seized with trembling. He spoke as one lost.
"Fallen? But they are our kin. In this entire damned world, our only kin."
"That is true, Emperor. I admit I was somewhat dismayed at the decision to consign them to those most terrible cells."
"Whose decision, Gnoll? Answer me!"
A bow, which the errant knew hid a satisfied gleam in the Chancellor's eyes, quickly disguised as he looked up once more. "The disposition of the fallen Sepik Edur was the responsibility of Trull Sengar, Emperor." Rulad slowly settled back.
"And they are dying."
"In droves, sire, alas."
"We rescued them to deliver our own torment. Rescued them to kill them."
"It is, I would suggest, a somewhat unjust fate."
"Unjust? You scrawny snake! Why did you not tell me of this before?"
"Emperor, you indicated no interest in the financial details." "Oh, a mistake there, Gnoll."
"The what?"
Beads of sweat on the back of the Chancellor's neck now. "The varied expenses associated with their imprisonment, sire."
"They are Tist Edur!"
Another bow. Rulad suddenly clawed at his face and looked away.
"Edur blood," he murmured. "Rescued from slavery. Trench pens is their reward."
Tribun Gnoll cleared his throat. "Many died in the holds of the ships, sire. As I understand it, their maltreatment began upon leaving Sepik Island. What is it you would have me do, Emperor?" "And so deftly you regain ground, Tribun Gnoll."
"Bring me Trull Sengar and Urus. Bring to me my father and mother."
"Now?" The sword scraped free, point lifting to center on Tribun Gnoll.
"Yes, Chancellor, now!"
Tribun Gnoll and his bodyguard quickly departed. Rulad was alone in his throne room, now holding his sword out on nothing.
How could they do this? These poor people. They are of our own blood. I need to think."
The Emperor lowered the sword, then shifted about on the throne, drawing his coin-clad legs up.
"How? Nissal? Explain this to me."
No, you cannot, can you?
"You have fled me. Where are you, Nissal?"
"Some claim you are dead.
Yet where is your body? Are you just another bloated corpse in the canal? The ones I see from the tower? Were you one of those drifting past? They tell me you were a traitor. They tell me you were not a traitor. They all lie to me. I know that. I can see that. Hear that. They all lie to me."
He sobbed then, his free hand covering his mouth, his eyes darting about the empty room. The errant saw that gaze slide right over him.
He thought to step forward then, to relinquish the sorcery hiding him, to say to the Emperor,
"Yes, sire, they all lie to you, but I will not. Do you dare hear the truth, Emperor Rulad? All of it?"
Slaves! This is wrong. Tomad, father, where did this cruelty come from?
"Oh, dear Rulad."
Father, we will talk, you and me, alone. And mother, yes, you too, the three of us. It has been so long since we did that. Yes, that is what we will do. And you must not lie to me. No, that I will not accept. Father, where is Nisol? Where is Trull?
Could an elder god's heart break? The errant almost sagged then, as Rulad's plaintive query echoed momentarily in the chamber, then quickly died, leaving only the sound of the Emperor's labored breathing. Then a harder voice emerging from the Emperor.
Hanan Mossag, this is all your fault. You did this. To us, to me. You twisted me, made me send them all away, to find champions. But no, that was my idea, wasn't it? I can't remember. So many lies here, so many voices, all lying. Nisal, you left me. Udinaas, I will find you both. I will see the skin flayed from your writhing bodies. I will listen to your screams.
The sound of boots in the hallway beyond. Rulad looked up guiltily, then settled into the throne, righting the weapon, licking his lips. Then, as the doors creaked open, he sat with a fixed grin, a baring of his teeth to greet his parents. Dessert arrived at the point of a sword. A full dozen Lethery guards, led by Sirin Canar, burst into the private chambers of Tomad and Trull Sengar. Weapons drawn, they entered the dining room to find the two Edur seated each at one end of the long table. Neither had moved. Neither seemed surprised.
"On your feet,"
Sirin growled, unable to hide his satisfaction, his delicious pleasure at this moment.
"The Emperor demands your presence, now."
The tight smile on Tomad's face seemed to flicker a moment before the old warrior rose to his feet. Sneering, Uruth had not moved.
The Emperor would see his mother? Very well, he may ask.
Sirin looked down at her. "This is a command, woman."
"And I am a high priestess of shadow, you pathetic thug."
"Sent here by the Emperor's will. You will stand, or
what? Will you dare lay hands on me, Lethery? Recall your place."
The guard reached out.
"Stop!" Tomad shouted. "Unless, Lethery, you wish your flesh torn from your bones. My wife has awakened shadow, and she will not suffer your touch."
Sirin Canar found he was trembling with rage.
"Then advise her, Tomad Sengar, of her son's impatience."
Uruth slowly drained her goblet of wine, set it carefully down, then rose.
"Sheathe your weapons, Lethery. My husband and I can walk to the throne room in your company or alone. My preference is for the latter, but I permit you this single warning. Sheathe your swords, or I will kill you all."
Sirin gestured to his soldiers, and weapons slid back into scabbards. After a moment, his did the same. "I will have an answer for this, Uruth Sengar. Recall my place? Of course, if the lie suits you, as it does me, for now."
"Finally," Uruth said to Tomad, "we shall have an opportunity to tell our son all that needs to be told. An audience. Such privilege."
"It may be you shall await his pleasure," Sirin said.
"Indeed? How long?"
The Lethery smiled at her.
"That is not for me to say."
"This game is not Rulad's. It is yours. You and your Chancellor."
"Not this time," Sirin replied. "I have killed Tist Edur before."
Samar Dev watched Karsa Orlong as the Toblakai examined the tattered clamshell armor shirt he had laid out on the cot. The pearlescent scales were tarnished and chipped, and large patches of the thick leather underpanels, hinged with rawhide, were visible. He had gathered a few hundred hold coins, made of tin and virtually worthless, and was clearly planning to use them to amend the armor. Was this a gesture of mockery, she wondered? A visible sneer in Rulad's face? Barbarian or not, she would not put it past Karsa Orlong.
"I cleared the deck of the fools," he continued, then glanced over at her. "And what of those in the forest of the Anibar? As for the Lethery, they're even more pathetic. See how they cower even now. I will explore this city with my sword strapped to my back, and none shall stop me."
She rubbed at her face. "There is a rumor that the first roll of champions will be called, soon. Raise the ire of these people, Karsa, and you will not have to wait long to face the Emperor."
"Good," he grunted. "Then I shall walk Letheras as its new emperor."
"Is that what you seek?" she asked, her eyes narrowing on him in surprise.
"If that is what is needed for them to leave me be,"
she snorted, "then the last thing you want is to be Emperor." He straightened, frowning down at the gaudy, if bedraggled, armor shirt.
"I am not interested in fleeing, witch. There is no reason for them to forbid me."
"You can step outside this compound and wander where you will. Just leave your sword behind."
"That I will not do."
"Then here you remain, slowly going mad at the Emperor's pleasure."
"Perhaps I shall fight my way through."
"Karsa, they just don't want you killing citizens. Given that you are so, easily offended, it's not an unusual request."
"What offends me is their lack of faith."
"Right," she snapped, "which you have well earned by killing Edur and Letheras at every turn, including a Prida."
"I did not know he was that."
"Would it have made a difference?" "No, I thought not." "How about the fact that he was a brother to the Emperor?"
"I did not know that either."
"And?"
"And what, Samardev?"
"Murdered him with a spear, wasn't it?"
"He assailed me with magic."
"You have told me this tale, Karsa Orlong. You had just slaughtered his crew, then kicked in the door to his cabin, then crushed the skulls of his bodyguards. I tell you, in his place I too would have drawn upon my warren, assuming I had one, which I don't, and I would have thrown everything I had at you."
"There is no point to this conversation,"
the Toblikai said in a growl. "Fine," she said, rising from her chair. "I am off to find Taxilian. At least his obdurate obsessions are less infuriating."
"Is he your lover now?"
She halted at the doorway. "And if he was?"
"Just as well,"
Karsa said, now glowering down at his patchy armor.
"I would break you in two."
Jealousy to join the host of other madnesses? Spirits below. She turned back to the door. "I'd be more inclined towards senior assessor. Alas, he has taken vows of celibacy."
"The fawning monk is still here?"
"He is."
"You have sordid tastes, witch."
"Well," she said after a moment, "I see no possible way of responding to that comment."
"Of course not."
Lips pressed tight together, Samardev left the room. Karsa Orlong's mood was foul, but it did not occur to him that it in any way flavored his conversation with Samardev. She was a woman, and any exchange of words with a woman was fraught with her torturer's array of deadly implements, each one hovering at the very edge of a man's comprehension. Swords were simpler. Even the harried disaster of all-out war was simpler than the briefest, lightest touch of a woman's attention. What infuriated him was how much he missed that touch. True, there were whores aplenty for the champions awaiting the Emperor, but there was nothing subtle, nothing real in that. There must be a middle ground, Karsa told himself, where the exchange exulted in all the sparks and feints that made things interesting without putting his dignity at risk. Yet he was realistic enough to hold little hope of ever finding it. The world was filled with weapons, and combat was a way of life, perhaps the only way of life. He'd bled to whips and words, to punches and glances. He'd been bludgeoned by invisible shields, blindsided by unseen clubs, and had labored under the chains of his own vows. And as Samardev would say, one survives by withstanding this onslaught, this history of the then and the now. To fail was to fall, but falling was not always synonymous with a quick, merciful death. Rather, one could fall into the slow dissolution, losses heaped high, that dragged a mortal to his or her knees. That made them slow slayers of themselves. He had come to understand his own traps, and in that sense he was probably not yet ready to encounter someone else's, to step awry and discover the shock of pain. Still, the hunger never went away, and this tumult in his soul was wearisome, and so a most sordid invitation to a disgruntled mood. Easily solved by mayhem.
"Lacking love, the warrior seeks violence."
Karsa Orlong sneered as he slung the stone sword over his left shoulder and strode out into the corridor.
"I hear you, Baroth Guild. You would be my conscience?"
He grunted a laugh. "You who stole my woman!" "Perhaps you have found another, Karsa Orlong. I would break her in two. That has not stopped you before." But no, this was a game. Baroth Guild's soul was bound within a sword. These sly words filling Karsa's skull were his own. Lacking someone else's attention, he was now digging his own pitfalls. "I think I need to kill someone." From the corridor to a broader hallway, then on to the colonnaded transept, into a side passage, and on to the compound's north postern gate. Meeting no one on the way, further befouling Karsa's mood. The gate was inset with a small guardhouse to its left, where the heavy latch release could be found. The Letheras seated within had time to glance up before the Toblakai's fist connected solidly with his face. Blood sprayed from a shattered nose, and the hapless man sank down into his chair, then slid like a sack of onions to the floor. Stepping over him, Karsa lifted the latch and slid the bronze bar to his left, until its right-hand end cleared the gate itself. The bar dropped down into a wheeled recess with a clunk. Emerging outside once more, Karsa pushed the gate open and, ducking to clear the lintel, stepped out into the street beyond. There was a flash as some sort of magical ward ignited the moment he crossed the threshold. Fires burgeoned, a whisper of vague pain, then the flames dwindled and vanished. Shaking his head to clear the spell's metallic reverberation from his mind, he continued on. A few citizens here and there. Only one noted his appearance, and that one, eyes widening, quickened his pace, and moments later turned a corner and was lost from sight. Karsa drew a deep breath, then set off for the canal he had seen from the roof of the barracks. Vast as a river barge, the enormous black-haired woman in mauve silks filled the entrance to the courtyard restaurant, fixed her eyes on Tehol Beddict, then surged forward with the singular intent of a hungry leviathan. Beside him, Bugg seemed to cringe back in his chair. "By the abyss, master!" Now, Tehol murmured as the woman drew closer. "Pragmatism, dear Bugg, must now be uppermost among your, considerations. Find Huldo and get his lads to drag over that oversized couch from the back of the kitchen. Quick now, Bugg!" The manservant's departure was an uncharacteristic bolt. The woman, sudden center of attention with most conversations falling away, seemed, for all her impressive girth, to glide as she moved between the blessedly widely spaced tables, and in her dark violet eyes there gleamed a sultry confidence so at odds with her ungainly proportions that Tehol felt an alarming stir in his groin, and sweat prickled in enough manly places to make him shift uneasily in his chair, all thoughts of the meal on the plate before him torn away like so many clothes. He did not believe it possible that flesh could move in as many directions all at once, every swell beneath the silk seemingly possessed of corporeal independence, yet advancing in a singular chorus of overt sexuality. Her shadow engulfing him, Tehol loosed a small whimper, struggling to drag his eyes up, past the stacked folds of her belly, past the impossibly high, bulging grain-sack-sized breasts, lost for a moment in that depthless cleavage, then, with heroic will, yet higher to the smooth udder beneath her chin, higher still, neck straining, to that so round face with its broad, painted, purple lips, higher, errant help me, to those delicious, knowing eyes.
"You disgust me, Tehol."
What?"
"Where's Bugg with that damned couch?"
Tehol leaned forward, then recoiled again with instinctive self-preservation. "Rocket? Is that you?"
"Quiet, you fool. Do you have any idea how long it took us to perfect this illusion?
But...
The best disguise is misdirection."
Misdirection? Oh, well, of course, when you put it that way. I mean, all the way. Sorry, that just tumbled out. Came out wrong, I mean."
"Stop staring at my tits."
"I'd be the only one in here not staring," he retorted, "which would be very suspicious. Besides, who decided on that particular defiance of the Earth's eternal pull? Probably Ormley. It's those piggy eyes of his, hinting at perverse fantasies." Bugg had arrived with two of Huldo's servers, carrying the couch between them. They set it down, then hastily retreated. Bugg returned to his seat. "Rocket," he said under his breath, shaking his head.
Do you not imagine that a woman of your stature would not already be infamous in Letheras?
Not if I never went out, would I? As it turns out, there are plenty of recluses in this city.
Because most of them were the guild's illusions, false personalities you could assume when necessity demanded it.
Precisely,
she said, as if settling the matter, which she then did with consummate grace, easing down fluidly into the huge couch, her massive alabaster arms spreading out along the back, which had the effect of hitching her breasts up still further, then spreading them like the gates of the damned. Tehol glanced at Bugg.
There are certain laws regarding the properties of physical entities, yes? There must be. I'm sure of it.
She is a defiant woman, Master, and please, if you will, adjust your blanket. Yes, there, beneath this blessed table.
Stop that. Whom or what are you addressing?
Rocket asked with a leer big enough for two women.
Damn you, Rocket. We just ordered, you know. Bugg's purse, or his company's, that is, and now my appetite, well, it's...
Shifted?
She asked, thin, perfect brows lifting above those knowing eyes.
The problem with men elucidated right there. Your inability to indulge in more than one pleasure at any one time.
Which you presently personify with terrible perfection.
So how precise is this illusion of yours? I mean, the couch creaked and everything. No doubt you're most eager to explore that weighty question. But first, where's Haldo with my lunch? He took one look at you and then went out to hire more cooks.
She leaned forward and pulled Tehol's plate closer.
This will do, especially after that cruel attempt at humor, Tehol.
She began eating with absurd delicacy.
There's no real way in there, is there?
Morsel of food halted halfway to her open mouth. Bugg seemed to choke on something.
Tehol wiped sweat from his brow. Errant, take me. I'm losing my mind. You force me, Rocket said, to prove to you otherwise.
The dainty popped into her mouth.
You expect me to succumb to an illusion? Why not? Men do that 1,000 times a day.
Without that, the world would grind to a halt.
Yours, maybe.
Speaking of which, Bugg interjected hastily, your guild, Rocket, is about to become bankrupt.
Nonsense. We have more wealth hidden away than the Liberty consign.
That's good, because they're about to discover that most of their unadvertised holdings have been so thoroughly undermined that they're not only worthless but fatal liabilities.
We transferred ours beyond the Empire, Bugg, months ago. Once we fully understood what you and Tehol were doing.
Where? Bugg asked.
Should I tell you?
We're not going after it, Tehol said.
Right, Bugg?
Of course not. I just want to be sure it's, far enough removed.
Rocket's eyes narrowed.
Are you that close?
Neither man replied. She looked down at the plate for a moment, then settled back like a human canal lock, her belly re-emerging from the shadows in silky waves.
Very well, gentlemen. South Pilot. Far enough away, Bugg?
Just.
That answer makes me nervous.
I'm about to default on everything I owe, Bugg said. This will cause a massive financial cascade that will not spare a single sector of industry, and not just here in Letheras, but across the entire Empire and beyond. Once I do it, there will be chaos, anarchy. People may actually die.
Bugg's construction is that big?
Not at all. If it was, we'd have been rounded up long ago. No, there are about 2,000 seemingly independent small and middling-sized holdings, each one perfectly positioned according to Tehol's diabolical planning to ensure that dread cascade. Bugg's construction is but the first gravestone to tip, and it's a very crowded cemetery.
Your analogy makes me even more nervous. Your glamour fades a touch when you're nervous, Tehol observed. Please regain your confidence, Rocket. Shut your mouth, Tehol.
In any case, Bugg resumed, this meeting was to deliver to you and the Guild the final warning before the collapse. Needless to say, I will be hard to track down once it happens.
Her eyes settled on Tehol.
And you, Tehol? Planning on crawling into a hole as well? I thought we weren't talking about that anymore.
By the abyss, Master,
Bugg muttered. Tehol blinked, first at Bugg, then at Rocket. Then,
Oh, sorry. You meant, was I planning on going into hiding, right? Well, I'm undecided. Part of the satisfaction, you see, is in witnessing the mess. Because regardless of how we've insinuated ourselves in the machinery of Lether's vast commerce, the most bitter truth is that the causes behind this impending chaos are in fact systemic. Granted, we're hastening things somewhat, but dissolution, in its truest sense, is an integral flaw in the system itself. It may well view itself as immortal, eminently adaptable and all that, but that's all both illusional and delusional. Resources are never infinite, though they might seem that way, and those resources include more than just the raw product of earth and sea. They also include labor and the manifest conceit of a monetary system with its arbitrary notions of value, the two forces we set our sights on, by the way. Shipping out the lowest classes, the dispossessed, to pressure the infrastructure, and then stripping away hard currency to escalate a recession. Why are you two staring at me like that? Ruckett smiled. Defaulting to the comfort of your scholarly analysis to deflect us from your more pathetic fixations. That, Tehol Beddict, is perhaps the lowest you have gone yet. But we've just begun. You may wish to believe that to be the case. For myself, my own curiosity is fast diminishing. But think of all the challenges in store for us, Ruckett. She surged to her feet. I'm going out the back way. You won't fit. Alas, Tehol, the same will never be said of you. Good day, gentlemen. Wait! Yes, Tehol? Well, I trust this conversation will resume at a later date?
I'm not hanging around for that, Bugg said, crossing his brawny arms in a show of something. Disgust, maybe. Or, Tehol reconsidered, more likely abject envy.
Nothing is certain, Ruckett told him, barring the truth that men are wont to get lost in their illusions of grandeur.
Oh, murmured Bugg. Very nice, Ruckett.
If that hadn't left me speechless, Tehol said as she rolled away, I'd have said something.
I have no doubt of that, Master.
Your faith is a relief, Bugg.
Small comfort in comparison, I'd wager.
In comparison, Tehol agreed, nodding. Now, shall we go for a walk, old friend?
Assuming your drape is now unmarred by unsightly bulges.
In a moment.
Master?
Tehol smiled at the alarm on Bugg's face. I was just imagining her stuck there, wedged in Huldo's alleyway, unable to turn, helpless, in fact.
There it is, he said with a sigh. You did indeed manage to sink lower.
There was an old Graal legend that had begun to haunt Taralak Veed, although he could not quite grasp its relevance to this moment, here in Letheras, with the life-stealer walking at his side as they pushed through the crowds milling outside a row of market stalls opposite the Quellas Canal. The Graal were an ancient people. Their tribes had dwelt in the wild hills of the First Empire, and there had been Graal companies serving in Decemberlakis's vaunted armies, as trackers, as skirmishers, and as shock troops, although this manner of combat ill-suited them. Even then, the Graal preferred their feuds, the spilling of blood in the name of personal honor. The pursuit of vengeance was a worthy cause. Slaughtering strangers made no sense and stained the soul, demanding tortured cleansing rituals. Further, there was no satisfaction in such murder. 2 months before the Great Fall, a commander named Vorlok Duven, leading the Karash Legion deep into the untamed wastes of the southwest, had sent her 74 Graal warriors into the Tas Hills to begin a campaign of subjugation against the tribe believed to rule that forbidding range. The Graal were to incite the Tas to battle, then withdraw, with the savages hard on their heels, to a place of ambush at the very edge of the highlands. Leading the Graal was a wise veteran of the Bokhar clan, named Sidilak, called by many Snake-Tongue after a sword thrust into his mouth had sliced down the length of his tongue. His warriors, well-blooded after a 3-year campaign of conquest among the desert and plains peoples south of Ugari, were skilled at finding the hidden trails leading into the rough heights, and before long they were coming upon rude dwellings and rock shelters in the midst of ancient ruins that hinted that some terrible descent from civilization had afflicted the Tas long ago. At dusk, on the 3rd day, 7 woad-painted savages ambushed the lead scouts, killing one before being driven off. Of the 4 Tas who had fallen in the clash, only one was not already dead of his wounds. The language of his pain-stricken ravings was like nothing Sidilak and his warriors had ever heard before. Beneath the dusty blue paint, the Tass were physically unlike any other nearby tribes. Tall, lithe, with strangely small hands and feet, they had elongated faces, weak chins, and oversized teeth. Their eyes were close set, the irises tawny like dried grass, the whites blistered with so many blood vessels it seemed they might well weep red tears. Among all four of the Tass, the signs of dehydration and malnutrition were obvious, and as fighters they had been singularly ineffective with their stone-tipped spears and knotted clubs. The wounded savage soon died. Resuming their hunt, the growl pushed ever deeper, ever higher into the hills. They found ancient terraces that had once held crops, the soil now lifeless, barely able to sustain dry desert scrub. They found stone-lined channels to collect rainwater that no longer came. They found stone tombs with large capstones carved into phallic shapes. On the trail, potsherds and white bleached bone fragments crunched underfoot. At noon on the fourth day, the growl came upon the settlement of the Tass. 12 scraggy huts, from which rushed 3 warriors with spears, shrieking as they lined up in a pathetic defensive line in front of 5 starving females and a lone 2- or 3-year-old female child. Sidilak, the wise veteran who had fought 20 battles, who had stained his soul with the slaughter of countless strangers, sent his growl forward. The battle lasted a half-dozen heartbeats. When the Tass men fell, their women attacked with their hands and teeth. When they were all dead, the lone child crouched down and hissed at them like a cat. A sword was raised to strike her down. It never descended. The clearing was suddenly swallowed in shadows. 7 terrible hounds emerged to surround the child, and a man appeared. His shoulders so broad as to make him seem hunched, he was wearing an ankle-length coat of blued chain, his black hair long and unbound. Cold blue eyes fixed upon Sidilak, and he spoke in the language of the First Empire. "They were the last. I do not decry your slaughter. They lived in fear. This land, not their home, could not feed them. Abandoned by the Deragoth and their kind, they had failed in life's struggle." He turned then to regard the child. "But this one I will take." Sidilak, it was said, could feel then the deepest stain settling upon his soul, one that no cleansing ritual could eradicate. He saw in that moment the grim fate of his destiny, a descent into the madness of inconsolable grief. The god would take the last child, but it was most certainly the last. The blood of the others was on Sidilak's hands, a curse, a haunting that only death could relieve. Yet he was Graal, forbidden from taking his own life. Another legend followed, that one recounting the long journey to Snake Tongue's final end, his pursuit of questions that could not be answered, the pathos of his staggering walk into the dead man's desert, realm of the fallen Graal, where even the noble spirits refused him, his soul the hollow defense of his own crime. Taralak Veed did not want to think of these things. Echoes of the child, that hissing, less-than-human creature who had been drawn into the shadows by a god. To what end? A mystery within the legend that would never be solved. But he did not believe there had been mercy in that god's heart. He did not want to think of young females with small hands and feet, with sloped chins and large canines, with luminous eyes the hue of savanna grasses. He did not want to think of Sidilak and the endless night of his doom, the warrior with slaughter's blood staining his hands and his soul. That tragic fool was nothing like Taralak Veed, he told himself again and again. Truths did not hide in vague similarities, after all, only in the specific details, and he shared none of those with old Snake Tongue. "You speak rarely these days, Taralak Veed." The Graal glanced up at Icarium. "I am frightened for you," he said. "Why?" "I see nothing of the hardness in your eyes, friend, the hardness that perhaps none but a long-time companion would be able to detect. The hardness that bespeaks your rage. It seems to sleep, and I do not know if even Rulad can awaken it. If he cannot, then you will die, quickly." "If all you say of me is true," the Jag replied, "then my death would be welcome, and justified in every sense of the word." "No other can defeat the Emperor." "Why are you so certain I can? I do not wield a magical sword. I do not return to life should I fall. These are the rumors regarding the Tist Edur named Rulad, yes?"
When your anger is unleashed, Icarium, you cannot be stopped.
Ah, but it seems I can.
Taralak Veed's eyes narrowed. Is this the change that has come to you, Icarium? Have your memories returned to you?
I believe if they had, I would not now be here, the Jag replied, pausing before one stall offering cord-wrapped pottery. Look upon these items here, Taralak Veed, and tell me what you see. Empty vessels or endless possibilities?
They are naught but pots.
Icarium smiled. It was, the Graal decided, a far too easy smile.
Do you mock me, Icarium?
Something awaits me. I do not mean this mad emperor. Something else. Answer me this. How does one measure time?
By the course of the sun, the phases of the moon, the wheel of the stars, and, of course, in cities such as this one, the sounding of a bell at fixed intervals, a wholly absurd conceit, and, indeed, one that is spiritually debilitating.
The Graal speaks.
Now you truly mock me. This is unlike you, Icarium.
The sounding of bells, their increments established by the passing of sand or water through a narrowed vessel. As you say, a conceit, an arbitrary assertion of constancy. Can we truly say, however, that time is constant?
As any Graal would tell you, it is not. Else our senses lie.
Perhaps they do.
Then we are lost.
I appreciate your intellectual belligerence today, Taralak Veed.
They moved on, wandering slowly alongside the canal. I understand your obsession with time, the Graal said. You who have passed through age after age, unchanging, unknowing.
Unknowing, yes. That is the problem, isn't it?
I do not agree. It is our salvation. They were silent for a few more strides. Many were the curious, at times pitying glances cast their way.
The champions were also the condemned, after all. Yet was there hope buried deep behind those shying eyes? There must be, for an end to the nightmare that was Trull Sengar, the Edur Emperor of Lether. Without an understanding of time, history means nothing. Do you follow, Taralak Veed?
Yet you do not understand time, do you?
No, that is true. Yet I believe I have pursued this again and again, from age to age, in the faith that a revelation on the meaning of time will unlock my own hidden history. I would find its true measure, Taralak Veed, and not just its measure, but its very nature. Consider this canal and those linked to it. The water is pushed by current and tide from the river, then traverses the city, only to rejoin the river not far from where it first entered. We may seek to step out from the river and so choose our own path, but no matter how straight it seems, we will, in the end, return to that river.
As with the bells, then, the Graal said, water tracks the passage of time.
You misunderstand, Icarium replied, but did not elaborate. Taralak Veed scowled, paused to spit thick phlegm onto his palms, then swept it back through his hair. Somewhere in the crowd a woman screamed, but the sound was not repeated.
The canal's current cannot change the law that binds its direction. The canal is but a detour.
Yes, one that slows the passage of its water. And in turn that water changes, gathering the refuse of the city it passes through, and so, upon returning to the river, it is a different color, muddier, more befouled.
The slower your path, the muddier your boots?
Even so, Icarium said, nodding.
Time is nothing like that.
Are you so certain? When we must wait, our minds fill with sludge, random thoughts like so much refuse. When we are driven to action, our current is swift, the water seemingly clear, cold, and sharp.
I'd rather, Icarium, we wait a long time, here in the face of what is to come.
The path to Rulad? As you like. But I tell you, Taralak Veed, that is not the path I am walking.
Another half-dozen strides. Then the Graal spoke. They wrap the cord around them, Icarium, to keep them from breaking.
Senior Assessor's eyes glittered as he stood amidst a crowd 20 paces from where Icarium and Taralak Veed had paused in front of a potter's stall. His hands were folded together, the fingers twitching. His breathing was rapid and shallow. Beside him, Samardev rolled her eyes, then asked, "Are you about to fall dead on me? If I'd known this walk involved skulking in that Jack's shadow, I think I would have stayed in the compound."
"The choices you make," he replied, "must needs be entirely of your own accord, Samardev, reasonably distinct from mine or anyone else's. It is said that the history of human conflict resides exclusively in the clash of expectations."
"Is it now? Furthermore, never mind your furthermore, Senior Assessor. Compromise is the negotiation of expectation. With your wayward notions we do not negotiate, and so all the compromising is mine. As you choose." She thought about hitting him, decided she didn't want to make a scene. What was it with men and their obsessions? "He is in all likelihood going to die, and soon."
"I think not. No, most certainly I think not."
Icarium and the Graal resumed their meander through the crowds, and after a moment Senior Assessor followed, maintaining his distance. Sighing, Samardev set off after him. She didn't like this mob. It felt wrong. Tense, overwrought. Strain was visible on faces, and the cries of the hawkers sounded strident and half-desperate. Few passers-by, she noted, were buying.
"Something's wrong," she said.
"There is nothing here that cannot be explained by impending financial panic, Samardev. Although you may believe I am unaware of anything but him, I assure you that I have assessed the condition of Letheras and, by extension, this entire empire. A crisis looms. Wealth, alas, is not an infinite commodity. Systems such as this are dependent upon the assumption of unlimited resources, however. These resources range from cheap labor and materials to an insatiable demand. Such demand, in turn, depends on rather more ethereal virtues, such as confidence, will, perceived need, and the bliss of short-term thinking, any one of which is vulnerable to mysterious and often inexplicable influences. We are witness here to the effects of a complex collusion of factors which are serving to undermine said virtues. Furthermore, it is my belief that the situation has been orchestrated."
Her mind had begun to drift with Senior Assessor's diatribe, but this last observation drew her round.
"Letheras is under economic assault. Well put, Samardev. Someone is manipulating the situation to achieve a cascading collapse. Yes, such is my humble assessment." "Humble? Of course not. I view my own brilliance with irony." "To what end?" "Why, to make me humble." "Are we going to follow Icarium and his pet Graal all afternoon?" "I am the only living native of Cabal, Samardev, to have seen with my own eyes our god. Is it any wonder I follow him?" "God? He is not a god. He's a damned jag from the Odan west of 7 cities. Suffering a tragic curse, but then aren't they all?" A figure well ahead of Icarium and Taralak Veed caught her attention. A figure tall, hulking, with a shattered face and a huge stone sword strapped to its back. "Oh, no," she murmured. "What is it?" Senior Assessor asked. "He's seen him." "Samardev?"
But he was behind her now, and she was hurrying forward, roughly pushing past people. Expectations? Most certainly. Compromise? Not a chance. One of the sconces had a faulty valve, and had begun producing thick black tendrils of smoke that coiled like serpents in the air, and Urus's coughing echoed like barks in the antechamber. His back to the door leading to the throne room, Sirin Kanar stood with crossed arms, watching the two Tist Edur. Trull Sengar was pacing, walking a path that deftly avoided the other waiting guards, even as he made a point of pretending they weren't there. His wife had drawn her dark grey robe about herself, so tight she reminded Sirin of a vulture with its wings folded close. Age had made her shoulders slightly hunched, adding to the avian impression, sufficient to draw a half-smile to the guard's mouth.
"No doubt this waiting amuses you," Tomad said in a growl.
"So you were watching me after all?"
"I was watching the door, which you happened to be standing against."
"Contemplating kicking through it, no doubt." Sirin's smile broadened. "Alas, you'd have to go through me, and that you won't do, will you?"
"The Emperor is very busy."
"With what?" Tomad demanded. "Triban Gnoll decides everything, after all. Rulad just sits with a glazed look and nods every now and then."
"You think little of your son." That struck a nerve, he saw, as husband and wife both fixed hard eyes on him.
"We think less of Triban Gnoll," Urus said.
There was no need to comment on that observation. For Sirin well knew their opinions of the Chancellor, indeed their views on all Lethery. Blind bigotry, of course, all the more hypocritical for the zeal with which the Edur had embraced the Lethery way of living, even as they sneered and proclaimed their disgust and contempt. If you are so disgusted, why do you still suckle at the tit, Edur? You had your chance at destroying all this, us, and our own whole terrible civilization. No, there was little that was worth saying to these two savages. He felt more than heard the scratch at the door behind him, and slowly straightened. "The Emperor will see you now." Tomad wheeled round to face the door, and Sirin saw in the bastard's face a sudden strain beneath the haughty facade. Beyond him, Uruth swept her cloak back, freeing her arms. Was that fear in her eyes? He watched her move up to stand beside her husband, yet it seemed all they drew from that proximity was yet another tension. Stepping to one side, Sirin Kanar swung open the door. "Halt in the tiled circle," he said. "Step past it, and a dozen arrows will find your body. No warning will be voiced. By the Emperor's own command. Now, proceed. Slowly." At this moment, Atist Edur and 4 Lethery soldiers approached the city's west gate on lathered horses. A shout from the Edur sent pedestrians scattering from the raised road. The 5 riders were covered in mud, and 2 bore wounds. The swords of the 2 whose scabbards were not empty were blood-crusted. The Edur was one of those without weapons, and from his back jutted the stub of an arrow, its iron head buried in his right scapula. Blood soaked his cloak where the quarrel had pinned it to his back. This warrior was dying. He had been dying for 4 days. Another hoarse shout from the Tist Edur as he led his ragged troop beneath the gate's arch and into the city of Letheras. The errant studied Trull Sengar, who had sat motionless since the Chancellor had returned to announce the imminent arrival of Tomad and Uruth. Was it some faltering of courage that had kept the Emperor from demanding their immediate presence? There was no way to tell. Even the Chancellor's cautious queries had elicited nothing. Lanterns burned on. The tradition